We open on Seaman with Katerina, a hopeful look on his face as he gestures towards the distant Tillman castle, clearly wanting to share something special. He tells her how that very castle has stood unconquered for 200 years, his voice tinged with pride and a deeper, unspoken hope. They're on a balcony, the magnificent castle a backdrop to their quiet moment. Katerina, practical with her broom still in hand, gently reminds Seaman they shouldn't be there and that she needs to finish her cleaning. But he reassures her just for a little while. With a soft smile, he explains he simply wanted to share this breathtaking view with her, especially at this time of day when it looks its most amazing. Katerina sighs, her gaze on the distant castle, her words a gentle reality check. It's a beautiful sight, but it's the land of nobles, a world apart from theirs. Seaman turns to her, adjusting his glasses, a confident glint in his eye. He reveals he might actually be able to buy a house there soon, because he's expecting a promotion to intermediate mage. His excitement grows as he explains his thesis on a new type of golem impressed his seniors. If the elder approves it too, that promotion is practically his. Looking at Katerina with all the love in his heart, he says it won't be a big house, but it'll be enough for the two of them. Then, his voice earnest and full of hope, he asks, "So, Katerina, will you marry me?" She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise, a blush warming her cheeks. He gently adds that she's already suffered so much for his sake. Taking both her hands, his gaze intense and full of promise, Seaman vows that from this moment on, he'll make her the happiest person in the world. Katerina is quiet for a moment, a thoughtful, almost teasing smile playing on her lips as she looks at him, before she starts to speak. She playfully pokes his chest, gently teasing that perhaps he should secure that promotion before making such grand promises. Seaman flinches, his face flushing, clearly flustered. Completely flustered, he stammers out that she's being mean, his agitation comically clear. Katerina laughs, a bright, clear sound, quickly reassuring him she's just kidding, her voice softening. As they stand together looking out at the beautiful castle again, the atmosphere light and hopeful, Katerina admits with genuine warmth that she never expected such a day would come for them. For a fleeting moment, their future looks incredibly bright. But then, a shadow crosses Seaman's voice, his tone turning somber as a flashback begins. He truly believed they could be happy. We see a memory. A younger Seaman, his innovative thesis on golem magic earning high praise, hailed as a world-changing work, though the credit seems to go to the elder. He continues, a hint of pain in his voice, explaining he'd worked so incredibly hard to build that happiness for them. The flashback shows Seaman respectfully thanking the Duke for his support, and the Duke, in turn, promising even more investment for continued success. It all seemed so promising. But the image shifts to a fist clenching violently, veins bulging, the sharp sound of cracking underscoring a surge of pure frustration. Then Seaman's voice, now filled with a deep bitterness and regret, cuts through, "But I was wrong." The words blaze in red, a stark contrast to his earlier hope. He realized that even if he worked hard for the rest of his life, he was still just standing alone in a vast, empty hall, his shadow stretching out before him, a picture of cold, isolating futility. Nothing would ever truly change. The red words hang heavy, a grim pronouncement of doom. The scene shifts. We see the smirking young noble in a hushed, scheming conversation with the long-haired elder. Though their words are blurred, the noble's greedy expression and the elder's calculating gaze tell their own sinister story. The young noble slyly presses the elder about a previous request. The elder, looking down with a condescending air, dismissively assures him it hasn't been forgotten, implying he'll grant the vile favor. Seaman stands nearby, his back to them, but he overhears. The elder then turns to him, his voice dripping with disdain, callously asking if it really matters to him, dismissing Katerina as just a woman of lowly birth. The cruel words hit Seaman hard, and he tenses. Seaman's internal monologue screams in defiance, his rage igniting. Even if that were true, his world shatters. In an ominous, dark purple glow, Katerina is dragged away by two armored guards, her hands bound. Seaman stands frozen, watching in utter horror as violent purple slashes of energy fill the air, representing his world breaking apart. Katerina, her face bruised, her eyes wide with fear and desperation, cries out his name. Seaman stares back, his own eyes reflecting her terror and his dawning, furious helplessness, whispering her name in return. From Seaman's perspective, he watches, trembling and powerless as Katerina is forcibly taken up a grand staircase by the guards. The sheer injustice is crushing him. His inner voice roars again, filled with righteous fury. Their status doesn't give them the right to just take anything they want and trample all over people. The young noble leers, holding Katerina's hand as if inspecting a prize, commenting on her beauty. The elder coldly agrees, pragmatically stating her life would have been different if not for her low birth. Their callous words twist the knife deeper in Seaman's heart. Seaman's voice trembles with a lifetime of dreams and the sudden, unbearable weight of loss. These were all the things he'd dreamed of for his entire life. Everything he had desperately tried to protect. Blue magical energy begins to crackle and gather in his hand, a desperate, last-ditch effort. He glares at the noble and the elder, the noble looking smug. Seaman's voice breaks with rage and disbelief. How can you people? His eyes blaze with fury, glasses askew, as he unleashes a sphere of magical energy, screaming, "Destroy all of it like it is nothing?" The raw power, fueled by despair, erupts from him. He roars, lunging forward, his magic aimed at them. "Take your hands off her." The elder turns, his expression one of utter contempt. "Brat," he sneers, red lightning crackling around his outstretched hand. "Do you not know your place? You're just trash." His power is overwhelming, far beyond Seaman's. A massive slash of red energy erupts, a sound like tearing fabric filling the air as the elder attacks. The red lightning surges, a chaotic storm of destructive power. Seaman's glasses fly off, shattering as they hit the ground, a stark symbol of his vision, his hopes, breaking apart. Seaman is blasted backwards, sent flying through the air, utterly defeated by the elder's attack. He crashes heavily onto the stairs, helpless. Katerina, still held captive, watches in horror, tears streaming down her face. Her silent scream is heartbreaking as the image of cage bars seems to superimpose over her, symbolizing her entrapment. Seaman coughs violently, struck down and broken, utterly helpless. Katerina screams his name, "Seaman!" From the darkness, his hand reaches out feebly, a desperate, failing gesture. The scene changes. Seaman is now slumped in a dark, stone prison cell. Rats scurry around him, their tiny footsteps and squeaks the only sounds in the oppressive silence. Close up on the rats, their eyes glinting in the dim light. They seem to be his only companions in this desolate place. Seaman's eyes, now shadowed and filled with a chilling emptiness, stare out from the darkness. The vibrant hope is gone, replaced by something cold and hard. His thoughts drift, heavy with despair. "There was nothing I could do." The words are a stark, dark blue, reflecting his broken spirit. He idly picks up one of the rats, its tiny squeaks filling the silence. He looks at it, his expression unreadable, the grim, spiky patterns on the wall adding to the bleak atmosphere. A question hangs in the air, his voice a mere whisper of his former self. "How did I survive?" Suddenly, an arrow thuds into the wall of his cell, embedding itself with a sharp thwack, a stark interruption. Outside his cell, shadowy figures of guards mock him, jeering if he's trying to eat a mouse, callously remarking he's at least cleaning up. They dismiss him. Even a mage of the magic tower is worthless in this state. One guard, his face visible, leans in with a sly, taunting look, trying to tempt Seaman by saying if he helps them summon that golem, they'd release him immediately. The guards continue their callous conversation. One snaps, "Hey, are you even listening?" Another comments idly, "Well, I told you he went completely crazy after that woman died." Seaman remains on the floor, surrounded by rats, his posture one of utter defeat, but his eyes hold a new, unsettling intensity. Morbidly curious, one guard asks how she died. The other casually replies, she committed suicide saying that she wants to protect her fidelity. What a waste of life. Tsk tisk. They walk away, their footsteps echoing, leaving Seaman with this devastating news. As their voices fade, one guard callously remarks, "She was too pretty to just die like that, though, what a pity." Seaman slowly lifts his head. It's not pity in his eyes, but something far darker beginning to stir, a sharp, almost predatory glint. He bites his own finger hard, drawing blood. A sharp crack, and blood drips. The pain seems to focus him, fueling a terrible resolve. His transformation is beginning. His voice, a low whisper, is filled with an aching apology. "I'm sorry, Katerina." The words are tinged with an icy grief. The rats around him begin to act strangely, their squeaks growing more agitated. They sense something. The guards, noticing the rats' odd behavior, pause. One mutters, "Why are you guys acting like this today? It's like you're waiting for something." One guard, feeling uneasy, says, "Something's off." The other scoffs, "What?" The first guard, now suspicious, barks, "Wait, spear one of the mice." He raises his spear and thrusts it down towards a rat, which lets out a final, sharp squeak. As the spear hits, the rat doesn't just die. It explodes in a flash of purple-red energy, a glowing magical sigil appearing on its body as it bursts violently. The sigil flares brightly, a complex magical circle pulsing with dark power, consuming the rat's form. The guards can only stare in shocked disbelief. The guard who speared the rat stumbles back, cursing in shock and pain as the energy lashes out. The remaining rats seem to be part of this terrifying phenomenon. Seaman's voice, now cold and resonant with newfound power, fills the air. "I was too weak." The words burn with a red, vengeful light. His hand, stained with his own blood, touches the stone floor. A sinister sound marks the beginning of his ritual. He looks up, his eyes glowing an intense, demonic red. No trace of the gentle mage remains. He is something else now. A guard outside, witnessing the terrifying magic, screams desperately at Seaman, "Damn it! Stop what you're doing right now." From within the cell, Seaman's voice, laced with dark energy, mockingly replies, "You want me to stop?" A massive, glowing red magic circle erupts on the floor of Seaman's cell, centered on him. He stands within it, a figure of terrible power. He declares, his voice echoing, "I'm just getting started." The energy pulses violently. His hand reaches out, and the rats around him are enveloped in the same dark red energy, their eyes glowing. They are now extensions of his will, part of his dark magic. His thoughts echo with bitter regret, a lament for what could have been, fueling his current path. "If only I had been a little stronger." His face is a mask of cold fury, eyes burning with red light, hair wild. The transformation is complete. He is no longer a victim. "I wouldn't have lost you." This is his solemn vow, the core of his rage. The magic circle intensifies, shadowy tendrils lashing out, the rats becoming conduits for his immense, dark power. The entire cell throbs with malevolent energy. A massive explosion of red energy erupts from the cell, blasting the guards away. The prison bars cannot contain him any longer. Seaman stands amidst the chaos, a towering, shadowy demonic figure forming behind him, its eyes glowing with the same red intensity as his own. He has summoned something terrible, or perhaps, become something terrible. Yes, he confirms, as a massive, monstrous golem, glowing with dark energy, rises behind him, dwarfing the terrified guards. He is in complete control. His eyes are cold, hard, and filled with an unholy light. "That was the face," he murmurs, his voice chillingly calm, "that Katerina made too." The guards stare in abject terror, their faces mirroring the horror he describes. His mind flashes back, searching for a reason, any reason he might still be alive. The golem, now revealed as a monstrous, rat-like beast made of shadows and red energy, lunges forward, tearing into the guards with a deafening roar. The slaughter begins. And Seaman finds his reason, a chilling revelation for why he's still alive. The beast continues its rampage, a blur of red and black, leaving only destruction in its wake. He looks down at the carnage, the broken bodies of rats and guards alike, a grim smile on his face. It's probably because I need to take revenge on this cursed world, where the two of us can't live a happy life together. He walks forward, stepping out of the ruined prison, flames of dark energy licking at his feet. There's no need to worry, Katerina. I won't be weak like how I used to be anymore. He strides with a newfound, terrifying confidence. His hair flows wildly as he draws more power, his voice filled with absolute determination. I'll obtain any power that I can get my hands on. A single tear, glowing with the same red energy as his eyes, streaks down his bloodied face. His expression is a terrifying mix of sorrow and unbreakable resolve. I will change everything. The elder, witnessing Seaman's terrifying power and the dark golem he commands, recoils in shock and fury. Seaman, you bastard! He screams as a blast of energy barely misses him. Seaman stands atop his golem, looking down at the elder with cold disdain. The elder, his composure shattered, yells, "Are you out of your mind? How can you use black magic? How could one who serves God work with the demons?" Seaman's face is wreathed in shadow, only his glowing eyes visible. His reply is chillingly simple. What about that? The old rules, the old loyalties, mean nothing to him now. The young noble, who started all this, now grovels in terror, coughing and sputtering. Please spare me," he begs. "I'm someone who can make you the master of this place." Seaman turns his back, walking away as the noble continues to plead, "If you spare my life, I'll do anything you want. So please." His promises are empty, desperate. Seaman pauses, a glowing red magic circle appearing in his outstretched hand. "Anything I want?" He muses, his voice devoid of emotion. "But," he says, and the red energy around him flares violently, "you can't revive someone who's dead, can you?" His question is rhetorical, a statement of the one thing he truly desires, the one thing this worm cannot give him. The noble is obliterated in a blast of dark power. Seaman stands amidst the burning ruins of what was once a grand hall, now a testament to his rage. He looks up at the fiery, chaotic sky. "This fucked up world," he declares, his voice echoing with a chilling promise. "Katerina, I'll destroy it all." The scene shifts dramatically. We are in a grand throne room, light streaming down. A king, robed and crowned, stands before rows of kneeling knights. The king touches a sword to the shoulder of a kneeling young man with blonde hair and shining armor, Loken. "Oh, hero Loken," the king proclaims. The king, his face etched with worry, implores, "Please save the world as it has fallen into the darkness of shadows." A new conflict, a new hope, is being forged. A vision of a colossal, monstrous dragon-like creature, the Demon King's army, rampaging through a burning city. The king explains, the army of the Demon King, that's been consumed by darkness, has trampled all over God's territory and slaughtered innocent people. A map shows the extent of the devastation. That evil army has already destroyed 2 kingdoms and 1 dukedom. The fate of the world. Loken, the hero, clutches the hilt of his sword, his expression grave and determined. "Lies solely in the hands of you, hero Loken." Loken looks up, his blue eyes shining with resolve. The king's voice is urgent. "So please, kill the Demon King and save this world." The plea hangs heavy in the air, the weight of the world now on Loken's shoulders. Banners flutter in the wind, a red one prominently displayed, alongside blue ones. An army is gathering. Loken stands tall, his ornate sword held before him, ready to lead. He looks up, a hero preparing for battle. He raises his sword high above his head, rallying the countless soldiers arrayed behind him. Brave warriors of the divine Artinia Empire. His voice rings out, filled with courage and conviction. The brilliant light of our empire has lost its power, and the humongous shadow is swallowing up the Lodoja continent. He stands atop a rocky outcrop, addressing his vast army, their banners waving beneath him. "However, we will not stand down. For the sake of our families, and for the sake of this world. With a final, powerful cry, his sword gleaming in the light, Lakan declares their mission. Today, we will kill the Demon King and become the last hope that protects this world. The battle lines are drawn, but the audience knows the tragic irony. The hero's quest may be to destroy the very man driven to darkness by unbearable loss. Outro music fades in. Sometimes, the longing for a just world, a life free from oppression, starts as a shared dream. We flash back to an earlier time, Seaman and Katerina in a library. Katerina leans on her broom, her voice urgent as she turns to Seaman, indignant about the news of a child whose hands were cut off merely for stealing bread. Seaman, startled from his books, glances around nervously, whispering for her to be quieter. But Katerina is too incensed, exclaiming that nobles can dish out such harsh punishments only because they've never known hunger. Seaman looks down, her words clearly striking a chord. He wonders why a child should suffer so unfairly just because of the social class they were born into. Katerina's hands tighten on her broom, her frustration evident. Her voice trembles slightly as she points out that they didn't choose their lowly positions either. Seaman is silent for a moment, a small, understanding smile touching his lips. He gets her pain, her deep frustration. He offers a sliver of hope, his voice soft but sincere, suggesting that perhaps a day will come. He looks towards a distant light, books held firmly in his arms, a symbol of his own quiet dreams. A day when social status no longer matters, and everyone can live equal and free. Katerina looks at him, her expression softening at his hopeful words. She steps closer, her voice firm and encouraging, telling him that such a day won't arrive just by waiting. Seaman, caught off guard by her intensity, stammers, wondering what she suggests they do. Katerina's gaze is unwavering. She believes they have to be the change. Seaman, a faint blush on his cheeks, seems moved by her powerful conviction, softly agreeing that otherwise. Katerina continues, her eyes full of fierce determination, looking towards a future they might build, explaining that otherwise, the children they might raise would suffer the same injustices. At the mention of children, the book's Seaman was holding clatter to the floor, scattering pages. He's completely flustered. Waving his hands frantically, his face bright red, Seaman exclaims they aren't even married yet. Katerina, with a hint of teasing, dismisses that as not the main point, then directly asks if he isn't planning on marrying her. Seaman is a blushing, stammering mess, completely overwhelmed by her directness, his sweet embarrassment almost palpable. Bending to pick up the books, he stammers that he will marry her, but he's not ready yet. Katerina, amused but impatient, presses him for a clear answer. Flustered but resolute, Seaman declares, "Oh, of course, I will." As he gathers the books, still flushed, Katerina sighs with a small, affectionate smile, gently teasing him for being terrible. Kneeling down, her purple eyes sparkling warmly, Katerina murmurs he's so shy, then playfully grins, suggesting she's probably the only one who would marry him. The tender flashback shatters, and we're violently thrust back to the grim present. A dark, imposing castle looms under a stormy, debris-filled sky, swirling with chaotic magical energies, the Demon King's domain. Demon King Seaman stands before his fortress, long hair flowing, staff in hand, a figure of immense dark power. He whispers her name, Katerina, a ghost of his lost past in this desolate wasteland. His face is shadowed, expression grim, eyes burning with an unholy light. Soon, he vows, his voice low and resonant with power, everything will be over. He looks out at Hero Lakan's approaching army, the wind whipping his cloak. He muses that it took a long time, but the world they so desperately wanted. I will make it a reality. His resolve is absolute, even if his methods are born of pain and rage. The relentless clanking of armored boots announces the advance of Lakan's army. We see the determined, grim faces of Lakan's soldiers, their eyes fixed on the enemy stronghold. Hero Lakan steps forward, his voice ringing out across the desolate battlefield, addressing Demon King Seaman, telling him the world's suffering due to his actions ends today. Lakan's brilliant blue eyes blaze with righteous conviction as he promises this will all end today. Standing proudly in shining armor, sword ready, he swears in the name of God and justice that all of Seaman's evil deeds will be judged. Seaman throws his head back and laughs, a harsh, mocking sound echoing across the battlefield, finding the hero's pronouncements utterly absurd. Lakan, undeterred, holds his sword firm. Seaman questions if God and justice are truly what Lakan intends to judge him with. Seaman scoffs, dark red energy crackling around him, eyes glowing malevolently. He snarls, questioning why he would fear some false god and Lakan's hypocritical sense of justice, concepts that utterly failed to protect Katarina. Lakan roars back with absolute conviction that Seaman will face judgment, with countless heroes of the Empire standing with him. Below, his soldiers raise their swords in defiance. Lakan's voice rises in a powerful battle cry. Today, we shall take down the Demon King and protect our world. He charges, leading his army, his sword glowing with holy light. Charge! The soldiers surge forward with a mighty war cry, rushing towards Seaman, who stands alone, a dark figure against the tide of light. Seaman, surrounded by sharp, dark energy, his voice laced with contempt and rage, demands, "Who are you to judge me?" His eyes blaze with red fury. "It is I that shall be the judge." A torrent of violent energy erupts around him. "The day I lost Katarina, justice died." His pain fuels his devastating power. A complex red magic circle appears, and ghostly figures lash out, cutting down Lakan's charging soldiers in an immediate, brutal clash. Seaman's face is contorted with rage and sorrow, his hair almost blood-red in the chaotic light. He declares he no longer believes in such illusions. "I shall show thee the only thing I believe in." Dark energy, like grasping claws, tears through the battlefield, throwing knights around. Power! This raw, destructive force is his only truth now. A monstrous stone golem, animated by Seaman's magic, lets out a deafening roar as it joins the fray. Lakan grunts, straining to block an immense blow, the battlefield a maelstrom of clashing steel and erupting magic. Seaman, a cruel smirk on his lips, addresses the struggling hero, "Look, hero." His voice is cold as he proclaims this is the day true justice is born, as his dark soldiers swarm Lakan's forces. Lakan, grimly determined, silently rejects Seaman's twisted faith. Seaman declares that today marks the beginning of a new era, one born from despair and built on retribution. He commands an army of massive stone golems, their eyes glowing with purple energy, a terrifying legion rising from the earth to wreak havoc. One massive golem smashes its fist down with a colossal roar, sending soldiers flying and crushing them beneath. Two of Lakan's soldiers look on in horror at the sheer number of golems. One cries out in despair, while the other, though terrified, tries to rally his comrade, knowing there's no future if they retreat. Seaman's red eyes narrow with disdain. "Fools!" Standing amidst his towering golems, he addresses the terrified soldiers with contempt, calling them garbage who cling to social status, daring to resist real power. With a wave of his hand, commanding his vast army of golems, he declares, "It's over now. I will eradicate you all." His intent is total annihilation. Suddenly, Lakan's armored boot strikes the ground with a clang. He calls out, his voice cutting through the chaos, "Demon King Seaman." Lakan glares, his blue eyes blazing with an intense, golden aura, his sword wreathed in holy fire. Unforgivable! With a powerful cry, Lakan unleashes a devastating strike, a torrent of golden energy from his sword slamming into one of Seaman's elite golems, shattering it. "I will put an end to your evil deeds right now." Seaman watches, a flicker of surprise in his red eyes, realizing Lakan took down an elite golem with just one strike. A spark of understanding flashes across Seaman's face. "I see." Lakan, sword still radiating power, fiercely determined, realizes Seaman was the reason he couldn't conquer the Livia kingdom, no matter how many golems were sent. It's clear Lakan has been a significant obstacle. Seaman's expression shifts to grim recognition, a hint of frustration in his voice as he says the hero's name, "Hero Lakan." Lakan stares back, his resolve unbroken, acknowledging him in turn, "Demon King Seaman." Lakan's voice is a low growl, filled with absolute conviction. We'll die here. His challenge echoes, sharp and final. The two armies clash again, golems against soldiers, a chaotic dance of destruction under a dark, stormy sky. The screen blurs with red and black, symbolizing the intense, brutal struggle. We see shattered armor, splattered blood, the grim toll of the relentless battle. Broken swords litter the blood-soaked ground. A gauntlet hand reaches out amidst the carnage. The battle nears its devastating climax. One of Seaman's largest golems stands amidst the wreckage, but the true focus is now on Seaman and Lakan, facing each other, the world's fate in the balance. Lakan breathes heavily, leaning on his sword, clearly exhausted but far from broken after the long, arduous fight. He looks up, sweat trickling down his temple, blue eyes fixed on Seaman with unwavering determination, stating it's time to end this, even as one of Seaman's golems ominously powers up. Lakan calls out his enemy's name one last time, steeling himself, Demon King Seaman. Seaman, equally battered, faces Lakan, a giant golem looming behind him, energy crackling for the final confrontation. Seaman acknowledges his opponent, his voice strained. Hero Lakan. Lakan pants, the effort of the prolonged battle etched on his face, as the light begins to fade, casting long shadows. Seaman looks at Lakan, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes, telling him, "You do not know." As Lakan raises his sword for a final, desperate strike, Seaman watches, perhaps with a flicker of resignation or sheer weariness. Lakan, panting heavily, face etched with pain and exhaustion, sword still raised, declares grimly, "This world is rotten." Even the hero sees its deep flaws. Seaman, a single tear tracing a path down his dirt-stained face, his voice cracking with emotion, whispers, "If it weren't for you." His red eye, filled with profound sorrow and regret, stares at Lakan. I could have started everything anew, after destroying everything. His dream of a new world, born from ashes, is about to die with him. With his last breath, Seaman utters a chilling curse, his voice filled with all his pain and hatred. "I curse you, Lakan." His eyes blaze with a final, terrifying intensity, blood-like tears streaming from them. "Your entire bloodline shall spend their lives in suffering." The curse hangs heavy, a final act of defiance. Lakan delivers the final blow. A flash of golden light as his sword cuts through the air, striking Seaman down. Seaman falls, his body disappearing into shadow and red energy. The Demon King is defeated. But then, Katarina's soft voice echoes from the past, asking Seaman if he knew. Suddenly, eyes snap open with a gasp. Not red, but strikingly blue. A young man with blonde hair sits up in a luxurious bed, clutching the sheets, his expression one of utter confusion. He looks around, disoriented, touching his face, murmuring weakly if it was all a dream. He touches his neck, a bewildered expression on his face, wondering how his head is still attached. The memories of his defeat as Seaman are vivid, yet here he is, alive. He sits on the edge of the bed, sunlight streaming into an opulent room he doesn't recognize, looking at his hand, flexing his fingers. Clutching his head, he feels dizzy and disoriented. He examines his hand again. There's no wound. He wonders what happened. The body he's in is completely uninjured. He looks around the unfamiliar, lavish room, wondering where he is, if he's in a foreign country. He's never seen a place like this. Panic begins to set in. How is he alive? Even black magic can't bring someone back from death. If it could, he would have already used it for Katarina. The question screams in his mind, a stark, impossible truth he can't comprehend. So how is it that I am still alive? He glances to the side, his eyes widening slightly, noticing something. He sees something out of the corner of his eye, his confusion deepening. His eyes lock onto a large, ornate portrait on the wall, a portrait of Hero Lakan, his nemesis. A jolt of shock courses through him. Why is that bastard's portrait here? Just then a door opens. An older man in a formal suit peers in, calling out tentatively, "Young lord?" The man, an attendant, rushes in, monocle askew, his face a mask of relief and surprise, exclaiming that he's finally awake. The attendant rushes forward, embracing the young man, tears welling. He's so relieved, explaining the young man hadn't woken for 2 weeks, and he'd feared they had lost the last locken. Seaman, still in this new body, is utterly bewildered by the embrace and the words, stammering, "Wait. Young lord? Who are you?" He tries to push the attendant away, who freezes in shock. The attendant pulls back, gesturing in confusion and distress, asking if the young lord doesn't recognize him. Overcome, the attendant falls to his knees, wailing that the accident must have damaged his memories, blaming himself for not taking proper care. Seaman watches silently, the pieces of an impossible puzzle starting to form. The attendant, composing himself slightly, tears still streaming, says he'll explain everything. He rises, trying to be reassuring, suggesting the memory loss might be temporary and might return as he explains. The person in Luke Dlaken's body listens, expression unreadable. Gesturing towards Hero Locken's portrait, the attendant explains with solemn pride that this young man will soon be lord of this place, the successor to the Locken Viscounty, and a descendant of the great Hero Locken. Then, the attendant reveals the young man's name with reverence, Luke Dlaken. Seaman, trapped in Luke's body, stares back, his blue eyes wide with utter shock and dawning horror. The cruelest irony, he is now the descendant of the very man he cursed. Outro music fades in. The name, Luke Dlaken, echoes in Seaman's mind, a cruel joke. He stands by the bed, reeling as the attendant, Hans, looks on with concern, Seaman murmuring in utter disbelief. The truth crashes down. Locken died 500 years ago. The sheer impossibility of it is staggering, his new blue eyes widening in shock. He turns to the grand portrait of Hero Locken, the man who defeated him. The realization hits with full force. He's been reincarnated as Locken's descendant, 500 years in the future. A fate more bizarre than he could ever imagine. He's speechless for a moment, sweat trickling down his temple, the weight of this new reality almost crushing. Hans, seeing his young lord standing, rushes forward with a worried cry, clearly concerned about Luke's fragile state. Hans exclaims that his lord shouldn't be moving so much. But Seaman, mind racing, ignores him and stumbles towards the door, his borrowed legs unsteady, muttering in frustration and confusion. Reaching the grand double doors, he thinks, how could he believe this? Does Hans take him for a fool? The sheer improbability makes him question everything. His internal voice screams that this makes absolutely no sense. He grips the ornate door handle and yanks it open, determined to see the world outside, to find some kind of proof. He bursts onto a wide balcony, the wind whipping his shirt. The architecture is grand, unfamiliar. He shouts into the open air, his voice filled with disbelief and a hint of desperation, doesn't make any sense. But then his eyes catch something. His shout dies in his throat as his gaze fixes on an impossible sight. Looming over the estate is a colossal, armored figure, a giant mechanical knight, far larger and more intricate than any golem he's ever conceived, blue energy humming around it. He leans against the railing, stunned into silence, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing, whispering in awe and shock. What is that? The giant figure stands impassively, its red visor-like eyes staring into the distance. Seaman realizes if that exists, then everything Hans said must be true. Such technology was unthinkable in his time. He examines the towering machine, his mage's intellect analyzing it. He can tell this weapon is far more advanced than golem magic. This is beyond anything he achieved. His eyes widen. Magic he could only imagine is standing right in front of him. The 500-year gap is no longer just a number, it's a tangible chasm of advancement. Hans rushes onto the balcony, panting, relieved to find him. Seaman, still staring at the giant weapon, turns slightly, asking Hans for his name again. Hans bows respectfully, confirming his name is Hans, personal servant to the young lord. Seaman, still absorbing this new reality, looks out at the massive construct again, wondering aloud just what he is looking at. Hans, following his gaze, begins to explain what that thing is. is called a gigant. It's a bipedal humanoid weapon, Hans clarifies. The gigant towers over the manor, a symbol of this new era's power. Seaman, trying to process, asks if it's made using golem magic. Hans replies that he's half right. Hans elaborates that a gigant is made through a fusion of scientific hextech and magic, a concept Seaman, for all his genius, had never conceived. Hans continues, explaining that unlike golems controlled from afar, gigants have advanced to a point where they are driven by a pilot who remains inside, their minds linked, allowing for direct control. Seaman turns to Hans, incredulous, asking if a person actually goes inside that thing. Hans simply confirms, yes, that's right. Seaman strokes his chin thoughtfully. It would require a lot of advanced technology for someone to pilot it from within. He looks back at the gigant with new understanding. If Hans is telling the truth, it truly is an amazing weapon, a leap in power and control he, as a golem master, can appreciate. His analytical mind notes the advantages: safety from external threats and quicker reaction times compared to remotely controlled golems. He realizes with a jolt, IT addresses all the problems that I faced with golems. This technology is a complete paradigm shift. He sits on a nearby chair, still pondering this new world, this new body, this new technology. Hans watches him, puzzled by his young master's sudden deep contemplation and strange pronouncements. Hans calls out hesitantly as Seaman walks back inside, lost in his racing thoughts. Seaman walks with purpose, his mind processing. But he stops, face shadowed, sighing heavily. If the gigant exists, it means 500 years have truly passed. It's undeniable proof. He looks at his hands, Luke Dlaken's hands. Why did he have to be born as a descendant of his enemy? The cosmic irony is almost unbearable. Suddenly, Hans's urgent voice calls out from outside the room for the young lord. Outside the Grand Laken Manor, the gigant stands sentinel. The estate, though impressive, has an air of faded glory. Back in a study, Seaman, in Luke's body, takes a long swig from a bottle, trying to drown his confusion and despair. Hans rushes in, finding Luke standing precariously on a desk, bottle in hand, and cries out for him not to push himself. Luke glares down, flushed from the alcohol, sharply telling Hans to calm down, though he's anything but. Hans, flustered, replies to Luke's earlier question, confirming that yes, he said Luke is a descendant of Laken. Luke takes another defiant swig. He boasts he should be healthier than most, but trails off as a wave of dizziness hits him, his vision blurring red. He collapses to his knees, dropping the bottle. Hans shouts in alarm, rushing to his side. Luke gasps, clutching his head. This body is clearly far weaker than he expected. Hans sighs, having tried to warn him. He looks at Luke with grave concern, telling him he needs to be careful because of the curse. Luke's eye widens. Luke looks up sharply. Curse? Hans nods grimly. Hans mutters that he suspected as much, but it seems the young lord truly remembers nothing, reinforcing his amnesia theory. Luke, now sitting, demands Hans tell him about this curse. Hans hesitates, wondering where to begin. Hans starts explaining how Ancestor Laken defeated the demon lord and brought peace, but Luke impatiently cuts him off, telling him to get to the point. Hans continues somberly, Lord Laken was praised for saving the world, but soon passed away due to the demon lord's curse. Luke listens, a frown on his face, the irony palpable. Curse. Luke repeats. A disturbing thought crosses his mind. I did that? The words of his own curse echo back. Your entire bloodline. A flashback to his moment of defeat as Demon King Seaman, face contorted in rage, uttering those fateful words. Shall spend their lives in suffering. The curse was real. And now he is living it. Luke's blue eye widens in horrified realization. Is Hans talking about that? But wait, that was just... He slaps his forehead, flushing with embarrassment and disbelief. Something I said because I got pissed. He never imagined his dying words would have such literal, long-lasting consequences. Hans continues, reading from a historical account of how, 500 years ago, the world faced a great danger. The text describes Demon King Seaman's terrifying dark magic and his golem armies, wiping out countless soldiers with a flick of his hand, as images show his past rampage. It seemed the Demon Lord would take over, but thanks to the righteous warrior Loken, the world found peace again, an image depicting Loken heroically striking Seaman down. However, the Demon Lord cursed the hero before his last breath, causing Loken and his bloodline to die painfully at a young age. Luke now holds this very book, a look of grim understanding on his face. Luke sighs, leaning back. So, they really spun the story however they wanted, the official history, naturally biased. He scoffs. He didn't even truly cast a curse, and did they really believe one could last that long? He tries to dismiss it, but his current situation is undeniable. He stares into the distance, blue eyes narrowed in thought. He sighs again, a weary resignation settling in. Whatever, it's his fault for losing, he supposes, taking responsibility even for what he claims was just an angry outburst. Anyways, he muses, why did he have to be reborn to his sworn enemy after all this time? The question remains a constant torment. He rubs his temples. It feels like he was the one who got cursed here. The irony is not lost on him. He reaches for another book from the shelf. He needs information. Settling back, he opens the new book. This is a second chance for him, who died before accomplishing his goal. A flicker of his old determination returns. He can't face Katarina like this. He reads, his expression growing grimmer. This rotten world existed for another 500 years. He can't imagine how much more corrupt it has become. His original mission resurfaces. His hand, glowing faintly with almost forgotten power, rests on the open book. No matter how much time has passed, surely not all of his followers are gone. Hope stirs. He looks up, a new resolve hardening his gaze. He needs to learn about this era. If he can reunite with his followers. His voice, filled with a chilling promise, echoes his past self. I'll really change the world this time. The Demon King might be gone, but Seaman's ambition remains. The massive gigant stands guard over the Loken Manor, white doves flying past, a strange juxtaposition of peace and immense power. Sunlight gleams off the large glass doors of the manor. Luke slams a book shut in frustration. Damn it. He sits on a table, chugging from the bottle again, grumbling that finding his followers is proving impossible. He clutches his head. Followers aside, these people have almost forgotten about the Demon Lord. His infamous legacy has faded. He stumbles, books scattering. It's too much even after 500 years. There's not even a trace of his existence. The erasure is a bitter pill. He staggers, clutching the bottle. On top of that, this body has no mana, no stamina. What can he even do? His former power is gone. He trips, his borrowed body clearly uncoordinated and feeble. Books fly as he loses his balance completely. He crashes to the floor with a groan. Lying face down, defeated for the moment, he wonders what he should do now, despair creeping in. His fist clenches on the floor, a faint spark of his old fire still there. He lifts his head, his blue eyes filled with a familiar sorrow for Katarina, his enduring anchor. He looks at Luke Dlaken's hand. Is he doomed to achieve nothing in this life either? His voice is a whisper of his lost dream. He lies on the floor, surrounded by scattered books, thinking he just wanted to create a world where everyone was equal and content. Suddenly, Hans bursts in, seeing him on the floor and crying out in alarm. Luke looks up, startled. Hans helps him up. Luke hears a commotion from outside the slightly ajar balcony doors and wonders what's happening. Stepping onto the balcony, he asks why it's so noisy. Below, a crowd has gathered, an angry voice shouting about how much longer they'll be avoided. Hans stands with other nervous Loken retainers. The leader of the group below declares that they, the merchants, will not take one step back. A portly man in a red coat, Darren, the Alon Merchant Association branch master, puffs on a cigar, shouting they won't leave until they have an audience with the young master. Luke looks down from the balcony, a cynical smirk playing on his lips. In debt? He's almost amused. Loken's descendants certainly have it rough. Darren bellows up at Hans about the 30,000 pigos borrowed last year to develop a mine. Darren points accusingly, red-faced, demanding to know if they even intend to pay it back, shouting he can't live like this anymore. Hans tries to placate him, saying the young master needs rest and they'll figure out repayment. Darren cuts him off, insisting they hear from the young master himself. He clearly doesn't trust the retainers. Hans looks stressed, the other retainers worried. Darren observes their reactions with a sly look. He strokes his mustache, eyes glinting. It seems they won't be able to pay right now. 30,000 pigos isn't a small sum. Darren leans forward with a predatory smile, saying he'll give them an offer. He suggests they hand over the gigant, claiming it's probably not even worth 30,000 secondhand, so he's giving them a great deal. Knight Commander Rogers looks aghast. Rogers explodes, yelling that it's impossible. The Knight Commander, Rogers, face contorted in fury, roars they only have 3 gigants. How are they supposed to defend their territory like that? Rogers steps forward, shouting he won't allow it. They can kill him, but not take the gigants, crucial for their defense. Darren calmly replies that won't happen. The accountant, Dixon, nervously unrolls a scroll, suggesting they raise taxes temporarily instead. Hans whirls on Dixon, aghast. Doesn't Dixon know how their people are doing? They can't have the few people left leave. Dixon, defeated, concedes that then the only way forward is to hand over the gigant. Rogers erupts again, grabbing Dixon by the collar, shouting it won't be possible. Hans tries to separate them as they squabble. Luke throws his head back and laughs, taking another swig. What a fine household, he exclaims, thoroughly amused. That Locken bastard should have seen this. Darren, annoyed, snaps for everyone to relax. He has another idea. He points, a sly look on his face. Personally, he'd like to seize the gigant and manor, but he feigns concern for the great hero house's reputation. So, he drawls, building the suspense for his alternative. He gestures towards another part of the Locken estate with a glint in his eye, proposing a different asset. Rogers, still fuming, yells if Darren is joking. Darren cuts him off, saying he thinks Rogers misunderstood. Darren clarifies, his gaze fixed on a tall, imposing tower in the distance. Not the gigant, but the magic tower behind it. Rogers, Hans, and Dixon stare in stunned silence, aghast. It's the magic tower? Rogers exclaims. Rogers strokes his chin thoughtfully. The magic tower? Perhaps a better choice than the gigant. Nobody ever goes there anymore. Dixon elaborates they once had income from it as a tourist attraction, and some say it's the source of the curse, but it's useless now. Luke, hearing this from the balcony, freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? He thinks, a surge of anger and recognition coursing through him. Locken, you damned bastard. His blue eyes, wide with shock, focus on the distant tower. That's... The tower stands tall, a familiar silhouette. A wave of intense emotion washes over him. That's my magic tower, he screams internally. The ultimate insult. Locken built his manor right where he defeated him. His former sanctuary, now a bargaining chip for his enemy's indebted descendants. Outro music fades in. 500 years before all this, the very spot where the Demon King's tower now looms, well, it held a very different kind of memory. Seaman remembers his true home, a place far removed from the imposing tower that now bears his dark legacy. He sees it clearly, a simple dwelling shared with Katerina, often under stormy, rain-swept skies. Their little place was old and worn down, he recalls, a simple room where a bucket often caught leaks from the ceiling and cobwebs gathered in the corners. The constant drip of water was a familiar sound. But it was their house. He remembers them huddled together under a blanket, finding comfort in that rundown space, a cozy haven where they shared their dreams. Despite the leaks and bareness, there was warmth and hope between them. Snapping back to the present, Seaman, inside Luke's body, is seething. Darren smugly believes the land around the Demon Tower is now his company's, but for Seaman, this is an absolute outrage. How dare they go after that sacred place? His jaw clenches in fury. And there's Darren, the portly merchant, looking utterly self-satisfied. He chuckles, telling them not to worry, his voice dripping with condescension, confident his company can turn it into a popular tourist spot. He boasts with a greasy smile that this will, of course, greatly enhance the region's economy, his satisfaction almost palpable. Meanwhile, Luke's retainers, Rogers and Dixon, look utterly defeated. Dixon, scroll in hand, just sighs and asks where he needs to sign. They've clearly given up. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through the air. Rogers, Dixon, and Hans all jump, startled, their eyes wide with surprise. Someone has just made an entrance. And there he is. Luke Dlaken, or rather Seaman in his new body, stands in the doorway, framed by an intense, fiery aura. The retainers are shocked, Dixon stammering the young lord's name, Hans wondering if it's all right for him to be walking. A close-up on Luke's face shows his eyes, cold and shadowed, burning with a fierce light. He commands, his voice low and dangerous, "Step aside." Darren, the merchant, turns, surprised, then plasters on a fake, oily smile. He remarks it was hard to get a meeting with the young lord, trying to play it cool. Darren approaches Luke, flanked by his guards, asking with insincere charm if he's recovered, adding that the talks with his vassals are going well, trying to assert control. Darren holds out his hand expectantly, that greedy smile fixed, stating they just need a signature for his company to manage the demon tower, acting like it's a done deal. Luke stares him down, his expression unreadable. "Is talking all you know how to do?" he asks, his voice dripping contempt. Darren is caught off guard, his smile faltering, a bead of sweat appearing. Luke's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them, a faint fiery energy surrounding him. "Do you even know what kind of place IT is?" he demands, his voice low and intense, the air crackling. His eyes blaze with fury, veins popping on his temple. "How dare you try to take control of it?" he roars, the words filled with a personal, deep-seated rage. Darren recoils, shocked and fearful, his guards startled. He wonders why Luke is so fierce, so different from what he heard. A sudden chill runs through him. Rogers, the Knight Commander, steps forward, trying to de-escalate, saying they're being considerate. But Luke cuts him off sharply, turning his glare on his own retainer. "Zip it, conman." Luke's cold, blue eyes fix on his retainers. He lays out his accusation, after taking land at the center of their territory, not far from the main estate. He continues sharply, Darren's shocked face showing he's hit a nerve. "You intend to expand your influence under the guise of developing the area, and allow people to enter freely in the name of tourism, isn't it?" Luke stands confidently before the stunned merchant and his retainers. "What do you think? Did I get anything wrong?" Darren, backed into a corner, can only splutter that it's far-fetched. Luke isn't finished, turning his scorn on his own household's management. "They're pathetic for not even being able to sell second-hand weapons," he says, looking at a tearful Dixon and a troubled Rogers, "and now they're trying to take over territory?" He gives a thumbs down, his expression one of utter disdain, declaring he hates guys like them who are utterly evil on the inside, a sweeping condemnation. Darren sweats, gritting his teeth, thinking he can't let Luke have the upper hand and needs to respond even more strongly to regain control. Darren puffs up his chest, pointing accusingly. "The Locken household is unable to repay ice debt," he shouts, a powerful blue aura flaring behind him. "That's why we were trying to be considerate and came up with this proposition." He continues to yell, face red, that his company has to get the money back somehow, trying to paint himself as the reasonable one. Luke's expression is shadowed, unreadable. He asks quietly, but with underlying steel, "Who said we haven't been repaying our debt?" A dark, purple aura suddenly erupts around Luke. He clenches his fist, eyes narrowed. "In 15 days. Make it 10, he declares, his voice resonating with power. "We'll repay everything, including the interest." Purple energy explodes outwards, monstrous shadowy tendrils filling the courtyard. Luke stands at its center, a figure of immense, terrifying power, and bellows, "Get out of my sight immediately." Darren and his guards are dwarfed, utterly terrified. Darren and his guards stare up in absolute shock and fear at the swirling dark energy, its ominous power rumbling. Darren lets out a startled hiccup, trembling, eyes wide with terror, gulping audibly. This young lord is far more than he bargained for. Scrambling into his carriage, Darren shouts back, his voice shaky but trying to sound defiant, "Let's see if you'll stand by your words." He makes a hasty retreat. Luke watches them go, arms crossed, the dark aura receding. "These kinds of guys all act the same," he mutters with disdain. Just then Rogers, his knight commander, rushes up. Rogers is sweating, his face a mixture of awe and disbelief, gasping that he can't believe what Luke said to Darren, stunned by his aggressive stance and impossible promise. Luke turns his head slightly, a calm, almost indifferent expression on his face. "What?" he asks, as if he's done nothing out of the ordinary. Rogers is overcome with emotion, tears welling, hand clutching his chest. "We, the vassals," he begins, his voice choked, clenching his fist. Rogers, Dixon, and even old Hans look at Luke with profound admiration, tears streaming down their faces. "Are really touched by your statements," Rogers exclaims, sparkles of emotion around them. Rogers continues, voice full of awe, praising Luke's insight for seeing through Darren's plans, and more importantly, how seeing him get so angry to protect his ancestors' accomplishments was just. He's completely misinterpreting Seaman's personal fury. Seaman, however, is completely baffled by their praise. Insightful? Ancestors' accomplishments? He has no idea what they're talking about, his expression one of weary disbelief. Rogers, oblivious, steps forward, beaming. He didn't realize Luke took such pride in the household's honor, and he bursts out, tears of admiration flowing, exclaiming how the merchant couldn't do a thing because of Luke's fierce response. In that moment, he saw the image of Hero Locken within him. Dixon and Hans in the background are equally moved. For a moment, Luke's eyes flash red, a dark aura flaring. He internally seethes. These incompetent fools are practically begging him to become the Demon King again with their misplaced adulation. He quickly composes himself, the red glint fading, trying to navigate this awkward, misguided praise with a simple Hans, the old butler, steps forward, his expression now concerned. He asks how Luke intends to repay the debts. Luke mutters, 30,000 peso. How much is that? Clearly unfamiliar with the currency. Hans adjusts his monocle, explaining seriously that it can buy 10,000 sacks of wheat or a single new warrior-class gigant, putting the massive sum into perspective. Luke looks thoughtful. Right now, they don't have enough collateral to borrow money. He wonders if they have other solutions, but his retainers seem fresh out. Hans looks down, face etched with worry. "That's not helpful," Luke says flatly. "If that's all you're going to say, then stand aside." He's taking charge. Luke declares firmly, "I'll repay the debt in my own way." He turns and walks away from his bewildered retainers. "Just stay there and watch," he tells them over his shoulder, his footsteps echoing as he leaves. Later, Luke is in a dusty room. He opens an old, ornate red chest, only to find it empty, covered in cobwebs. No assets. He looks up, and Hans follows his gaze to a crumbling, damaged ceiling. The facilities of the Locken estate are clearly dilapidated, debris falling. Then, Luke is at a table with 3 plates, each holding a pathetically small portion of food. And the food situation is just as dire. Papers fly as Luke searches frantically through documents, a whirlwind of searching and growing frustration. He slams his hand on a desk, scattering more papers. "Isn't this household the one that killed the Demon King?" he yells, his frustration boiling over. Hans, nearby, flinches nervously. Luke's eyes glow with intense blue light, his face a mask of anger. "Why is there nothing here?" he demands, his voice resonating with power. He whirls on Hans, his glare terrifying. "Did you guys steal it all?" Hans stammers, shaking, denying it vehemently. Hans, sweating, gestures nervously towards a scroll, saying Luke will understand if he looks at the genealogy. Luke internally scoffs, having no interest in Locken family history. Hans unfurls the scroll, showing a grand castle. He begins explaining that after Hero Locken killed the Demon King, he was made a marquis and given large territory. Luke glares, patience wearing thin. So, he snaps, clearly irritated. Hans continues the history. Back then, Duke Baroque incited a rebellion against the Livia kingdom. A stylized depiction shows doll-like figures in battle. Viscount Locken, one of Luke's ancestors, fought the Duke because he couldn't stand the injustice. A sense of justice, it seems, ran in the family. The doll representing Viscount Locken is shown defeated, dark energy swirling. However, the Viscount, under the Demon King's curse, suffered a crushing defeat. Seaman's own curse strikes again. The defeated doll is exiled. Hans recounts that his title was revoked, and he was exiled to the borders, where he passed away from rapidly deteriorating health. Luke listens, a grim understanding dawning. It seems it wasn't Locken's intention to establish his estate here. Hero Locken probably chose this specific spot, Seaman's old tower, for a reason. Back at his desk, Luke looks exasperated. The household's financial situation is so dire, it's a wonder it lasted 500 years. He turns to Hans, demanding how they ended up like this. Hans looks away, pained, beginning hesitantly. Hans explains it's because his ancestors hoped to regain their former glory. Luke just stares, prompting him to elaborate. Hans places a hand over his heart, his voice filled with somber reverence. For the sake of a comeback, his ancestors would do anything. Gold coins rain down as Hans continues, even if it meant using all their assets, authority, everything they possessed. A montage shows Locken descendants, from commoners to knights, all striving towards the image of Hero Locken, wanting to recover the household's reputation. Dark, shadowy hands, Seaman's curse, ensnare a Locken descendant. But due to the generational curse, no matter how hard they worked, their efforts were in vain. A stone statue of Hero Locken crumbles. The once honored household met its downfall. Hans looks at Luke earnestly, unsure if he remembers. He explains that the Gigant incident, which left Luke unconscious for over half a month, happened because Luke was working tirelessly to restore the household's reputation. Hans finishes. Luke wanted to prove he had heroic qualities and pushed himself too hard. Luke listens, hand to his chin, a thoughtful, almost weary expression. He's realizing the depth of the family's desperation. Suddenly, Luke pushes his chair back and stands up with a sharp sound. Hans calls out as Luke walks determinedly across the room, his back to Hans, beginning to speak about their current situation. He stops before a large window, looking out. "There's nothing we can do then," he concludes, his voice flat, seemingly resigned. Hans bows his head, face etched with sorrow and guilt, apologizing that even as butler he can't help. He feels utterly helpless. A close-up on Luke's face. There's a subtle shift, a glint in his eye, an idea, perhaps? Hans suddenly straightens, voice ringing with determination. He's sure there's something they can do. Even if he has to give up his life, he will find a way. His loyalty is absolute. Luke turns, a slight, almost unnoticeable smile on his lips. "No, there's no need for that," he says calmly. Hans looks confused. Luke adds, "I just thought of something." Luke's expression becomes sly, a hint of his old, calculating Demon King self peeking through. His eyes narrow, his smirk widens. "We just need to pay the money back somehow, right?" he asks, his voice laced with a newfound, almost mischievous confidence. Hans is utterly bewildered. The scene shifts to a bright blue sky, filled with a massive, echoing sound of pure shock and dismay. The narrator's voice, heavy with disbelief, intones, "When he said to pay the money back somehow." We see Rogers, Dixon, and Hans in the town square, faces masks of utter horror as they stare upwards at something unbelievable. Other townspeople are equally shocked. Rogers is aghast, sweat pouring down his face. "How could this be?" he cries, his voice trembling. The narrator continues, equally stunned, "I didn't think he meant." An extreme close-up on Hans's face, his monocle almost popping out, eyes wide with terror. "Why, young lord?" he gasps. The shocking reveal appears in stark text, taking the statue of Hero Locken, and the town square is in chaos. The massive stone pedestal where Hero Locken's statue once stood is now chillingly empty, only a glowing silhouette remaining. People are wailing in disbelief, their world shaken, the pillar of their household is gone. And the final, unbelievable piece of Seaman's audacious plan appears in huge, bold letters. And selling it? Back in the town square, Hans stares at the empty pedestal, his monocle practically glued to his eye in shock. Sir Locken's statue was right here yesterday. Where could it have gone? Hans shakes his head, panic dawning. Rogers and Dixon are behind him, equally aghast. No, that's not what's important right now, Hans realizes with sudden urgency. He must find the young lord first. Just then a guard rushes up, looking panicked, shouting that there's a problem. Hans, already overwhelmed, stammers, What is it?" Hans's face is pale, eyes wide with dread, repeating the guard's earlier words. Then a terrible suspicion forms. "The young lord?" he whispers, fearing the worst. The terrified guard blurts out that he thinks they, clearly meaning Luke and the statue, left when security was at its most vulnerable. Dixon cries out as Hans collapses to his knees, hand over his face in despair. The loyal butler is utterly crushed. A close-up of Hans's face, mouth agape in disbelief and horror. Why, young lord, just what? He trails off, unable to comprehend Luke's actions. His anguished thought echoes, just what are you scheming? His heart feels like it's breaking, his mind snapping. Meanwhile, somewhere on a forest road, a horse-drawn cart rumbles along. And there, lying on the cart, covered by a tarp, is the massive, unmistakable shape of the stolen Hero Locken statue. Luke sits casually beside it, while a young man with light brown hair nervously drives the horses. Luke leans against the statue, arms crossed, looking slightly bored, a bottle of wine beside him. The young driver, Philip, glances back hesitantly, starting to ask a question, but Luke just gives a non-committal grunt. Philip continues, looking out at the passing scenery, asking if it's not too rude to ask a question. He's clearly uneasy about this whole situation. Luke takes a swig from his bottle, then looks at Philip dismissively, asking who he was again, as if Philip is utterly insignificant. Philip looks a bit dejected, trying to keep it light. Philip introduces himself with a nervous smile. "I'm Philip. I serve you as your guard knight, young lord." So this poor kid is supposed to be Luke's protector on this insane escapade. Philip finally gets to his question, voice laced with disbelief. "Do you really intend on selling this statue?" Luke, looking flushed from the wine, covers a delicate cough and nonchalantly replies, "What? This should sell for quite a bit if I melt it down." The casualness of "melt it down" is horrifying. Philip is aghast, stammering that this might be impertinent, but there are 500 years of history to this statue. Luke suddenly kicks the side of the cart with a loud thud, startling Philip. He's clearly not in the mood for a history lesson. Luke glares at Philip, patience wearing thin. "Will that 5 centuries of history feed me?" he retorts sharply. For Seaman, history is just a burden right now. Philip, though intimidated, tries to reason with him, saying he won't be able to pay off the debts just by selling the statue. Luke smirks, holding his wine. "Selling the statue is just a small part of my plan." Philip's face lights up with relief, a hopeful smile spreading. "That's good. So you do have a plan," he exclaims, clearly relieved and latching onto any shred of hope, asking what the plan is. A close-up on Luke's eye, a glint of something unreadable within. "My plan." He begins, drawing out the suspense. Luke, looking slightly flushed and holding his wine, reveals his grand strategy with a smug look. "I'm going to use the money I get from selling this statue to gamble. I'm going to get those 30,000 pesos by gambling." The announcement is almost comically absurd. Philip's smile freezes, his expression slowly morphing into one of utter disbelief. The cartwheel hits a bump, the jarring sound emphasizing the sudden halt to Philip's optimism. Philip is completely stunned, staring at Luke and the statue. "Gamble?" he shouts, his voice cracking. "What if you end up losing all your money instead?" He's seeing their last hope go up in smoke. Luke waves a dismissive hand, annoyed. Why did you come with me if you're only going to lecture me? He complains, muttering about how annoying Philip is. Philip retorts, exasperated, you're the one that dragged me out at the crack of dawn. Philip is practically yelling now, face a mask of frustration and regret. Had I known that this was your plan, I wouldn't have come with you. He's realizing he's an unwilling accomplice to a lunatic. Philip trembles, looking back nervously, expecting to be caught. He pleads, why don't we turn back now and beg for forgiveness? We can come up with a new plan, desperate. Luke just watches him, silent for now. Luke turns to Philip with a patronizing look. You're an idiot, huh? He asks, his tone dripping condescension. Philip, taken aback, can only stammer, pardon? Luke gestures towards the statue. Think it through. If we were to turn back now, he explains, sipping his wine, I would have to explain why I left with the great predecessor's statue. He gives Philip a sly, knowing look. Then if my reason was that I need money for gambling, they would definitely never forgive me. He knows exactly how insane his plan sounds. Luke continues, I'm sure I'd be permanently expelled from the household if I returned now. Philip is struck dumb with horror, gasping as he realizes the full implication. Luke just says, no, as if correcting a minor detail about his own fate. He smirks, enjoying Philip's distress. I guess they wouldn't be able to do that to me since I'm still the young lord, he muses. Then his gaze fixes on Philip. I guess you'd be the only one. Luke delivers the punchline, Tio get kicked out. Philip's face is a mask of pure terror, trembling violently. He's trapped. Luke stands up on the cart, holding his wine bottle like a scepter, a cheerful escaping him. You better choose wisely, he tells Philip with a grin. Think about what is better for you. Luke leans in, his voice a mocking whisper. Do you want to become a vagrant without any money? Philip looks terrified. Luke's eyes then gleam with a manipulative smile. Or do you want to become a hero that will bring honor to this household? Choose, Philip, Luke commands, his gaze intense. Philip's eyes are wide with panic. After a tense pause, he mutters, I'll keep. Philip, looking utterly defeated, a dark cloud of despair over him, finishes, going the way we were going. Luke beams, raising his bottle. Good, let's do just that. He's completely manipulated the poor knight. Philip is hunched over the reins, tears streaming, fists clenched in frustration. Damn it, he thinks. I did hear his personality changed after waking up, but this is basically the devil himself. The scene shifts. A voice calls out, 5 minutes until departure. We see the mast of a large sailing ship against a bright sky, seagulls crying. All aboard, another call. Luke and Philip walk down a wooden pier towards the imposing ship. Philip looks hesitant, still full of doubt, asking if they're really getting on. Luke glances back, arms crossed, impatient. What? Should we just turn back now? He asks sarcastically. Philip, flustered, quickly replies, let's get on, clearly still terrified of the consequences. Their boots make a solid thud as they step onto the ship's gangplank. A crewman rings a large bell, shouting, departing. The bell clangs loudly. Seagulls cry as they circle in the sky above. The ship sails out onto the vast, sparkling ocean, wind filling its sails. It's a grand departure for a very questionable mission. Night falls. The ship arrives at a bustling, brightly lit port city nestled against dark hills, under a full moon. A sign reads, Harbor City, Lam. The lively noise of the city fills the air. A hand holds out a small, red pouch of money, presumably payment for the statue. It doesn't look like much for a national treasure. Indeed, Philip argues with a gruff-looking merchant in a workshop, the melted-down golden form of hero Locken visible behind them. It's the statue of a hero who saved the world, yet that's all you're going to pay? Philip exclaims. The merchant retorts he'd go out of business if he paid more. Luke, uninterested in haggling, simply calls out to Philip. Luke gestures with his thumb over his shoulder. Guide the way, he orders, ready for the next part of his plan. They walk through a lively marketplace. Philip grumbles they could have gotten more. Luke looks around, nostalgic. That's good enough. This place sure has changed. Philip asks if he's been here before. Luke glances around the busy street. Only for a bit, he says vaguely. Although it wasn't like this back then. The crowd's noise is overwhelming. A flashback of a monstrous kraken appears in Luke's mind. Back then, we couldn't get here easily because of a kraken, he recalls. It was basically a deserted island. So, Lammer wasn't always this bustling city. Luke sighs, a wistful look in his eyes. Goodness. It really has been 500 years. The reality of time lost and a changed world seems to hit him. He snaps out of his reverie. But it was a good idea to come here, he says, arms crossed, determined. Philip, eager for praise, beams. Really? Thank you, young lord. Philip grins excitedly, saying he doesn't know when Luke was here last, but it'll definitely be different now. Philip gestures expansively. This place is the second biggest city in the southern region of the empire, so things are constantly changing. The city teems with life and activity. Philip enthusiastically explains its history, an island once unreachable due to krakens and sea monsters, but magic engineering turned it into a populated hub. Luke listens, simply saying, "Oh, I see." Philip leans in nervously. So naturally, the gambling scene here is really big. Are you sure you'll be all right? Luke turns, a confident, almost predatory glint in his blue eyes. Philip, if I weren't confident, I wouldn't have even come here, Luke finishes, his gaze fixed on a massive, opulent, brightly lit golden building in the distance, clearly a high-class casino, its grandeur and allure undeniable. Luke starts walking towards it. Now, let's head inside. Philip, looking extremely nervous, reaches out to stop him. Hold on, young lord. Philip is sweating, face pale. Let me take some deep breaths first, he gasps. Luke looks back, unimpressed. What are you afraid of? Philip clutches his chest, voice trembling. How are you so calm? Do you know a way to win these games? Luke smirks. A way to win? Well, I guess so. Luke strikes a confident pose, pointing upwards, a charming, roguish smile on his face. When it comes to gambling, he declares with a flourish, your attitude is everything. Blue sparkles emphasize his bravado. The scene shifts to a card table. 2 cards are revealed, a 5 and an 8. That's not good, Luke says, but his tone is unconcerned. Luke sits at the table, arms crossed, a smug look, flanked by 2 female dealers. Piles of gold coins are stacked high in front of him. Haha. Looks like I've won again, he laughs, raking in winnings. He's clearly on a roll. One of the dealers asks, her expression unreadable, what now? Will you continue? Luke leans forward, a bead of sweat on his temple but a confident, almost greedy smile. He says nothing, just lets the tension build, a slight nervous twitch of intense focus. He's definitely in his element. Back at the gambling table, the cards are down, a 5 and an 8. Luke thinks, what should we do? It looks like he might have lost this hand. But then, Luke declares with a laugh, I've won again. He's sitting with arms crossed, a smug look, while the female dealers look on, perhaps a little less composed. A massive pile of gold coins sits before him, his hand reaching out to rake them in. His winnings are growing fast. The casino is buzzing. Gamblers watch, some in awe, others in disbelief. One loser is dramatically thrown out. Luke thinks luck is on his side today. Philip, nearby, mutters that ability is also part of luck, trying to rationalize Luke's incredible streak, while another onlooker gushes about how generous he is. The main opponent, the man in the red suit, leans forward with a sly smile, casually tossing a coin. It's an honor to play with such a cool young lord, he says, his tone smooth and flattering. However, his smile turns into a smirk. It seems you have no coins left. Indeed, Luke's side of the table now only has a few scattered coins. The opponent leans back. Should we end the game here? The dealers look on knowingly. They think they've got him. Luke's eyes narrow. We can't do that, he says firmly. He then barks an order, "Philip! Exchange all of the remaining money into coins." He's not backing down. Philip is horrified, clutching the bag of money protectively. "What? We can't. If you lose this too, then," he protests. But Luke cuts him off with a furious shout, his face contorted in anger. "Don't talk back and bring it." The red-suited gambler watches with a smug, predatory look, his eyes gleaming red. "Fufu, the fool is agitated," he thinks, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "I'm lucky today." Philip, defeated, brings a massive pile of gold coins to the table with a heavy thud. Luke declares, "I'll wager my entire fortune on this." Luke's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression deadly serious as he leans over the mountain of gold. "I'll all in." The stakes couldn't be higher. Philip is in absolute despair, hand over his mouth, tears streaming. The family is doomed. He wails internally, surrounded by the disapproving, ghostly figures of Lakan ancestors. The red-suited gambler looks surprised, but intrigued. "Your entire fortune? Are you serious?" he asks, the crowd murmuring around them. He continues, trying to sound composed, "I'm nervous because it's my first time having such a big game. But you must be fine with it, young lord." He's trying to maintain his cool facade. Luke sits calmly across from him, the crowd a blur. "Well, being anxious about it doesn't change the results," Luke states, his voice steady. The gambler smirks. "How impressive, then?" The dealer asks, "Shall we confirm each other's cards?" The atmosphere shifts as the moment of truth arrives. The red-suited gambler slams his cards down, revealing a full house. "Darn. Wow," he shouts triumphantly, ecstatic. "The goddess of luck must be on my side today." He reaches for the massive pile of coins. "Then unfortunately I'll take the coins." Luke interrupts him, his voice calm but firm. "Wait." Luke looks at him coolly. "You need to check my cards too." Luke slowly reveals his hand, a royal flush. "Surprisingly enough, I have these cards." The reveal is smooth, deadly. The gambler stares in utter disbelief, eyes wide with shock. "What?" he screams. That makes no sense." His winning hand is suddenly worthless. Luke smirks. "Aren't these sudden reversals the joy of gambling?" A gold coin flips in the air, symbolizing the turn of fortune. Luke reaches out his hand towards the massive pile of gold, his smile confident. It was an enjoyable match. The dealers behind him look stunned and slightly fearful. Philip is overcome with emotion, tears of relief streaming as he clutches Luke's arm. "Young lord," he sobs, "I believed in you." Though he clearly didn't a moment ago. The red-suited gambler slams his fist on the table with a thunderous crash. "No way," he roars, refusing to accept defeat. He points an accusing finger at Luke, face contorted with rage. "There's no way you got those cards," he yells. "What tricks did you play?" Luke's face is shadowed, his smile gone, replaced by a cold, knowing look. "Tricks?" he repeats. The two female dealers behind him suddenly look demonic, eyes glowing, clearly in on something. "Are you talking about having the people behind me?" Luke continues, "Tell you my cards?" The gambler is struck dumb, shockwaves around him. How did he know? He thinks, utterly exposed. A close-up on Luke's cold, calculating eye. Did he really think I wouldn't know? Seaman thinks, his centuries of experience with deceit showing. He explains internally, as we see a spectator subtly passing a card to the gambler, all of the spectators nearby are his subordinates. And I knew they were secretly passing over cards. Seaman continues his internal monologue, showing Philip panicking while Seaman calmly plays. But the reason I kept foolishly falling for it, the reason is revealed, was because I needed to touch all of the cards. We see Seaman subtly imbuing cards with faint blue mana. I left small marks of mana on them, he explains. If I can control the cards with the marks, then for me, who used to manage a golem army, changing cards is like a walk in the park. He's using his ancient, albeit limited, powers. He concludes with absolute confidence, I can easily win all matches even without using any fancy tricks. Back in the present, Luke smirks at the trembling gambler. Hey, hurry and acknowledge your loss, he taunts as the gambler shakes with rage and fear. The red-suited gambler glares, face dark with fury. I think today's business ends now, he growls. He then orders his men, show this young master some etiquette education. Suddenly, thuggish men with glowing red eyes and crude weapons emerge from the shadows, surrounding Luke. Luke lets out a weary sigh, his face shadowed, expression one of utter disdain. Why are these bastards the same even after 500 years? He mutters, unimpressed by their thuggery. A faint blue aura glows around Luke's hand. I don't have the same amount of mana as before, he thinks, a dangerous smile on his lips, but it's no issue when facing small fry like you. Come, Luke challenges as the thugs rush towards him with shouts. Suddenly, Philip leaps in front of Luke, sword drawn, intercepting the attackers with a flurry of red energy slashes. Young lord, duck, he yells, bravely defending his master. Philip stands protectively before Luke, eyes blazing with newfound courage and loyalty, a red aura surrounding him. How dare you draw a sword towards the sole heir of the Locken family, he roars. His gaze hardens. That must mean you're prepared to put your life on the line, right? Philip, the timid guard, has found his spine. The lead thug, about to strike Luke, freezes in shock, hands up, utterly intimidated by Philip's sudden ferocity. The scene erupts into chaos. Philip is a whirlwind taking down thugs. One casino owner shouts he's committed a sin worthy of death as his men are beaten. Philip, fending off an attacker, yells, "Shut up, you bastard! You dare try to harm the young lord." Luke watches this unexpected display with a surprised, almost intrigued expression, hand to his chin, a hint of amusement in his voice. He actually looks a little impressed. This isn't bad, he thinks. Later, Philip struggles to carry a massive sack overflowing with gold coins, clearly the winnings. Wow, this is quite heavy, he grunts. As they walk through Lammer, Philip hefts the bag. I think this is definitely more than 10,000 pesos, he says, amazed. Luke, walking ahead, simply replies, obviously. They needed 30,000. Luke glances back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks, watching Philip happily lugging the gold, this kid, I thought of him as just a porter, but he's more talented than I expected. Philip calls out, young lord, wait for me. Luke reflects with a considering. Regardless, today's earnings weren't bad. But it'll be hard to use gambling houses after causing this chaos. He knows he can't pull the same stunt twice. Philip catches up. Is there anywhere else to make money besides gambling houses? He asks. Luke muses, somewhere to make a lot of money. Philip's head pops up with an idea. Then what about a gigant arena? Luke looks interested. A gigant arena? Philip, carrying the sack like a backpack, explains excitedly against a backdrop of two massive gigants clashing, yes. Like how there were arenas where humans used to fight. Now there are arenas where giants fight each other. Philip continues. Depending on the match, the dividend rate differs, but if you do well, you can earn 30,000 pesos, or even more. This definitely gets Luke's attention. Luke stands with arms crossed, thoughtful. I was interested in the gigants. Thinks. If they're developed using golem magic, it might be helpful in guessing who'll win. His old expertise might be useful. Philip puffs out his chest, beaming with pride, flowers blooming around him. Just believe in me, young lord, he declares. I was once a top student at the Imperial Military Gigant Academy. So, the timid guard has hidden talents. Luke just nods. I got it, so just lead me there. Philip practically skips ahead, calling back, young lord, give me more credit. He's thrilled to be useful. As they walk, a commotion erupts. A man yells, you trash-like bastards, kicking someone on the ground. I told you not to come here. The kicks are brutal. Two armored guards beat a young boy curled up on the ground. I told you to stay quietly in your area, one shouts. Will you only listen after you die? It's senseless brutality. Philip looks on, shocked and disgusted. Gosh, to a young child. He mutters, appalled by the cruelty. Text appears, 500 years. Luke watches, his expression hardening. Although the world has changed a lot, there are still some things that haven't changed, he thinks, images flashing of societal decay. Some things rot even more as time passes. His voice is laced with ancient weariness. Hey! He begins, patience gone. Luke shouts, his voice cutting through the air, stop right now. One of the armored guards turns, annoyed. Who is it? He demands. A young woman with long, light silver lavender hair and elegant clothes steps forward, her presence commanding attention. She addresses the guards, her voice clear and firm. Are you not the royal guard, who are supposed to protect the subjects? Luke and Philip look on, surprised. She continues, her gaze unwavering, a beautiful gem earring glinting. Then why are you wielding violence against young children? Her delicate earring contrasts with the brutality she's confronting. Luke watches her, a strange, almost stunned expression on his face as she asks the guards if only nobles are considered subjects. An extreme close-up on Luke's eye. It's wide, a flicker of something profound, recognition? Shock? His pupil is dilated. The woman declares passionately, these children have the right to be protected too. Below her, an image of a strikingly similar woman with the same determined eyes appears. Luke stares, his mind reeling, and he utters a single, disbelieving name. Katerina? The scene is tense. Royal guards face off against the mysterious silver-haired woman. One guard sneers that even if she's a princess, resisting is pointless. The Count himself ordered them to deal with the refugees. He gestures to the beaten child, complaining about how restless people have become. The woman walks towards them with determined steps. A close-up on her elegant attire, ornate earring, purple gem at her throat. She challenges the guard firmly. Then do you believe that locking people up like cattle in an environment not suitable to live in is right? Luke watches, eyes wide with shock and something unreadable. Sweat rolls down his temple. Her words echo the injustices he and Katerina fought against. The woman steps closer to the cowering refugee children, her protective stance clear. They are innocent children that have lost their nation and their family, she declares. And if they were guilty... She places a hand over her heart, resolute, eyes shining with conviction. I shall be the first to be punished. She declares, before I am the princess of the Volga kingdom, I am one of the refugees seeking exile. Brave, defiant words. One guard looks troubled, hand to his helmet. Princess, he says, exasperated. If you continue to be this way, it will do nothing but cause trouble. The guards sigh, frustrated. We're not doing this because we want either, one grumbles. We're doing this because the Count ordered us. Just following cruel orders. Philip, still lugging the gold, turns to Luke, concerned. The situation is getting kinda serious. Is this okay? He asks, then lowers his voice. Do you know who that is? Philip smiles, a little starstruck. Of course. She's also quite famous in the Volga kingdom as the princess that cares not for the noble's gaze. He watches as the princess kneels to comfort the refugee children. I don't know why, but I've heard their kingdom fell to ruin, Philip continues. I never would have thought that I'd see Princess Reina in a place like this. Luke stares, lips slightly parted, as if about to speak her name. Reina? Luke murmurs, the name foreign, yet the face overwhelmingly familiar. His shock is palpable. He studies her face, gentle smile, kind eyes, the way her silver hair frames her face. No, however I look at her. He thinks, mind racing, that's definitely Katerina. The resemblance is uncanny, almost impossible. Luke stands frozen, watching Reina with the children. Did she reincarnate like I did? He wonders, shaken to his core. Even then, how could she look the same? It defies all logic after 500 years. Suddenly, a guard, losing patience, grabs Reina forcefully by the arm. Princess Reina, I apologize, but I cannot allow you to do this. Reina cries out. The guard snarls that if this continues, they'll be the ones punished. What are you doing? Reina shouts, struggling as another guard approaches menacingly. The first guard just clicks his tongue. Stop bothering us, the guard yells, about to shove her. Reina cries out again. Luke watches, expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath. Luke's voice cuts through, low and dangerous. Hey! In a blur, Luke lunges forward with surprising speed, aiming a punch at the guard holding Reina. Get your filthy hands off of her, he roars, his voice filled with primal fury. Luke clenches his fist, mind flashing back to losing Katarina. Even if time passes and the world changes, he thinks, resolve hardening. Luke's punch connects with brutal force, sending the guard flying. The guard screams. Luke isn't holding back. Luke's eyes blaze with white-hot rage, a dark aura flaring. These pieces of filth will, he snarls, voice dripping venom, landing another powerful blow. He continues his savage assault. No matter what, just never disappear. The guard's face is contorted in pain. For Seaman, these guards represent the same cruelty that took Katarina. Reina grabs Luke's arm, trying to stop him, face full of alarm. Stop. Please stop, she pleads, horrified by his sudden, brutal violence. Luke hesitates. Reina looks at him, eyes wide with fear and concern. There's no need to go that far, she says, voice trembling. Luke pants, rage slowly receding, replaced by confusion as he looks at the woman so like his lost love. Kekatari, he begins, dazed. The other guard, recovering, raises his sword, enraged. You fool! You dare attack a guard? It seems you do not fear the imperial law, he bellows, ready to strike. Reina gasps, trying to shield Luke. Philip, ever the unexpected hero, steps between them, his sword deflecting the blow. Is that imperial law of yours? He begins, voice surprisingly steady. He glares at the guard, stands firm, more important than a life? The guard is shocked by Philip's intervention, his blade deflected. The guard, attack thwarted, can only grit his teeth. Philip has him at a disadvantage. The guard, realizing he's outmatched or unwilling to escalate, backs off, snarling, I'll make you regret this. Philip advises Luke, TSK, this isn't the time for the gigantarena. Run before this gets bigger. Luke, however, is still staring at Reina, muttering, K-ka. Luke ignores Philip and rushes towards Reina, voice filled with desperate hope. Katarina, he shouts. Philip just looks on, confused. Luke reaches Reina, face a mask of concern and relief. Are you hurt? He asks urgently. I'm sorry, I lost my mind. I should have helped you, Sue. Reina looks at him, surprised. I'm sorry? She's flustered. She then asks, head tilted slightly, but who are you? Luke freezes, his expectant expression falling into utter confusion. Huh? Luke stammers. What do you mean, who? But Reina, pulling the small child behind her, warns him sharply, don't come any closer. She doesn't recognize him. Luke tries to recover, a desperate, slightly manic smile. If that's right. I look different, you might not recognize me. I'll tell you everything. He's clinging to the hope she is Katarina. Reina cuts him off, firm but not unkind. That will not be necessary. What's the difference between you and the guards abusing these children? Luke is taken aback. Katarina, that's... Reina looks at him steadily. More importantly, you seem to be mistaking me for someone else. Luke's hope visibly deflates. She states plainly, my name is not Katarina. I am Reina, she declares. Luke stands there, utterly crestfallen, as Reina stands with the refugee children clinging to her. The world seems to tilt. Philip rushes over, trying to smooth things. Oh my! It seems the young lord made a mistake, he says, bowing apologetically. Princess, we're not suspicious people. Philip puts an arm around Luke's shoulder, trying to explain his behavior. He's been through some hardships. Philip continues, whispering to Reina that Luke seems confused and mistook her for someone he knows, hoping she'll understand. Luke stares blankly, the shock hitting hard. Luke's mind flashes back to the dark days after Katarina's death, hunched over his research, alone. I endured countless hours alone, even though I knew she would never come back. He thinks, old pain resurfacing. He looks at Reina, then at Philip, berating himself internally. I fall apart like this just because they look alike. The resemblance was too strong, tearing open old wounds. Just then, an older man in a butler's uniform rushes up, frantic. "Princess, what are you doing here?" Reina looks surprised. The man, panting, introduces himself as Reina's butler, Victor. He scolds her, "I told you there was something important scheduled today. Do you know how hard it was to look for you?" Reina begins, "Oh, Victor. You see." But Victor, noticing the disarray, cuts her off, exasperated. "Don't tell me you were fighting with the guards again." Reina looks down guiltily. Victor sighs, then his gaze lands on Luke and Philip. "But who are those people next to you?" he asks suspiciously. Philip speaks politely, "It's our first time meeting. I apologize, but due to various situations, things are tense, so I'd be glad if you don't get too close to the princess." Trying to be diplomatic but protective, Luke lets out a small, mirthless laugh. How stupid," he mutters, likely referring to his own emotional outburst. Luke addresses Reina and Victor, composure regained. "Although it is true that I misunderstood and escalated the situation," he says, looking at Reina, "regardless of how I did it, isn't it the truth that I helped you?" He continues, a hint of old arrogance returning, "I didn't do it expecting anything in return." Luke looks directly at Reina. "But can't you at least say thank you?" Reina looks down, a little flustered but says nothing. Luke scoffs, turning away. "Let's go, Philip." Philip, eager to leave, replies, "All right," and starts to follow. Reina turns to Victor. "Let us go." Victor nods. "Okay." As Reina walks away, she pauses, thoughtful. "Now that I think about it," she murmurs, "I didn't get to thank him." She seems to regret her silence. The scene changes to a massive, grand coliseum, the Gigant Arena. An imposing sight. Inside, two announcers excitedly commentate. "Neither Gigant is letting up in this intense matchup," one shouts. The crowd is wild. Philip is caught up in the excitement, while Luke watches with a focused, analytical expression. The announcer booms, "It's times like this where you need to remain calm." Philip gasps, "Ooh. Things are getting dicey." Luke remains silent, eyes fixed on the Gigant battle. The announcer describes the action. "He quickly blocked that attack, but..." Luke watches intently, a single, chilling thought forming. It's over. In the arena, one Gigant delivers a devastating blow, sparks flying as metal clashes with a deafening crash. The defeated Gigant crashes to the ground, the sound reverberating through the arena. The crowd erupts. "And there's the final blow," the announcer screams. "Adolf wins." Philip is ecstatic. Luke watches, arms crossed, a knowing look. He clearly predicted it. Philip turns to Luke, overjoyed. "Wow, young lord. You got it again," he exclaims. "At this rate, we'll pay off all our debt and strike it rich." Luke smirks, a faint blue glow in his eye. "This much is easy," he thinks with a considering. He analyzes the winning Gigant, crackling with yellow energy. Is it because Gigants are based on golem magic? He muses. "I can easily determine the victor because I can see the flow of mana." His ancient knowledge is invaluable. The announcers gear up for the next match. "This match looks like it'll be quite the bloodbath," one says. The other chimes in, "This is Savage versus Sting." Luke, looking at betting odds, thinks, "I think I'll predict the next match too." How could Sting, at 1 win and 5 losses, possibly win against Savage at 28 wins and 2 losses? He looks thoughtful. Although it is possible to win despite such a disadvantage in strength, it seems this match will be trivial. He doesn't seem impressed by the underdog. The announcers hype the next fighter. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at those large axes. There hasn't been a single gigant they haven't been able to take down. A fearsome gigant, Savage Rider, Brian, enters, wielding 2 massive axes, armor adorned with fur and chains, exuding raw power, blue energy crackling around it. The announcer continues. His opponent is the one that miraculously took a victory last time. Luke looks up, a flicker of surprise. Oh, the lucky gigant, Sting. Philip sighs. Phew, it's quite a pity. He clearly thinks Sting has no chance. The gigant, Sting Rider, Karen, enters. Smaller, sleeker, orange accents on dark armor, carrying a mace-like weapon. Philip comments, he managed a lucky win, but now he's facing Savage. Luke watches Sting enter, a curious, almost amused, oh-ho, escaping him. Something has caught his ancient eye. Luke turns to Philip, a confident smirk. Philip, go all in on Sting. Philip is utterly shocked. Sting, he exclaims, jaw-dropping. Philip is aghast. What are you saying? Savage is guaranteed to win this match. He can't believe Luke would bet on such a massive underdog. Luke's eyes glow with that intense blue light. I wonder, he says, his voice calm but full of hidden meaning. Luke stares intently at Sting, the gigant now enveloped in a fiery red aura in his perception. I see. He murmurs, sensing intense mana. His thought is clear and decisive, a different victor. He's seen something everyone else has missed. The gigant arena is roaring. Savage's massive axe swings down with incredible force, the sound echoing its power. But Sting, the underdog, meets the blow head-on. Sparks fly as their weapons clash with a deafening clang. The crowd gasps. What's going on? This isn't the one-sided beatdown they expected. The announcers are going wild. Sting is putting on an unexpected performance. One yells, the other equally stunned but excited. Sting skillfully parries another powerful swing from Savage. The announcer screams, breaking everyone's expectations. They're blocking every single one of Savage's attacks. Savage, the rider of the larger gigant, lets out a booming laugh. Qua, I thought you were just an amateur, but I see you've got some skills. He's actually impressed. Savage's gigant's eyes glow ominously purple, a dark aura flaring. However, he growls, powering up. He unleashes a massive energy blast from his axes. It's still not enough to satisfy me. The attack slams into Sting with immense force. Philip is in agony, hands on his head, screaming, You can't lose, Sting. Luke, however, stands beside him, arms crossed, expression calm and analytical, just observing. Luke's eye glows with blue mana. Sting has the upper hand in terms of mana flow. He thinks, a slight frown. Just what are they thinking? He realizes something crucial. They aren't using their mana at all. Sting's rider is conserving energy or has a different strategy. Sting's gigant is taking a beating, sparks flying from its damaged armor. It's clearly struggling. Savage taunts Sting's rider, now on the ground. Ha! Get up, brat. Your legs are still attached. Savage's gigant stomps closer. If you can't fight anymore. Savage raises his axes for a final, devastating blow, a dark, fiery aura surrounding him. All I can offer you is more destruction. Sting's gigant slowly gets back to its feet, cloak billowing, gathering its own energy. Philip panics hilariously. What do we do? We're going to lose all our money. Luke remains unfazed as Philip frets. Sting's gigant dashes forward, dodging Savage's twin axe swing with incredible speed, a near miss. Sting's helmet glows with intense red light, energy crackling around it. It's powering up. Sting slams its fist into the ground, sending a shockwave of purple energy that shatters the arena floor with a massive boom. Savage's gigant is caught off balance, stumbling amidst the broken earth as the ground crumbles. Sting's rider thinks, are you aware you can adjust your bet in gigant matches up until 30 seconds into the match? A shadowy, demonic form of Sting looms. A close-up on Sting's glowing red visor. And just now, that time frame has passed. The trap is sprung. Savage's rider grunts, "I can't afford to pay for any more repairs than this." His gigant is taking damage, he's worried about the cost. Sting's rider raises their hands, and a complex, glowing red magic circle appears, pulsing with immense power, gathering massive energy. The attack is named Fire Blast. Sting unleashes a colossal pillar of fire that engulfs Savage's gigant completely, the roar of the flames filling the arena. Savage's gigant is consumed. The announcer screams, "How could this be? An unprecedented event is happening here today." The fire blazes. The announcers are ecstatic, fists pumping. "Our champion, who bested the odds of 20-1 with pure skills." Sting stands victorious over Savage's smoking wreckage. Their name is Sting. The crowd roars as Sting poses triumphantly. Philip is ecstatic, jumping and cheering. "WS, we won. I believed in you the whole time." He absolutely did not. Luke watches, a faint, thoughtful smile. Luke murmurs, a bead of sweat on his temple, "He used magic?" He seems genuinely surprised. Philip, still celebrating, doesn't hear. Luke repeats, more to himself, "This can't be possible." Philip, noticing, asks, "What?" Philip, now composed and smug, explains with a knowing finger wag, "Sting's rider, Karen, must have been a rune knight. It's not too common to see gigants using magic. But they must have been hiding their strength to raise the odds." Luke, however, looks troubled. "No," he thinks, "that's not what's important." Luke stands amidst swirling blue magical energy, a profound realization dawning. "The fundamental theory behind using magic through weaponry is something I developed," he thinks, mind flashing to his ancient research. "And that method, no matter how much time has passed, cannot be replicated by others." His expression is grim. "That's because..." The shocking truth hits him. "It's a process I completed with the use of black magic." Only he should know this specific application. Later, Luke and Philip are in the gigant arena hangar. Philip asks, "Why did you want to come to the hangar?" Luke is silent, his footsteps echoing. Philip continues, "Don't we need to head back soon?" Luke snaps, "Shut up," clearly annoyed and deep in thought. Luke clutches his head, frustrated. "I'm busy thinking and you aren't helping." His agitation is clear. Philip looks on, bewildered. Suddenly, Victor, Reina's butler, appears, distraught. "You can still change your mind," he pleads to someone off-panel. "How can you go to a match with a gigant like this?" Reina stands defiantly before him. Victor continues, "This isn't a fight you should have accepted. A mercenary like Andre would have no trouble riding Mir to fight the Count's gigant." Philip recognizes them. "Those people are from..." Luke observes, "Ah, we ran into Princess Reina again. They seem to be having some problems." Victor practically begs Reina, "Princess, why did you agree to such a rash duel? You'd need to marry the Count if you lose. This isn't a decision you can take so lightly." The stakes for Reina are incredibly high. Reina clenches her fist, determined. "I made my choice carefully. If I didn't accept, countless refugees would have starved to death." Her compassion drives her. Her eyes soften with resolve. "In order to save everyone, this is the only way." Victor is aghast. "That can't be. How can sacrificing your future be a viable option?" He gestures to a dilapidated, cracked gigant shield. "With a gigant that's falling apart, it's obvious that you'll lose." A piece falls off the shield. Victor continues his desperate plea. "You want to protect the refugees? But what about your own life? Why do you not seek to protect your life at all?" Reina looks away, resolve unshaken. Luke turns to leave. "Let's go, Philip." Philip looks back at the argument. "Young lord?" "I'm finished." "Let's head back," Luke says, walking away. Philip reluctantly follows. Luke walks past a massive, dormant gigant, footsteps echoing in the hangar. He glances back at Reina's group. "Yeah, She's not Katerina, he thinks, a hint of disappointment. I don't need to get involved in. Just then he overhears Victor say, "Yes, you are just selling yourself off, princess." Luke's eye twitches. That phrase, selling yourself off, strikes a very, very raw nerve. Philip explains Reina's situation. The Count is a man who stops at nothing. He's threatened the refugees many times. A new voice, a young technician, speaks with despair. "Without you, princess, the refugees will truly be helpless." He continues to Reina, "And if you aren't completely changing the mana stone, this gigant won't even be operable." The situation looks hopeless. The technician adds, "Even if it were, the difference in specs compared to Count Manak's gigant will be too large. You should listen to your butler." Reina looks at her battered gigant. "I am well aware of that, but I can't give up." She clenches her fist, voice filled with determination. "If I lose without even trying..." A tear traces a path down her cheek, her expression one of sorrowful resolve. "Just who else will stand up for the weak?" she asks, voice choked with emotion. Her dedication is absolute. Luke, who had been walking away, stops and turns back. "Then could I take a look?" he asks. Reina, Philip, and Victor look at him in surprise. Reina turns fully, her expression questioning. Luke looks at her dilapidated gigant and its mana stone. "That mana stone and this gigant, I think they can still be used." Victor immediately steps before Reina, drawing his sword protectively. "Stand back, princess," he yells, eyes narrowed with suspicion. Victor glares. This is too convenient. They could be assassins sent by Count Manak. He's not trusting these strangers. Philip tries to placate him, laughing nervously. "Huh. Please, put away the sword." Luke, however, looks annoyed. "Hey, Gramps, you've really been getting on my nerves." Philip quickly introduces him. This is Luke Dlaken, the 15th descendant of the Locken family and the current lord. Victor is skeptical. Hero Locken's family? How can we trust those words? Reina, however, steps forward gently. "Victor, stand down." Victor reluctantly lowers his sword. "Princess." Reina addresses Luke. "I apologize for our meeting before." She looks at him earnestly. "You seem to have overheard our situation. I am embarrassed to admit it, but we have no other way." Reina bows her head slightly. "If it's all right, I'd like to ask another favor of you. I beg of you." She's desperate. Luke considers, then a slight, confident smile touches his lips. "All right." He pulls out a small, ornate dagger. "To ensure I am not mistaken this time," he says, examining it. He walks towards Reina's massive, damaged gigant. "I'll make sure to show off my skills." The gigant's imposing presence fills the hangar. Victor sighs, shoulders slumping. "Sigh, princess," he says, clearly still worried. The technicians look on skeptically. The red-haired technician scoffs. "Gigant repairs can't be done by just anyone. There's a reason gigant specialists are called Iron Mages." He watches Luke approach. Won't he just damage the gigant further? Damn nobles and their massive egos. He mutters disdainfully. Philip, overhearing, slings an arm around both technicians with a grin. "Then, do you want to make a bet with me?" The technicians look surprised. Philip declares confidently, "I bet 10,000 pesos that our young lord can easily fix the gigant that you two were unable to fix." He's got complete faith in Luke now. The red-haired technician sputters. "What? Why would I take an offer like that?" Philip taunts, "You don't need to take it if you're scared." The technician, insulted, yells, "The hell you mean, scared? Double the stakes and I'm in." Reina turns to Philip, curious. "Sir Philip, may I ask you a question?" Philip, still excited, beams, "Yes, princess." Reina gestures towards Luke, now before the gigant, holding his ornate dagger. "Is a tool like that typically used to fix gigants?" she asks, clearly unfamiliar. Philip stares, his confident expression faltering. He has no idea what Luke is doing either. Luke raises the dagger, and with a swift slice, cuts his own palm. Blood wells up. Philip gasps. Young Lord. Philip, Reina, Victor, and the technicians all stare in shock and horror. Luke just sighs. Luke holds up his bleeding hand, ignoring their shock. Shut up, Philip. Just keep watching. Blood drips from his fingers. The technicians are aghast. What is he? One exclaims, hands on his head. Luke presses his bleeding hand against the gigant. Dark, crimson energy emanates from him, swirling with ancient, powerful magic circles. The forbidden power awakens. The red magic circles expand, filled with glowing runes, pulsing with ominous light. This is not normal repair. Luke's eyes glow with terrifying white light, his hair seeming to float as black magic surges through him. A complex, dark sigil forms on the gigant's chest plate, glowing with red and yellow energy. Luke is enveloped in a vortex of dark red energy, the rush of power palpable. He throws his head back, a silent scream on his lips as the black magic courses through him. Now! He thrusts his hand forward, blood magic erupting in a massive display, the hanger lit by its crimson glow. Arise, he commands, an explosive release of forbidden energy. He's not just fixing the gigant, he's awakening something far more terrifying. We flash back to a dark, imposing castle silhouetted against a massive full moon, a chilling wind whistling through the desolate landscape. This is Demon King Seaman's era. Demon King Seaman, robed and staff in hand, walks through a barren, rocky land. He lets out a weary sigh, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness as the wind whips his long hair. He stops before a colossal, broken stone golem, one of his former servants. Have you really fallen in a place like this? He asks, his voice tinged with sorrow, looking at the massive, inert form. Seaman's eyes glow red with dark power. You are immortal beings. Those who lead your enemies to hell, he declares, dark tendrils of energy erupting around him. Answer my summons once more. The surge of his necromantic power is palpable. The dark energy intensifies, and the broken golem's eyes begin to glow with a menacing pink light, cracks of power spreading across its stone body. The colossal golem rises, reanimated by Seaman's black magic, dark energy swirling around its immense, terrifying rebirth. Back in the present, in the gigant hangar, Mir's chest plate glows with a brilliant golden light, signaling its reawakening. Everyone stares in stunned silence as Mir, Reina's gigant, stands fully powered, radiating golden energy. One technician gasps, as expected of the young lord, conveniently forgetting his earlier skepticism. Philip is ecstatic, arms raised in triumph. I believed in you, he shouts, though he clearly didn't. The red-haired technician, Andre, is on his knees, utterly defeated by the bet, stammering that it's impossible. Reina and Victor are equally astounded. He really did it. Reina whispers. Victor mutters, Mir is moving once again? How could this be? Luke stands before the glowing gigant, a faint, knowing smile. He thinks, I can't believe he was able to revive a dead magic crystal. I've never heard of such magic. He's referring to his past self, Seaman, and the uniqueness of his black magic. He continues internally, the continent. No, the entire world would be amazed at this historic event. He knows the true significance of what he's just done. Philip rushes up, completely starstruck. Young lord, there really isn't anything you can't do. I'd believe you even if you said you could make a golem out of rocks. Oh, if only he knew. Andre, still in disbelief, points accusingly. That's impossible. It has to be a trick. Drawing a magic circle with blood sounds like black magic, don't you think? He looks to Philip for support, who just stammers. Philip glares at Andre. You dare claim the sole heir of Lacan, using black magic? He's offended on Luke's behalf, though he has no idea how right Andre is. Andre insists, no matter how you look at it, that's... Luke interrupts calmly. It's fine, I'll explain. The truth is... Luke strikes a confident pose, arms crossed. This is a top-secret technique passed down by the Lacan family, hidden for nearly 500 years. His bold-faced lie is delivered with dramatic flair. Andre is flabbergasted. A family's secret technique? What kind of swordsman family has a secret magic technique? It makes no sense, but Luke is selling it. Reina steps forward, serious. That's not what's important right now, she says, looking at Luke. Even if it were black magic, you've saved countless lives. She values results over methods. She looks at Luke with sincere gratitude. I don't know how I could ever repay you. Thank you so much. I'd like to apologize for what happened last time as well. She's finally thanking him. Luke smiles faintly. Well, it's fine. It's no surprise you misunderstood. He's surprisingly gracious. Reina shakes her head. No. She gently takes his injured, bleeding hand. You were hurt because of me, so please allow me to treat you at the very least. Luke looks at her, a flicker of softness in his eyes. If that'll put you at ease, be my guest. For a moment, the cold demon king is gone. Suddenly, a disheveled man bursts into the hangar, running frantically. There's a huge problem, he shouts. Everyone turns in surprise. Victor demands, what is it, for you to come screaming like that? The man pants, HHE's gone. The messenger continues, pale with panic. He's not in the waiting room and I searched all over the lodging. But I can't find the rider Andre anywhere. Reina gasps, eyes wide with shock and dawning horror. The mercenary pilot has vanished. Meanwhile, in a lavish dining room, Count Monique smirks. We've succeeded in winning over Andre, so now the princess has no riders. He adds, annoyed, it seems they've somehow repaired their gigant, though. An attendant asks, didn't you say their gigant couldn't be activated? The count sips his wine. That was the case, but recently... A sharp crash. The count has violently thrown his wine glass. The attendant who asked cowers on the floor. I apologize. The count looms, furious. I hate apologies the most. The attendant babbles for another chance. The count snarls, scram. You're fired. This is Lammerfief's lord, Count Monique. Count Monique dismisses the terrified attendants. Tieske. I've lost my appetite. There haven't been any other variables, right? The remaining servants stammer, Fen. The count's eyes narrow with a cruel, possessive glint. There can't be even a sliver of probability, not until Princess Reina's completely mine. His obsession is clear. He stands before a massive, shadowy silhouette of his gigant, Achilles, a dark aura around it. Soon, everyone will know just what kind of person the master of Manak is. An ominous declaration. Back at the Gigant Arena, the announcers are gearing up. Now then, last but not least we have... The crowd roars with expectation. The sun shines brightly on the massive arena. The announcers begin, Princess Reina's Emma versus Achilles. It seems there's an overwhelming difference between the two. Count Manak's champion Gigant, Achilles, makes a grand entrance, golden, powerful, pristine. Count Manak's opus magnum, Achilles, Lammer fiefdom's champion, boasting 76 victories, not a single loss. Let's see what Mir has prepared against this ever-victorious champion. One announcer looks confused, sweating. However, Mir is nowhere to be seen in the arena. Achilles stands alone in the vast arena, sunlight glinting off its golden armor. The announcer sounds worried. Have they abandoned the match in the end? The crowd gets restless and angry. Ichwai, did you get scared and run away? One shouts. Another yells, oh, I give yous back our money. Count Monique, in his viewing box, smirks with satisfaction. He, given up because you don't have a rider? That's why you should have just quietly accepted my marriage proposal, Reina. His eyes gleam with malice. I'll show you what happens when you bruise my pride. Back in the hangar, the mood is grim. Reina's attendant cries out, Andre is gone? I can't find him anywhere. Victor looks grimly at Reina and the others. It seems Count Monique has tricked us. Victor is furious. Andre is a loyal vassal. Are you saying he's betrayed us? The attendant stammers. Teach there are people who've seen him entering the Count's camp. Reina looks distraught. Damn it. Even without stealing Andre, there's still a difference in strength between our gigants. She clenches her fists, voice trembling with anger and despair. I can't believe he'd stoop this low. This isn't just crushing us with power. The Count is playing dirty. Luke, listening quietly, speaks up. If you cannot participate. He looks at Reina, expression serious. Then you will be forced to marry him, correct? A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches Luke's lips. If it isn't too meddlesome, I believe I can help you with this as well. Reina, Victor, and the attendants stare, stunned. Just how would you do that? Lord Luke? Reina asks, voice barely a whisper. Philip steps forward, worried. Young lord, not that I don't believe you, but you haven't forgotten the accident last time you tried to operate a gigant, have you? He means the incident that put Luke in a coma. Luke gives a confident, almost dismissive smile. Don't worry. He continues, voice full of ancient, unshakable confidence. Operating a gigant is just. Suddenly, the arena announcer's voice booms. Oh? We thought Mir had given up. But here he is, entering the arena in the nick of time. Mir's heavy footsteps clang. Reina's gigant, Mir, strides into the arena, surprisingly imposing despite its battered appearance. The announcer shouts, he hasn't run away even with the ever-victorious Achilles in front of him. The crowd roars in surprise. Count Monike, in his private box, looks startled, nearly dropping his wine. Didn't you say there were no more riders on the princess's side? He demands. The attendant stammers, I'm sure there weren't any more riders. The Count glares, a vein throbbing. Then did she hire a mercenary? He snarls. This can't be. He's furious. Inside Mir's cockpit, the pilot thinks, I'm sure he doesn't realize the significance of this match. But to think there was someone so calm that they dare to take the princess's side in my territory. Mir continues its advance. Reina and Victor rush to the viewing balcony, panting. Sir Victor? What about the match? Reina asks. Victor replies, we aren't late. Thank goodness we entered on time. Reina looks out, worried. It may be a relief. But is this truly all right? She wonders, still anxious. She observes Achilles. At a glance, the differences between the gigant's performance is great. But the opposing rider is also the Lammer Territories champion. She knows this will be incredibly tough. Luke, beside her, reassures her calmly, it will be all right. Reina looks at him, surprised. Lord Luke. Luke gives a confident smirk. Although he normally looks rather simple-minded. He glances towards Mir's cockpit. That man. Inside the cockpit, it's revealed. Philip is the pilot. Strapped in, looking surprisingly determined, blue energy circles forming around his hands as he grips the controls. Is quite skilled. Philip, overwhelmed but resolute, thinks, young lord, just why are you doing this to me? The gigant's systems power up. The arena is buzzing, but not with excitement for a fair fight. Everyone's looking at Mir, this patched-up gigant, thinking it's a joke, a guaranteed loss. The announcer booms, Gigant, Mir, who we all expected to forfeit, has arrived in time. He continues, doubt dripping from his tone. However, as we can see, the difference in specs is quite apparent. And he's not wrong. Mir looks tiny next to the behemoth Achilles. In the stands, spectators gasp and mutter in disbelief, one scoffing. The camera pans to the wider arena, packed with a roaring crowd. The same spectator laughs uncontrollably, ha! I can't believe this. He almost shouts, they should have just run. The sentiment is clear. This looks like a suicide mission. We see Mir, piloted by Philip. It's seen better days, armor scuffed, carrying a simple sword and shield. Achilles' pilot sneers through comms, his voice full of contempt, calling a piece of junk like that a gigant? Can it even move? Disdain is palpable. Achilles, the champion, looms over Mir, golden armor gleaming. Its pilot speaks, amused, I'll applaud the fact that you didn't run. He gets serious, a dangerous edge to his tone. However, you must be aware of what this match entails. I have no intention of going easy on you. The threat hangs heavy. Inside Mir, Philip looks surprisingly calm, almost defiant. Through the gigant speakers, his voice rings out. You never know until you see it in action. His eyes gleam with hidden resolve. Achilles' pilot sounds intrigued, perhaps annoyed by the confidence. All right, let's put that confidence of yours. And with a deafening crash, Achilles lunges, its massive weapon swinging down. To the test. Dust and debris explode upwards. Watching from a private box, Luke Dlaken observes a slight frown. He thinks, as expected, his power really befits his size. Achilles' sheer force is undeniable. However, Luke's thought trails off, a hint of something more in his expression. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Mir, the supposedly clunky gigant, slides gracefully out from under Achilles' devastating blow, dodging it completely. Philip, through Mir, retorts coolly, just because you're big and strong doesn't mean you're a good fighter. Achilles' pilot is visibly taken aback. Mir doesn't just dodge, it counters with a swift, arcing slash, a trail of golden light following its sword. The sound of metal slicing air fills the arena. Achilles' pilot is genuinely shocked now. Huh? He's fast as well. He hadn't anticipated this agility. Achilles swings again, a wide, powerful sweep, but Mir ducks under it with incredible speed, almost dancing. Someone in the crowd yells, WB. A close-up on Achilles' armor shows fresh scratch marks. The pilot mutters, annoyed, You dodged my attack? He continues, irritated, I see your confidence was all baseless. Meanwhile, Philip, inside Mir, lets out a shaky breath. That was dangerous. That attack was no joke. Luke, still observing, looks a bit concerned, sweat on his temple. This is pretty bad. Thinks. Philip might be skilled, but Achilles is a monster. Luke's assessment continues, focusing on Philip. The writer is... Achilles readies another attack, its massive form tensing, the air crackling with power. Luke finishes his thought, at least an expert knight. He acknowledges Philip's skill, but the odds are still overwhelming. The announcer's voice cuts in, attacks, and more attacks. Achilles continues to launch a flurry of blows. The arena floor is being torn apart. Towards Mir. Achilles relentlessly pursues Mir, each step shaking the ground, while Mir, with Philip, expertly weaves and dodges. Count Monike, watching, slams his fist in frustration. Damn you, he seethes as Achilles swings its weapon, narrowly missing Mir, which tumbles but recovers. Philip grunts from the impact. The announcer cries, We thought it would be a quick match. But Mir hasn't allowed a single hit to land yet. Achilles is visibly frustrated. Mir continues its evasive dance. In the stands, Victor, Reyna's butler, wrings his hands, pale with worry. Shit! We can't win by running forever, he whispers. Princess Reyna, beside him, looks nervous but tries to stay strong, calling softly, V. Victor. Reyna attempts to reassure him, though her voice trembles. Don't be so nervous. Luke said Philip is a strong knight. Let's believe in him. Luke, overhearing, smirks faintly. I can hear your whispers. Luke continues internally. He's faced countless knights, so there's no doubt he's a good knight. He has faith in Philip's experience. Back in the arena, Achilles taunts Mir. Hey, get over here. Philip, as Mir calls back, give me a moment, while dodging. Luke watches thoughtfully. What is he doing? I'll need to educate him later. He muses. Luke sighs internally, exasperated. Shit. Does this guy never get tired? He means Achilles' relentless assault. Suddenly, Philip seems to make a decision. If that's so, he declares, and with a burst of speed, Mir charges, shield raised. How about a sneak attack? Mir's sword flashes, aiming for a gap as the gigants clash with a deafening shriek of metal. Achilles stands still for a moment. Down in the crowd, a young refugee boy watches, hopeful. Oh, did it work? He whispers. Achilles slowly turns its head. A dark, ominous aura emanates from it, red and black energy swirling. Its pilot's voice, now cold and dangerous, echoes, "So, you finally feel like fighting properly?" Philip, taken aback by this shift, stammers, "Not exactly." His sneak attack might have just woken a sleeping giant. Achilles raises its massive mace, glowing with intense power. "Then I'll give it my all as well," it roars. Philip, in Mir, looks up in alarm. The announcers are wild. "Oh, it's here. The champion's finishing move," one shouts. The other adds, "Will Omar be able to dodge even this?" The crowd is on its feet. Luke watches, sweat trickling, a grim smile. Well, I'll be damned. Things are escalating beyond even his calculations. A massive explosion rocks the arena as Achilles slams its empowered weapon down. The sound is deafening, dust and energy erupt. Through the dust, Achilles stands tall, weapon embedded in the ground. It seems to have missed, but the collateral damage is immense. Achilles' pilot speaks, calm but firm, unbelievable. He's looking at where Mir was. He continues, "You were not far enough to evade that." His tone suggests Mir must have taken the hit. But then, standing defiantly amidst settling dust, is Mir. Damaged, sparks flying, but still standing, light glinting off its helmet. Inside Mir, Philip grits his teeth, resolve hardening. "Uncle Rogers would kill me, but what else can I do? I gotta win since the young lord has his hopes on me." A new, powerful golden aura begins to glow around Mir. Luke, watching, smirks. A golden aura now visibly surrounds him too, mirroring Mir's. "You're going to regret this moment," he thinks, addressing Achilles' pilot, "for making me show my full power." As Luke thinks this, Mir surges with that same brilliant golden energy, crackling with power. Philip grips his sword, ready for the real fight. Achilles' pilot, watching, lets out an impressed, "Heh." He smiles slightly. "Such aura at a young age. I had a feeling, but it seems I've finally met a proper opponent." Suddenly, a holographic image of an older, stern man appears in Achilles' cockpit, furious. "What the hell are you doing?" he yells. The pilot flinches, "See count. This must be Monike, or his enforcer." The stern man berates the pilot. "Struggling against junk like that? Are you crazy? You know the consequences if you lose, right?" The pilot looks terrified. "I'm sorry, Dash." The pilot, sweating, activates something on his console. From now on," he stutters, voice filled with new, desperate resolve. Achilles now also radiates a massive, fiery aura matching Mir's. The pilot declares, "I'll show you a satisfactory performance." The gigants face off, both glowing with immense power. Achilles' pilot sneers, "Let's save the fair duel." Mir, still crackling with golden energy, stands its ground. "For another day." Achilles charges, weapon now infused with dark, crackling red energy, abandoning any pretense of fairness. Mir braces. Luke, watching, smirks confidently, his own golden aura flaring. "Sorry, but I'm too busy to accept another fight after this." He's already decided the outcome. With a blinding flash and tearing air, Mir vanishes. Achilles' pilot is stunned. He disappeared? The spot where Mir stood is now dust. "What?" Achilles' pilot exclaims. In that instant, Mir reappears behind Achilles, sword striking true, cutting deep into the champion's back armor with a brilliant flash and shower of sparks. Achilles' pilot reels from shock and impact. "This aura and speed," he gasps. Mir, now behind Achilles, poses with its sword, radiating incredible power. Could it be? A sudden realization hits Achilles' pilot like a thunderbolt. I remember now." He recalls a legend. He disappeared 3 years ago, but the undefeated legend of the Gigant Arena was the Black Knight's phantom sword. The image shows Mir, clearly this legend, delivering a final, devastating blow. One announcer, headset askew, jaw dropped, can only utter, "Amazing." Completely dumbfounded. Both announcers are on their feet, shouting. Something unprecedented has occurred. Achilles has been made inoperable in a flash. The winner is Mir, the unexpected underdog. Achilles slumps, defeated, while Mir stands victorious. The crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting, Mir. Mir. The refugee children Reina protected jump and cheer, faces alight with joy. Mir. Mir. Good work, Mir. The stadium is in uproar. Inside the smoking Achilles, the pilot chuckles weakly. Foo-foo, to think I'd get to meet the Black Knight here once again. Philip, as Mir, turns to the fallen Achilles. You know me? He asks. The pilot responds, I had the chance to fight you in the Royal Arena 3 years ago. The pilot continues, voice filled with awe and regret. You disappeared after setting such a record. Why are you in a place like this? Genuinely perplexed. Philip, as the Black Knight, gives a simple, heroic answer. Well, I'm the Black Knight. It's normal for me to help people in need, isn't it? The pilot manages a weak smile. I guess you're right. Philip then requests, I'm sorry, but could you keep the fact that I'm the Black Knight a secret? The pilot sighs, sure. I'm getting fired anyway. Philip looks down sympathetically. Sorry about that. Up in the stands, Victor is beside himself with joy, tears streaming. Princess. We won. Reina is also crying, tears of pure relief and happiness. She gently asks Victor, Victor, why are you crying at such a joyous event? Even Luke looks slightly amused by Victor's display. Luke observes them, a soft, almost melancholic expression. Reina wipes her tears, a radiant smile. Luke watches her, a thought crossing his mind, perhaps a memory of Katerina. I guess this much should be fine, he thinks, with quiet satisfaction. Luke turns and begins to walk away, ascending stairs. Anyways, he thinks, I can finally leave this place with a lighter heart. His footsteps echo softly. He continues up the stairs, leaving the cheering arena behind. Luke stops before a large betting odds board, scanning the numbers. No matter how many times I think about it, a confident, almost predatory smirk spreads across his face. Gambling is all about the flow. The camera zooms in. For Mir, the odds were a staggering 21.00 to 1. Luke's eyes glow with an almost demonic light as he clenches his fist. I bet the whole 10,000 pesos I made till now. He thinks, voice filled with triumph. It's an easy world for making money. A final tally appears. Fief of Lammer total earnings. Statue sale, 3,000 pesos. Gambling, 6,000 pesos. Gigant match, plus 4,000 pesos. Final earnings, 10,000 pesos x 21. Luke Dlaken. Total, 210,000 pesos earned. The gamble paid off, spectacularly. The sun climbs high, painting the clouds. It's a new day, a fresh start after the arena's chaos, a gentle sea breeze whispering. Down at Lammer's bustling port, a ship with brilliant white sails is ready. Luke, Philip, Reina, and Victor stand on the pier. Luke looks out at the open water, saying softly, I guess it's time for us to leave. Reina turns to Luke and Philip, her expression earnest and grateful. We can't thank you enough for everything that you've done. Little Victor stands beside her, looking up with respect. Luke offers a calm, reassuring smile. There's no need to worry about it, he says gently. All we did was help out in whatever way we could. He downplays their monumental efforts, but his eyes hold satisfaction. Reina still looks concerned, hand to her chest. But it must have been difficult helping us like this. She stammers softly. I wish we could have shown our gratitude properly. The weight of their risk is clear. Luke chuckles lightly. It's okay, I think you've given us plenty. He glances at Philip, awkwardly holding a large sack of winnings. If we hadn't met you, we would have never earned this much. Philip calls out, Princess, waving slightly. Luke looks out at Lammer thoughtfully. To be honest, I would love to stay here longer, he admits. Then, more seriously, however, since we caused such a huge scene, it's better we leave before my identity is revealed. He's aware of the danger. Reina's eyes widen slightly. Oh, now that I can see the bigger picture, she says, a hint of worry. I hope I haven't complicated things for you. She realizes the risks went beyond the duel. Luke reassures her confidently. There's no need to worry about us. Though I think it would be better for you to leave this area soon. He's concerned for her safety from Count Monike. The scene shifts to a dark room, a close-up of Count Monak's furious eye. Luke's voice narrates, if he's willing to do such a thing, referring to Monak's tactics, he won't give up that easily. A boot grinds onto the head of the defeated Achilles pilot, groveling on the floor. Count Monike stands over his humiliated pilot, face contorted in a sneer. Luke's voice concludes, it's likely he's scheming his next plans. Monike won't accept defeat gracefully. Back at the docks, Victor steps forward gravely. That is correct, Princess, he affirms. We need to leave while Count Monike has no reason to keep us here. He understands their precarious situation. Luke turns to Reina seriously. I understand you're worried about the refugees, he acknowledges, but even if you stay, there's nothing you can do to help every one of them. Brutal honesty, trying to make her see the bigger picture. He continues, firm but not unkind, for a better future, I think it would be wise for you to take a step back for now, and Reina cuts him off, a small, determined smile. I'm aware. Reina straightens, a gentle breeze ruffling her hair, a soft pink glow around her. However, for me, that'd be difficult, she says with quiet strength. Although I may seem stubborn and ignorant, she admits, smile unwavering. Her eyes shine with conviction. I can't just leave my people without someone to rely on, even if it's just a little more. I want to help as many as I can. Luke watches, expression unreadable, perhaps seeing Katerina's spirit in her. A slow, almost sad smile touches Luke's lips. I see, he says softly. Her determination, so like Katerina's, clearly resonates. Reina extends her hand. Please stay safe, she says earnestly. Luke takes her hand gently. I hope you will also return safely. Reina replies, thank you. I look forward to the day we see each other again. A farewell filled with unspoken emotions. As their ship sails from Lammer, Reina's voice echoes in Luke's mind. Since you've managed to solve such a large issue, all that's left is for you to return to your land and be crowned a hero. The ship heads towards a new horizon. On deck, Philip approaches Luke, who looks annoyed. In the background, Andre and another technician are busy. Philip asks hesitantly, but why did you bring those fools along? You should have scammed them. Still miffed about Andre. Luke glances at Philip. Didn't you say we don't have any gigant mages within our lands? He asks pointedly. Andre argues with the helmeted technician. Why do we have to put a wager on this? The other retorts, why you agreed to it? Luke explains to Philip, well, we technically don't at the moment. Philip then realizes, how are we supposed to use the gigant without anyone to fix it? Philip, bewildered, asks, can't you just fix it up yourself, young lord? Underestimating gigant mechanics. Luke turns, exasperated. Do you know how to restore and repair a mana stone on your own? He snaps. There's a reason why you're still at the bottom of the chain of command. He dismisses Philip. Luke barks, shut up and go protect our goods, as the ship sails on. Philip, dejected, mutters, you're so mean, young lord. The ship continues its journey. They finally arrive at the Dlaken estate. But Philip exclaims in shock, why are you already here to collect our belongings? It's Darren, the merchant, with his men, looking like they own the place. Inside, Darren stands confidently, men flanking him. The Laken retainers, Hans, Rogers, Dixon, look grim. Rogers shouts, I thought we still had time? Darren smirks, time? Thank you for bringing that up. I believed you when you said you would pay. Darren's face twists into a sneer. Yet you betrayed your people and ran away in the middle of the night. He's enjoying this, thinking he has them cornered. He bellows, why do I have to wait? Philip, appearing cheerfully behind him, startles the merchant. Darren jumps, whack. You scared me. What is it? Philip, with a wide, innocent smile, introduces himself. My name is Philip. I'm the young lord's escort knight. Darren looks skeptical. An escort knight? Darren's eyes narrow suspiciously. But he looks around the hall. Why are you alone? Where's the young lord? He demands, expecting Luke to be cowering. Philip grins. Actually, I'm here to deliver something. Darren looks confused. A massive chest is presented, revealing a glittering mountain of gold. Darren's eyes pop. There's no way, he stammers. His face is a mask of shock. It hasn't even been a week yet, he thinks, mind reeling. More chests, overflowing with gold, are brought in. Andre and the other technicians stand atop. Philip asks if this is fine. Darren is speechless, staring at the fortune. But he already managed to earn over 30,000 pesos? The devastating realization hits Darren. That means I can't take over his territory? His greedy plans crumble. Philip, taking charge, addresses Darren's men. You fools! Can't you see Lord Darren is busy? Hurry and load his carriage with the 30,000 pesos. The technicians start directing. Darren, changing his tune, stammers, and now that I think about it, there's no need to rush. Philip looks puzzled. Darren continues with a forced, enthusiastic smile. Why? I'll wait to receive it directly from the young lord. Trying to salvage the situation. Philip just smirks knowingly. He sees right through Darren's pathetic attempt. Philip then unrolls a long, formal scroll. He addresses the stunned Darren. I assume you're already planning your next move, Darren? Darren sputters. Philip continues smoothly. Oh, this is a message from the young master to you, Lord Darren. Philip reads, voice firm, now that we have paid off our debt, you are now considered a trespasser. Flames seem to erupt around Darren. Philip adds, I suggest you prepare yourself if you intend to stay and make a scene. Philip continues Luke's message. According to the Imperial Noble Laws Article 36, Section 39, nobles who have had their territory trespassed will have the right to execute the trespassers. A terrifying, demonic visage of Luke appears behind Philip. He concludes, unless you want to be split into two pieces, I suggest you return now. Period. End of message. Darren is frozen in terror. Philip adds casually, oh. He also said, I'll give you 3 seconds. That was his last message. Darren's face turns white, mouth agape in a silent scream. Darren's carriage wheels spin furiously, speeding away, kicking up dust. Darren and his men flee in terror. Darren screams back, well, I'll regret this, but his threats are empty. Philip watches, satisfied. Philip turns to the Locken retainers, Hans, Rogers, Dixon, watching with stunned expressions. Philip says cheerfully, at least, those people know the young lord is scary. He adds aside, I'm well aware of that too. Just then Rogers shouts, Philip. Philip beams, ready to announce their triumph. Everyone, you may rejoice, he declares, a tear of joy. The young lord and I have finally been able to. Ha! Philip's triumphant expression vanishes as he sees the retainers' faces. Sweat rolls down his cheek. Rogers, face purple with rage, lunges at Philip. Philip! How dare you sell off the statue of Master Dlaken? Hans also looks furious. Rogers continues, you fool! I won't let you get away with this. Dixon grabs Philip while Rogers berates him. Also, the young lord. Where is he? Don't tell me something happened. They are completely misunderstanding. Philip, caught, shouts desperately, can you just give me a second? Rogers yells back, stop making excuses and answer my question. Philip, defeated and tearful, finally stammers, fine. The young lord. The scene cuts to a dark, ominous sky, filled with cawing crows with glowing red eyes. The atmosphere is eerie. The camera pans up a massive, Gothic tower, shrouded in mist. This is the Demon King's Tower, Luke's true home from 500 years ago. Luke pushes open enormous, heavy doors, stepping into a vast, dusty hall. Light streams in, illuminating dancing dust particles. He walks slowly through the dilapidated interior. This place is a complete mess, he sighs. I guess that makes sense. He looks around critically. There's no way they would have taken good care of this place. He gestures dismissively. He flicks his fingers. Ancient magical wall lamps sputter to life, casting an ethereal blue glow. Well, he enters a grand, cavernous hall with a sweeping staircase and broken chandeliers. Despite ruin, its former majesty is apparent. I guess I should just be thankful it's still standing after 500 years. Luke stands silently. A flashback shows a younger Seaman and Katerina, sitting happily on these same stairs. His expression softens. This place is the last place filled with my memories of Katerina. Gentle, sad smile. He walks up the grand staircase, steps echoing. No matter what happens, he vows silently, determination hardening, I'll protect this place. He enters a laboratory or study, filled with strange, dusty equipment and bookshelves. However, this is what's important, he says, heading towards a specific point. He reaches out his hand towards a section of the wall. Eche, he exhales softly. I hope this thing still works. Face serious, anticipating. Luke places his hand on the wall. Intricate purple energy circuits flare to life, spreading like a web of light. He's enveloped in magical energy. A massive, ornate stone door, covered in complex carvings, rumbles and slides open with an ancient groan. Dust fills the air. Luke thinks, I knew it. Thank the dwarves' ingenuity. The colossal door slides fully open, revealing a dark passage. It works perfectly even after 500 years. He stands before the entrance, triumphant. Luke turns, a sharp, predatory glint in his blue eyes, a smirk. Now then, he says, voice low and full of anticipation. Shall I take what's rightfully mine? Luke walks through the dark, quiet halls of his old tower, a blue flame in his hand lighting the way, making shadows dance on the stone walls. His footsteps echo. He's thinking that the best way to beat a curse is to have magic stronger than the curse itself. He stops in front of huge, carved doors, sealed by old magic. He remembers hearing that advice a very long time ago, and right now, it's the only way forward he can see, dangerous as it is. Dark purple energy starts to crackle around Luke's hand as he gets ready to open the doors. The air feels heavy, and the ancient doorway groans as his power touches it. With a loud rumble, the massive stone doors slide open, showing a dark room inside. Dust hangs in the air, stirred up after so long. The sound of old gears turning echoes through the tower. Luke steps into the room. His blue flame shows a laboratory forgotten for ages, strange tools still on the shelves. He quietly says it's been 500 years since he was last here, and you can hear the weight of all that time in his voice. A small, almost warm smile appears on his face as he looks around. He speaks softly as if to the tower itself, thanking it for keeping things safe. He looks at a stand in the middle of the room. On it, inside a large glass jar with a glowing star drawn on it, a single, blood-red gem-like thing pulses with a faint, evil red light. The air around it feels alive with trapped power. Luke smirks, a knowing look in his eyes. He remarks that it's quieter than he remembers, almost like he expected a louder greeting. Then he says, "Long time no see. Demon Horith." The name sounds powerful and old, filled with a history of conflict. We get a close look at the pulsing red gem. It's the sealed form of the High Demon Horith, and it seems to throb a little, like it knows he's there. The scene changes, showing words, 5 centuries ago in the demonic territory. And we're thrown into the past. Under a huge full moon, a younger seaman, with flowing brown hair and burning eyes, dressed as a dark mage, is fighting hard. He's got a big sword in one hand and is throwing purple magic with the other, blocking an attack from a demon. Seaman, his face cold and focused, names his spell, Death Bullet. A massive blast of purple energy explodes out from Seaman, a wild storm of power aimed at whoever he's fighting. Seaman stands there as the magic fades, his cloak moving in the wind, a bit of purple smoke coming from his fingers. He looks calm, but incredibly powerful. A smooth, amused voice speaks from the shadows, asking if he's the one in charge here. We see a close-up of a woman's hand with long, black nails, softly touching her lips as she lets out a little sigh. The high demon Horith steps out from the shadows, looking like a beautiful young woman with short, dark red hair, pointed ears, and stunning red eyes. She's lying back casually, looking playful but dangerous. She says she heard he took down several fortresses and thought he'd be some old, powerful wizard. She looks down at Seaman, who's standing before her in a grand, dark hall with demon guards around him. She continues, sounding a bit disappointed, saying he's young. Horith tilts her head, pouting a little. She admits he's impressive for a human. And because she's so touched by his hard work, she'll show him mercy. She tells him he can ask her anything, offering it like a great gift. Seaman just stares back, not saying a word. Horith smiles, her red eyes shining with amusement and a hint of something hungry. She says it's only right that she answers his questions before he goes, clearly thinking he'll be impressed or scared. Seaman finally speaks, his voice flat, not impressed at all. He says she's the chattiest high demon he's ever met. He goes on, frowning a little, asking if a demon's rank goes up the more they talk. His dry joke cuts right through her dramatic act. Horitha's playful look disappears, and anger flashes in her eyes. Red demon energy flares around her. She snarls that he's a fool for rejecting her mercy. She says he got arrogant by beating some weaker demons. Her demonic guards step forward, their weapons shining. She warns him that the demons here are nothing like the ones he's fought before. The guards look huge and ready to attack, covered in red energy. Seaman simply tells her not to worry, as the ground around him starts to crack and break apart. Purple energy bursts upwards. A wild, almost crazy grin spreads across Seaman's face, his eyes glowing with purple light. He tells her he's not foolish enough to come into a battlefield alone. Behind him, massive, shadowy shapes, his golems, begin to rise from the broken ground. Horith looks surprised, a small smirk on her face. Golems? She asks, as if they're just a small problem. Two giant stone golems, their eyes glowing purple, now stand on either side of Seaman, towering over Horitha's guards. Horith shouts in surprise, and her guards cry out in alarm. Seaman blasts out more purple energy, cutting through the demon guards. Horith easily kicks away a piece of a destroyed golem and lands gracefully. The fight is definitely not over. More golems appear, moving slowly towards Horith. She stands her ground, facing them, a quiet moment before the next attack. We see close-ups of Seaman's and Horitha's determined eyes. The air is thick with tension. Seaman and Horith rush at each other, Seaman covered in purple magic, Horith in swirling red demon fire. Their powers are about to crash together. A huge explosion of red and orange fire erupts as their attacks meet, filling the hall. The flashback ends. Horith is lying defeated among the broken pieces of Seaman's golems, groaning in pain. Seaman stands over her, the winner. Horith looks up at him and weakly asks what he plans to do by turning her into demonic energy. She continues, a defiant look on her face even though she's lost, asking if he's going to change the world or something. Seaman grabs her by the throat. Seaman lifts her easily. He tells her coldly that she doesn't need to know, as purple energy swirls around them. Be reborn as demonic energy, Horith. With one last burst of power, he seals her spirit into the red gem, which now floats in front of him, crackling with dark red energy. The flashback is over. Back in the present, Luke, who is Seaman, holds the jar with Horitha's sealed spirit. He thinks to himself that taking her down was much harder than the others. Even after 500 years, he clearly remembers that fight. He carefully opens the jar. He knows that if you absorb powerful demonic energy the wrong way, it can make you go wild with rage. He understands the danger of what he's about to do. A scary image of a roaring monster flashes by, with Luke's calm face over it. He's seen people turn into horrible creatures because of this kind of power. He takes out the glowing red gem, Horitha's core. He remembers he couldn't absorb it back then because it was too risky. But by the time he learned how to safely absorb demonic energy, He was already a ninth circle mage and didn't need it anymore. He looks at the gem with a slightly amused, tired expression. He definitely didn't expect to use this now, 5 centuries later. Life is strange like that. Luke presses the gem to his chest. He grunts with effort, and immense red and black energy starts to surge from the gem into his body. His face twists in pain as the power floods into him. A raw scream tears out of him as the demonic energy rushes through his body. His boots are planted firmly on the stone floor, but the power is clearly shaking him. This is an agonizing process. Luke's eyes are wide with shock and pain, sweat pouring down his face. The pure force of the demonic energy is overwhelming. Suddenly, everything around him changes. He finds himself standing in a fiery, ruined place under a blood-red sky. He realizes this is the mind's realm, his mind pulled into another place. He looks around, a bit of relief on his pained face. It seems the demonic energy didn't completely overwhelm him then. He managed to keep some control, at least for now. His eyes widen a little. He senses something. In the distance, among the swirling red energies of this mind world, a figure sits cross-legged, meditating. It's Horith, her form recreated here in this mental space. Horith slowly opens her eyes, sensing he's there. She tilts her head, curious. She rises, facing him across the fiery land. "Who are you?" she asks, her voice echoing in this strange place. Luke stands before her, looking small and weak in this demonic world, surprised to see her so clearly. Luke grits his teeth, the strain clear on his face. He thinks it'll be hard to handle this with his current weak body. He grunts in pain. The fight for control is far from over. Horith stands tall, giving off an intense demonic aura, even after being sealed for 500 years. Luke notes that even after all this time, she still has so much demonic energy. Her power is still huge. Luke looks at her, a bead of sweat on his forehead. A small, barely visible thought shows he's feeling overwhelmed. He starts to say, "I came here to borrow your..." Horitha's red eyes snap wide open, a flash of recognition, then shock. "Are you?" In an instant, Horith is on him, pinning him to the ground with surprising strength. "What?" she exclaims, sitting on top of him. "You're a weakling now." She looks down at him with a hungry, dangerous gleam in her eyes. She leans closer, a dangerous smile on her lips. "I almost didn't recognize you," she purrs. "So, what brings you here, huh?" She clearly remembers him from before. Luke, even though he's pinned, glares back at her defiantly, a smirk on his face. He repeats that he told her he needs to borrow her vessel. Horith grabs his chin, her grip tight, asking if that's so. Horith leans back a bit, her expression full of mocking amusement, surrounded by a fiery red aura. "But, are you sure it'll be possible?" Her eyes narrow, filled with scorn. "With this fragile body of yours?" She scoffs at how weak he is now. We're back in that fiery mind world, and Horith still has Luke pinned, her hand tight around his throat. She sneers down at him, her voice full of contempt, reminding him that he's the enemy who trapped her here for all these centuries. And now, here he is, looking so pathetic, asking for her strength. Her red eyes gleam, half amused, half disgusted by how weak he is now. She leans in closer, her grip tightening, clearly enjoying how helpless he is after all this time. She taunts him, asking if he finds it as funny as she does. Luke's gasping for air, his face twisted in pain. He's thinking she could break his neck any second now. Her power in this place is just overwhelming. But even through the pain, there's still a spark of defiance in his eyes. He grabs her wrist, trying to break her chokehold. And though he's struggling, a faint, strained smirk actually appears on his face. He rasps out, asking if she's really okay with just this. Horith looks a little surprised by his question, her red eyes narrowing slightly. She seems confused. Luke pushes on, his voice getting a bit stronger even with her grip on his throat. He points out he came to her with a decent offer, so why would she just kill him? He's thinking she'll want his whole body as a supply of magic? So she wouldn't actually hurt him. That's the gamble he's taking. Horith listens, then makes a small, interested sound, repeating his word, proposal, with a new hint of curiosity. Her grip loosens just a tiny bit, though her long, sharp nails are still dangerously close to his throat. The immediate threat seems to have faded, replaced by a wary interest. She says, with a bit of mocking respect in her voice, that she'll at least recognize his bravery. Horace pulls back a little, though she still looms over him, her expression a mix of contempt and curiosity. Luke coughs, finally catching his breath. Now then, Horace says, a predatory grin spreading across her face, her eyes glowing with an intense red light. She's ready to hear what this brave but weak human has to say. She mocks him, asking if he really thinks he can handle her strength when his own magic circle is shattered, showing an image of cracks appearing on his chest, like a broken core. Luke, still on the ground but pushing himself up slightly, meets her gaze. He calmly offers that if he can't handle it, she can just take over his body. For someone trapped for centuries, there are no downsides for her. Horace seems to consider this. Then she asks, with a hint of a challenge in her voice, if there isn't a simpler solution, her finger with its sharp red nail hovering. Suddenly, dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, lashing out and binding Luke. He cries out as they constrict around him, pulsing with dark energy. Horace leans in, her face close to his, a wide, sadistic grin on her lips. She purrs that she'll play with him for as long as she was trapped, and he should at least be able to bear this much. The shadowy tendrils tighten. Luke struggles against the bindings, his face contorted in pain. He's wondering if this is mind control, feeling her power trying to overwhelm his will. Horace watches him struggle with amusement, her head tilted, mocking him for having time to think. Luke just lets out a pained scream. She laughs, a cruel, echoing sound, jeering about him passing out from mere mind magic and asking where his pride has gone, as Luke slumps forward in the tendrils. But then, Luke slowly raises his head, a defiant smirk playing on his lips despite the pain. His voice surprisingly steady, he retorts that she's just as noisy as ever. Horace looks taken aback, her amusement fading into irritation. She snaps, asking if bluffing is all he's capable of, if he thinks he has the same power he used to, as she lifts him effortlessly with her dark tendrils. Luke, still held captive by the shadows, continues firmly, saying that even when powerless, with his magic circle shattered. Horace's eyes widen slightly. She senses a shift, something unexpected. Her shadowy hand clenches, but the spot where Luke was held is now empty. "What? Disappeared," she exclaims, genuinely surprised this time. Luke's voice echoes through the mind's realm, filled with an ancient power, declaring that he, who reached the ninth circle with black magic, would never fall victim to mind control. A colossal, shadowy image of seaman in his prime, eyes blazing with purple demonic energy, now looms over Horace, who looks up, dwarfed by his immense spiritual pressure. The giant shadowy hand closes around Horace's smaller form, a crushing grip of pure will and ancient magic. Horace's eye widens in shock, perhaps with a dawning understanding or even fear as she gasps. The shadowy power intensifies, red energy flaring as Horace struggles against his mental assault. Horace grits her teeth, a bead of sweat on her brow. The tables have turned dramatically, she's no longer in complete control. Luke's voice, now calm and commanding, says, "I knew it." He stands before her in the mind's realm, no longer bound, his composure regained. Horace looks at him, her expression a mixture of surprise and re-evaluation. Horace touches her face, a sly, intrigued smile spreading across her lips. She admits he's quite entertaining, and to think he'd truly reached the 9th circle. She's clearly impressed, despite herself. Luke smirks back, asking if she doesn't believe him and if he should show her more. Horace looks down thoughtfully, then says that's enough, adding that despite reaching that level, it seems he was unable to change the world, a subtle jab at his past. Luke looks at her, his gaze unwavering. "No," he declares, his voice filled with quiet determination, "it's not over yet." A confident, almost predatory smile graces his lips. In the end, he states with absolute conviction, "It will change the world." Horace considers him, a slow smile spreading on her own face, revealing sharp fangs. She says she doesn't know how well he'll be able to make use of her power. But if it's you, you'd be able to reach the ninth circle, yes? She asks, a challenge and an offer in her tone. Luke responds without hesitation, of course. Horith places her hand on his shoulder, her expression a mix of seduction and calculation. You're quite confident, she observes. Luke looks back at her steadily as she continues, admitting that even if she inhabited his body, the sixth or seventh circle would be her limit, acknowledging his greater potential. Her eyes gleam with a dark promise. I'll leave you to crush the world, she declares, essentially giving him her blessing and her power. Dark, shadowy energy flows from Horith into Luke, enveloping them both in a swirl of red and black as she transfers her demonic essence to him. Luke accepts the power, a slight, determined smile on his face. I guess I'll have to work hard so that I don't disappoint you, he says, his voice laced with a dark confidence. Horith smirks back. Of course, she replies, the bargain struck. Her final words echo as the transfer completes. You can't fail this time, okay? It's both a warning and a strange sort of encouragement. Back in the physical world, Luke collapses onto the dais where Horitha's gem once rested, gasping for breath. The ordeal in the mind's realm has clearly taken its toll. He pants heavily, sweat dripping from his brow. The room is silent now, the pulsing red light of Horitha's core gone. He's alone with his newfound, yet familiar, power. Luke reaches out, and a swirling vortex of purple flame erupts from his hand. Dark flame, he intones, testing his regained abilities. He stands, surrounded by the pulsating purple flames. He assesses that it looks like it's only at the third circle, but just having a foundation is already huge, more than enough for now. He also notes the flame is purple, not red like Horitha's, perhaps because it's purified demonic energy. A confident smile lights up his face. He thinks that if Horith had wanted to, she could have taken control of his body just fine. He places a hand over his heart, where a faint magic circle now glows, resolving to make good on her expectations. He walks towards a heavy curtain, thinking that since he already knows the theory and enlightenment behind each circle, going up to the ninth circle won't be a problem. His knowledge from 500 years ago is still intact. He pulls back the curtain, looking out into the darkness. However, he knows that in order to gather enough demonic energy to reach the ninth circle, it'll take time. So I need to take action immediately. There's no time to waste. Luke turns back to the large, dwarven sealed doors he activated earlier. He reaches out, and purple energy crackles from his fingertips, connecting with the ancient mechanisms. The massive stone doors begin to groan and slide open once more, revealing the pitch-black chamber beyond. He steps through the doorway into the darkness, a lone figure entering the forgotten depths of his tower. Luke stands on a large, circular platform in the center of a vast, dark chamber. You've been resting for 500 years, he calls out into the emptiness, so it's about time you get up and work. He slams his hand down onto the platform. Intricate, glowing purple magic circles erupt from the platform, spreading outwards in a complex array, illuminating the vast chamber with an ethereal light as ancient power awakens. A satisfied, almost sinister smile spreads across Luke's face. Right now. You guys will have to help me. From the shadows surrounding the platform, colossal stone figures begin to stir. His golem army, dormant for 5 centuries, is awakening at his command, their eyes glowing with purple light. The scene shifts to Lamer, at Count Manak's opulent residence. The daytime sky is bright and clear, a stark contrast to the darkness of Luke's tower. Inside, the sharp crack of a fist connecting with flesh echoes. Count Monike has just punched Mylan, Achilles' former pilot. Monike sits disdainfully on his throne-like chair, looking down at Mylan, who is now kneeling before him, head bowed. Monike asks coldly if Mylan knows what he did wrong. Mylan stammers an apology for his defeat. Monike cuts him off. Defeat, he sneers. Do you think this is all because of that match? His anger clearly goes deeper than just a lost duel. Mylan is now on all fours, surrounded by Manak's guards. Monike continues, his voice laced with suspicion, that no matter how he thinks about it, there's something odd. Mylan looks up, terrified, asking what he means. Monike clenches his fist, his expression dark. He points out that even though the difference in performance between the gigants was fivefold, to lose like that, wouldn't anyone think Mylan was working with Reina in secret? He suspects betrayal. Mylan, his face pale with fear, desperately proclaims his loyalty, swearing on his honor as a knight that he never did such a thing. Monike sneers, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. Your honor as a knight? Is that all you have to say for yourself? The threat is clear. One of Manak's guards draws his sword, its tip dangerously close to Mylan's neck. Mylan's eyes widen in terror. Mylan blurts out, blood trickling from his nose from the earlier punch, that he knows something about the other gigant's rider, desperate to save his own skin. He recounts that 3 years ago he'd faced off against them at the Imperial Gigant Arena, and they were a knight famous for never losing. A guard presses his sword closer to Mylan. Monike asks if he knows who they're affiliated with. Mylan stammers that they left not long after that, so he doesn't know. Monike looks thoughtful. Nobody knows their identity. He muses. I see. The head guard raises his sword, ready to strike. Monike says dismissively that he guesses Mylan no longer has anything useful to say. Mylan gasps, realizing his information wasn't enough. Mylan screams in terror, promising he'll find him no matter what, begging for his life. The sound of a sword swinging is implied as the curtains in the room billow. Mylan's fate seems sealed. Later, Count Monike stands by a window with his aide, the man with reddish-brown hair and glasses. The aide reports that Princess Reina has remained in Lamer. Monike asks why. The aide explains it seems the reason she's staying behind is because of the refugees. Monike nods slowly. I see. Keep tabs on Reina's whereabouts. Monike turns, a new, determined look on his face. And one more thing. He orders his men, armored knights standing at attention, to look into the rider that was controlling Mir. Find out where he lives. Manak's intent is clear. Monike clenches his fist, his eyes burning with a vengeful light as a formidable group of his personal knights assembles before him. I'll have to see this man for myself, and see if he'll get in the way of my plans. Count Monike is preparing for a direct confrontation. We learn that a long time ago, the Locken family and their lands were doing really well. We see a beautiful picture of their town by a river, surrounded by green fields. It was a rich and happy place. But those good times are long gone. Now, most people have left, and many houses are empty and falling apart. The scene shifts to a rundown part of the Locken lands, with crumbling buildings and a feeling of decay everywhere. Things are so bad that 3 whole villages are almost ghost towns. The once lively lands are slowly dying. Philip, now free, stands on a cliff looking out over the struggling Locken territory. The wind blows his cloak as he stares at the distant, smaller town, really seeing how bad things have gotten. Luke Dlaken stands beside him, looking serious. He turns to Philip and asks him straight up what he thinks about this whole mess, forcing him to face the truth. Suddenly, the scene changes. Dixon, the Locken family's accountant, is tied up and gagged, looking absolutely terrified. Luke is standing over him, holding a dagger way too close, and Dixon is screaming Luke's name. Luke, with a cold smile, waves a sword near the terrified Dixon, who's shouting, asking why Luke is doing this. Luke calmly replies that Dixon is playing dumb, and isn't this whole problem his fault? Dixon is a mess, crying and snotting, wailing that there was nothing he could do, that he really tried his best, sounding completely pathetic. Luke raises his sword, not buying it. He questions if Dixon really tried his best, his voice dangerously low, and Dixon lets out a terrified shriek as the sword hangs over him. Luke lowers the sword a bit, looking thoughtful. He coolly says he'd love to hang Dixon in the town square as an example, but the more he looked into Dixon's past, the more interesting he became. He continues, telling Dixon he's a talented guy, even recognized by the Empire. Dixon looks up, surprised. Luke paces in front of the kneeling, bound Dixon, mentioning that Dixon turned down offers from other big families to come here instead. Dixon, maybe seeing a tiny bit of hope, stammers a thank you. Luke smirks. He admits that when he asked for 10 years of finance books, Dixon brought them within a day, no mistakes. He sees Dixon is competent. You're pretty useful, Luke finishes. Hearing this, Dixon manages a relieved, slightly suck-up smile. Dixon, practically beaming now even though he's still tied up, puffs up with pride. He boasts that he's really good at arithmetic, with little sparkles appearing around him. He keeps bragging that he can do all sorts of math in his head, but Luke cuts him off sharply, saying, "That's the problem." Dixon looks totally confused, sweat dripping down his face, not understanding what he did wrong. Luke suddenly grabs Dixon by the collar, yanking him right up. He drags the terrified accountant to the edge of a cliff, dangling him dangerously over the drop. Dixon screams as Luke kicks 2 big boulders off the cliff edge, and they tumble down the steep slope. The boulders crash at the bottom with a loud thud and a cloud of dust, right near where Dixon would have landed. Dixon is now lying face down on the ground, shaken but alive, coughing and wondering why Luke is doing this. He looks up, terrified and confused, but his question is cut short by what he sees. Luke has brought him to one of the run-down, slum-like villages in the Lachenlands. The buildings are falling apart, and the few people around look poor and hopeless. Dixon gasps, clearly shocked by the awful conditions. A small, thin child holds out an empty bowl. Dixon stares, his mind racing. He can't believe these people are really from the Viscounty. His calculations about averages never showed any slums like this. His numbers didn't match this terrible reality. Luke stands beside the kneeling Dixon, his expression stern. He asks Dixon how it feels to actually see the village for himself. Dixon, still in shock, just stammers. Luke's voice is firm as he tells Dixon that you can't just sum up human life with numbers. He gestures towards the suffering villagers, telling Dixon he needs to spend time with them and figure out for himself why the Viscounty is in such a bad state. It's a harsh lesson in understanding and real leadership. Luke's eyes narrow, his voice cold. He warns Dixon that if he can't find the cause of the problems, he'll no longer be working for them. The threat is crystal clear. Dixon looks horrified, stuttering if Luke will fire him. Luke smirks, asking if he'd rather quit now instead. Dixon, now determined to prove himself, runs towards the villagers, arms outstretched, shouting that he's Dixon, the accountant of the Lachen household. The villagers look at him, surprised, as Luke watches from a distance. Luke thinks to himself, his expression hard to read. He's fine just watching the Lachen household fall apart and knows there's a better time to improve living conditions. He continues his thoughts, realizing he needs to improve this place, his gaze fixed on the poor village, so that he can raise his magic circle. His main goal is still about getting his demonic power back. Meanwhile, Dixon is busy taking notes, talking to the villagers. Back at the Lachen Manor, Rogers, the night captain, is yelling at Philip, who's still tied up. He's demanding to know if it's true that Luke paid off his debts by gambling. Philip, looking terrified and guilty with chests full of gold around him, stammers yes. 2 other retainers are whispering nervously about how the family's image will be ruined if people find out about the gambling, deeply worried about what others will think. Another older retainer with wavy blonde hair scolds Hans, asking why he didn't stop Luke. Hans looks upset, moaning that centuries of building the household's reputation have been destroyed. Rogers glares at Philip, his teeth clenched in anger. Philip, with tears in his eyes, yelps, clearly scared of Rogers' anger. Rogers demands to know if Luke's identity as the Black Knight was revealed, worried about the secret getting out. Rogers stands with his arms crossed, looking sternly at Philip, while Hans and the other blonde retainer look on disapprovingly. Philip quickly tries to reassure him, saying of course not, he's not that stupid. But then we see a flashback of Philip as the Black Knight, actually telling Achilles' pilot his identity. Rogers' ghostly image appears behind him, accusingly asking how dare he threaten the Lachen heir, and Philip in the flashback looks horrified at his own mistake. Back in the present, Philip, still tied up, looks down in shame, muttering that he guesses he is that stupid. Rogers, Hans, and the other retainer all shout, "You idiot!" Philip tries to defend himself, saying it wasn't during the games, it's the truth. But Rogers and Hans aren't convinced, and Hans sighs that even if his identity wasn't exposed in the casino. Hans continues gravely, saying it'll only be a matter of time before everyone knows, especially with Count Manak's ability to gather information. Hans explains the danger. Monake is the head of Lamer, so all news will reach him, and given his evil personality, he might try to retaliate. If he did, they couldn't do anything since Monake is a distant cousin of the Emperor. The threat from Monake is very real. Rogers adds grimly that Count Monake expands his territory through wars, and they've basically just given him a reason to start one against them. Their actions in Lamer have made a powerful enemy. Hans sighs, looking at Philip still tied up on the floor, wondering what the young lord was thinking when he did all this. The retainers are clearly struggling to understand Luke's reckless behavior. Luke Dlaken suddenly appears, his voice cutting through their worried talk. "I can't listen anymore." Rogers and Hans turn, surprised. Luke stands before them, arms crossed, looking unimpressed as they exclaim his name. Philip looks relieved to see him. Luke asks pointedly where the ones are who were saying the household's reputation is so important. He continues, his gaze sharp, asking if they're saying they should just ignore evil deeds happening right in front of them, challenging their focus on reputation over doing what's right. Rogers speaks up, saying they're just being realistic. He explains their concern that their military force is nothing compared to Count Manak's, and they just wanted Luke to know that his decisions have put the household in danger. Luke turns his back on them, dismissing their fears. Luke confronts them, his voice full of scorn, asking if they earned their titles as heroes by kissing up to those in power. Rogers looks taken aback. Luke presses on, asking if they weren't called heroes because they fought for justice even when things looked impossible, reminding them of what they're supposed to stand for. Hans tries to reason with him, saying the people here are giving their all for the Lockens, so how can Luke say such things? Luke cuts him off, asking if their problems were solved. Hans stammers, having no answer. Luke sighs in exasperation, frustrated that they're making such a big deal out of his gambling when there are real issues. Hans tries again, saying if people find out Luke paid debts with gambling money, the Locken reputation will plummet. Luke shouts, "Enough! He's had it. Does having a good reputation solve hunger?" Luke's eyes blaze with conviction. "Your duties are to protect the people," he declares passionately. He tells them the Viscounty's people are starving and leaving because living conditions are awful. Yet you still can't get your priorities straight? Hans looks down, ashamed and speechless, a single tear rolling down his cheek. Luke looks at them with disdain, calling them fools. He turns away from the stunned retainers, stating coldly that he won't tolerate this kind of behavior again and that everything will change from now on. He glances back at them, saying if they believe his orders are wrong, they can leave. Those who can't follow his orders will all be dismissed. Hans looks utterly shocked, stammering Luke's name, taken aback by his ruthlessness. Hans tries to appeal to him, saying the people here have all served the Locken household for a very long time, gesturing to their long service. Luke sighs, unimpressed, saying yeah, and he doesn't like people with narrow-minded views. "I'll show you my resolve." His decision is made. Luke turns his attention to Philip, who is still tied up. He tells Philip he did pretty great on their journey, as skilled as a captain. Philip looks surprised and flustered, mumbling that he wouldn't say that, clearly not expecting praise. Luke addresses Rogers directly, saying he thinks it's only right for someone skilled to be the knight captain. Rogers looks shocked. "What do you think, Rogers?" Luke asks, a challenging glint in his eye. Rogers is still trying to process this bold idea, asking what Luke is trying to do. Luke smiles coolly. "It's simple. The one to win in a duel will be appointed as the knight captain." Rogers and Philip are both stunned by this announcement. Philip cries out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He says he could never do such a thing, because Rogers is his uncle and the one who taught him how to use a sword. The thought of fighting him is unbearable. Rogers looks at Philip, then at Luke. He sternly tells Philip to be quiet. Philip still protests, but Rogers then says to Luke, "I understand." Rogers continues, a hint of pride in his voice, saying he hasn't had the chance to prove my skills to you. He looks directly at Luke, accepting the challenge. Luke smirks. I hope you're as good as you make it sound. The challenge is set. Philip and Rogers now stand facing each other in a training courtyard. Philip looks conflicted. Rogers remarks it's been a while since they fought, just the two of them, a few years, and admits he's very confused about all this. Philip draws his sword, his expression determined even though he's torn up inside, saying well then he's just going to give it his all. Rogers also draws his sword, a confident smile on his face, saying, all right. The two knights face off, their images shown with close-ups of their determined expressions. The duel for Knight Captain is about to begin. Luke watches from the sidelines, a slight, almost amused smile on his face, thinking this might just be fun. In the lock-in training yard, Philip and Rogers are squared off, swords ready. Luke's watching from a crate, looking critical. This duel for Knight Captain, or maybe something more, is about to kick off. Philip grips his sword tight, looking super nervous. He shouts, "Here I go," mostly to pump himself up, because facing his uncle and teacher like this is a huge deal. Luke watches Philip, arms crossed, thinking that Philip looks nervous, wondering if that means Rogers is really that strong. He's sizing them both up. Luke keeps thinking about Philip's potential, remembering all the knights Philip must have faced in the past, probably as the Black Knight. Philip gets into a low stance, and red energy starts crackling around him and his sword. He's using that power we saw him use in the Gigant fight. Luke's eye glows with a faint blue light as he analyzes Philip. He realizes Philip is strong, recognizing that powerful aura. Philip lunges, his sword a blur of red energy. Phantom Sword, the words flash as he unleashes the Black Knight's signature move. It's fast and powerful. But Rogers calmly sidesteps that first rush, his face unreadable. Rogers parries Philip's next attack with a slight smile. He calmly comments that Philip seems to have gotten better, his skills improved, as white, misty energy now comes from Rogers' own sword. Philip, his eyes glowing blue with determination, pushes back hard, red energy flaring. He declares he's different from before, putting all his new strength into this fight against his uncle. Their swords crash together with a huge bang, sending a shockwave across the yard and kicking up dust. You can really feel the intensity. Rogers' eyes narrow, and he's focusing hard on Philip's every move. Suddenly, Rogers is surrounded by multiple afterimages of Philip's sword, showing just how fast that phantom sword technique is. He looks surprised by how fierce the attack is. Rogers unleashes his own technique. Blue, ghostly wolf shapes surge from his sword, meeting Philip's attacks. He remarks that it looks like Philip wasn't just messing around. Philip leaps into the air, his body glowing red, bringing his sword down in a powerful overhead strike. Rogers looks up, ready for it. Rogers smiles faintly, like he understands something now. He murmurs that he sees, so the young lord praised Philip for a reason. He finally sees Philip's real skill. But in a flash, Rogers moves incredibly fast, grabbing Philip by the collar right in the middle of his attack, stopping him completely. Philip is shocked. Rogers tells him that to become a blade that truly protects the family, you'll need to train more. With a powerful move, Rogers slams Philip hard onto the ground. Philip lies on the ground, gasping in pain, clearly defeated. The difference in their experience and sheer power is still pretty big. Rogers stands over him, looking solid and unwavering. With a swift kick, Rogers sends Philip flying backwards. Philip tumbles across the courtyard, landing hard. He grits his teeth in frustration and pain. Despite the beating, Philip shouts, "I'm not done yet," trying to push himself back up. But Rogers' sword is suddenly at his throat, stopping him cold. Rogers looks down at Philip, his expression serious, and says he thinks the match is over. Luke watches from his seat, his face unreadable. Philip sees his own defeated face reflected in Rogers' blade. He sighs, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face, and says, "I surrender." Rogers looks towards Luke, with a hint of pride and maybe a question in his eyes, asking if this is enough. To show Luke why he is the Knight Commander. He stands tall, still looking powerful. Luke smirks, his own eyes glowing with that faint blue light. Impressive, Luke says simply, acknowledging Roger's skill. Later, Rogers is shown pushing a group of Locken Knights hard in the courtyard, making them run drills. Rogers shouts at them not to quit, that they haven't even run that much. One of the knights pants an apology. The training is clearly brutal. The young lord is watching. Run faster. Rogers yells, pushing his men, who respond with a tired, "Yes, sir." Luke watches from his usual spot on the crate. Luke, watching the training, rests his chin on his fist, looking thoughtful. He says to Philip, who's now doing an upside-down handstand on the crate beside him in some weird training, that he never thought Philip would lose that easily. Philip, struggling to stay balanced, replies that his uncle Rogers is one of the continent's top 5 swordsmen, clearly in awe of his skill. Luke continues, saying that if someone like Rogers were to target him, he'd have no choice but to die. Philip, still upside down, looks horrified and apologizes. Luke looks at Philip and tells him he plans on making him his official escort knight. He adds that Philip needs to make sure to do whatever it takes to fill that role. Philip, still upside down, looks surprised and then determined. A single tear of resolve wells up in Philip's eye. Philip reaches out and takes Luke's offered hand, a firm grip showing his loyalty, promising to do his best. He declares passionately, still upside down, that to become the blade that protects Luke, he'll show he's worthy of Luke's trust. Luke smiles faintly and tells him to hurry up and join the training. Philip, full of energy, scrambles to his feet, says, "Yes, and runs off to join the other knights. Luke watches them train, thinking that it's serious how 10 out of their 50 knights are considered experts, probably thanks to their warrior family history. The Locken bloodline still produces skilled fighters. Rogers claps an exhausted Philip on the shoulder. Luke muses that it's not just Philip, even Rogers is incredibly talented, the kind of people most would wish to have. He sees the quality of his knights. Luke's expression turns grim as he thinks, if that's the case, then it's clear why the family is in such a bad state. Despite their individual skills, the household has fallen apart. The sun sets over the Locken Manor. We see the grand Locken Manor as dusk settles. Inside, Hans, the elderly butler, looks absolutely horrified, his monocle almost popping off, exclaiming, "W, do you think you're doing?" The room is a mess, with chests and scrolls everywhere. Hans continues, saying first Luke sold the statue. Other servants are carrying out various items, paintings, bags of valuables, more scrolls. Hans is horrified that now Luke is selling off the family treasures. Hans confronts Luke, who is calmly sitting at a desk, watching the items being removed. Hans is deeply upset, asking if Luke plans to throw away the honor of their family name. Luke looks up from a paper, his expression cool and unfazed. He replies that if it makes him money, then yes, he plans to do so. His practical approach clashes sharply with Hans' traditional values. Hans slams his hands on the desk in frustration and disbelief. "Young lord, why are you doing this?" Hans pleads, his voice cracking with emotion. Hans leans in, his face close to Luke's, his one visible eye wide with fear and concern. He clearly thinks Luke has lost his mind. Luke just looks at a document for a moment, ignoring Hans' outburst. He then says calmly, looking at a portrait of the original hero Locken, that the warrior of Dlaken, who died 500 years ago, is of no help to them right now. His words are blunt, dismissing past glories. Hans is shocked into silence, unable to believe what he's hearing. Luke continues his own thoughts, not Hans speaking, saying it's because of those old principles they held on to, all to honor the warrior of Dlaken, that the family has fallen into its current sorry state. He directly blames their obsession with tradition for their decline. He says it's because of vassals like Hans. Luke stands, turning his back on Hans, stating harshly that it's because of people like him that the family name has fallen to ruins. Hans recoils as if he's been hit, a bluish shock around him. He shouts that it's impossible, that if it wasn't for the curse of the Demon King. He clings to the old excuse for their problems. Luke looks back at him coolly, saying that attitude is another problem, praising their ancestors for good fortune and blaming the Demon King for their failures. He challenges Han's habit of avoiding responsibility. Luke places his gloved hands on the desk, leaning towards Hans, who looks stunned. Luke declares that he intends to become someone greater than the warrior of Dlaken. Luke dramatically pulls out a ceremonial dagger, its blade glowing red. He says if Hans intends to stay tied to their family's old principles, raising the dagger high, then slams it down into the desk with incredible force, shattering the wood, his eyes blazing blue. I will erase you from our family's history. The threat is absolute and terrifying. The dagger quivers in the broken desk. Hans is speechless. Other retainers rush in, concerned, asking if Hans is okay. Hans is kneeling, utterly defeated and shaken by Luke's terrifying declaration. Hans, with tears in his eyes, looks at Luke with a mix of grief and dawning horror. He says, "Young lord, no young master, I remember the days when you used to sit on my lap as I read you a book." His heart is clearly breaking. Two other retainers look on, equally upset, as Hans continues, saying he can't believe how much Luke has changed. Hans thinks to himself, his eyes wide with a terrible realization about how Luke constantly visits the Demon King's castle, Luke's tower. He turns away, shoulders slumped, thinking there is no other explanation for this. A close-up of the ceremonial dagger reflects Hans' horrified eye. He concludes with dread that he's sure of it. It must be the Demon King's curse. He believes Luke is possessed or corrupted. Later, Luke stands with his arms crossed. Philip approaches him carefully, calling out to the young lord. Philip asks, looking concerned, if just this once, Luke can't take Hans' advice, saying what Luke said just now was too harsh. Luke cuts him off, asking, "Harsh?" Luke smirks, a cunning look in his eyes, saying his thoughts are a little different. He explains his strategy to a shocked Philip. He intends on not giving Hans any space to think and pushing back as much as possible. He's being deliberately severe to break Hans' old way of thinking. Luke waves a dismissive hand, saying they can talk about that later. He turns to Philip, his expression serious, asking if Philip has completed the task he gave him. Philip looks nervous. Philip whispers urgently that Luke's voice is too loud, that this is information he barely managed to get from Hans, clearly referring to something very sensitive. Luke, intrigued, asks where it is now. Philip shushes him, begging him to be quieter. Philip leans in and whispers into Luke's ear about that something. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous corridor, deep within the Locken estate. An eerie silence fills the air. Luke's boots step onto a watery, reflective floor in front of a heavy, barred iron gate. This place is clearly hidden and has been unused for a long time. Through the bars, they see a figure suspended by chains, hanging limply. Luke exclaims that this is different from what Philip told him. The figure's long, gray hair hides its face. Luke observes grimly that it looks dead from the outside. Philip stammers that no, just yesterday, the figure was. He trails off, clearly disturbed by the prisoner's current state. Heavy chains are visible, binding the prisoner's wrists. Luke and Philip stand before the cell. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoes from the chained figure, "Who are you?" Luke feels an immense pressure coming from the prisoner. He thinks this pressure is like a fifth circle mage, no, maybe even stronger. He grits his teeth, sweat on his brow, as the prisoner's voice continues, cold and demanding, "Don't make me repeat myself." The prisoner slowly lifts his head. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light, and an overwhelming blue aura of power explodes around him as he demands, "Answer me." The final panel leaves us with that chilling question hanging in the air, "Who are you?" Deep in the forgotten dungeons under the Locken estate, a terrifying power has just woken up. This man, chained up and looking broken, his face hidden by long gray hair, suddenly opens his eyes, and they're glowing in ominous red. His voice is a chilling rasp as he demands, "Who are you?" Luke doesn't even flinch at the raw power pouring off the prisoner. Instead, he just smirks. He casually remarks that he heard the man had been locked up for a long time, but he seems just fine. His tone is light, almost like he's making fun of how dangerous this all feels. The prisoner pulls back, a bead of sweat on his thin face. He seems to recognize Luke's voice, and a tremor of disbelief runs through him as he thinks, Tia's voice, "It can't be." The realization is clearly a massive shock. Luke steps fully into view, his expression cool, like he's sizing the man up. He asks with a heavy dose of sarcasm what the fiefdom's one and only Iron Mage is doing just rotting away in a place like this. He's definitely pushing the man's buttons. The prisoner's head snaps up, and he strains against his chains. "Why, young lord?" he cries out, his voice full of pure astonishment and a hint of desperation. He can't believe the young master is actually here, asking why he'd come to such a place for him. Luke turns his head slightly, a cynical look in his eyes. He asks coldly if the prisoner thought he would do nothing while someone just lazed away in his territory. There's an edge to his words, hinting at something more than just concern. We see the full picture. Luke and Philip are standing before the chained man, who's now kneeling, his arms still suspended. Luke continues to question him, asking if it's true he's been harming himself by not eating or drinking, and if that's why Hans locked him up. The prisoner starts to stammer a reply. The prisoner looks up, his face etched with guilt and despair. He asks the young lord if it wasn't his fault that Luke lost consciousness in a gigant accident caused by his carelessness. He then adds, his voice heavy with regret, that he wishes for nothing more than to pay for that with his life. Luke scoffs, looking annoyed. He cuts straight through the man's guilt, asking if he really thinks his life is worth that much, and adds that it was already confirmed the gigant accident wasn't his fault. He's not saying it to be kind, though. The prisoner coughs, a weak, rattling sound. He's still lost in regret, saying if he'd only examined it more closely, it wouldn't have happened. He just can't forgive himself. He bows his head low, his voice cracking as he says it was his fault and begs Luke to punish him. He's practically asking for it, his spirit seemingly crushed by his past mistake. Luke looks visibly annoyed now. Philip, standing behind him with a sack, tries to jump in with a nervous smile, suggesting they go back. Luke's thinking that while this guy's loyalty is incredible, his stubbornness is just killing him. Luke's expression hardens. He mutters that it can't be helped, then declares with a chilling finality in his voice, "Since you wish for it, I shall do just that." Luke glances over his shoulder, his eyes sharp, and tells Philip to bring him a sword. Philip, startled, stammers, clearly not expecting things to go this way. A single tear runs down the prisoner's dirt-stained cheek. He seems to accept his fate, maybe even welcoming the punishment he feels he deserves, as a light shines behind him, suggesting this is the end. Luke draws the sword Philip hands him, his movements slow and deliberate. He says, his voice empty of emotion, that the prisoner begged for it, so he'll give him a suitable punishment. Philip watches in horror, unable to understand what Luke is about to do. A close-up on Luke's determined thought, "Don't hold it against me." His mind is made up. Luke raises the sword high, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The blade gleams in the dim dungeon light, ready to fall. Clang. The sound of metal hitting metal rings through the dungeon. Not flesh, but chains. The heavy links shatter and drop to the ground. The prisoner kneels there, free, his wrists raw but no longer bound. He looks up in total confusion, clearly not expecting this at all. His face is a picture of bewilderment. He asks, his voice trembling, "Why, young lord, what is the meaning of this?" He can't figure out why Luke would free him instead of punishing him. Luke sheathes the sword, a smug look on his face. He coolly states it would benefit him more to use the man than to kill him, because he can't stand taking a loss. His practicality is almost cruel. He leans in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, telling the still-dazed prisoner that he's planning on working him to the bone, so much that he'd wish he were dead. Philip, ever loyal, chimes in with a cheerful, slightly unsettling smile, telling the man it's his duty to pledge lifelong allegiance and assist him, to swear it on his honor as a magician and burn this moment into his heart. He seems to be enjoying this a bit too much. Luke snaps his fingers and tells Philip to take out. Philip, jolted back to attention, quickly agrees. Gold coins rain down in front of the astonished prisoner, catching the light and reflecting in his wide, red eyes. The sound of clinking metal fills the air. A heavy sack of coins lands on the stone floor, spilling its contents. The prisoner stares, shocked, asking the young lord where so much money came from. Luke casually replies it's nothing much, just around 70,000 pesos. The gleaming sword lies on the ground, a symbol of how unexpectedly things have turned out, with a sharp sound effect emphasizing the shift. Luke stands over the kneeling prisoner, now offering him a future instead of an end. He tells him to use this money to prepare to raise the magic tower, buy any spellbooks he needs, and get the equipment to repair and make gigants. The prisoner can only stare, still in shock. Unlike the past lords, I plan to invest heavily in magic, Luke declares, his gaze intense. He warns the man to make sure such an incident never happens again. The prisoner is visibly trembling, overwhelmed by this sudden new task. The prisoner looks down, tears welling in his eyes. He says that he caused the young lord harm, and he doesn't know if it's right for him to receive such kindness. His guilt is still crushing him. Luke's expression is stern. He sharply rebukes him, asking what he thinks he's saying. This is a punishment, Luke declares firmly. The prisoner looks up, startled, his eyes wide, as tendrils of power begin to radiate from him. Luke extends a hand, a challenging smile on his face. He tells the man to resolve himself, because he doesn't intend to forgive him so easily. He's offering a way to make amends, but it's going to be tough. The prisoner lets out a silent gasp as the full meaning of Luke's words, and the chance he's being given, sinks in. A surge of blue magical energy erupts around the prisoner as he bows his head, his voice now filled with a new determination. I am the Locken family's Iron Mage, Mute, he declares, his power flaring, until the day of my death. Mute looks up, his red eyes blazing with resolve. I swear I will devote myself to atoning for my sins. He has accepted his new punishment. Philip, seeing the immense mana pouring from Mute, exclaims in awe about Sir Mute's incredible power. Luke watches with a satisfied smirk. Luke thinks to himself, a slight smile on his lips, that this man, Mute, has no flexibility at all, but that very stubbornness will be a guiding light in a crisis. He sees Mute's unbending nature as a strength. Hans watches from a doorway as Luke and Mute walk away. He's clearly been observing them. Luke's voice echoes, saying there are 2 men available in the fiefdom and he'll leave them in Mute's care. Hans adjusts his monocle, looking thoughtful. He muses that Luke managed to convince a man as stubborn as Mute, clearly impressed despite himself. He's truly incredible, but... Hans's face darkens with unease. For some reason, I still feel anxious. He can't shake off his worries about the young lord's sudden, drastic changes. A month later, we're at the Locken Estate's training grounds. Someone is shouting for the knights to gather energy from their abdomen, and they all respond with a loud, yes, Esil. The castle stands in the background, a symbol of the Locken family's new efforts. Hans stands with Rogers and another retainer, watching the training. Hans remarks that the family is changing. Rogers, ever the strict instructor, calls out for Philip to improve his form. The narration points out the change. Philip, who used to be far from dedicated, is now training harder than anyone. We see Philip, dripping with sweat, fiercely practicing his sword skills. And then there's Mute, no longer a prisoner but a leader. Mute, who had hidden in shame because of his past mistakes, is now taking the lead in training new recruits, demonstrating magic to a new generation of Locken mages. A voice calls out, "Long time no see, everyone." 3 men on the castle wall turn, startled, recognizing the voice. "Sir Dixon," they exclaim together. Dixon, the accountant, stands before them with a pack on his back and a friendly smile, saying it's a relief they all seem well. He's clearly been away for a while. Hans rushes forward, looking both relieved and annoyed. He tells Dixon the whole fiefdom was in chaos looking for him and asks where he's been all this time. Dixon looks a bit sheepish, blushing slightly, apologizing for unintentionally worrying them and saying it's a long story. He gestures towards the town, suggesting it would be better if he explained while showing them. Hans and the others look on, puzzled. Hans adjusts his monocle, his eye wide with disbelief as he takes in the scene. He can't believe it's possible, sweat rolling down his face. He's still in shock, wondering if this is truly the slums. He can't match what he's seeing now with his memories of the poor, run-down area. Dixon, with a proud smile, gestures to a bustling marketplace, telling Sir Hans not to be so shocked right away and asking if he sees the market over there. The place is vibrant, full of stalls and people. Dixon explains that unlike before, anyone is free to sell their goods now, and this was decided together with all the residents. They watch happy vendors and customers. Dixon continues, clearly passionate, saying now everyone is discussing how to improve the fiefdom together, and the old, inefficient traditions are being abolished. We see a townsman happily carrying produce. Dixon turns to Hans with a knowing smile, a slight smirk on his lips. Don't you think the fiefdom is looking as it should now? Hans looks out at the lively scene, children playing, people talking, a sense of community he hasn't seen in ages. He's speechless. A bead of sweat trickles down Hans's face as he admits he has no choice but to agree. The improvement is undeniable. Hans clenches his hands behind his back, his expression still troubled. He says, however, there is no denying that everything happening now goes against 500 years of the Lacan family's policies. The Grand Lacan Manor stands against a dramatic sunset, a symbol of that long history. Later, Hans is talking with Rogers. Rogers, looking thoughtful, says he also had the same concerns as Hans initially, but Rogers leans back, taking a sip from his cup, saying he has let it all go. Luke has proven himself with results, so he has nothing more to say. His trust in Luke is now solid. Rogers stands up, saying it's time for training, so he'll have to leave. Hans watches him, still looking concerned as Rogers starts to say, however. Rogers pauses at the door, turning back to Hans with a confident smile. He asks Hans if he doesn't think it's their duty to place all their trust in the young lord, then heads out for training. Well then, I'll be leaving first. Rogers departs, leaving Hans alone with his thoughts, his silence reflecting his inner conflict. Hans stares into his teacup, his reflection looking back at him. He thinks that within such a short time, everyone has already been won over by Luke. The realization weighs heavily on him. He's the last one holding on to the old ways, and even he is starting to doubt. 1 week later, rain streaks down the window of Luke's study. Inside, Luke is at his desk, working, while Hans stands nearby. Hans reports that he's organized all the documents Luke asked for. Luke, looking tired, apologizes for dumping so much work on Hans but says he'll still be counting on him. Hans points to a leak in the ceiling, saying he'll fix the office issue tomorrow and to let him know if anything else comes up. He's still the dedicated butler. Luke looks up, his expression stern, a bit sweaty from overwork. He tells Hans his priorities are wrong, that he could repair it himself. He gestures towards a document he's writing, filled with strange writing, saying that people with nowhere to shelter from the rain are overflowing in their lands. Luke clenches his fist, telling Hans to think of those people first. Hans stands silently, taking in the young lord's words. Hans reflects, a bead of sweat on his own brow, that the more he comes to know the young lord, the more he finds that following him is the right thing to do. His respect is growing, but so is his curiosity about what's really going on. However, lastly, Hans's thoughts turn serious as night falls, rain still pouring, a bright light shining through the clouds. A dramatic glint in Hans's monocle. I must determine what the young lord's true intentions are. He needs to understand the real reason behind all these changes. A full moon hangs in the sky, partly hidden by clouds and the constant rain. The landscape is dark and quiet. Suddenly, a blur of movement. Someone is moving quickly through the woods. It's Hans, leaping through the trees with surprising speed for his age, closely followed by 2 other figures dressed similarly. They are clearly tailing someone. Ahead of them, Luke strides through the forest, a sack over his shoulder, his expression calm and determined, the sound of rustling leaves behind him. Hans, still following, thinks that every night, Luke secretly heads somewhere. And these regular visits of his are to the Demon King's castle, Luke's tower. Luke continues on his path, not seeming to notice or care that he's being followed. Hans's face is full of worry. He thinks he doesn't even want to consider it, but if the young lord were to be taken over by the Demon King's curse, the thought is horrifying to him. Luke suddenly stops. Hans, caught off guard, wonders why he's stopping if maybe Luke noticed him. Then Luke calls out, "Have you come, young lord?" But this voice isn't Luke's, it's someone else, speaking to Luke. Hans's eye widens in shock behind his monocle. Luke asks, "Did you take care of what I requested?" Hans thinks, "It can't be." A group of rough-looking men emerges from the shadows, armed with clubs and axes. The largest one, a bald, burly man, grins menacingly, saying of course they did, something like that is easier than stealing candy from a baby for them. Hans stares in disbelief and horror. He recognizes those men. They're the same bandits who were banished from their lands for plundering. He looks towards a small, hidden village nearby, lights glowing in the windows, realizing they were living there in hiding, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Luke takes the sack from the bandits, telling them they work fast and he likes that. The bandits look on, clearly under his command now. Luke clutches the sack, a sinister smile playing on his lips, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Then, shall we begin? Whatever he's planning, it involves these dangerous men, and it's about to start. The air is thick with anticipation as Luke faces the group of bandits. One of them, a big guy, steps forward, his eyes glued to the sack in Luke's hand. He asks what's in the bag, sounding hopeful, while another chimes in, asking if Luke prepared a nice gift for them. Luke, with that mysterious smile of his, just says, sure. If you're ready for it. The lead bandit grins, holding up a worn-out book. He laughs, saying not to worry, they made sure to understand the book Luke gave them perfectly. Hidden in the bushes, Hans is watching, totally confused. A book? He thinks, his monocled eyes showing his confusion. Why did he give those bandits a book? This makes absolutely no sense to him. Hans strains to hear, sweat on his forehead. He's frustrated because they're too far away for him to hear anything clearly. His anxiety is growing as he wonders what on earth the young lord is planning. Suddenly, the bandits erupt in cheers, their faces lit up with gratitude. One exclaims that thanks to Luke, they're no longer illiterate, a child on his shoulders waving excitedly. He adds that because Luke summarized the plot for them, they were able to understand even the hardest parts. Hans is completely dumbfounded, question marks practically floating above his head. He hears them shout, "Thank you for everything." This is definitely not what he was expecting. A woman from the group, with tears in her eyes, says that because of the young lord, even the children can read now. A small boy beside her clutches a book, beaming. Another man steps forward, his voice thick with emotion, saying that thanks to the food and medicine Luke brought, his wife can now walk again. His wife stands beside him, offering a grateful smile. The entire group is overcome with emotion, crying out that Luke is their family's savior, tears streaming down their faces. "Thank you, young lord." This scene of genuine gratitude is a huge contrast to Hans's dark suspicions. Luke gives a slight, almost shy smile, one eye closed, saying he's glad he could help. His whole demeanor is surprisingly gentle. But then his expression shifts. His eyes narrow, and that cunning look returns. He says, his voice turning serious, "However, there's a price to everything. I'm sure you're prepared." The bandit leader steps forward, his face determined. "Of course," he declares. "While we may have spent our lives as bandits, we are not ungrateful animals." His voice booms with conviction, "Give us your order. We will do anything you say." He and his men are ready to pay Luke back for his kindness. A satisfied smirk plays on Luke's lips as he murmurs, "Perfect." With a flourish, Luke empties the sack. And it's not just a few things. A whole cascade of books and a shower of gleaming gold coins pour onto the ground, shimmering in the moonlight with a clink and clatter. Hans, still watching from his hiding spot, is shocked. He calculates it's a lot of money, probably around 10,000 pesos, his eyes wide. He wonders, and more books? What is he plotting? The bandits stare at the pile of money and books. One asks, bewildered, what all of this is, saying he understands the books, but the money. Luke looks at them, a knowing smile on his face. He tells them the answer is within the books, and once they read them, they'll get it. The bandit leader picks up one of the books, his eyes scanning the dense text. He reads aloud, "Resident registration and land transfer?" A look of dawning understanding and disbelief crosses his face. We see a vision of Luke, or maybe someone like Dixon, explaining the documents. Luke's voice narrates, saying yes, those are documents that make them official residents of his territory, giving them the right to claim this land. He'll build a town near this place where they'll be able to live. The bandit leader is visibly shaken, trembling slightly. He stammers that he can't believe this, that they are just bandits who betrayed their lord. Tears well up in his eyes, his voice cracking with emotion. He says they're already grateful to Luke for looking out for them, and after everything he's done, they can't accept this. Another bandit, also tearful, agrees, saying they have no right to accept such a gift, as all they've done is steal from others to survive. The weight of their past actions is clear. The leader looks towards the distant lights of the main Locken town, saying that even though they are grateful, the current residents will not accept them. He knows the bad reputation they carry. Luke's expression is serious. "I'm well aware," he says. "I'm not fully accepting you either." His words are blunt, but there's a reason. Luke states that even if they had no choice, plundering is a heavy crime. However, he adds, the fact that the Dlaken family forced them to do it is another crime he cannot forgive. He acknowledges the unfair system that pushed them down this path. The bandits listen intently to his every word. Luke continues, saying that although they've stolen from others, because they avoided hurting people, he believes they still have a chance to make up for their crimes. He's offering them a way to redemption. Luke gestures to the pile of gold, explaining this money is half a year's worth of payment. His eyes gleam with purpose as he tells them that from now on, they'll become mercenaries. An image of a large snake, a predator, flashes, representing their past lives. Luke's voice explains that if they have made others fear them, they must prepare to die fighting on their behalf. The ground beneath the snake cracks, suggesting a big change. Then, a majestic bird takes flight, symbolizing protection and service. "That is your path to atonement," Luke declares. "A new purpose, a new way to live." The bandits listen, sweat on their faces as the weight of his offer sinks in. Luke tells them this is the future he can give them. He holds out his gloved hand, a single leaf resting on his palm, saying, however, the path they will walk toward that future is up to them. The choice is theirs to make. Luke looks at them, a confident, almost kind smile on his face, telling them that's why he'll put his trust in them. Leaves swirl around him in a gentle breeze. The bandit leader's jaw trembles, completely overwhelmed. He looks down at his axe, then back at Luke, his voice thick with emotion as he begins, "Young lord, we bandits." He and his men raise their weapons, not in anger, but in a serious vow, their voices ringing out with fierce determination. "We'll lay our lives on the line to protect this territory." Hans, still watching, is deeply shaken. He reflects that bandits within the territory were always considered enemies to be hunted down. That is the rule of the Dlaken family. He stands alone, leaves falling around him, his old beliefs starting to crumble. He clenches his fist, his mind reeling, wondering if what he's believed until now was actually the right choice. He falls to his knees, the realization hitting him hard. He thinks that what he's chosen to do was to ignore the screams of the people who were cast out. He's seeing the harsh truth of the policies he supported. Tears stream down Hans's face as he looks up, his voice filled with self-blame, calling himself a fool for misunderstanding the young lord's intentions and questioning him. He looks towards the moonlit sky, a profound understanding dawning on him. "I understand now. The young lord intends to improve our territory." All of Luke's strange actions suddenly make perfect sense. A single leaf lands gently on the ground before him. Hans makes a silent vow, promising he'll make up for this mistake. "By serving you by your side." His loyalty is no longer just to the Locken name, but to Luke himself, renewed and absolute. Luke glances back towards Hans's hiding spot. He knows he was being watched. He thinks with a hint of amusement that Hans has finally let his guard down. A small, almost fond smile touches Luke's lips as he turns to leave, thinking Hans is really annoying to deal with. As Luke walks away under the full moon, one of the bandits calls out for him to be careful on the way back. The bandits wave gratefully, shouting their thanks. Luke raises a hand in acknowledgement, not looking back. Hans remains kneeling, tears still flowing, watching the young lord depart into the night. A profound change has happened within him. Luke's boots tread on the rocky path as he heads back towards his tower with a tap, tap. He lets out a sigh, a small puff of air in the cool night. Standing before the silhouette of his ancient tower, Luke reflects that that was tough, but he assumes most of the people have been taken care of now. He's dealt with the immediate social problems of his territory. He reaches into his cloak, his hand glowing with a faint purple energy around a small, rough orb. Now then. A predatory smile spreads across Luke's face, his eyes glowing with purple light. Let's start the real work. His plans are far from over. The scene shifts to the imposing, spired tower, Seaman's old fortress, bathed in the pale light of the moon. Inside, Luke considers his situation, thinking that although he's satisfied for now, he stands amidst small, stone-like creatures with glowing purple crystals on their backs, his golems, some sweeping, some carrying scrolls. He thinks the problem is cost. He reflects that although he's managed to regain trust from his people, it costs too much, watching his little golems move about. He spent most of the money he earned in Lem. He looks out from his tower, a determined glint in his eye, thinking he needs a steady source of income. A sly, confident grin appears. He wonders if he'll have to resort to that, clearly having a specific, powerful plan in mind. Luke turns to two of his crystal-backed golems, one holding a broom, the other a scroll, and says, "Hey, you two." They look up, their purple eyes blinking. Dark, powerful magic, tinged with purple, swirls around Luke's hand as he holds out the glowing orb. "Why don't you help me out?" he asks, his smile radiating ancient power. One of the small golems tilts its head, its crystal eyes wide, and seems to ask with a hesitant sound. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupts from the tower, bathing it in an intense purple glow. Bat-like creatures swarm around it under the bright moon, and a collective cry echoes, "Jules!" The Demon King's ancient power is stirring once more. Back in the Locken Manor study, the harsh reality of their money situation is hitting hard. Stacks of papers cover the desk. Philip, looking worried, tells Luke that they've almost spent all 2,100 pesos they brought back from Lem. Luke, leaning back in his chair, just replies calmly that he knows, and it wasn't going to be enough to run their territory anyway. Philip paces anxiously, asking what they're going to do now, then mutters to himself if they should go on another journey. Luke, still seated, cuts him off, telling him to shut up and asking if he brought the records about mine development. He's already thinking way ahead. Philip hands over a large, old book. He explains, looking worried, that there are only records of failed attempts from decades ago, and even though they've looked all over their territory, there wasn't a single sign of a mine anywhere. It's looking pretty hopeless. Luke taps his finger to his temple, his blue eyes narrowed in thought. He's wondering why they racked up so much debt for something with such a slim chance, questioning the past Locken Lord's decisions. Philip looks a bit sheepish, sweating slightly, and starts to explain that it was because that was their only option at the time, clearly uncomfortable. Philip continues explaining, walking around the study, that they were in a horrible state due to a few bad things happening all at once. While residents were moving away, Luke was unconscious, reminding him of how dire things were before he woke up. Luke leans back with a sigh, understanding their desperation. He reflects that they had no choice but to grab onto a rotten rope, and now he gets it. With a failed harvest, even just keeping the territory going is impossible. But then, a flicker of something in Luke's eyes, his ancient knowledge is kicking in. He says that something is off, there should be a mine, then trails off as a new thought strikes him. Luke leans over a large map of the Locken territory on his desk, his gloved finger tracing a specific area. He wonders aloud why there are no records over here. The map is covered in X's showing failed attempts, but one region is suspiciously blank. Philip's eyes widen in dawning horror as he realizes where Luke is pointing. He stammers, his voice trembling, if Luke means the Rokia mountain range. He quickly checks the records again. explaining that scouting there was too difficult because of all the monsters. A dark, ominous forest scene appears, filled with glowing red eyes peering from the shadows. Philip's voice explains that even though they've sent knights there a few times, because of monsters hiding everywhere, they had to return empty-handed. Luke looks up from the map, a knowing, almost challenging smile on his face, asking if they weren't able to scout the region. Philip is practically shouting now, pale with panic, begging Luke not to tell him he has weird plans. Luke just smirks, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and says nothing. Philip explodes, yelling that the place is dangerous and if Luke is going, to please take him along. He's terrified but still loyal. Luke's internal thought is firm, it must be there. He's certain the missing mine is in that dangerous mountain range. The scene shifts to a vast, rugged mountain range, birds circling high above. The text confirms, Rokia Mountain Range, with sounds of wind and bird calls. Luke, now in the mountain range, lets out an annoyed sigh, a bit sweaty. He mutters that Philip, that bastard, he thought he was overreacting like usual. Suddenly, a massive, brutish orc with glowing red eyes and a scarred face lunges from the shadows, a guttural snarl tearing through the air. Perched on tree branches above, a pair of sinister-looking goblins with sharp claws and glowing red eyes cackle menacingly. Luke finds himself surrounded by a horde of monstrous creatures, orcs, goblins, and other beasts. He grimaces, thinking it turns out Philip was actually right this time. The situation is way more dangerous than he thought. Luke narrows his eyes, observing the monsters, thinking this is odd, as he ducks, preparing for an attack. Two large orcs stand together, with smaller, reptilian creatures and goblins among them, all seemingly working together. Luke thinks it's strange because these monsters should all live in separate areas, wondering why they're cooperating. This unnatural alliance is a bad sign. A smirk plays on Luke's lips, a hint of his old demon king arrogance showing. He's almost amused by their unexpected teamwork, wondering if they adapted to deal with humans. An orc roars and charges, waving a crude weapon, its eyes blazing with fury. Another massive orc brings its club down with huge force, trying to crush Luke, who narrowly dodges the crashing blow. Luke grunts as the force of an attack sends him flying backwards, debris scattering. The monsters are relentless. A red, reptilian lizardman warrior shrieks and lunges at Luke, who is now fighting off multiple attackers at once, realizing he's truly in a tight spot. Luke's expression darkens, purple energy crackling around his fist. He snarls at the bastards, asking if they think they're so tough, as the air around him crackles with power. From now on, Luke declares, as a complex purple magic circle ignites beneath him, raw power surging out. I'll be taking care of you myself. With a guttural cry, Luke unleashes his magic. Tendrils of dark purple energy erupt around him, and two massive stone golems, crackling with the same energy, materialize from the ground, towering over the surprised monsters. The golems roar and charge into the fight, their stone fists ready to smash. Luke stands behind them, directing the attack as the monsters cry out. An orc swings its club, but its weapon smashes uselessly against a golem's stone arm with a deafening crash. The golem lets out a low growl, completely unfazed, a glowing purple trident symbol on its chest, its stone body shimmering with magic. The golem hits back with a powerful punch, sending the orc flying with a tremendous boom. The force is immense. The golem continues its rampage, smashing through the monster ranks with devastating speed and power. Luke watches with a satisfied smirk, crossing his arms, thinking this is going better than he thought. His golems are quickly dealing with the first wave. An orc crashes to the ground, defeated. Luke thinks he knew the future mana stones could handle it, referring to his golem's power source, likely an old invention of his. But the fight isn't over. Goblins shriek and swarm forward, leaping through the air with their crude blades. A golem smashes a goblin into the ground with a sickening crunch, while another goblin cries out in pain. One of the golems swings its massive arm in a wide arc, purple energy trailing behind it as it sends smaller monsters flying. Luke chuckles, glad it's working out, though a bead of sweat appears on his face. Controlling these powerful golems isn't easy. However, more monsters keep emerging from the forest, an endless wave. Luke realizes they just keep on coming, and from an aerial view, we see the golems surrounded. He understands now why the knights failed. The sheer numbers are overwhelming. Luke stands amidst the chaos, thinking that dealing with all of them is difficult, but his eyes flare with a cold, blue light, a determined smirk on his face. It's not impossible. He's not one to back down from a fight. Suddenly, a new, more powerful monster appears. A massive orc, larger and more imposing than the others, with a topknot and fur-lined armor, lets out a guttural roar, its body radiating a powerful aura. Luke sizes up the newcomer, thinking that judging by its aura, it must be the leader. This orc is clearly on another level. Luke grins, a thrill of anticipation in his eyes, thinking alright, why doesn't he join in on the fun? He cracks his knuckles, ready for a direct fight. Text appears, physical strengthening. Luke's foot slams into the ground, sending out a shockwave that shatters the earth, and the orc leader stumbles back, surprised. Luke leaps into the air, hovering above the orc leader, his body glowing with a faint blue aura, saying he doesn't really have much time. Obedience, Luke commands, as intense purple energy shoots from his outstretched hand directly into the orc leader's head. The orc leader roars in agony, caught completely by surprise. The orc leader screams, its eyes wide with pain and confusion as the purple energy envelopes it. Luke smirks, his eyes gleaming, recognizing this as brainwash magic, obedience, a classic Demon King technique. A purple magical symbol appears on the orc leader's forehead. It stops roaring, its movements becoming slow and sluggish. The other orcs look on, bewildered. Luke lets out a soft, almost pleased sound, thinking, oh my. His control is taking effect. Luke casually lands on the orc leader's shoulder, the massive creature now completely tame. He announces to the remaining monsters with a predatory grin that it looks like their orc leader is his subordinate now. The other orcs stare in stunned silence, completely dumbfounded. Luke thinks with a satisfied look on his face that it seems the tides have turned to his side. The newly controlled orc leader stands among the other monsters, its presence now a threat to its former allies. The goblins, seeing their leader controlled, let out terrified shrieks and begin to back away, thoroughly scared. The lizardmen hiss and growl, clearly agitated and unsure how to react to this sudden change in power. Luke addresses the remaining, terrified monsters with a calm, yet menacing smile, telling them he won't hurt them if they can bring their leaders here. He's not just here to fight, he's here to conquer and control. High in the Rokia mountain range, purple lightning crackles across the sky above the peaks. The monsters left are about to see just how powerful Luke really is. A goblin screams in agony, its eyes glowing with the purple energy of Luke's obedience magic. You can clearly see the control symbol on its forehead. Luke holds the struggling goblin easily by the back of its neck, purple energy still coursing through it as it keeps shrieking, completely helpless. The goblin grits its sharp teeth, letting out a pained "Ugh" as the magic takes full control. Luke casually tosses the now subdued goblin to the ground with a thud. His controlled orc leader and a lizardman stand by, watching, while other monsters look on from a distance. Luke turns to the remaining goblins, his expression serious. I have a question, he states, his voice calm but firm. The goblins flinch and cry out in fear, utterly terrified of what he might do next. Luke stands before them, with his new monstrous followers by his side. He asks them if they know anything about a place where dwarves used to come and go, directly asking about the mine. The goblins can only respond with terrified yelps, too scared to give a real answer, or maybe they just don't know. Luke crosses his arms, frowning slightly. He's clearly not getting the information he wants. He looks down, disappointed, wondering if monsters like them just don't know anything. He seems to be losing patience. Suddenly, a deep, guttural growl. Heath. It's not one of the goblins. Luke turns, surprised. The controlled goblin leader, the one he just subdued, speaks, telling him not to worry. The goblin leader steps forward, now looking completely subservient. Purple energy swirls around the goblin leader as the obedience symbol glows on its forehead. It says, its voice raspy but clear, that it shall guide Luke to that place, master. Luke smirks, pleased. Guide me, Luke commands simply. The goblin leader leads Luke and his group of controlled monsters deeper into the mountains, towards a pile of rocks blocking a cave entrance. The air feels heavy here. Luke looks at the rock slide, asking if this is the entrance. The orc, lizard man, and goblin leader stand behind him, the goblin stammering that it is. Luke observes the blocked entrance, noting signs of an avalanche, but something feels strange. His ancient senses are picking up on something unusual. The controlled goblin and lizardman tremble, their eyes wide with fear, wondering what could be in there, clearly knowing this place is dangerous. Even the larger orcs behind Luke are visibly shaken, letting out nervous grunts. Luke thinks it's odd for these monsters to be this scared. Luke smirks, that familiar, confident look in his eyes. He doesn't know what it is, but he'll find out once he goes in. His curiosity and determination are stronger than any fear. Dark flame, Luke intones as a sphere of swirling purple-black fire forms in his hand, radiating intense heat and power. With a mighty thrust, Luke unleashes the dark flame. It explodes against the rock slide with a deafening boom, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Luke smiles, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. I knew it. The dust settles, revealing a dark, man-made tunnel entrance behind the shattered rocks. He was right, there was a mine there after all. The controlled monsters behind him stare at the dark entrance, trembling and muttering nervously. The orcs grumble, while the lizard man and goblin look completely terrified. Luke wonders why they're acting like this. The orc leader, still under Luke's control, turns to the other monsters and orders them to go back now with a dismissive wave. One of the orcs lets out a confused grunt. Luke walks past them towards the mine entrance, commanding them never to harm humans again and to spend their time peacefully until he gives them orders. Stay hidden until then. The monsters salute with cries of fear and newfound obedience as snow begins to fall lightly around them. As the monsters depart, scurrying away, Luke watches them go, thinking he's sure they'll come in handy one day. He's always thinking about future resources. Luke turns back to the mine entrance, a determined smile on his face. Now then, shall we get started? He steps towards the darkness, ready to explore the secrets of the abandoned mine. The scene shifts to a flashback. We see small, red lizard men being harshly marched by human guards in full armor. The narration explains that in the past, with their superior techniques and force, humans had oppressed other races. A human guard points accusingly at a cowering lizardman. A fiery red sound effect signifies anger and injustice. The small lizardman cries out, clearly terrified, apologizing. Human guards, their faces cruel, crack whips. They wished for only humans to be left on the continent, their genocidal goal clear. Text appears, as such, Seaman, who was known as the Demon King. The flashback shows human soldiers burning down settlements, their cruelty on full display, as Seaman began to burn down one kingdom after another in response to humanity's tyranny. 3 small, tearful lizardmen huddled together, victims of human aggression. For the other races, Seaman was. Demon King Seaman stands defiantly before a colossal, crystal-backed golem, his red eyes blazing. He was their savior, a destroyer to humans, but a protector to the oppressed. The flashback continues, showing Demon King Seaman's imposing tower at night, labeled Demon King's Tower. Inside the tower, Demon King Seaman sits on his throne, his horned attendant beside him, as an orc bows deeply before him. Seaman looks down at the orc with a weary expression, remarking that there aren't even 10 survivors left of its tribe. The devastation caused by humans was immense. The orc remains silent, its head bowed in sorrow. Seaman instructs his horned attendant to make a base for them in a different territory and have them do construction work. The attendant agrees. Even then, Seaman was looking to preserve and use the other races. The orc looks up, tears streaming from its eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude for the Demon King's mercy. Seaman leans forward, asking if there are any more left, ready to wrap up, but before he can finish, another voice interrupts, saying, I seem to be the last one. A pair of heavy boots steps into the throne room. Seaman looks up. Seaman murmurs, "Well, I wonder." A stout, bearded dwarf strides confidently into the hall, asking if it's all right to make an elderly man wait this long, his voice surprisingly strong. Seaman's horned attendant reacts furiously, claws out, shouting how dare he show such attitude, but Seaman calmly tells him it's fine and he can go back. Seaman looks at the dwarf, intrigued, thinking he can't believe a dwarf, an Earth race with the greatest technology, would come here, and on top of that, the energy radiating from him is. He recognizes the dwarf's power. Demon King Seaman smiles, a hint of respect in his voice, saying, "Well, who do we have here? I never even dreamed I'd get to meet an ancient dwarf." The ancient dwarf laughs heartily, saying Seaman is quite perceptive, as it wouldn't be easy to tell from his appearance alone. Seaman leans forward, his red eyes studying the dwarf, asking why he has come here, as he doesn't believe even humans would be a match for dwarves. The dwarf scoffs at humans, saying they lack technology and just destroy nature, and because of them, plenty of ecosystems have been ruined as he walks towards the throne. Seaman smiles, a dangerous glint in his eye, asking if the dwarf is saying he'll help him, who aims to wipe humans out. The dwarf grins fiercely, saying that's right, if Seaman cleans them up, then the dwarves will use their technology to improve his base. An alliance is forming. Seaman chuckles, testing the dwarf's conviction by pointing out he, too, is a human, and asking if the dwarf would still help him even then. Seaman lets out a hearty laugh. The dwarf mirrors his laughter, the shared understanding clear between them. The dwarf looks at Seaman with a knowing expression, saying, "What are you saying?" "You are." Seaman sits on his throne, holding his staff, the picture of power as the dwarf finishes, "The Demon King, aren't you?" The dwarf sees beyond his human form. The flashback ends. Back in the present, Luke holds a torch, its flames sputtering to life, lighting up the dark mine. Luke stands at the entrance of the now-cleared mine, looking at the tracks and old mine carts, thinking that dwarf mentioned a huge mine here, and it looks like he was right. Luke takes a step into the mine. He ventures deeper, the torchlight casting long shadows, noting that it should be in bad shape, but it's holding up surprisingly well. The dwarves' abilities really are unmatched, Luke muses, impressed by their craftsmanship. He comes across a large, sturdy wooden lift structure, remarkably intact despite years of neglect. The mine is clearly massive. Veins of glowing ore are visible in the rock walls. Luke thinks that with the amount of ore here, as long as they have people willing to work as miners, their territory would have no worries for now. This mine is the answer to their money problems. Luke stops, looking around as something feels off. He examines a section of the mine where the tracks abruptly end, thinking it's odd that the construction ends here. It seems unfinished. Luke's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he senses something. He recalls what the monsters said about this place, considering that after he died, humans had already discovered this dragon's lair. He wonders if that's why things are this way, but notes there are plenty of valuables scattered about, and wonders if the dwarves would have made such a mistake. His mind races, convinced something is off as a purple, unsettling aura begins to fill the mine. Dust and pebbles begin to fall from the ceiling with a rumble. Luke looks up, alarmed, as the ground beneath him begins to tremble violently. A massive, monstrous form bursts from the ground, sending rocks and debris flying with a huge crash. Luke's torch clatters to the ground as he's thrown off balance. Luke rights himself, a grim smile on his face as he looks up at the monstrous shape, thinking he finally gets why. The monsters were terrified. The shadow of a colossal creature looms over him. A gigantic, segmented worm-like creature with a huge mouth full of razor-sharp teeth erupts from the earth, letting out a deafening shriek. Text identifies it, Master of the Mine, Great Worm. Luke looks up at the terrifying beast, a shadow falling over his face, but his smirk remains. He says it's because of this guy that the mine was abandoned, and he's sorry, but it's quite a bother. Well then. Luke's hand crackles with intense purple demonic energy, his eyes blazing. Get out, will you? He's ready to fight the true guardian of the mine. The air in the ancient mine suddenly crackles with violent energy. A powerful purple force erupts against the gloom, signaling the start of a desperate fight. And there it is, the great worm, a colossal beast of rock and flesh, roaring its fury. Opposite it, Luke stands his ground, a magical circle glowing at his feet as his 2 stone golems appear, ready to defend their master. Dust and debris fill the air from the sheer force of the worm's arrival. The golems look tough, their stone bodies marked with glowing purple trident symbols, crackling with the same dark energy. They brace themselves, 2 unmovable guards against the oncoming terror. The worm's head lunges forward, a monstrous mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth, drool dripping. Smoke billows from its nostrils, its eyes burning with pure rage. A deafening garg rips through the cavern as the worm rears up, its sheer size making even Luke and his golems look small. The ground trembles under its immense power. Luke, his expression calm but determined, raises a hand. A black speech bubble appears above him with a single, sharp command, "Go." He's sending his golems into battle. The golems lumber forward, purple energy swirling around their massive fists. They're charging straight towards the towering worm, ready to meet its brute strength with their own. With a series of earth-shattering crunches, the golems slam their fists into the worm's body. Red impact effects explode where they hit, showing the sheer force of their blows against the worm's tough hide. The impact sends shockwaves through the cavern, chunks of rock and dust flying as the golems continue their assault, trying to beat the beast into submission. Luke stands back, watching as his golems grapple with the massive worm. The air is thick with dust and the sounds of battle, but he remains composed, figuring out the situation. The golems have the worm pinned, their powerful stone hands digging into its fleshy, rock-studded body. Luke observes, a faint, hard-to-read expression on his face as he just says, His eyes narrow, a purple glow intensifying around him as he commands, "Hold him down." He's getting ready to unleash something big. Luke draws his arm back, purple energy gathering in his outstretched hand. He's building up power, the air around him thrumming as he prepares to strike the pinned worm. A sphere of concentrated dark energy forms in his palm, swirling with intense purple light. He shouts the name of his attack, Dark Flame. He unleashes the dark flame, a searing blast of purple and orange energy that rockets towards the worm, exploding on impact and engulfing the creature's side in a brilliant flash. Luke lands gracefully, his cloak billowing. He looks confident, a slight smirk on his face as he thinks that should be enough to calm it down. But then his eyes widen slightly. A single shows his surprise. Something's not right. The smoke clears from the worm's body, revealing nothing. Not a scratch. Luke is stunned, thinking that he knows his magic has weakened, but what the hell is that thing for his attack to not even leave a mark? The worm lets out a low growl, seemingly unfazed. The golems still have it pinned, but for how long? Luke is clearly in disbelief. Suddenly, the worm thrashes violently. With an explosive burst of power, it sends one of Luke's golems flying, smashing it against the cavern wall. Luke himself is thrown back by the shockwave. The worm's massive, gaping mouth, filled with rows of terrifying teeth and a long, grotesque tongue, lunges towards Luke. He's in serious danger. But the remaining golem reacts instantly. It roars, its fist crackling with purple energy, and slams it hard into the worm's side, trying to draw its attention away from Luke. The golem's punch connects with a powerful impact, but the worm is relentless. It twists its body, smashing the golem against the ground and then flinging it away, shattering it into pieces. Luke lands on his feet, narrowly avoiding the worm's attack. He looks towards his golem, which is now running towards the worm again, and praises it, "Nice." Though he still has one golem left. The worm turns its attention back to the remaining golem, its eyes, made of jagged crystals, gleaming menacingly. Luke's eyes widen in shock, his teeth gritted, sweat rolling down his face. He can't believe what he's seeing. His remaining golem, is caught by the worm. Luke shouts a desperate warning, "Watch out. Joel?" Too late. The worm brings its massive body crashing down onto the golem with devastating force, a bright white flash showing the sheer power of the blow. The golem lets out a final, pained garg as its stone head begins to crack under the immense pressure. Pieces of the golem, now just broken stone, fall through the air. It's been completely destroyed. Luke is on the ground, looking up in disbelief and horror, stammering, "How?" He's utterly shocked by the worm's power and how easily it destroyed his golems. Then he sees it. The worm is surrounded by floating, glowing blue mineral shards. It's eating them, drawing the blue shards into its body. The blue minerals embed themselves into the worm's red, rocky hide, glowing brightly. It's absorbing them, and its body seems to pulse with new energy. Luke watches, panting, a horrified realization dawning on his face. He whispers, "There's no way." Sweat dripping down his chin. The worm's head is now covered in a crown of these glowing blue crystals, much larger and more brilliant than before, its eyes gleaming with increased power. Luke exclaims, "I'd ate the minerals and evolved? Damn I'd." He realizes this is going to make things a lot harder for him. His mind races, wondering, damn it, where did this thing come from? He's completely thrown off by this development. The evolved worm lets out another terrifying garg. Its mouth is wider, its teeth sharper, its presence even more menacing. Luke scrambles to his feet, dodging as golem remnants and debris fly around him. He thinks frantically that no matter what skill he uses, it's not taking any damage. He has no other choice. He looks towards the mine entrance, a desperate plan forming. If he wants to defeat him, he needs to bring the gigant here, and the gigant is his last resort, a powerful war machine. But his plan is cut short. A huge chunk of rock, likely thrown by the worm or dislodged by its movements, smashes into the mine entrance, blocking it completely. Luke cries out as he's forced to shield himself. He stands amidst the dust and debris, his expression one of utter frustration and anger, cursing, "Fuck all of this." His plan's ruined. He looks at the now blocked exit, realizing the grim truth. The worm, or maybe the mine itself, blocked off the exit, trapping him. The evolved worm, now larger and covered in shimmering blue crystals, lets out a piercing hiss. It looms over Luke, his golems gone, his exit sealed. The situation looks incredibly dire. Luke stares up at the monster, a bead of sweat on his temple. He sighs, then a grim thought crosses his mind. He's a lot tougher than I thought, isn't he? His eyes narrow in thought. Wait. A new idea is forming, a subtle change in his expression. He glances at the blocked exit, then considers the worm's nature, wondering if a monster of this size wandering outside would have left marks around the forest, and if there was anything like that. He's recalling his journey through the Rokia Mountains. The worm roars again, drool flying from its massive mouth, its body now heavily armored with the blue crystals. Luke continues thinking, or could it only live in the mines? He looks back towards the mine entrance, now just a pile of rubble. If that's the case, there's no point in bringing the gigant here, it can't fit in the mines. His escape and reinforcement plan is useless. A frustrated, almost maniacal grin spreads across Luke's face. This complicates things. He mutters, then sighs in exasperation. If only I knew Aya's weakness, then I wouldn't struggle this much. Just as the worm lets out another deafening roar, Luke's eye catches something. A tiny shows a spark of realization. The worm writhes, its body spasming for a moment, and the large cluster of blue crystals on its head flickers erratically, like it's struggling. Luke's eyes lock onto the flickering crystals. He realizes the flow of mana was disrupted just now, his gaze fixing on the central, largest crystal. That must be it. He's found the weak spot. He immediately turns and sprints down the mine railway tracks, shouting back towards where his golems were, or maybe to the worm itself, "Buy me some time." Even though his golems are gone, he needs a distraction, or he's just running on instinct. He runs with determination, his face set, thinking if he's correct, there must be something nearby. He's looking for anything that can help him use this weakness. His eyes dart around frantically, searching for a specific tool or item. Where is it? His eyes widen. He stops, his gaze fixed on something just out of frame. I found it. There, embedded in a rock and glowing with an ancient light, is a magnificent golden pickaxe. Luke thinks this is a necessity for dwarves when mining, an ancient dwarf's pickaxe. This is his chance. Luke grins, a new fire in his eyes. Alright, I might have a chance with this. Purple energy explodes around him as he roars, physical strengthening. He's buffing himself up for a desperate attack. His eyes glow with intense blue light, the purple aura of his strengthening magic flaring around him. He's channeling all his power. With the pickaxe in hand, he charges towards the worm, a blur of motion. Purple lightning crackles around him and the pickaxe as he aims for the cluster of blue crystals on the worm's back. He leaps into the air, raising the golden pickaxe high above his head, a savage grin on his face, declaring, "With this, I'll be able to mine anything," ready to strike the decisive blow. He brings the pickaxe down with all his might, aiming straight for the central crystal on the worm's head. A massive dung sound fills the panel, showing a powerful impact. But Luke's eyes fly open in shock. A bead of sweat appears. Something went wrong. The pickaxe hit, and the crystals cracked, but the worm is still thrashing. It lets out a pained but furious roar. Luke, still airborne, shouts, "W!" as pieces of blue crystal shatter and fly off. He's thrown back violently by the worm's thrashing, tumbling through the air, crying out, "Damn Did I not exert enough force?" Losing his grip. He hits the ground hard, gasping, his hand outstretched, the pickaxe gone. He failed to destroy the core. The worm rears back, roaring in agony and fury. Luke is a tiny figure falling in the distance, completely at the mercy of the enraged beast. The scene abruptly shifts. We're in a well-lit, fancy room at night. An older, well-dressed nobleman with gray hair questions Philip, Luke's knight. "Philip, were you aware that the young lord disappears every night?" Philip, looking flustered, sits across a table from the older nobleman and Hans, Luke's butler. Another man, likely an associate, stands nearby. Philip stammers that there have been times when he would disappear without warning. The older nobleman slams his fist on the table, shouting, "You idiot! Are you telling me that the appointed escort knight is unaware of our lord's whereabouts?" Philip is on the verge of tears, his hands clenched, crying, Every time I tried to follow our young lord, he kept managing to disappear from our sights," struggling to explain. The associate, a man with a brown beard, adds that residents say Luke frequently visits the Demon King's castle, sighing with concern. The bearded man continues, rubbing his head in frustration, that he didn't think twice since he was unaware of the situation, but now that he knows, he understands why Hans was always so worried. Hans, sitting beside him, interjects firmly, "Not anymore." The bearded man looks surprised. Hans continues steadily that there's no need to worry anymore, confusing the bearded man. Hans stands, adjusting his monocle, a look of profound conviction on his face. He says actually he has decided to fully trust the young lord, and even at this moment he believes that the young lord. Hans's eye gleams with unwavering faith, declaring, "Is doing his utmost for the sake of his people." As he says this, the panel cuts to Luke, back in the mine, his eyes filled with a desperate, burning determination, sweat dripping down his face. His people's faith is unknowingly fueling his resolve. Back in the mine, Luke is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple dark energy. He's gathering power again, his teeth gritted, his expression fierce, snarling, "It might not have worked before, but now." A speech bubble explodes with his furious declaration, "Stop all of this. And die." He leaps into the air, a massive torrent of dark flame erupting from his hands, far more powerful than before. It engulfs the great worm in a colossal explosion of purple and black fire, the worm letting out a final, gurgling cry. Luke collapses backward, utterly drained, into the waiting arms of two newly summoned stone golems, gasping, "I'm tired, exhausted but victorious." He manages a weak, tired smile, his hair damp with sweat, murmuring, "Seriously, though?" As the adrenaline fades, letting out a faint, wry chuckle. He looks up at the dissipating smoke and energy from his massive attack, admitting to himself, I don't think I can handle another one of those things. Completely spent. He stands up, looking at the now still and silent form of the defeated great worm, its crystal armor shattered. He muses, noticing the vast amount of exposed ore and minerals, that thanks to that thing, it looks like they might be able to save on manpower. The glistening minerals are a silver lining. Indeed, his golems are already at work, one using a pickaxe, the other its bare hands, to mine the valuable blue crystals directly from the worm's defeated carcass. Luke watches them, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the rhythmic sound of mining fills the air. Luke turns his attention deeper into the mine, his curiosity sparked, sensing something further in. Holding a torch, he ventures into a previously unexplored section of the mine. The torchlight flickers, casting eerie shadows, as he comes across a skeletal figure. He finds the remains of a dwarf, clad in ancient armor, sitting amongst piles of old weapons and equipment. Luke observes the remains, his torchlight illuminating the scene, noticing the dwarf is clutching something. Zooming in on the dwarf's skeletal hand, we see it's holding a bracelet or gauntlet with a large, glowing blue gemstone. Luke notes the rare artifacts and a few pieces of armor. Luke looks at the scene with a solemn expression, thinking it looks like they tried to protect this place, to protect what they've built. He understands the dwarf's dedication. He then focuses on a large, sturdy-looking stone coffin or sarcophagus nearby, saying all right, he hopes this is enough, seemingly referring to a burial he's prepared. Luke carefully places the dwarf's remains, now wrapped in a burial shroud, atop the stone structure, saying respectfully, now that you have a place to rest, leave all your burdens and be at peace. A sly, almost apologetic smile plays on Luke's lips as he adds, also, I hope you understand that. He holds up the glowing blue artifact he took from the dwarf's remains, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. Even if I take all of your stuff, I doesn't mean I bear any ill intentions. For Luke, the ends always justify the means, especially when it comes to getting powerful tools for his big plans. Back in the Lochen territory, news of Luke's success is about to blow everyone away. A stunned voice exclaims, "Oh my God!" We see the Grand Lochen estate, a symbol of a noble family that's been struggling. But that might all be about to change. Dixon, the Lochen accountant, looks absolutely shocked, eyes wide and mouth open, holding a report. He stammers out, "Why found a mine?" The surprise is written all over his face. In the meeting room, Luke's core team, Philip, Rogers, Hans, and Mute, are gathered. Rogers, with a proud grin, confirms the news, saying yes, they took a look and it's full of ores. More importantly, they didn't find any monsters. Hans, relieved, chimes in, "That's truly a relief." Dixon, still beaming, declares that now they've solved the territory's money problems. Mute, sipping tea, adds thoughtfully that then it seems he can focus on preparing tools to drill through the mine. Hans holds up a report, looking a bit puzzled, saying it doesn't seem like that'd be necessary. Behind him, a shadowy image of Luke with glowing red eyes and a sinister smirk appears as Hans continues, explaining the mine seems to be in good order, like somebody's already worked on it. It's a subtle hint to Luke's past as the Demon King, who originally developed the mine with the dwarves. Hans elaborates, adjusting his monocle, that given the state of the mine, they'll be able to make a considerable amount if they simply get enough workers. The mine is practically ready to go. The room is buzzing with excitement. Hans is gesturing wildly, Dixon is overjoyed, and Mute listens intently. Luke, however, sits quietly at the head of the table, just watching them. Luke rests his chin on his gloved hand, a calm, thoughtful expression on his face, musing that it looks like the territory's foundations are about set. His plans are steadily coming together, and a subtle, satisfied smile appears. His thoughts drift to the Rokia Mountains where the monsters used to roam. We see an image of villagers near the mountain entrance as Luke thinks he forced the monsters to move deeper into the mountains, just in case a battle might break out. He's taken steps to protect the people. Glowing red eyes peer out from the dark depths of the mountains. Luke continues his strategic thinking, that if the need arises and the territory lacks troops, the subdued monsters would also make a good source of military strength. He sees them not just as a removed threat, but as a potential, if unusual, asset. Hans approaches Luke, interrupting his thoughts, calling, "Young Lord." Luke looks up. Hans beams with genuine pride and gratitude, his face lit by a warm glow, telling Luke with emotion that all of this is thanks to him. Luke deflects the praise with a slight smile, replying, "It's nothing, it's because of how hard they've all been work." Hans, tears welling up, cuts him off emotionally, saying they simply tied up any loose ends. Dixon, Rogers, and Philip appear in the background, equally moved and proud of their young lord. Luke leans forward, a smirk on his lips, telling them if they don't want to go back to how things were, then they better not loosen up. He then adds a stern warning that if they take their eyes off things for a second, everything could come crashing down. He's reminding them their work is far from over. Hans, composed again, bows slightly, saying anyway, he has a request to make. Luke replies, "Yes, of course." Hans asks if he could leave the fiefdom in their hands for a short while. Rogers, Philip, and Dixon look utterly shocked by Luke's sudden request to leave. Philip, ever the concerned knight, leans forward, asking where Luke plans to go. Luke, with a calm smile, simply says to ask Philip for any details, surprising Philip slightly. Philip explains to the others that the young lord has decided to purchase a gigant, and he knows gigant trends quite well. Rogers, ever responsible, declares he will escort the young lord safely, and so that no problems arise this time, he will take responsibility and accompany him. Dixon looks shocked at being left out. Mute calmly states that if it's related to gigants, then he, the Iron Mage, will handle it. Dixon jumps in, saying this is related to finances, so he should go. Philip shouts in frustration, asking if they're being too mean to him, as he's the one who knows about gigants, but everyone else is trying to take over. The scene shifts to a winding mountain path, the whistling wind heard as they begin their journey. Leaves rustle as their carriage makes its way through the scenic but remote pass. A horse-drawn carriage, likely carrying Luke, Philip, and Rogers, navigates the narrow road. Inside the carriage, Philip is practically beaming. Luke asks him, somewhat amused, if he's that happy. Philip, blushing slightly, exclaims yes, of course, he'll be able to get the gigant of his dreams. Luke looks unimpressed, asking if they don't have gigants in their territory. Philip, looking deflated, replies with a tiny headshot that that's a depressing thing to say. Philip puffs up his chest, explaining passionately that new gigant models are on an entirely different level from that junk, and a rider must ride such gigants to be truly complete. Luke, tired of his rambling, mutters for him to just keep babbling on. Rogers, sitting opposite them, cuts in sharply, telling Philip to cut it with the useless gigant philosophy. He glares at Philip, telling him not to even dream of such nonsense when he's with him. Philip looks aghast, exclaiming how Rogers can treat a person like this. Rogers, giving off a stern vibe, simply commands Philip to shut it. Philip flinches, muttering, while Luke watches with a slight, knowing smile. Rogers sighs, saying if only Philip weren't an escort knight, he'd be the one driving the cart. A small, comedic chibi head of Philip appears, whining that that's so mean of his uncle. Luke smirks to himself, thinking bringing Rogers along was the right choice, as he's the best way to shut Philip up. Suddenly, the ground trembles as a massive vehicle approaches at speed, a huge, steam-powered land vehicle, like a train engine on wheels, a trailer. Rogers shouts in surprise, looking alarmed. The massive trailer bears down on their small carriage at incredible speed, forcing their carriage off the road with a terrified ACKK. Luke is thrown forward, grabbing Philip to steady himself, demanding to know what's going on all of a sudden. The driver of their carriage apologizes frantically, saying a trailer appeared out of nowhere. Their carriage has stopped, and someone steps out as Luke wonders about the trailer. They see the massive, parked trailer. Philip exclaims it's a trailer and his first time seeing one. Rogers explains it's a kind of large cart created by magic engineering. Rogers continues that although it is incredibly expensive, it's far stronger than a cart and often used for transporting heavy and numerous cargo. A small chibi head of Luke appears, looking intrigued, thinking it looks pretty good and wondering if he should buy one. A man approaches them from the trailer, calling out an apology and asking if the good sirs are all right. The man, who has light brown hair and a neat beard, smiles, a calculating look in his eyes, seeing how surprised they are. He presumes it's their first time seeing a trailer. He stands confidently, flanked by two very large, bald and muscular men. This is Teisel. Rogers steps forward, looking wary, asking who these people are, his hand near his sword. Luke and Philip also look on with caution. Teisel places a hand on his chest with a charming smile, saying, "We are." He strikes a dramatic pose, seemingly sitting on one of his large companion's shoulders, arms outstretched, announcing grandly, "Peddlers associated with the Shade Company. We are merchants that travel around the countryside to sell regional specialties." Stars and a golden aura surround him, emphasizing his showmanship. Luke, looking skeptical, remarks it's his first time hearing of them. Teisel, undeterred, laughs, saying of course, it hasn't been long since they started. Teisel winks, surrounded by cute little flower icons, boasting that it won't be long before the Shade Company reaches the top, just they watch. Luke, with a deadpan chibi expression, just says, "I see," looking completely unimpressed. Teisel leans in with a smirk, saying anyway, "Good sir," he's asking because Luke seems familiar. His eyes narrow slightly as he gets closer to Luke, asking if he would perhaps be the lord of a certain family. He seems to recognize Luke, or at least his noble look. Luke's eyes sharpen. He questions why Teisel is asking that all of a sudden, and that it's his first time meeting him. He's immediately suspicious of Teisel's direct question. Teisel backs off slightly, his smile returning, though it seems a bit strained, saying, "Oh my, he doesn't mean anything by it, aren't peddlers businessmen by trade?" He simply wished to create some goodwill with the lords. He presses on, saying so, he'd like to ask, is Luke perhaps the lord of a famous? Luke cuts him off coolly. Luke, arms crossed, states firmly that he is not the lord of a family famous enough for Teisel to take interest in it, shutting down Teisel's probing. Teisel is silent for a moment, his eyes unreadable. The friendly act seems to be cracking. Teisel suddenly laughs, scratching the back of his head in an exaggerated show of apology, saying it seems he's overstepped his bounds, and given how routine business has become for him, he guesses he must have put a little too much pressure on Luke. Luke turns to leave, saying it's fine, they're busy, so they'll have to excuse themselves. Teisel calls after them that yes, it was a pleasure meeting them. As Luke's carriage drives away, Teisel watches them go, his friendly expression gone, replaced by a cold, calculating look. One of Teisel's large henchmen approaches him, holding a document, calling him Mr. Teisel. Teisel, looking at the paper, confirms yeah, that's right, he's the young lord of the Locken family. A sinister grin spreads across Teisel's face. He thought he'd have to go to the Locken family to meet him, but who would have thought he'd have the luck to bump into him here? His predatory smile shows this was no chance encounter. Teisel looks at a list with several portraits. Most are crossed out. Luke's portrait is one of the few remaining. He thinks it looks like his job will be a lot easier after all. He's an assassin, and Luke is his target. Later that night, Luke, Philip, and Rogers are camped by a fire, their carriage nearby, discussing the day's events. The campfire crackles as Philip brings up the encounter, saying those people they met during the day. Philip, holding a bowl of stew, continues thoughtfully, wondering if they didn't seem like mercenaries. Rogers, also eating, nods in agreement, saying he thought so too. There's no way an up-and-coming peddler would be able to buy a trailer. Their suspicions are growing. Rogers voices his main concern, that guy, Teisel, is suspicious, and those people behind him didn't seem like merchants either. Luke, who had been silently listening by the fire, finally speaks up, his expression serious. Luke says, his gaze intense, that's not all. Loaded onto the back of the trailer was something giving off a weak flow of mana. His eyes narrow as he recalls the sensation, saying you can't hide that unique flow of mana even by covering it with thick fabric. A chilling realization dawns on him, as he wonders if that was. Suddenly, footsteps crunch nearby. Someone is approaching their camp. Philip and Rogers jump to their feet, swords drawn. A figure stands at the edge of the firelight, arms spread wide, as Philip shouts, "Who are you?" A familiar, smug grin appears. Teisel says, his voice smooth and confident, "Good evening, good sirs," his sinister intent clear. Teisel strolls into the firelight, arms still open wide in a mock welcome, declaring with false cheerfulness, "It seems we meet again. As if we're bound by fate." Luke stands, his expression wary, asking Teisel it seemed like he was heading in the opposite direction, "So what brings him here?" cutting through Teisel's pretense. Teisel, still smiling, replies that they have some business they weren't able to finish, and on their way back, he happened to see the light of a fire. He's faking a chance encounter again. He gives them an oily smile, asking if it's all right with them, could he join them? Luke considers this, a slight, unreadable smile on his face, saying join them? That's fine with him, but his eyes narrow slightly, a hint of challenge in them, asking if that's fine with all of Teisel's companions, addressing the unseen people. Teisel's smile doesn't waver, but there's a shift in the atmosphere, a sudden movement or change. From the darkness surrounding the camp, several cloaked and hooded figures emerge, their eyes glinting menacingly. Teisel remarks he doesn't know if they have enough room, given how many people he can see. The trap is sprung. Teisel's smile turns into a sneer. He admits he was looking down on a kid like Luke, but he's still the lord of a fief, acknowledging Luke's sharpness. The cloaked assassins surround Luke, Philip, and Rogers, drawing their swords, red energy lines flashing around them. Teisel, now openly malicious, says with a dark chuckle that Luke catches on quite quickly. Teisel's face is a mask of cold, smiling malice. He says he doesn't have anything against Luke, but a job's a job, then delivers the chilling line, "Please die here, goodisseth." The confrontation is about to begin. The quiet night explodes into chaos. Teisel, his friendly act totally gone, barks orders to his assassins, "You guys, kill them all." His two massive brutes stand menacingly behind him as the cloaked figures rush forward, swords glinting in the firelight. He adds with chilling precision, "Especially that blonde young lord, make sure he's dead." Rogers, ever the strong knight, shouts, "Protect the young lord, Philip." Philip, though fear flickers in his eyes, responds with determination, "Understood." He draws his sword, ready to defend Luke. Philip leaps into action, clashing steel with an assassin. "How dare you attack the Locken family?" he roars, fighting fiercely. He shouts back to Luke, "Young lord, please get behind me. We will protect you with our lives." Luke watches the battle unfold, his eyes narrowed, sizing things up. He observes, "There are too many enemies." Then thinks, a hint of suspicion in his voice, "Isn't this a bit too large-scale for an assassination?" An assassin, quick and agile, presses the attack against Rogers. Luke notes grimly that on top of that, they're quite skilled, managing to fight on par with Philip and Rogers. Luke realizes the danger. If this becomes a battle of wearing each other down, they'll be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, an assassin breaks through their defenses, sword raised, lunging directly at Luke. Luke's eyes widen in surprise. Rogers, seeing the immediate threat to Luke, bellows in fury, "You dare point your sword at me?" Meaning at Luke, his lord. Rogers intercepts the assassin with a powerful slash of his own sword, sparks flying as their blades connect. He's putting himself between Luke and danger. The assassin, face partly covered, glares with cold determination, his sword locked with Rogers. Rogers pushes the assassin back, then glances at Luke with concern, asking if the young lord is all right. Luke, composed despite the attack, replies that he is, thanks to Rogers. Luke surveys the remaining assassins, deducing these guys aren't mere assassins or bandits. If they're skilled enough to get past Rogers and attack him, then a bead of sweat rolls down Luke's face as he comes to a grim conclusion. One of them is a highly trained knight. This is a professional, well-coordinated attack. Teisel watches the fight with an amused smirk, flanked by his two hulking brutes, one of whom now wields a large club, chuckling as he enjoys the show. He continues, his voice dripping with condescension, "However, Suddenly, the shadows behind Philip and Rogers lengthen and distort. From the ground, two more shadowy figures rise, armed and ready to strike from behind. Philip exclaims in surprise. A colossal, armored gigant materializes behind Teisel and his men, towering over the battlefield, its hand reaching out towards Philip and Rogers. Teisel taunts them that it's about time they gave up. Luke's eyes widen in horrified realization. He curses, "Damn it, I knew it. The energy I felt earlier was a gigant. The mana he sensed on the trailer was this war machine. God damn it." Luke shouts, sweat pouring down his face. He makes a split-second decision, roaring, "Rogers, Philip, close your eyes now." Though confused, Philip and Rogers instinctively obey, Philip crying, "Weiss," and shutting his eyes tight as a bright light begins to shine from Luke. Luke begins to chant, "O son." The words glow with immense power. He thrusts his hands forward, a blinding white light infused with purple energy erupting from his palms, aimed towards the gigant and the assassins as he incants, "Awaken from silence and shine your light in the darkness." Flash. The world is consumed by an incredibly intense, pure white light. Luke's eyes glow with power as he unleashes the spell. The blinding light washes over the entire area, a disorienting wave of pure energy. Philip clutches his head, crying out even with his eyes closed. The intensity is overwhelming. The assassins are thrown into disarray, shielding their faces, one crying his eyes hurt, another screaming he can't see. Luke grabs Philip's arm, shouting for Philip and Rogers to take this chance to run away. Philip, still disoriented, responds, "Weiss." Teisel, shielding his own eyes, roars in fury, "Damn it, don't let them get away. Hurry up and chase after them." His men stumble, trying to follow. One of the large brutes whines that their eyes hurt, but Teisel, enraged, shouts for them to get it together. The brutes, still rubbing their eyes, complain they never heard anything about the target being able to use magic and weren't expecting this at all. Teisel screams for them to shut it. Teisel glares in the direction Luke fled, his face twisted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, swearing he'll catch that fucking brat and make sure he dies a painful death. Luke, Philip, and Rogers sprint through the dark forest, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the assassins, their urgent footsteps echoing. Philip, running alongside, exclaims breathlessly what a brilliant plan to save them from that dangerous situation, and as expected of the young lord, he's incredible. Luke, however, looks strained. Rogers, equally impressed, adds who would have thought Luke had talent in magic, and he truly amazes him every time. Philip, ever the enthusiast, chimes in that he's sure the young lord would make it big as a rune knight. Luke cuts him off sharply, telling them if they have the strength to run their mouths, then run faster, asking if they think the assassins would give up that easily with a gigant like that. Philip stammers an apology, chastened by Luke's urgency. Luke, panting, thinks camping out in the woods might have been a good idea after all, because if they were in the plains, they wouldn't have stood a chance. The forest offers them cover. He glances back, thinking it's late at night, so it's too dark to follow their tracks, and they have to put as much distance between them as possible. Suddenly, Luke's eyes widen. He spots something ahead, shouting, "There!" with alarm. Several cloaked assassins appear ahead of them, blocking their path, their leader commanding them to catch them and not let them get away. They've been cut off. Luke, Philip, and Rogers find themselves surrounded as the assassins close in, swords ready. Luke grits his teeth in frustration, wondering how that's impossible, how they got here so fast, muttering that damn it, everything's going wrong. Rogers tells Luke to please keep running, while Philip observes that these guys, there aren't even half as many as before, perhaps they split their forces. Luke stops, looking at his two loyal knights, asking Philip and Rogers if they'll be all right, as their opponents seem quite skilled. Philip smiles confidently, asking if Luke doesn't have faith in them, saying they weren't able to show their true skills before. Rogers nods, apologizing but saying if Luke remains here, it will be difficult for them to fight at their best. They need him to escape so they can fight without holding back. Luke looks at them, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, a small, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips as he says that makes sense, showing his approval. Then I'll leave this to you too. He turns to run, leaving Philip and Rogers to face the assassins, their swords crossed and ready for battle. Philip's eyes blaze with fighting spirit, his sword glowing with a faint red energy, declaring that things are different from last time, ready to unleash his full power. An assassin lunges at Philip but seems surprised as Philip's aura flares. Phantom sword! Philip shouts, his blade a blur of red light as he cuts down the assassin with a single, devastating strike, the assassin screaming in pain. Philip stands over his fallen foe, his expression fierce, vowing that from now on, he'll show them his true abilities. The Black Knight is finally unleashed. Rogers, meanwhile, faces his own opponents, his face a mask of grim determination, growling how dare they attempt to harm the young lord. With incredible speed and power, Rogers unleashes a flurry of golden slashes, overwhelming the assassins, snarling for them not to bother begging for mercy, his skill undeniable. Philip turns to the remaining terrified assassins, calling them self-proclaimed merchants. His smile is cold and dangerous as he says if they're willing to point their blades at the warrior clan of Loken. Philip and Rogers stand back to back, swords gleaming, radiating an aura of deadly confidence, finishing, "Then surely you've resolved yourselves to pay the price." They are ready to deliver that price. The scene abruptly shifts. We are no longer with Luke and his knights. Instead, we see a town at night, engulfed in flames. Fire! The town of Liven is burning. People are screaming, running in panic, someone shouting to hurry and bring water, another crying in despair that the water isn't stopping the fire at all. Princess Reina watches the chaos from a gate, horror on her face. An older attendant rushes to Reina's side, telling her this is no normal fire, it's like they poured oil, it's very dangerous, and she needs to get away. Reina, tears streaming down her face, refuses, saying she can't leave the citizens behind and run on her own. The townspeople plead with her, saying they'll be fine, the people will live if she does, and begging her to get to safety. The attendant grits his teeth, his face etched with worry and desperation. He grabs Reina's arm, trying to pull her away, insisting she must run, even if only for the people's sake. Reina looks back, shocked. Reina's expression is one of anguish and helplessness as she's forced to flee the burning town. The flames rage, consuming the wooden buildings of Liven, the night sky choked with smoke and embers. A building collapses in a fiery explosion, the sound echoing the destruction. Reina is running, her steps heavy with grief and responsibility, her determined but sorrowful escape. She reaches a more open area, where other townspeople are gathered in fear, watching their homes burn. A woman desperately tries to revive an unconscious man, crying for her dad to wake up, while another woman pleads towards a burning building for her daughter to be saved. Reina can only watch, her heart breaking, murmuring she's sorry. Reina clenches her fist, her knuckles white, a mixture of anger and despair. Tears stream down her face as she whispers how sorry she is, the suffering of her people a heavy burden. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "It's been a while, Princess Reina." A figure in heavy boots steps into view. Reina and her attendant look up in alarm. It's Count Monike, flanked by a subordinate and a fully armored gigant. He smirks, saying he just happened to be training in the area, and wouldn't she say this is fate? His arrival is anything but a coincidence. Reina, shocked and angry, demands if he was training at this hour. Monike laughs, saying he's been training his soldiers' discipline recently. His soldiers, holding torches, stand behind him, as he continues that's why they've been training at night as well, all to ensure the people's safety throughout the night. His words are a cruel mockery, given the burning town. Reina's attendant explodes in fury, yelling how dare Monike spout such lies. Manak's soldiers draw their swords, pointing them at the attendant, silencing him. Monike turns his cold gaze to Reina, saying he told her this last time as well. He grabs her chin, forcing her to look at him, his expression filled with sadistic pleasure, telling her the one causing the most suffering to these people is her. He releases her, laughing maniacally as he walks away, leaving her amidst the burning ruins, telling her to wallow in her despair as she regrets her actions. Reina's fist trembles with suppressed rage and sorrow. Tears of fury and despair stream down her face as she grits her teeth, whispering, "Count Manak." Her voice filled with resolve, she vows, "I will never, never forgive you." Princess Reina stands alone, silhouetted against the inferno, her heart filled with grief for her people and a burning hatred for the man responsible for their suffering. The chapter ends on this powerful, emotional cliffhanger. Luke sprints through the dark forest, the sounds of battle fading behind him, panting hard as he pushes himself to the limit. He glances back, relief washing over his face, thinking they're no longer chasing him, and it seems Rogers and Philip are doing a good job holding them off. He has faith in his knights. His mind races, analyzing the situation, recalling the towering gigant Teisel used. He realizes he doesn't know who the mastermind behind the enemy is yet, but they're at least powerful enough to mobilize a gigant. The stakes are higher than he thought. He continues his desperate run, leaves scattering behind him, thinking he might need to head back to his fief and prepare for war. This assassination attempt feels like a warning for something much bigger. He pushes on, his expression grim and determined, the forest a blur around him. Suddenly he skids to a halt, his eyes widening in alarm. He senses danger. Damn it! He curses as a dramatic sound signals a new appearance. And there, blocking his path, are Teisel's two massive gigants, flanked by a line of cloaked assassins. Teisel stands confidently atop one of the gigant's shoulders, smirking down at Luke, saying it seems Luke's been looking down on them. Teisel casually adjusts his collar, a smug look on his face, adding with false nonchalance that, well, he's also been looking down on Luke, so shall they call it even? His expression darkens slightly as he sneers that he didn't think the heir to a warrior family would use such petty magic against him, referring to Luke's earlier blinding spell. Luke smirks back, undaunted, retorting coolly if his magic was not to Teisel's liking. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them as he adds dismissively, "Not that I care." Luke looks up at the towering gigants, asking if Teisel isn't working a little too hard. He gestures to the surrounding assassins, mocking their excessive force by asking if this is all in order to catch a simple child. Teisel's smile is unsettling as he replies cryptically, "I wonder." His slyness showing. Teisel spreads his arms wide, a picture of arrogant confidence, proclaiming that a lion would use all its strength even when hunting a rabbit, justifying his overwhelming numbers. He then lets out a bizarre, almost triumphant cackle, but stops short, a puzzled look appearing. The laughter continues, but it's not coming from Teisel. It's Luke who's laughing. Luke is actually laughing, a confident, almost mocking smirk on his face, asking if Teisel really thinks that by separating him from his escorts, he's finally managed to corner him, his tone laced with amusement. Teisel is taken aback, wondering how Luke can act so relaxed in a situation like this. He can't understand Luke's confidence. Teisel scoffs, asking if Luke has resigned himself to his fate or just gone mad, and if he's doing this to buy time, then it's pointless. Luke holds up the dwarven artifact he found in the mine, the glowing blue gemstone bracelet, asking with a knowing smile if Teisel knew that the moment he witnesses Luke's power. His eyes begin to glow an intense purple, dark energy crackling around him, finishing, "Not a single one of you will be allowed to leave this place alive." He thrusts his hand forward, and a massive, intricate purple magic circle explodes into existence, covering the entire area, as he intones, "Save in dimension," activating a powerful spell. From the magic circle, a colossal stone hand, glowing with purple energy, begins to emerge. Teisel looks shocked and frustrated, thinking that the one frustrated at not being able to use their full strength. As multiple stone golems erupt from the ground around Luke, their forms crackling with immense power, Luke continues Teisel's thought, "Wasn't you? But I." Luke declares, revealing his true, restrained power. An army of stone golems, far more than Teisel anticipated, rises from the earth, surrounding Luke, the ground trembling with their emergence. Two of Teisel's assassins look on in utter disbelief, one stammering that it's impossible, "Where did all those golems come from?" the other adding it should be hard enough to summon just one. Taizul, though a bead of sweat appears on his temple, tries to stay composed, telling his men not to panic, though his voice might betray unease, thinking it's annoying just how many cheap tricks this guy has. He scoffs that even if they are golems, they were only ever dangerous in the past, and though there may be a lot of them, they're nothing more than piles of rocks. He's underestimating Luke's control and the power of these ancient constructs. Taizul stands defiantly before his two gigants, asking if Luke has forgotten they have giants. He smirks confidently, believing even dozens of golems would be no match for them, still thinking his gigants give him the upper hand. One of Taizul's masked assassins shouts to the others that whoever manages to bring back the young lord's head, he will promote them to commander next, and to show him their very best. This assassin seems to be a subleader. Another assassin questions, "Commander," then adds that Sir Taizul better keep that promise. The incentive is working. The subleader assassin charges forward, shouting for everyone to move aside, that brat's head is his, eager for the promotion. Luke watches with a cold, almost pitying smile, remarking how simple-minded they are, even daring to call his immortal army a mere pile of rocks, adding thoughtfully he never thought this would happen 500 years ago. His past as the Demon King, master of golems, echoes in his words. Two of his golems, their eyes glowing with menacing purple light, step forward, as Luke asks rhetorically if he shall teach these novices about some history. Luke's eyes glow an eerie red, and purple energy strings extend from his fingertips to the golems. Marionette, he commands, taking direct, enhanced control of his creations. The golems surge forward with incredible speed and precision, attacking the two gigants simultaneously, catching the gigant pilots off guard as the golems begin to tear into them. Taizul's assassins are stunned, one exclaiming they're so fast, another crying that golems can move this quickly, and they were surrounded in an instant. Taizul roars in frustration, "You fools! Even then, they are just golems, what are you standing around for?" His confidence is clearly shaken. Luke watches, a chilling smile on his face, his eyes still glowing purple, saying so Taizul's going to keep looking down on them. "You'll regret this in the afterlife," Luke states, a calm but deadly promise. One of Luke's golems slams its massive fist into the ground, startling the nearby assassins with the sudden tremor. Luke grins, a purple aura flaring around him as he clenches his fist. The golem's fist, glowing with the same purple energy, is still embedded in the earth. It punches the ground again with tremendous force, throwing the assassins off balance. The assassins stumble, completely confused, wondering what's happening. One of them looks down, questioning why the golem is hitting the ground, wondering if Luke is unable to control them properly. They don't understand Luke's tactic. Luke raises his hand, a confident, almost arrogant smile on his face, saying he, who has experienced countless wars, shall bestow some advice upon them. His golems continue to pound the earth around the struggling gigants, as Luke explains that understanding the land upon which you wage your war is a basic rule of strategy. Taizul's eyes widen in horrified realization, thinking Luke was purposefully aiming at the ground and exclaiming, "Don't tell me!" The ground beneath the assassins and the gigants begins to crack and split apart violently, an assassin screaming the ground is splitting. Chunks of earth break away, and the assassins lose their footing, one shouting in panic that the ground is collapsing and for everyone to run. Luke watches, his purple eyes glowing, a cold smile on his face, saying he warned them, they grew arrogant, believing in their numbers and gigants. A massive golem fist slams down, shattering the already unstable ground beneath the assassins. Luke tells them that was the reason for their defeat, and to reflect on this in the afterlife, as the assassins fall into the collapsing earth. An assassin cries out as he tumbles into the abyss. Taizul himself screams as he too loses his footing and falls, along with his now useless gigants. One of the gigants crashes into the chasm, Taizul still clinging to it, cursing as they disappear into the darkness. Luke lets out a breath, the purple energy around his hand dissipating, smiling with satisfaction, thinking that should resolve things. He stands flanked by two of his golems, the moonlight illuminating the scene, Musing it's a shame, he wanted to take a few of them prisoner to ask them about the mastermind. Suddenly, a searing pain. A red energy slash cuts across Luke's chest, blood splattering. Luke gasps, clutching his bleeding chest, his eyes wide with shock and pain. He grits his teeth, cursing, wondering if they were still alive. He underestimated at least one survivor. One of the gigants, heavily damaged but still functional, stands amidst the rubble. Taizul is perched on its shoulder, glaring down at Luke, a dagger in his hand. Taizul is furious, seething that Luke dared do this to his order, and he will never forgive him. Luke, despite his wound, manages a cold smile, blood trickling from his lip, thinking of him, this is actually for the better, he'll take Taizul prisoner and make him spill everything. Taizul's face is contorted with rage, shouting for Luke to try it if he can, he'll make sure Luke dies a painful death. Taizul stands defiantly on the gigant's shoulder, promising until Luke cries and begs for him to kill him. He leaps from the gigant, dagger raised, aiming to finish Luke, vowing he'll make Luke suffer, as one of Luke's golems moves to intercept. Luke clutches his wounded chest, pain evident on his face, cursing what a pain, and tries to summon his power, Dark Ethel. His eye widens in alarm. Something is wrong. Damn it, Luke curses, looking at his golems which are now flickering, realizing he can't control his mana. He clutches his chest again, intense pain coursing through him, his heart feeling like it'll burst, blaming this damn curse. The curse from Hero Locken is reacting to his use of black magic. Taizul, seeing Luke weakened, lunges forward, shouting it seems Luke's run out of mana, this is the end, and to beg for death all he likes, he'll butcher Luke alive. Luke glares up at Taizul, his teeth bared in a snarl, growling for him to shut up. Dark purple energy, crackling with violent lightning, surges from Luke's hand, as he says a lowly curse like this. He forces himself to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth, the dark energy erupting around him, declaring, "Es nothing to me." He's fighting back against the curse itself. His eyes blaze with purple light, his determination overriding the pain. Tendrils of pure black magic erupt from the ground, swirling around Taizul, who is caught completely off guard. Taizul stares in horror, exclaiming that's impossible, this is black magic. The black tendrils coil around Taizul, immobilizing him, as he screams how this can be, a descendant of warriors using black magic. Luke pants, blood still on his lips, but a grim satisfaction in his eyes. The effort was immense. He looks at the bound Taizul, telling him it'd be best for him to say who his master is before Luke runs out of patience, and to answer him. Taizul, terrified and in pain as the black magic constricts him, screams he'll tell him. He blurts out that it's Monake, Count Monake. He was ordered to do all of this by Count Monake. Luke's eyes narrow. Count Monak? So that man at the arena? Taizul begs that that's all he knows, and to please have mercy. Luke looks down at him, a bead of sweat on his temple, questioning softly, "Mercy?" Taizul, ensnared by the dark tendrils, pleads desperately to please, "Forgive him just this once, please." Luke's voice is cold, devoid of emotion, "Not once have I ever." He raises his hand, and a massive explosion of purple energy engulfs Taizul, as Luke finishes, "Forgiven my enemies." Luke stands over a dissolving magic circle, tendrils of black smoke dissipating, the magic fading. He looks at his hand, black energy still clinging to it, thinking whether they be human or demon. I don't enjoy absorbing their strength. He's referring to a side effect of his black magic, or perhaps the curse. His thoughts turn to the mastermind. Count Monak. This was far too elaborate to have been because of what happened in Lem. A night order, assassins and even giants. An image of Monake directing his forces appears. Luke touches his chin thoughtfully, an image of Monak's castle in the background, wondering if the fact that such large-scale forces were mobilized means there's a separate reason why Monake would target the Locken family. He stands alone on the path, his resolve hardening, thinking Count Monake, regardless, he'll make sure he pays for getting in his way, until he's begging on his knees. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the bushes. Luke looks up, startled. Philip bursts out from the foliage, looking frantic, calling for the young lord, then stops, seeing Luke. Rogers appears beside Philip. Both look relieved to see Luke unharmed. Luke says calmly that they came here faster than he expected. Rogers sighs in relief, saying it's truly a relief Luke's unharmed. Luke smirks, his arrogance back. Of course, just what do you think of me? Let's go, we've wasted too much time, Luke declares, ready to continue their journey. The dawn begins to break over the mountains, signaling the end of a long and dangerous night. As they walk, Rogers says so Count Monike was the mastermind. Philip adds they can't be certain, but it'd be best to avoid lamer territory. Rogers continues, saying young lord he believes they must return to the fief and rally their reinforcements. Luke looks surprised. Rogers insists they cannot guarantee that something similar won't happen again. Luke smiles faintly, saying their enemy likely won't make any moves soon with the losses they've faced, so grabbing a hold of a gigant now would be for the best. He's still set on his original plan. Rogers looks concerned, saying there may be places selling gigants nearby, but seeing that they don't have a carriage, how does Luke plan to do that? Luke just smirks, asking what Rogers means they don't have a carriage. He gestures, saying they've left them one right here. And there it is, Taizel's massive, magic-engineered trailer, abandoned after the battle. Inside the trailer, Philip is ecstatic, exclaiming, "Wow, what a blessing in disguise, they weren't planning on it, but they managed to get a trailer for free." Rogers, however, looks sternly at Luke, asking if he's rather carefree and if he's already forgotten what they just went through. Rogers turns to Philip, saying he'll be increasing Philip's special training as the young lord's safety comes first. Philip, sweating, tries to calm him down, saying, "Uncle, calm down, nothing happened in the end." Philip winks, trying to lighten the mood, adding on top of that, the young lord is unharmed too. The ground just happened to collapse right in that perilous moment and all the enemies were taken care of. A chibi Philip declares this is definite proof that the young lord is blessed. Luke, in chibi form, looks utterly unimpressed, a giant question mark above his head. Luke snaps, "Bullshit." Philip is startled. Luke continues, irritated, that he almost died without being able to take revenge thanks to that curse. He recalls the intense pain, that shock he felt the moment he tried to use black magic. An image of the curse, a dark energy circle on his heart, appears, as he thinks that power that stopped the black circle on his heart definitely came from that curse. He thinks about the power he's gained from Horath, realizing he's found a strength that can match up to that curse, but it seems that his current circle is just too weak. He needs more power. A lingering question hangs in his mind. Just who is it that was able to cast a curse like this? The origin of Hero Locken's curse remains a mystery. The scene shifts to the imposing central imperial capital, a grand castle under the full moon. Darren, the merchant who once hounded Luke for debt, trembles nervously as he approaches a massive throne room. He walks towards a shadowy figure seated on a high throne, a large, ornate stained glass window depicting a crescent moon behind it. The figure on the throne, wearing a white mask with a red gem and fur-lined robes, speaks, its voice echoing, "Are you that child, Darren?" Darren, sweating profusely, stammers yes, but then asks what they've called him here for, clearly terrified. The masked figure, the elder, continues, saying as the middleman, it believes Darren recalls the orders last year regarding the securing of Demon King Seaman's castle. Darren explains nervously they were just about to succeed, but someone got in their way, and the elder interrupts, "He got in your way?" The elder brings a hand to its masked face, saying, "How curious." Darren exclaims, "Elder." The elder asks if Darren knows their identity. Darren, desperate, pleads to please have mercy, he will make sure to succeed this time. The elder's voice is chilling. "Who said they would kill you?" Darren cowers on the floor as the elder stands, its tall, imposing figure casting a long shadow. The elder's mask shifts, revealing a horrifying skeletal visage beneath, green, ethereal smoke emanating from its mouth, as it says, "I am simply curious." Glowing green eyes fix on Darren, green energy crackling in its skeletal hand, demanding, "Tell me, who was it that got in the way of my plans?" The elder, revealed to be a powerful lich, demands answers, its voice echoing with ancient menace. After surviving the assassination attempt and taking their attacker's massive trailer, Luke, Philip, and Rogers finally arrive at their destination, the magnificent Magic Tower city of Brendan. It's a huge city, dominated by a grand, multi-spired castle. Luke looks around the bustling city, impressed. He notes the scale is incredible, with crowds much larger than in Lamer. Rogers, standing beside him, agrees, saying it's expected since Brendan houses the Magic Tower, famous across the whole continent. Rogers continues, pointing to the people in the streets, including a mage with a pointed hat and staff, explaining that thanks to the tower, you can find magicians everywhere and merchants and technicians gathering. We see a mage enchanting items for a smiling customer. Rogers finishes, saying they're all ultimately working to advance the city. Brendan is clearly a hub of magical innovation and business. Rogers, looking pleased, remarks that this area is perfect for getting a gigant, as there's a large variety of classes from warrior to hero, and even a place that can produce dozens in a single month. Luke smirks, telling Rogers he'll be expecting a lot if he's going to go that far. Philip, always enthusiastic, jumps in, telling the young lord there's actually no need to look around. Philip points towards an impressive, towering castle gleaming in the distance, exclaiming that a branch of the Veritas Magic Tower is around here. Rogers explains that since Gigant production originated from the Veritas Magic Tower, they're the most reliable. Philip proudly adds that most of the continentally recognized Gigants were crafted there. Luke's eye narrows slightly, a flicker of ancient memory stirring as he thinks, the Veritas Magic Tower. There's a branch here. The flashback takes us 500 years into the past. A younger seaman, Luke's past self with brown hair and glasses, discusses his golem research with an older, long-haired mage, Elder Lien. Lien praises him, calling him a genius and saying his dissertation on a new magic technique using golems could be world-changing. Seaman humbly replies it was all thanks to Lien's support. This was the very beginning of the Veritas Magic Tower. Back in the present, Luke reflects that the memory is so fresh, it's as if it happened yesterday. He looks towards the Veritas Tower, a calculating glint in his eye, wondering if they've grown large enough during these 500 years to form a branch. He smirks, thinking he'll make sure to take this opportunity to see their true nature. His past connection to Veritas gives him a unique perspective. He adds with a cynical frown that giving them money at all is unpleasant, but if the performance is good, then he'll buy it. He's all business, despite his history. His strategic mind is already at work, planning to take apart whatever he buys to figure out its strengths and weaknesses as he looks at the towering Veritas branch. And then he plans to create a gigant that far surpasses it. His ambition is limitless. As they approach the entrance to the Veritas Magic Tower branch, a stern-looking guard in full-plate armor blocks their path with his spear, stating that not just anyone can pass, only those of Viscount families and above. Luke glares at the guard, his expression hardening, his voice cold as he asks how rude, and if the guard is looking down on him without even confirming his identity. Philip steps forward angrily, announcing that this is the Lochen Viscountcy's heir, Lord Luke. The guard looks down his nose at them, dismissively questioning if it's the Lochen Viscountcy, then orders Philip to show proper courtesy at once. The guard bursts out laughing, asking if that isn't the family famous for their poverty, and if they even have the money to maintain a gigant, let alone buy one. Philip and Rogers are furious, Philip shouting how dare he insult the Lochen Viscountcy, and Rogers demanding he take that back. Luke, however, remains calm, telling them not to worry about it. Rogers starts to protest, but Luke cuts him off, saying there's no need to pay them any mind. Luke looks at the arrogant guard with a sigh of disdain, thinking 500 years may have passed, but they're just as rotten as before. His past experiences with corrupt nobles are clearly coming back. He turns his gaze to the impressive architecture of the Veritas branch, noting that regardless, this place is far grander than he expected, on a completely different level compared to other magic towers he's seen. Smoke billows from one of the tower's chimneys, showing active workshops. Luke observes he's certain that the gigants coming out of that workshop are great in both quality and number. He lets out a small, contemptuous ha, muttering that still, it's quite revolting, his dislike for their arrogance clear. The guard, irritated by Luke's dismissive attitude, snaps, "What did you?" Luke turns back, an icy glare in his eyes, a faint aura of power around him, stating that those who cast aside courtesy aren't worth spending his money on. He's decided not to do business here. Rogers, still fuming from the insult, clenches his fist, barely containing his anger. Rogers bows apologetically to Luke, saying he apologizes, it's because he's so worthless as the captain of the Knights that Luke has faced such disgrace. Luke reassures him it's not his fault. Luke looks back at the Veritas Tower with a cold smile, thinking if the gatekeeper is behaving that way, then the inside of the magic tower must be in a far more appalling state. He tells them let's just say they saved some time and go look around the other magic towers. Rogers nods, saying yes, he shall guide Luke to the next place. Luke's eyes gleam with a dangerous light as he thinks about those Veritas bastards, his smile chilling. Because purchasing a gigant is more important, he'll set it aside for now. A dark, ominous aura surrounds his thoughts, but once this is over, he'll be sure to pay them back in full. He never forgets a slight. They arrive at another impressive, though slightly less grand, magic tower. Luke, with a chibi head, asks if he can expect a lot from this place. Rogers explains yes, this place is great enough to be one of the 10 magic towers, and nobody else can match them in terms of production speed. 2 imposing gigants stand on display in the entrance hall. This is the Brendan Modern Magic Tower. Luke considers this, hand to his chin, thinking they'd be excellent if the quality is good. Rogers is saying their workshop can produce gigants 10 times faster than any other, while Philip exclaims this place's designs are awesome. A portly man in a smart uniform approaches them, asking what brings them to their magic tower. He introduces himself with a friendly smile as the general manager of the Modern Magic Tower, Garrett, and asks if there's a gigant they're looking for. Luke states his needs, that they're looking for a gigant in the range of 30,000 pesos, and asks if Garrett has any recommendations. Garrett beams, saying indeed, please take their time looking through their catalog. Garrett explains they have many gigants specializing in power, defense, and many others. Luke flips through the catalog, while Philip and Rogers look on with stars in their eyes. Luke is impressed, thinking their guidance and explanations are meticulous. He observes a customer being attended to with great care by Garrett, and that their customer service is spectacular on top of that. The customer looks pleased. Luke continues his thought that unlike Veritas, they don't discriminate based on appearances or status, and instead seem to treat their clients with sincerity. Luke closes the catalog with a slight smile, thinking it seems that not all of the 10 magic towers are garbage. He looks at the displayed gigants, thinking as long as the quality is sufficient, he'll buy from here. Suddenly, they overhear an angry customer shouting at Garrett, "What? You can't do any repairs." Luke, Philip, and Rogers turn in surprise. The irate customer, a green-haired man, yells that this is an obvious flaw with its durability. The moment he got on it, the gigant folded like a tin can. Garrett tries to calm him, saying please calm down, sir, this isn't a flaw, rather. Luke and his companions look annoyed by the commotion. Luke sighs, thinking looking around here any longer is a waste of time. He's clearly losing patience with the overall quality control in the city. Luke holds a list, presumably of magic towers, and crosses off another one. He's been to several places with no luck. They stand before another gigant display, but Philip and Rogers look dejected and tired, their hopes seemingly crumbling. Another magic tower is crossed off the list. Rogers and Philip are slumped over a table in a tavern, clearly exhausted and disheartened by their fruitless search, sighing with weariness. Yet another tower is crossed off Luke's list. The search is proving incredibly frustrating. Walking down a street, Rogers complains that Luke said this was a magic tower city with sophisticated gigant production, but it's a complete mess. Philip agrees. Rogers explains, his expression grim, that when the Empire still had strict restrictions, they only produced top-tier gigants, but nowadays, you can buy anything as long as you have the money. Rogers concludes with a sigh that so it seems the quality diminished significantly. Luke, listening, looks thoughtful. Suddenly, a young man with glasses and light brown hair, clutching blueprints, excitedly approaches a well-dressed man with a cane, exclaiming this is a truly innovative gigant. The bespectacled young man, Halls, pleads for the man to please just take one look. The well-dressed man shoves him away disdainfully, telling him to stop sticking to him like some beggar and get away. Halls's precious blueprints scatter across the cobblestones. Rogers comments that seeing as how he's going around begging with his blueprints, he guesses there's a reason why the quality of gigants is so poor. Luke, however, stops, his attention caught by something, as Philip calls out to him. Luke is looking at the scattered blueprints on the ground, covered in complex diagrams and familiar-looking magic circles. Halls, dejected, lets out a pained sound as he gathers his rejected designs. Luke picks up one of the blueprints, remarking these blueprints are quite interesting, his eyes scanning the intricate details. Luke looks at Halls with a knowing smile, saying he designed the gigant's frame by basing it on golem theory, and one could say it's an old theory, but it's not bad. He recognizes the underlying principles. Luke examines another blueprint, which shows a detailed diagram of a gigant arm, thinking if this is thanks to Mute's teaching, he can see the gigant now. He can visualize the completed machine from these designs. Luke turns to the astonished Halls, asking him to tell him how much he needs in investments. Halls stammers, "I investments." Halls's eyes sparkle with disbelief and hope, asking if Luke is being serious, and that he'll need around 10,000 pesos to manufacture the rest. An image of Halls and a younger, brown-haired seaman, Luke's past self, appears, both smiling and holding blueprints. It's a touching echo of Luke's own past passions. Luke smiles faintly, a hint of his old self, Seaman the researcher, showing through. "Please take me to your laboratory," Luke requests. Rogers looks skeptical, saying since Halls said he lacked money to manufacture the gigant, he thought Halls would be lacking in space and tools as well, but Halls leads them to a rather rundown but still standing tower. Rogers finishes his thought. "Looks like you have a magic tower at least, albeit it looks like it's about to collapse." Halls explains, blushing slightly, that the last gigant model sold pretty well, so he's been holding on, but the new model takes too much time and money. Inside, the workshop is mostly empty. Halls sighs that that's why there's only a few people here, everyone else left. Philip and Rogers exchange worried glances, thinking he could be a con artist. Halls turns, gesturing them further inside, thanking them for coming all this way. He leads them into a large hall where a partially constructed gigant stands, telling them to please take their time looking around. Luke stops, his eyes fixed on the gigant, exclaiming, "This gigant isn't it Sting?" he asks, recognizing the design elements from Reina's gigant in Lem. Halls beams proudly, asking if Luke knows about Sting. Luke, with a confident smile, replies well, he's seen it once before. Rogers looks unimpressed while Philip is starstruck. Luke recalls the golden magic circle he used to repair Reina's sting, thinking the technique of realizing magic in a gigant left a mark on him then, and it seems it was Halls's handiwork. He recognizes Halls's unique magical signature in the design. Halls chuckles, saying it may look similar, but this is a completely different model compared to Sting. He gestures proudly to the new gigant, explaining that the Halley's Magic Tower, applied all of their newest techniques, so everything inside and out will be completely new. It is the Sting too. Luke looks intrigued, asking Itchem, he's intrigued, how much longer will it take? Halls replies the major jobs are complete, so only the details are left. Halls estimates it'll take a month or two. Luke seems surprised, asking if it'll take that long. Halls apologizes, saying this kind of precise work particularly requires care. Halls continues that they lack manpower, and of course they'll need some time to begin with. Luke strokes his chin thoughtfully. Luke makes a decision, saying he'll invest 20,000 more pesos in that case, and asks if Halls will be able to get it done in a week if he hires more technicians. Halls looks stunned. Halls is overcome with joy, papers flying around him as he's energized by the offer. Please hold on for a minute." Halls exclaims, rushing off, "I'll be right back." Halls bursts out of his tower, shouting to his few remaining technicians that everyone, he has great news, they'll be able to work again. He spreads his arms wide, beaming, adding also, I'll be able to pay you large wages. His technicians, previously slumped over their desks in despair, look up in disbelief. One technician asks, stunned, about wages, while another adds about factors that'll increase work efficiency. They can hardly believe their luck. Halls leads his re-energized team back into the workshop, ready to get to work. Philip asks Rogers that the product was at 67.3% completion when work was halted. Rogers recalls they stopped when the magic circle core required recalibration. They seem to be discussing the Sting 2's progress. One of Hall's technicians, now highly motivated, declares that with overtime pay, he'd even be able to work non-stop for 24 hours. Another announces condition optimization complete, beginning work. Rogers looks at Luke with concern, asking young Lord, is this really all right, and trusting the gigant to them. He's worried about Hall's small, underfunded team. Luke smiles confidently, telling Rogers not to worry. He knows well what research-obsessed magicians are like. He trusts Hall's passion and skill. Luke looks at the bustling workshop, a new sense of anticipation building, thinking he's looking forward to when this place joins the 10 magic towers. He sees potential for Hall's workshop to become a major player. Night falls over Brendan, the magic towers gleaming under the full moon. In their room, Philip is fast asleep, muttering, while Rogers tosses and turns, unable to rest, snoring or sleeping restlessly. Luke's bed is empty, moonlight streaming through the window. He's slipped out. A lone figure sits slumped against a wall in a dark alleyway of Brendan. Luke stands over the figure, his arms crossed, a cold aura around him, saying alrighty, he got what he wanted. He looks up at the Veritas magic tower, silhouetted against the moon, a dark, determined expression on his face. Time for payback. The Veritas magic tower looms in the night, unaware of the payback that approaches. 2 guards at the Veritas gate are yawning, bored on their night watch. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the nearby bushes startles them. They look at each other, alert. Who goes there? One guard challenges, raising his spear, while the other holds up a lantern. The guard with the lantern peers into the darkness and sees something. But when he looks again, there's nothing. He says, confused, there's nothing there. Unseen by them, Luke, cloaked in shadows and black magic, slips past them with incredible speed. Luke, now inside the Veritas magic tower grounds, smirks. Now then. He approaches a grand, ornate door, glowing with magical energy, and places his hands on it. The doors swing open, revealing a lavishly decorated hall. Luke strides in confidently, a challenging smile on his face. He has unfinished business with Veritas. What shall I reap? Luke wonders, his mind already calculating his next move against the arrogant magic tower. Inside, the tower is bustling. Mages in robes discuss scrolls, while armored guards stand stiffly at attention, spears in hand, seemingly unaware of any unwelcome guest. Luke stands in the middle of a large hall, purple-black shadowy energy swirling around him with a whoosh. It's a familiar, dark power. A close-up on Luke's face shows that same confident, almost predatory smirk as the shadows envelop him. The words, dark invisibility, appear, signaling his skill, as the shadows hiss around him. The dark, shadowy tendrils of his magic whip across the floor and up the walls, slithering past a large window, completely hiding him from view. His invisible form approaches a grated ventilation shaft set high in a wall, a sneaky way in. With another whoosh, the dark energy flows like liquid shadow towards the vent, slipping easily through the bars. Inside, a lone guard in armor, holding a lantern, patrols a dimly lit corridor. The shadowy tendrils begin to swirl around him, completely unseen. Luke, still in his shadow form, glides effortlessly past the oblivious guard, thinking to himself about the tower's surprisingly sloppy security. He passes by 2 more guards, still undetected, observing with a hint of disdain that the security here is quite lax for a magic tower. The shadowy form, now with glowing eyes and a mischievous grin, hovers near one of the guards as Luke thinks that although he has nothing to gain by just wandering around like this, his shadowy eyes narrow with purpose. He plots that he has to find a useful-looking magician. He's not just here for a walk. Just then, a man in a green cloak nervously looks around, his eyes darting left and right. He seems to be up to no good. The cloaked man lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking he's in the clear, and starts to sneak forward. With a sudden creak, a door opens further down the hall. The cloaked man exclaims mentally, "Phew, I'm in." He stands triumphantly in a brighter room, rubbing his hands together with a greedy expression, thinking he should have done this sooner, and that the security was shabbier than he thought too. His face is flushed with excitement, a bead of sweat on his temple as he drools slightly, thinking this is the officer-only magic library, and all he has to do is quickly take a grimoire out. He gazes at a large, imposing set of double doors leading to the library, his ambition soaring. He thinks nobody's born a high-ranking magician, and as long as he can get that, he can definitely become an intermediate-rank magician and maybe even go beyond that. He clenches his fists, eyes sparkling with dreams of power, wondering if he might even be able to become a master. He turns and starts to run towards the doors, shouting in his mind, "Wait for me, my brilliant future," as little puffs of dust kick up behind him. Luke, in his shadowy form, looms behind the oblivious man, a cynical smile etched on his spectral face, thinking no matter where you go, you'll always run into these kinds of fools. Luke's shadowy form seems to consider the situation, thinking still, sticking to this guy seems like it'll be fun, and decides to follow. The foolish magician reaches the grand library doors, pressing his ear against them, listening intently, then starts fumbling with the lock, a soft clicking sound echoing slightly. He grins, holding up a small tool, clearly pleased with himself, sneering that the locking mechanism is pretty weak too, and those high-ranking magicians are real careless with these kinds of things. Suddenly, a voice from inside the room cuts through the silence. "I don't recall giving anyone permission to enter recently." The foolish magician freezes, his eyes wide with shock. An imposing figure stands in the darkened room, scrolls in hand, his glasses glinting, asking if in that case, the man must be an intruder. The foolish magician trembles, a sound of pure dread escaping him as he looks up at the towering figure. A close-up reveals the stern, intimidating face of Master Jameson, the Veritas Magic Tower Branch Master. His eyes gleam behind his glasses as he asks if the man is an intruder, then he doesn't believe he'd have any complaints if he killed him on the spot, right? The air crackles with menace. The foolish magician's face is pale, eyes darting around in panic, sweat dripping as he stammers no, he got lost and ended up here, clearly terrified. He's shaking his head frantically, apologizing and begging to be forgiven just this once, feeling the immense mana pressure from Jameson, exclaiming inwardly how incredible his mana pressure is. Jameson looks down, a slight, almost unreadable smile on his face, saying then that would be a relief. Jameson chuckles, scratching the back of his head in a disarmingly casual way, saying he was absolutely certain the man was a thief, and he'd almost brought harm to a valuable associate of this precious tower by mistake. Jameson leans in conspiratorially, holding a bundle of scrolls, explaining he just happens to be holding on to some very valuable scrolls as well. It's a very important secret, so this cannot be leaked by any means, and the man understands why he'd be sensitive about security, right? The foolish magician looks up, utterly bewildered by the sudden change. The foolish magician stammers, a forced, nervous smile plastered on his face, saying yes, of course, he'd always understand the desire to work hard for the prosperity of the tower. Jameson smiles warmly, patting the man's shoulder, thanking him so much for his understanding and frankly, it's quite a burden on him. He taps the scrolls thoughtfully, saying as a fellow associate of the Magic Tower, he's sure the man is aware regarding the new hero-grade gigant. The foolish magician's eyes widen in astonishment, exclaiming hero-grade? There are only a handful of them on the continent. Jameson unrolls one of the scrolls, showing intricate designs, saying the man is well-informed, secrecy is a concern, but there are many troubles even simply interpreting the designs, though it's not terribly difficult. The foolish magician stares, captivated, wondering if those are designs for a hero-grade gigant. The foolish magician's eyes are practically glowing with awe and greed, thinking he can tell with just a quick glance. It's an unbelievable application of magic. It feels like his magic has gone up several ranks just by looking at it. Jameson's expression darkens instantly, his eyes turning cold and menacing from behind the foolish magician, saying, "Ah, he looked at it, didn't he?" The foolish magician stumbles back, a jolt of realization hitting him, stammering, "B-branch manager?" Jameson's hand crackles with malevolent red energy as he says to please understand, it's a rule to immediately erase those who have seen these scrolls without the right to do so. The red energy flares brighter. The foolish magician is horrified, sweat pouring down his face, pleading, "Please wait, this isn't fair, the branch manager showed them to him himself." Jameson simply chuckles, asking what he's saying. Jameson's face is a mask of cold fury, his eyes blazing red, telling the crazy bastard he shouldn't have even looked in their direction. The foolish magician recoils, hands outstretched pleadingly, red energy already starting to envelop him, begging please, he was wrong. A massive blast of red energy engulfs the foolish magician, his scream of "H" cut short as the power surges violently. Jameson stands calmly, red energy still crackling in his hand, a smug look on his face, thinking that's right, how dare someone like him covet such things. He turns and walks away from the spot where the magician was, leaving only dissipating red energy, saying had the man known his place and acted like it, then he wouldn't have ended up like that, and in his next life, to please act according to his place, as a chilling thud is implied. The lifeless body of the foolish magician lies crumpled on the floor, the room now filled with an oppressive silence and the lingering scent of burnt magic. Luke, still in his shadow form and observing from nearby, lets out a silent. He thinks with cold clarity that Jameson only showed those secrets because he needed a reason to kill him. He wanted to kill from the start, didn't he? The shadowy form dissipates with a whoosh, revealing Luke standing there, his expression one of utter contempt, purple energy swirling around him, thinking he knew it, whether it be in the past or now, the Veritas Magic Tower have completely lost their minds. Meanwhile, Jameson is back at his desk, looking at some papers as someone, likely Luke, calls out, "Atlas." Jameson looks up, deep in thought, a slight frown on his face, thinking about the Magic Tower's new hero-grade gigant. He strokes his chin, noting it's taking longer than expected to understand the design. It's quite elaborate, and he'll require more time than he originally planned. His eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of awareness in them. He falls silent, sensing something. Jameson looks up from his desk, his gaze sweeping the room, saying he doesn't know who it is, but they should show themselves. Below, Luke thinks, surprised at being detected. Luke's shadowy form, with its characteristic glowing eyes and grin, materializes in the room with a soft whoosh, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asks, was Jameson the Veritas Magic Tower's branch manager? Jameson turns, facing the shadowy figure, saying his senses are at least half decent, as Luke's form solidifies slightly, still wreathed in shadow. Jameson's hand ignites with red, crackling energy, demanding to know who sent him and what his objective is, his voice hard. Luke's shadowy form tilts its head, saying objective? His objective is the same as it was 500 years ago. The shadow partially recedes, revealing Luke's determined, smirking face, one eye still shrouded in darkness as he says, "To cleanse the world of rotten garbage like you." An explosion of orange and yellow erupts, seemingly from Jameson's direction, a powerful counterattack or perhaps just an expression of his rage, with a deafening quang. Jameson stands amidst the lingering energy, his own red magic flaring from his hand, asking how dare Luke call the Veritas branch manager garbage. His eyes glow an intense red behind his glasses, proclaiming Veritas is home to those with intellects Luke could never reach. They are the chosen ones, and if Luke runs his mouth carelessly, he'll never see the light of day again. Luke retorts, his voice full of mockery, "Oh my, the chosen ones?" Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt around Jameson, who looks startled, as Luke's shadow form looms over him, asking who decided on that, Jameson exclaiming in surprise. Luke continues, his tone laced with centuries of disdain, that these people haven't changed at all over the past 500 years. Jameson is now visibly struggling against the encroaching darkness as Luke's face appears, cold and smirking, saying they believe only themselves to be special and don't consider anyone else to even be human, the dark energy crackling around them. A close-up on Luke's eye, now glowing a terrifying crimson as he declares, his voice dropping to a dangerous pitch, "However, starting now, I will correct your misunderstanding." Luke's hand glows with intense purple-black energy, saying the very word veritas will be erased from history itself, as Jameson screams in terror and agony while Luke unleashes his attack, Dark Bullet. A torrent of dark energy slams into Jameson, whose own scream is drowned out by the impact. Jameson slumps forward in his chair, defeated, smoke rising from his body, muttering weakly to please spare his life. Luke stands before him, a cool, almost bored expression on his face, a wisp of smoke curling from his lips, saying he heard from the Iron Mage that they've isolated themselves from battle, but he can't believe that a Magic Tower branch manager around the Sixth Circle is such a coward. Luke turns away from the defeated Jameson, a satisfied smirk on his face, approaching the desk where the scrolls lie, thinking now then, shall he take his spoils? He unrolls one of the scrolls, revealing detailed schematics of a gigant. Intricate designs of its armor and internal mechanisms fill the parchment, with magical runes inscribed alongside them, a powerful aura seeming to emanate from it. Luke's eyes gleam with triumph as he examines the blueprint, recognizing it as the blueprint of a hero-grade gigant, letting out a soft, pleased he. Noting they say there are only a handful of them on the continent. He pauses for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering why this is here. A predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes glinting, thinking but he'll make good use of it, a soft, satisfied hiss escaping him. His thoughts turn to the delicious irony of the situation, that the Veritas Magic Tower being destroyed by its own secret weapon would truly be a sight worth seeing. Luke stands holding the unrolled blueprint, and behind him, the shadowy, spectral image of the hero-grade gigant looms, its eyes glowing with purple energy. It's a promise of the destruction to come. The scene pulls back to show Luke alone in the grand office, laughing maniacally, his triumphant laughter echoing through the now silent chamber of the defeated branch master, as the chapter ends. Later, with the blueprint spread across the desk, Luke felt a deep satisfaction. This was more than he'd hoped for. Losing this blueprint alone would cripple the Veritas Magic Tower. But one look at his determined gaze, and you knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. Then, a surge of dark power, and violent purple flames exploded from Luke's outstretched hand, roaring across the room. The fire spread like a hungry beast, devouring priceless books and ancient scrolls in the library, the crackle of flames mixing with the sinister hiss of dark magic. Luke watched it burn, his thoughts ice cold. All those secrets, all those centuries of hoarded knowledge. Surrounded by swirling dark energy and the inferno he'd created, a grimly satisfied smirk played on Luke's lips. This tower, built on greed and exploitation, deserved this, and he wondered just how spectacularly it would all end. Then a jarring shift, a bright, clear blue sky, fluffy white clouds drifting lazily, a world away from the night's fiery destruction. A powerful train, the one commandeered from Teisel, steamed steadily through a lush green landscape, smoke billowing from its chimney. Inside, Luke casually sipped from a cup by the window, a smug look settling on his face as he imagined the panic back at Veritas, their precious secrets now nothing but ash. Another sip. The damage, he mused, was probably equal to losing dozens of gigants, a very satisfying thought. A faint purple aura still clung to him as he reflected on his gains. Those grimoires, the hero-grade gigant plans, revenge had paid off handsomely. Rogers approached from behind. "Young lord," he observed, "you seem to be in quite a good mood. Did something happen?" Rogers, a knowing smile on his face, and a curious Philip stood before him. Rogers noted Luke seemed even happier than when he'd gotten a new gigant, and Philip eagerly begged to be let in on the secret. Luke turned, a charmingly evasive smile playing on his lips. "Oh, nothing much," he said smoothly, "just happy to be heading back to our lands." Philip sighed in relief, already dreaming of rest, but Rogers quickly shut that down. Training was first on the agenda, much to Philip's dismay. As their train neared Locken territory, Rogers was still lecturing Philip about the merchant incident, reminding him that a knight's duty was to protect, and that meant starting his training all over again. Philip, with comically teary eyes, turned to Luke in desperation, begging him to make his uncle stop. But Luke was miles away, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. He'd accomplished more than he'd planned, and now, back home, he needed to focus on restoring his magical circle. Suddenly, Luke's expression changed, a soft escaping him as something outside caught his eye, and Philip noticed the shift immediately. Through the window, they saw her, a lone woman with long, flowing silver hair, kneeling in prayer before a simple shrine. Luke recognized her instantly. Princess Reina? The small, stone church stood starkly against a cloudy sky. Inside, through slightly open doors, flickering torchlight revealed Reina, her voice filled with desperation as she prayed to the great Elcasal. She knelt before a simple altar, her attendant standing respectfully behind her, the torchlight casting long, dancing shadows as she spoke of herself as a humble servant of Earth's mother, Bella's, and pleaded for the strength to help her suffering refugees, her voice heavy with the weight of their plight. She knelt, hands clasped tightly, eyes shut in fervent prayer, a picture of both humility and desperate hope. Her face showed the strain, the exhaustion, but also a fierce, unwavering determination in her violet eyes as she continued her earnest plea. Her attendant gently interrupted, "Princess Reina." She looked up, surprised, her prayer broken. Then, a voice from the doorway cut in, asking why she'd come to pray in such a desolate place. It was Luke, his expression hard to read. Reina looked up, completely shocked, her breath catching. "Young Lord Luke," she stammered, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She was clearly bewildered, stammering questions about how he'd found her there, and with a train, of all things. With the train parked nearby, Luke just said vaguely that a lot had happened, then cut straight to the point. Why wasn't she in Lammer? Later, in a simple room, a weary Reina sat on a bed. Luke, seeing her state, guessed Count Monache was involved, and with a heavy sigh, Reina confirmed his suspicions, admitting that despite his warnings, things had gone wrong. Reina explained, bitterness in her voice, that after Luke left Lammer, she'd hoped Manak's cruelty would stop, but instead, he'd become even more aggressive, cornering them without reason. He'd broken his promises, hiking taxes on the refugees just to make them suffer, his cruelty casting a long shadow. Then he'd gone further, burning their homes. People were hurt, some even died, the brutality escalating. Unable to stay in Lammer, Reina explained they'd come seeking help from Marquis Myers, a powerful noble, hoping he would offer sanctuary. Luke guessed the outcome. "But he refused to see you, didn't he?" Reina nodded sadly. "So far, yes." Her attendant added, frustrated, that they'd been waiting for 3 days, clearly being ignored. As Luke listened thoughtfully, the attendant explained that the princess, refusing to give up, had resorted to praying for an audience. Luke looked down, a cynical edge to his voice. "How frustrating," he muttered. Then, looking straight at Reina, he said bluntly that torturing herself by waiting and praying to a silent god was pointless. Her attendant was horrified. "Young lord, that's too harsh." Luke's gaze was intense. "Think about it from his side," he pressed. "Why would Marquis Myers take you in?" He pointed out the reality, sheltering tens of thousands of refugees, risking conflict with Count Monache. It was a massive gamble for Myers, far too risky. What kind of fool would agree to that? Luke's question hung heavy in the air, and Reina looked down, somber and silent. Reina finally looked up, her voice quiet but firm. "So you think what I'm doing is pointless?" Luke didn't soften the blow. "Yes," he said, looking her straight in the eye. "Haven't you learned anything? To protect what matters," he stated, his voice laced with an old, deep pain as flashes of Katarina's suffering flickered in his mind. "You need strength. Without it, you can't protect anyone." He turned away, a flicker of conflict on his face. He knew she wasn't Katarina, but the resemblance was so strong. He couldn't just ignore her plight. Reina looked up, a sigh escaping her lips, her expression a mix of exhaustion and stubborn resolve. Luke faced her again. "Go back to your territory for now," he offered. "I'll escort you part of the way." But Reina's eyes flashed with defiance. "No," she said firmly. "I'm not leaving until I meet the Marquis." A small, exasperated sigh escaped Luke. "You're really going to stick with this, aren't you?" Luke finally burst out, his frustration boiling over. "So what if he refuses? You'll just die here? Face reality, princess." His voice rose with urgency. "Asking someone to take on tens of thousands of refugees, don't you see that's just asking for more trouble?" Reina looked down, taking in his words. "Right now," Luke urged, "you need to focus on what you can do, not just the refugees." Reina clutched the blanket, her voice tight with anguish. "But if I try to gather the strength to help them myself, how long will that take?" She looked up, her eyes pleading. "Months? Years? What good is that strength if my people die waiting? You can't save everyone." Luke argued passionately. "Are you going to throw your own life away trying?" Reina looked down, her voice barely a whisper. "Young lord." Then her gaze met his, unwavering. "Do you truly believe my life is worth more than any one of theirs?" Luke was visibly taken aback, stammering, "Oh, of course I do." The words were out before he could stop them, surprising even himself. "No," Reina declared, her hand flying to her heart, her conviction absolute. "All lives are precious. Mine is no more valuable than theirs. My people are counting on me, no matter how hard it gets." Her eyes blazed with an unshakable sense of duty. "I will never abandon them. I have a responsibility to do everything in my power for them." Luke just stared, momentarily silenced by the sheer force of her will. And then a memory. Katerina's voice, echoing from a time long past. "Seaman, did you hear?" He saw Katerina, younger, her face etched with concern, questioning why a child should suffer simply because of who they were born as. Her voice, full of empathy, "None of us choose how we're born." She looked at him, at Seaman, his past self, her eyes shining with hope. "Don't you think that day will come?" And Seaman, younger then, had smiled gently as Katerina voiced her deepest wish, a day when everyone can be equally happy. Her words seemed to shimmer with an almost impossible light. Back in the present, Luke stood with his back to Reina, bathed in the light from the window, the weight of Katerina's words, so like Reina's, settling heavily upon him. He turned slightly, a soft, almost sad smile on his face, a quiet sigh escaping him. "If someone like you had been there 500 years ago, I wonder if things might have been different." Reina looked at him, startled and utterly confused. What are you talking about?" Luke faced her fully, his expression earnest. "I'd forgotten," he admitted, "that revenge wasn't the only reason I wanted to change the world. You reminded me." Reina was flustered, a blush rising. "Young lord, I don't understand what you mean." Luke's gaze was sincere. "Your hope, it makes even me want to lend you my strength." He addressed her formally then. "Princess, when it comes to your refugees and your own fate, the Locken family will stand with you." Reina stared, her eyes wide with shock, then slowly dawning hope. The scene shifts. Night again. A large, luminous full moon dominates the dark sky. Moonlight bathed the Brendan branch of the Veritas magic tower, when suddenly a frantic shout shattered the night. "Emergency! Intruder at the library!" Green, crackling magic erupted on the stone steps as guards scrambled towards the library, orders echoing for all available personnel to converge. Armored guards, swords drawn, advanced cautiously, the air still fizzing with green energy. "Careful, everyone," one warned. "Our opponent's a magician." They found him a lone, hooded figure, surrounded by swirling green magic. "You?" a guard yelled. "Are you the one who torched the library?" The hooded figure, it was Pierrot Otterin, the seventh elder, looked down at them with open disdain. "Pathetic. Lacks security, and you can't even recognize who you're dealing with." More guards swarmed in, weapons raised. Don't move. You're surrounded. But one guard hesitated, sweat beading on his face. He stammered, his eyes fixed on something. On the back of the figure's purple cloak, an emblem, 7 white lilies. The guard's face drained of color. Those lilies. Everyone, drop your weapons, he screamed, his voice cracking with panic, and swords clattered onto the stone. Piro Ataran stood, imposing under the moonlight, as the terrified guards scrambled to their knees. The guard who'd recognized the emblem shouted, "Show your respects. It's the 7th elder from Veritas headquarters." Ataran, his face hidden in shadow, looked down at them with cold, assessing eyes. "Where," he demanded, "is the branch manager?" The nameplate confirmed it. Piro Ataran, 7th elder, Inspection Department, Veritas Magic Tower. A kneeling guard stammered, "He's inside the library, sir." "I'll take you." Ataran's gaze, sharp and dismissive, fell on him. "You're in charge of security here?" "Why, sir," the guard replied nervously, still kneeling. Ataran placed a hand on the guard's shoulder, a deceptively casual, yet menacing gesture. "I don't need a guide." Green energy began to crackle around Ataran's hand. Being escorted by an incompetent is frankly disgusting. His voice dripped with contempt. Then, with a violent surge, green lightning erupted, engulfing the unfortunate guard in an agonizing blast as he screamed. The other guards could only tremble in abject terror, watching the brutal, swift execution, their fear a palpable thing in the air. Ataran stood over the fallen guard, green energy still radiating from his hand, the ground stained dark. "Veritas," he stated coldly, his voice echoing in the sudden silence, "has no need for the worthless." The world shifts, rain lashing down on a dark, forgotten forest. A child's desperate voice cuts through the storm. "Please, save me." A memory, sharp and painful. A young boy, his face a mask of terror, fights against the churning, rain-swollen water, his small hands grasping at nothing. "Help me! Somebody please!" he screams. At the water's edge, dark, slimy creatures lurk, the source of his fear. Further back, a younger seaman and Katerina watch in horror as the boy slips under the surface with a despairing gurgle. Seaman, panicked, turns to run. "He'll die if we don't do something. I'll get help from the village." But Katerina, her face grim with a terrible urgency, stops him. "There's no time for that, seaman." With determined movements, Katerina ties back her long silver hair, her expression resolute. "I'll go," she declares, ready to face the raging water herself. Seaman lunges forward, shouting, "Katerina, stop." But it's too late. With a splash, she's already diving into the violent current. A few tense moments later, Katerina stumbles onto the muddy bank, dragging the unconscious boy with her, both of them soaked and utterly exhausted. The boy sputters, then coughs violently, water spewing from his mouth as he gasps for air. He keeps coughing, weak but alive. Katerina kneels beside him, relief washing over her, while Seaman watches, the rain still pouring down around them. Katerina manages a weak smile. "Seaman, he's breathing. What a relief." But Seaman just looks at her, his voice tight with worry. "Katerina?" He rushes to her side, his face etched with concern. "Why would you do something so reckless? You could have been swept away too." Katerina looks back at him, admitting, "I know it was reckless. The moment I jumped in, I was terrified." Seaman, still shaken, presses her. "Then why did you do it?" "But Seaman," Katerina begins, her earnest eyes meeting his, raindrops clinging to his glasses. And then, as if on cue, the sun breaks through the storm clouds, bathing Katerina in light. She winks, a bright, confident smile spreading across her face. "Sometimes," she says, her voice full of conviction, "to save a life, you need the courage to be a little reckless." Back in the present, Luke finds his thoughts drifting to Princess Reina. He'd thought it was just their looks that were so similar. But no, he realizes with a sigh, they were also alike in their almost unreasonable recklessness, that willingness to dive headfirst into danger for what they believed in. Luke, arms crossed, is snapped back to reality by Philip's frantic, high-pitched voice. Young Lud, how could this happen? Philip rushes towards Luke, absolutely aghast, while Roger stands behind him, hand clamped to his forehead in disbelief. I can't believe you agreed to take in all of Volga's refugees. Are you actually planning to go to war with Count Monike? Rogers steps forward, arms crossed, his expression grave. I have to agree with Philip on this, young lord. My apologies, but... He lays out the hard truth. Fighting the Count is almost inevitable now, and though their lands are recovering, they simply aren't prepared for the costs of war. Philip, standing before Luke, pleads desperately, he's right. This is insane. It's not too late, please, just tell them you can't do it. Even Hans, the ever-loyal butler, chimes in, his voice heavy with concern, young lord, I fear our current situation doesn't allow for us to wage war. Luke remains silent, a vein throbbing visibly at his temple as Philip continues, his voice rising, exactly. And don't forget, the Count has dozens of giants. Philip's desperation peaks. Even if the legendary warrior Loken himself came back from the dead, he trails off, implying the situation is beyond even their ancestors' might. Luke finally speaks, his voice dangerously low, cutting through their protests like a knife. Shut up. I'm doing this no matter what. Philip and Rogers just stare, stunned into a momentary silence. But Philip isn't done. Young lord, have you lost your mind? He bursts out. 30,000 refugees. 30,000. We can barely feed our own people as it is. If we take them all in, we'll be right back where we started, struggling to survive. Philip shouts, an angry flush rising on his face. Rogers tries to intervene. Philip, that's enough. But Philip, now with tears of frustration in his eyes, shakes him off. No, I'm not done. You leave me your own guard behind all the time, going off who knows where. Luke's eyes narrow to slits as Philip's rant continues, and no matter how pretty the princess is, this is too much. Are you doing this because you've never dated anyone and want to impress her? Is that it? All these refugees, just to win her favor? Philip, Rogers says sharply, and Philip finally stops, looking startled. Luke is smiling, but it's a cold, predatory grin that sends shivers down the spine. Pet. On the ground, he orders, his voice calm, yet filled with an unmistakable menace. Philip, realizing he's crossed a serious line, stammers weakly. Young lord, did you enjoy my little joke? Rogers just sighs, covering his face with his hand in clear exasperation at Philip's lack of filter. Luke stays silent for a beat. Then, his tone shifting to pure business, Luke asks, you said the refugees number around 30,000, correct? Reina's attendant confirms, yes, that's right. They're all gathered around a table now, a map spread out between Luke, Reina, her attendant, a subdued Philip, and Rogers. Philip, still looking a bit shaken, asks, if that many people try to move, won't we attract a lot of attention? Luke nods grimly. Exactly. If they move overland, they'll be pursued immediately. Luke points to the map. By sea would be quickest to reach Loken lands, but it's the dry season, the rivers are too low for ships. And the land route is too long. If they chase us, we'll definitely be caught. Philip, looking worried, asks, so, should we wait until we can use ships? Rogers chimes in. Or perhaps we could gather enough troops to fight off any pursuers before we move? Luke shakes his head. Even if we went by sea, it wouldn't change much. Monike likely has his own warships, they'd catch us easily. He gestures to the map again. And bringing an army would be a clear declaration of war. Fighting Monike is one thing, but we can't give him any excuse to get support from the Emperor. Philip looks utterly defeated. Then is there anything we can actually do? Rogers turns to Luke. Do you have a plan, young lord? Luke's eyes narrow, a spark of cunning in them. We have only one choice. His gloved finger decisively stabs at a river marked on the map, near a point indicating a broken bridge or impassable section. We travel by river. Reina's attendant looks completely baffled. The river? But you just said we can't sail any ships, so how? A smirk plays on Luke's lips. That's precisely what we're going to use to our advantage. We have a short window to prepare. He paints a picture of simple wooden rafts on a shallow river. We're going to build rafts. The river's too shallow for ships, but it's deep enough for rafts. He describes people, even women and children, gathering logs by the riverside. We'll make them large enough for tens of thousands to stand on. It won't be easy, but it also won't take too long. Philip's eyes suddenly light up with understanding, his hands clasping together. I get it. Rafts, no matter how big, will float. And it'll be much faster than building a proper ship. Rogers, however, remains skeptical. I'm not so sure. I'm against it. Philip looks surprised. Huh. Rogers explains, rafts that large will be incredibly slow. He illustrates his point. A slow-moving raft full of people would be an easy target for archers on the riverbanks. If they pursue us along the banks, they'll catch up quickly, and even simple ranged attacks would leave us completely defenseless. Luke leans over the map, a confident smile spreading across his face. Sharp as ever, Rogers. But there's no need to worry. I've already thought of that. A cunning glint shines in Luke's eyes, his smirk widening. We'll use the trailer. The idea hangs in the air, almost palpable. He explains the plan. After lashing all the rafts together for stability, we'll connect the whole thing to the trailer. Imagine it, the powerful train, usually used for hauling gigantes, now pulling a massive chain of rafts down the river. With the trailer's speed and power, they won't be able to chase us down so easily. Rogers and Philip look completely astonished, then comprehension dawns. Rogers exclaims, I see. Philip adds, right? A trailer can move fast even with a gigant's weight, so that just might work. Reina's attendant speaks up then, looking troubled. There is one problem. It's rather embarrassing, but we don't have the resources to build such large rafts. Luke smiles reassuringly. Don't worry about that. I have money left over from a recent acquisition. The attendant is overcome with relief. Really? Thank you, young lord, thank you so much. Luke clasps his hands. Not at all. As soon as I return to my fief, I'll send you 30,000 pesos. Just make sure those rafts are built strong. Reina, who had been listening silently with her back to Luke, turns, her voice soft. I'm truly sorry. I knew taking us in would be an incredibly difficult burden. She faces him fully, her expression a mixture of deep gratitude and profound concern. Even the fact that you've resolved to fight Count Monike, it could bring so much harm to the Lacan family, and yet Luke interrupts her gently, a confident, reassuring smile on his face. Princess Reina, don't worry. We will win. Philip and Rogers, their earlier doubts banished, now beam with renewed confidence, pumping their fists. Philip exclaims, That's right. Just trust the young lord. Rogers adds, Yes, we were planning on dealing with Count Monike sooner or later anyway. Luke's smile remains, but his eyes hold a serious light. However, in this operation, we cannot make the first move. Our success entirely depends on whether you can safely lead your people to the river. He looks directly at Reina, his gaze unwavering. Can I trust you to guide them there? Reina meets his gaze, her own eyes shining with fierce determination. Yes. Reina declares, her voice ringing with absolute resolve. I will do everything in my power. And with that, the train speeds away, puffing smoke, carrying Luke and his newfound, yet familiar, purpose. The scene shifts, plunging us back into the grim reality of the Veritas Magic Tower branch. Through a window, we see the utter chaos in the branch master's office, Jameson's lifeless body slumped over his desk. Elder Piero Otteran sits calmly amidst the wreckage, at Jameson's desk, scattered papers and overturned bottles his only company as he surveys the scene. He picks up a small communication device, his face a mask of utter disgust as he addresses the slumped form of Jameson. Tisk, just look at this mess you've become. Otteran continues his scathing commentary, with a leader in this state, it's hardly surprising those under you are so incompetent. The corpse of Jameson seems to twitch, almost as if in posthumous shame. Ataran falls silent, his head tilting slightly, sensing something off. Ataran then speaks into the seemingly empty room, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And to what do we owe the honor of a visit from the esteemed inspection department elder? Or have you come for another reason?" He clearly knows he's not alone with just a corpse. He glances towards the library entrance, taking a casual swig from a bottle. Then, Jameson's voice, or what sounds like it, answers, sounding utterly defeated. "Ah, I suppose you're here to make me take responsibility for the fire. I have nothing left to lose, so do what you will." Ataran, his face shadowed by his hood, states coldly, "Oh, you will be punished. That is a certainty." He leans forward slightly, his voice dropping. "Before that, there is something I must ask you." The head of Jameson snaps up, a flicker of genuine alarm in its dead eyes. "This is no ordinary corpse. How did you?" Jameson stammers. Ataran cuts him off smoothly. "I already knew you'd stolen it. I was merely observing, in case you had any conspirators." Ataran's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat appearing on Jameson's temple. "I must admit, I don't understand why you'd steal it without any allies, but—" He pauses, then his voice sharpens. "Wait a moment. Just—" Ataran fixes the entity in Jameson's body with an intense, penetrating stare. Ataran leans in, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "Who exactly are you?" Jameson offers a weak, confused, and very nervous smile. What are you talking about?" Ataran elaborates, his voice cold. "I've met all the elders of Veritas. They all share one thing in common, an immense reserve of mana." A sickly green, ominous aura begins to flare up around Ataran. "But this dismal, stagnant energy you possess. I've never encountered anything like it." The green aura intensifies, swirling violently around Ataran, his expression turning predatory. An ethereal, ghostly green hand, crackling with malevolent power, emerges from Ataran, reaching slowly towards Jameson. "They said Jameson was a genius before his accident. Perhaps that wasn't entirely a lie, considering you managed this." Jameson recoils, pure terror now etched on his features. What is this?" The ghostly green hand, pulsing with raw magic, closes in on Jameson's head. With a sickening thud, the green hand slams into Jameson's head, red energy flaring wildly at the point of impact. The green energy seems to solidify, piercing deep into the possessed form. Jameson lets out an unearthly, agonizing scream, his face contorted in excruciating pain. The green hand begins to forcibly extract a glowing orange orb, the very essence, the soul of the entity within, from Jameson's head. The glowing orange orb is ripped free from Jameson's now truly lifeless body. Jameson slumps into his chair, an empty shell. Ataran stands, holding the pulsating orange orb in his hand, a look of grim, chilling satisfaction on his face. Ataran muses to the captured essence, "I highly doubt you would simply tell me what I want to know." Jameson's body is suddenly engulfed in spectral green flames. Ataran himself is wreathed in the same eerie fire, his features shifting, revealing a skeletal, lich-like face beneath the hood as he clutches the orange orb. "So, I'll just control you myself, and I will find out where Horitha's blueprint has gone." The green flames around him blaze with terrifying intensity. Peering into Jameson's memories, Ataran saw flashes, shadowy demonic forms, then Jameson himself, overwhelmed by Luke's dark magic. The vision sharpened, showing Luke, his eyes burning with dark power as he unleashed a devastating attack, the whoosh of it echoing in the memory. Ataran's glowing green skeletal eye widened just a fraction. He recognized that technique instantly. Dark bullet. The intruder was a black magician? This was an unexpected twist. The skeletal Ataran let out an irritated sigh. Annoying. After the Demon King fell 500 years ago, there was only one other place known to harbor black magicians besides himself. His thoughts conjured a dark, imposing fortress, home to the pale-skinned, white-haired figures of the dark clan of the Volga Republic, their eyes glowing with sinister power. Otto-ran mused that he hadn't expected another dark clan operating in the shadows. He recalled how the Volgan royal authority collapsed, leading to the Republic secretly controlled by dark elves. Oppressed for so long, they were likely planning something, but they were moving faster than he'd anticipated. Otto-ran considered the map. Volga was still weak, but if they revealed their black magic and grew their forces, they could rival the Baroque Empire. If they built a hero-grade gigant, they'd be a massive threat, one the Empire should have sensed. Green energy still pulsed around Otteran's hand. Did he really have to be the one to retrieve those blueprints? He then conjured a small, glowing green worm of energy in his palm and gently placed it on the back of the dead Jameson's neck. The green worm slithered disturbingly into Jameson's ear. Jameson's body twitched, a shadowy form briefly flickering above it before vanishing. Otteran, his face returning to its human appearance, though still cold, watched as Jameson's body began to stir. Jameson slowly sat up, his eyes now glowing with the same eerie green as Otteran's magic. "You're awake," Otteran stated simply. With a faint creak, Jameson turned his head. Now fully under Otteran's control, Jameson looked up, green mist swirling around him, and rasped a pledge of loyalty to his new, immortal king. Jameson knelt submissively. Otteran thought to himself that the worm he'd planted would surely be useful one day. With a swirl of his purple cloak, Otteran turned to leave. He stood at a large window, gazing into the night sky. "Now then," he murmured, his sights set on a new destination, to the north. His investigation in Brendan was over. Meanwhile, back at the Laken Fief, Hans, the butler, stood in a well-appointed room, his eyes wide and jaw dropped in shock. Is that truly what happened? Rogers, Philip, Reina's attendant, and Mute were all there as Hans exclaimed, "How dare he try to assassinate the young lord? That disgusting Count Monike." Mute, the Iron Mage, his expression thoughtful, speculated that Monike might have been after Laken territory all along, even suggesting the recent gigant accident could have been his doing. Rogers, looking concerned, added that a territory war was a real possibility. Philip questioned how Monike could get permission, given the need for imperial and aristocratic assembly approval. Hans, clearly distressed, worried that Manak's close ties to the imperial family meant he could manufacture any justification he needed. Mute then posed the grim question. Was it truly wise to accept the refugees in such a dangerous situation, especially when they were already struggling to manage the fief? The weight of the decision hung in the air. Hans pointed out the immense cost of feeding tens of thousands of refugees, the camera pulling back to show the serious faces around the room. Suddenly, a loud clattering from outside shattered the tense silence. Rogers and Philip leaped to their feet, shouting, "What's that noise?" They burst out of the room, swords drawn, Philip yelling a challenge, only to stop dead in his tracks, shocked by what he saw in the courtyard. Luke stood calmly amidst massive piles of what looked like rubble and glittering treasure. "Young lord," Philip exclaimed. Luke simply said, "You're here." Luke remarked with some amusement that it was the first time he'd received such a hostile welcome. Philip, still on edge, demanded to know where he'd been. Then, gesturing wildly at the heaps of gems, gold, and ancient artifacts, Philip yelled, "And what is all this stuff behind you?" Luke just smirked. You see, those," Luke announced casually, "are Demon King Seaman's military funds." Philip and Rogers stared, completely dumbfounded. The Demon King's military funds? Luke explained he'd found the treasure hidden in a demolished rampart while searching the Demon King's old castle, figuring the Demon King must have forgotten about it. Rogers, looking nervous, wondered if it was safe to use, fearing a curse. Just then, Dixon, the accountant, came rushing down the stairs, shouting, "Shut your mouth." Dixon, his face a mask of fierce determination, declared with a raised hand that he'd overcome any curse with sheer willpower to get that treasure. Practically vibrating with excitement, Dixon yelled that the treasure now belonged to the Laken Viscounty and he wouldn't give it up even if the Demon King himself came for it. Luke sighed, a slight smile on his face, telling Sir Dixon to calm down. As Dixon practically bathed in the treasure, Luke clarified that he'd secretly gathered these emergency funds using golems and monsters before mining operations fully began, and now, for the refugees, he had no choice but to use them. Luke thought to himself, with the money problem solved, what's next is? He turned to Rogers. Rogers, do you have a moment? Rogers looked surprised. Yes. There's something I need your help with, Luke said, and Rogers looked intrigued. Later, Luke stood alone in a training courtyard, holding 2 practice swords. He knew he had to catch up on 500 years of magical advancements and prioritize growing his circle. But the curse still troubled him. He clutched his chest, a shadow crossing his face. If he ever found himself unable to use magic, or in a situation where magic was useless, he needed other options. He drew one of the practice swords with a soft ring of steel. Rogers approached, also holding a practice sword, admitting he'd been sad Luke hadn't practiced swordsmanship since the accident. So, he continued, he was quite surprised Luke had suddenly asked him for a sparring match. Luke replied that it would be embarrassing if the heir to a family of warriors couldn't wield a sword. Rogers smiled warmly, clearly pleased to hear such words. Let's begin. Luke charged, sword raised. Rogers noted Luke's movements were even better than before, stronger, any worries about his lack of exercise unfounded. Luke gripped his sword tightly, focusing. Above all, his eyes widened in surprise as Rogers's counterattack came faster than he'd anticipated. Luke unleashed a powerful slash, blue energy trailing his blade, and Rogers noted approvingly that Luke could read his opponent. Rogers smiled with pride, thinking Luke truly was a descendant of the great Lord Locken, figuring he must have been practicing in secret. But then Rogers's expression turned serious. However, he stated, that's not enough to satisfy me. Their swords clashed sharply. Rogers advised Luke to loosen his grip in such a situation and follow up with a counter to turn the tables. With an expert move, Rogers disarmed Luke, sending him tumbling. Too slow, Rogers critiqued. A counter like that just gives your opponent an opening. Luke, panting, thought he'd fought countless knights in his past life and expected to keep up better. He hadn't anticipated such a huge gap in skill. Rogers asked if Luke was perhaps being a little too careless. Luke offered a slight smirk. My apologies, but I think I can afford to be. Rogers shrugged. You haven't landed a real hit yet, have you? Luke grunted in frustration, muttering about Rogers's earlier talk of embarrassment. Rogers smiled warmly, genuinely impressed. Still, I'm moved by how much your skills have improved. Your rate of growth is truly terrifying. Rogers continued, saying if Luke kept this up, he'd be strong enough to take down the Demon King from 500 years ago. Luke forced a strained smile. Just like the warrior Lord Locken did. Rogers laughed heartily. Luke, an irk mark appearing on his face, thought, so Philip gets his loose tongue from his uncle, huh? Luke, still catching his breath, clutched his sword. He hadn't expected to fight Rogers as an equal, but still. His eyes narrowed with fierce determination, sweat beading on his temple. If I don't land at least one clean blow, I don't think I'll sleep tonight. The words, physical strengthening, flared into view. Purple energy exploded around Luke's body, his speed increasing dramatically as he dashed forward, leaving a blur of afterimages. He unleashed a blindingly fast strike, purple energy crackling. I told you, Rogers, carelessness is your greatest enemy. Rogers smiled, clearly impressed. Truly impressive, young lord. Then Rogers's eye widened. Impossible. He realized Luke had been holding back. Golden energy suddenly erupted around Rogers himself. Rogers unleashed his own formidable technique. That's Locken's golden sword. Rogers stood, his sword enveloped in a blinding golden aura, a power so immense it felt like staring into the sun. The golden sword, a legendary technique. His hands gripped the hilt, the golden energy pulsing, a symbol of the Locken family's fabled swordsmanship. Luke stared, a deep, painful recognition flooding his eyes. How could he ever forget that power? A searing memory from 500 years ago, Demon King Seaman facing Hero Locken. Amidst flying debris and a shattered landscape, Locken, a mere silhouette against the chaos, unleashed a devastating wave of golden energy from his sword. That golden wave had sliced through the darkness, striking Seaman down. Luke remembered with chilling clarity. This was the very technique Locken used to take his head. Back in the present, Luke faced Rogers. Hundreds of years might have passed, he thought, but for him, it felt like less than a year since that fateful day. A dark, almost predatory smile touched Luke's lips as he unconsciously touched his own neck. He could still feel a phantom chill there, but beneath it his blood was boiling. A fierce desire ignited within him, to master this technique, to turn the symbol of his ultimate defeat into his own strength. Luke stood ready, his practice sword now faintly glowing with his own purple aura. "Hey, Rogers," he called out, a challenging glint in his eyes. "Don't you dare go easy on me. Face me properly." Rogers looked utterly stunned, a bead of sweat on his temple. "How?" he stammered. "Is that aura?" Indeed, Luke was emanating a faint but distinct purple aura. Rogers confirmed it, still in disbelief. "It's weak, but that's definitely aura." Luke, his eyes blazing with purple light, pressed him. "Answer me, Rogers." He was impatient to continue. Rogers smirked, a hint of pride in his voice. "Of course, young master. You always manage to surprise me." Rogers roared, leaping into the air and bringing his sword down with incredible force, reigniting their fierce spar. Their swords clashed again and again, a blur of silver and purple against the backdrop of the Locken castle, both men now fighting with deadly seriousness. The sharp clang of their sparring echoed across the sky, a fierce battle of skill and newly awakened power raging within the castle walls. Finally, both stood panting, the intense spar having taken its toll. "Let's stop here for today," Rogers managed. Luke, though breathing heavily, protested, "I can still keep going." But Rogers shook his head. "This is enough. It's not good to overdo it." Rogers then asked, "More importantly, young lord, since when could you use aura?" Luke touched his chin thoughtfully. "Aura?" Rogers confirmed it was the purple aura he'd shown, surprised Luke could use it without being taught. Luke, in a small chibi thought bubble, wondered if he'd unconsciously leaked demonic energy from being so worked up. Rogers placed a hand on Luke's shoulder, saying the Locken blood truly flowed in him. Luke, however, looked pensive. Something wasn't quite adding up. Rogers, demonstrating with his own sword now faintly glowing blue, explained that aura was a physical transformation of mana, so simply wrapping a sword in demonic energy wouldn't create true aura. Luke's eyes widened slightly as understanding dawned. He remembered the assassin, Tyzel, who had also used aura. Luke recalled absorbing Tyzel's strength after defeating him, a surge of purple energy flashing in his mind. Could that be how he gained this ability? Rogers mentioned he'd planned to teach Luke after he mastered the silver sword, but given his rapid growth, now seemed like a good time. Luke looked at him, curious. "Starting tomorrow," Rogers declared, "I will teach you the golden sword." The words hit Luke hard. The golden sword. A vivid image of Hero Locken, wielding that blazing golden sword, filled Luke's vision. A mixture of dread and fierce determination churned within him. That despicable technique Locken used, could it really become his? Luke voiced his confusion. Wasn't the golden sword a technique passed down from person to person within the family? Rogers looked slightly amused. "How is it that you, not the head of the family, can use it?" "Ah, it seems you've forgotten that too." Rogers explained that, due to the Demon King's curse causing previous Locken heads to die young, their forefathers had a plan. Fearing the family's secret technique would be lost, they passed the golden sword down to the most trusted knight commander. Thanks to this, a line of formidable knight commanders had protected Locken's legacy and supported the family through troubled times. Rogers concluded that this was how the family managed to endure despite the premature deaths of its leaders. Luke nodded, understanding now. Luke then asked eagerly if learning the golden sword meant he could become a sword emperor like Locken, the founder. Rogers sighed regretfully. "Unfortunately, that's extremely difficult. The latter half of the truth of swordsmanship was lost 400 years ago." However, he added, becoming a sword master just by learning the first half is definitely possible. In fact, Rogers mentioned, 7 former knight commanders had achieved the rank of sword master. Luke stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. Luke reflected on the profound irony, recalling Loken defeating him. Who would have thought he'd encounter the very technique that claimed his head, now offered to him as a student? He clenched his fist, a new, steely resolve hardening within him. Loken was dead. The golden sword was now just a sword technique for him to learn. A determined, almost predatory glint appeared in Luke's eyes, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He would learn it and he would make it his own. A lone white dove took flight against a bright blue sky, a symbol of a new beginning, perhaps, or a message being carried. Feathers drifted down onto a large town square where a crowd of Volga refugees had gathered, their faces turned upward in anticipation. A young boy in the crowd gasped in awe. Princess Reina stood on a makeshift platform, addressing her people. "The princess is here," someone called out. Reina looked out at them, her expression serious yet compassionate. "Thank you all for gathering." She began her speech, reminding them that 10 years had passed since they'd fled the Volga kingdom and arrived in Manak's fief. An image of chains against a blood-red backdrop underscored her words. In that time, they had faced unending discrimination and persecution. A young refugee girl spoke for many, her voice heavy with sorrow, recounting the wounds and pain they'd endured under the tyranny of this land. A young man expressed their collective despair, feeling he'd failed to protect them, watching powerlessly as they suffered. Reina clenched her fists on the podium. "However," she declared, her voice firm, "I can no longer stand to remain trapped in these circumstances. Tonight," she announced with unwavering resolve, "we will leave this land and journey to the Loken fiefdom." The refugees looked towards the imposing walls of their current, oppressive settlement. Reina acknowledged the decision was hers, but she believed this path offered a slightly better future for them all. Her hand trembled slightly on the podium. She understood their fears, their wounds, and knew she couldn't force this upon them. Her voice then rose with passion, her eyes shining brightly. "But even so, will you believe in me once more and follow me?" She looked out at the sea of weary but hopeful faces. "So that we can escape these days of oppression and despair, and walk together toward a new beginning. Please," she implored, "I ask that you stand by me." Reina bowed deeply, her hands resting on the podium, a gesture of both solemn plea and steadfast leadership. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. Then, a voice from the crowd, full of emotion, called out, "Why would you ask such an obvious question?" Reina looked up, surprised. An older refugee stepped forward, saying they'd wondered why she'd called them so suddenly, affirming they wouldn't follow just anyone. Another older man, flanked by 2 smiling children, spoke with heartfelt gratitude, saying they knew better than anyone of her devotion and hardships. If the princess decided it, they believed it was the best decision. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. There was no need for her to apologize or worry. "We are prepared to believe in you, no matter what." Their support was unanimous and overwhelming. Reina's attendant, Victor, stepped forward. "Princess," he began, "there is something I have not told you." Victor smiled gently. "We followed you here of our own free will." He clasped his hands reassuringly. "You have nothing to fear from us." Reina, tears now freely flowing, smiled brightly, her heart overflowing. "Everyone, thank you. Thank you so much." Victor then presented a letter. "Also, a message has just arrived from Sir Luke. He says the raft and trailer are prepared." Reina immediately asked about Count Manak's movements. Victor replied, looking towards Manak's distant castle, that it seemed the Count hadn't realized their intentions yet. Reina sighed in relief, but a new worry surfaced. Could they really move so many people without being detected? Hans, who had apparently arrived with Luke's letter, stepped forward. "That won't be a concern, Victor." Hans held up a small, innocuous-looking box. "I've already taken precautions." Inside were several crudely made, rather disturbing-looking masks. The scene shifted abruptly to Count Monike, standing on a castle balcony, alerted by a frantic aide. "What happened here?" the aide shouted. "The slums." They looked down upon the refugee slum area. It was completely deserted. "Are completely empty." The aide was panicking. "If that can't be. They were here just last night." Count Monike, furious, grabbed him. "I told you to watch them. Why did you pull the soldiers?" The guard stammered nervously. "Well, I had no choice. Because of the disease." "Disease?" Count Monike bellowed, shoving one of the crude, skull-like masks into the guard's face. The guard recoiled in disgust. What is that?" Monike, now seated on a grand chair, threw the mask aside contemptuously. "This is just a mask to fake a disease. I'm disappointed you fell for such a sloppy trick." The guard groaned miserably. Monike gritted his teeth, his voice a low snarl. "You ungrateful wretches!" He slammed his fist down on the armrest, shouting, "Princess Reina!" The force of his rage seemed to vibrate through the room. His hand trembled with fury. "I show you kindness, I help you, and this is how you betray me." Count Manak's face was contorted with an ugly, consuming rage, veins popping on his forehead. "I won't let this slide." Two imposing, heavily armored knights with crimson capes stepped forward with a heavy clank of steel. One of the knights knelt before Count Monike, who remained seated, his expression venomous. "I greet the honorable Count." A prominent scorpion emblem, pulsing with dark purple energy, was displayed ominously. A formidable unit of knights, all bearing the scorpion insignia and green plumes on their helmets, knelt in perfect formation. The lead knight announced, "The entire scorpion cavalry unit has returned from the battlefield." The lead knight removed his helmet, revealing a stern face with a tightly bound ponytail, and bowed his head respectfully to Count Monike. Count Monike smiled, a chilling, predatory grin spreading across his face. Perfect timing. A soft, sinister chuckle escaped him. "You'll be setting off again very soon." His plans were already taking shape. Monike swirled a glass of dark red wine, a look of twisted amusement on his face. "It seems the heavens themselves have taken my side." A carrier pigeon landed nearby, cooing softly. Manak's eyes, however, were fixed on something else, perhaps the thought of Princess Reina. Manak's voice dropped to a venomous whisper, "I will ensure you bitterly regret." He glared at the pigeon, now in a cage, his expression one of pure, possessive rage, as if it were Reina herself. In the dim, pre-dawn light, a long line of covered wagons and exhausted refugees wound its way through a misty forest. Their journey to the Lacan fief had started, but fear hung heavy in the air. A young, hooded girl stumbled, her breath catching in her throat, her small hand desperately clutching an adult's. She was clearly at her limit. The little girl finally collapsed, tears welling in her eyes. "I can't walk anymore." Her mother tried to soothe her. "Come on. Just a little more." Nearby, a refugee man watched, his face streaked with sweat and worry. One of the wagon drivers called out to Victor, Reina's attendant, "Sir Victor, the people are exhausted. Maybe we should take a short break." Another refugee, weighed down by a heavy pack, panted that they couldn't stop, not knowing when the Count's forces might catch up. They had to reach the Nair River. But he added grimly that at this rate, they'd collapse long before then. From inside a covered wagon, Princess Reina's calm but firm voice instructed, "Let's do as he says." Victor looked back, surprised. "Princess." Reina offered a gentle smile, though worry creased her eyes. Time was short, but it was important no one got hurt. A little food wouldn't hurt. Soon, a large pot of stew bubbled over a crackling fire, the comforting sound a small reprieve in the tense atmosphere. Victor approached Reina, who stood apart from the others, offering her a steaming bowl of food. "Princess, please, let us handle the watch. You need to eat." Reina turned, gently refusing. "I'm fine. Please, see to the others." But Victor pressed, "You haven't eaten since yesterday. If you collapse, the people will lose hope." Reina looked away, her expression pained. "It's because of my own incompetence," she murmured, that my people are suffering like this. Because I am so powerless. She lamented softly. Victor stepped closer, his voice earnest and firm. Please don't say that. He reminded her of her kindness, especially to the children, painting a heartwarming picture. You are our pillar of support, princess. It is you we have followed all this way, Victor continued passionately. No matter what happens, know that we will never abandon you. He offered the bowl again. So please eat. Recover your strength. Reina looked at the food, then at Victor, her eyes softening with gratitude. A gentle, thankful smile touched Reina's lips. Thank you, she said softly, accepting the bowl. Her quiet words hung in the air, only to be shattered by a distant, ominous sound. Victor and Reina both froze. That sound, Victor exclaimed, his face draining of color. It can't be. There's no way. Refugees suddenly ran past them in a blind panic. Victor cried out, Has the Count found us already? Everyone run. The thundering of hooves grew deafening. A knight from Manak's scorpion cavalry, red cape streaming, rode down fleeing refugees, casting a large net over them with a cruel laugh, their screams piercing the air. No! Reina cried out. Victor, trembling beside her, yelled, Everyone, run away. One refugee was struck down, crying for help as knights surrounded him, his pleas cut short. A close-up on a scorpion knight's face revealed a vicious, triumphant smirk. A chilling realization echoed. It was too late. Reina and Victor watched in horror as the scorpion cavalry, a formidable force, charged towards them through the trees, leaves scattering in their destructive wake. The leader, Viper June, his helmet distinct, reined in his horse before Reina. It's time to go back, Princess Reina. Just follow us quietly. His knights held spears to the throats of captured refugees, who looked on in terror. If you value their lives, that is, Viper June added, his voice cold. Victor stepped forward protectively, shouting, You cowards! Taking unarmed civilians hostage. Have you no shame as knights? Viper June smirked from beneath his helmet. And you have the right to speak, running like rats in the night? Victor retorted angrily, You gave us no choice. Viper June just chuckled. You're the ones who escalated this. Surrounded by his men, he looked down at Reina and Victor. You disregarded the Count's kindness after he took you in. Fleeing by night? Is this how the saintness behaves? Victor exploded with rage. How dare you? Do you forget what you did to our citizens? Memories of crushing taxes, forced labor, and blatant discrimination flashed through Victor's mind. He shouted their abuses, demanding how Viper June could speak such nonsense. Viper June casually dismissed Victor's outburst. None of my business, he said, signaling a knight. A knight menacingly held his sword to a terrified refugee woman's throat. Our orders only concern Princess Reina, Viper June stated coldly. So choose. His face a mask of cruel determination, Viper June laid out the ultimatum. Send your princess, and your citizens go free. Or you all die here. Reina stared back, her expression grim. Reina gritted her teeth, then asked quietly, If I alone return, will you truly free my people? You can't, princess, Victor cried out. But Reina ignored him, pressing Viper June, Answer me. Viper June smirked. I swear on the scorpion name. Victor pleaded desperately, Don't fall for their lies. Please, abandon us and run. Reina cut him off sharply. Victor? Her voice was heavy with sorrow. I am the last of Volga's royal blood. How could I abandon my people to save myself? She looked up at the full moon. You said I was their pillar of support. But I am nothing without them. Reina turned, her cloak billowing, her resolve absolute. I will sacrifice everything for their sake. She began to walk towards Viper June and his knights. She looked back at Victor, a sad, gentle smile on her face. So, please, take care of the citizens in my place. Tears filled Victor's eyes. Princess! The captured refugees, children among them, cried out in despair, Princess! Reina walked with unwavering dignity towards the waiting scorpion cavalry, leaving her heartbroken people behind. She looked up at the sky, a silent prayer in her heart. Lord Elcasal, is this your will? If so, I accept it. I have only one regret. Her thoughts turned to Luke. That I couldn't express my gratitude to him. Viper June threw his head back and laughed, a harsh, maniacal sound. God, all this trouble and it ends like this anyway. He leered down at Reina. I'll escort you safely to the Count, Princess. Reina remained silent, her expression stoic and unbreakable. Viper June then addressed his men. Now that we've secured the princess, I shall give the Count's final order. His voice dropped, cold and brutal, kill them all. Reina's eyes flew wide in absolute horror and sickening betrayal. The Scorpion Knights advanced on the terrified refugees, swords raised. A woman screamed, Kaya, please, somebody help me. Reina whirled around, confronting Viper June, her voice shaking with rage and disbelief. What are you doing? You swore you would let my people go. Viper June feigned confusion, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. When did I ever say something like that? Reina's face was a mask of horrified realization, her eyes wide with utter shock. Why You lied? She screamed, the betrayal cutting deeper than any physical wound. Two knights roughly grabbed Reina's arms. Viper June said mockingly, Now, we'll escort you safely. Just stay still. Reina struggled, shouting, Let go of me. Victor, his face contorted in fury, drew his sword and charged with a desperate roar, You bastards! Let go of the princess. He swung his sword wildly, his voice raw with rage. You scum of the earth! I'll cut you all down. A horse's hoof slammed down heavily. One of the Scorpion Knights on horseback easily parried Victor's attack, their swords clashing. The knight taunted, A famous knight in your youth, perhaps? Now you're just a sick old tiger. Victor! Reina screamed, restrained and watching in horror. Victor collapsed, clutching a bloody wound in his side, gasping, You damned! Viper June looked down at the fallen Victor with pure contempt. This is a blessing, actually. I wanted to show you all exactly what situation you're in. He raised his sword high above the wounded Victor. Once your head comes off, perhaps the others will finally understand? His intent to make a brutal example was clear. Reina's eye, reflecting the gleaming, descending sword, filled with a tear of absolute, soul-crushing despair. Tears streamed down Reina's face as she let out a heartbreaking, desperate cry. Enro! Suddenly, a massive surge of dark purple energy erupted from the deep forest, shocking Viper June and his knights. They reeled back. The dark energy blasted through the knights, sending them and their horses flying. One screamed in terror and confusion, Damn it! What is this? Victor, caught in the edge of the violent blast, collapsed, clutching his chest. Reina stared in stunned silence as purple energy particles drifted down around her like snow. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, a fragile glimmer of hope now mixing with her overwhelming sorrow. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the full moon, high on a distant rise. Reina whispered, her voice trembling, Lord Luke. Reina, overcome with emotion, wiped away her tears. So you've come? Thank you. Thank you so much. Luke's face was shadowed, his expression grim and unreadable. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but looking at this mess. Dark purple energy flared violently around Luke, his eyes glowing with a cold, terrifying fury. I don't believe there'll be any need for mercy with you lot. The chapter ends with the Azuriscan's logo. The air itself seemed to ignite with unholy energy, intense purple flames erupting all around Luke as he finally unleashed his power. His face was grim, mercy was clearly off the table. Princess Reina, who had been moments from watching her people die, looked up, a fragile hope sparking in her eyes. The two knights about to carry out the slaughter dropped their swords, frozen in disbelief at this sudden, overwhelming power. Luke's face, cast in shadow, scanned the horrific scene. He took it all in, his voice low and cold, but looking at what's happening. His hand pulsed with that menacing purple energy, flames licking the ground as he faced down the mounted scorpion cavalry. Reina and her wounded attendant, Victor, were still behind enemy lines. Luke finished his thought, his tone devoid of warmth. "I don't believe there'll be a need for mercy with you lot." Victor, Reina's loyal attendant, clutched his wound, relief washing over his pained face. "I thought we were done for," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I am ashamed." He felt the sting of his own failure to protect them. Looking towards their savior, Victor's gratitude poured out. "Thank you so much, Lord Luke." The enemy commander, Viper June, still on horseback, whipped his head around at the name, his eyes narrowing. "Luke?" he repeated, a flicker of recognition. Victor immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with panic. "Darn. I foolishly said his name," he stammered. "No, that's—" He knew he might have just made things worse. Viper June, leader of the Scorpion Cavalry, let out a slow, I see." A smirk played on his lips. "I thought your face looked familiar," he said, a chilling understanding dawning. Luke stood resolute, the full moon framing him like a specter of vengeance. Viper June continued, his voice laced with contempt. "Turns out you're the young lord of the Lacan Viscounty." Reina watched, tense, the crossed swords of her captors a stark reminder of their peril. Viper June mused aloud that something felt off when the princess suddenly fled after staying quiet for so long, suspecting she had secret support. A cruel sneer twisted Viper June's lips as he looked towards Reina. But her thread of hope was just the ignorant brat of a failing viscounty. He scoffed, "What a shame, princess." He clearly had no idea who he was dealing with. "What are you all doing?" Viper June barked at his stunned knights. "Kill him." With a cry, they snapped out of it and charged, horses thundering. But Luke simply raised a hand, immense power beginning to swirl. A vortex of deep purple energy spiraled into existence, and Luke's voice resonated with ancient power. "Heed my call." His eyes blazed, his hand outstretched as crackling energy enveloped him. "You, who are immortal." As the knights bore down, one shouted, "What?" The ground beneath them began to tremble and crack. Another yelled for calm, but it was far too late. Luke's face was a mask of terrifying intensity, eyes glowing ethereal blue, trails of blood weeping from them, a sign of the sheer force he was unleashing. His command cut through the chaos, "Lead your enemies to hell." And to his newly summoned servants, a simple, brutal directive, "Clear away all enemies in sight." With an earth-shattering rumble, a colossal stone hand erupted from the ground, scattering dirt and debris. The rest of the golem followed, its massive form towering over the battlefield, a silent roar frozen on its stone face, the familiar purple sigil on its head glowing ominously. These were Luke's creations. Then another and another. A legion of giant golems burst from the earth with deafening crashes, sending knights flying, their horses screaming as chaos engulfed the Scorpion Cavalry. One knight, pale with terror, stammered, "He never seen so many golems this big before." Two golems stood like ancient sentinels, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Viper June and his remaining knights could only stare in disbelief. "What's with that guy?" one gasped. Viper June's face was a mask of shock. Did he just summon golems? He muttered, bewildered. But how? Golemancy on this scale was unheard of. Before he could process it, a golem's massive fist smashed into a charging knight, sending him and his horse tumbling with a sickening thud, the golem's purple sigil glowing. Another knight found himself trapped between two towering golems, their immense forms closing in. His scream for help was cut short. Viper June, trying to regain control, shouted, "Keep calm. They're just low-grade golems. Slow and weak. We'll win if we use our mobility." He still clung to the idea his elite cavalry could outmaneuver them. But Luke, with a nearly imperceptible gesture, directed his golems. One slammed its fists into the ground, the shockwave throwing more knights from their saddles. Viper June's strategy was instantly shattered. It was a massacre. Golems smashed through the cavalry, hurling boulders, stomping knights underfoot. The sounds of impact, cracking armor, and terrified screams filled the night. A long-haired knight looked around in horror as her comrades were crushed, crying out before she too was overwhelmed. Viper June stared, eyes wide with dawning horror. "Impossible," he breathed. "He's playing with our cavalry like toys." The terrifying reality of Luke's power finally sank in. Desperation flared in Viper June's eyes. He leaped, or was thrown, from his horse, and with a sudden lunge, grabbed someone nearby. He'd seized Princess Reina, his sword pressed cruelly against her throat. "Stop right now," he screamed, his voice cracking. "One move and I kill the princess." Luke stood under the pale moonlight, his expression unreadable as Viper June continued his threat. Luke remained silent, assessing the desperate situation. Then, a close-up on Luke's eye, glowing intense purple, the blood tear stark. A single word, blink. And with a flash of energy, he vanished. In the same instant, he reappeared directly behind Viper June, who was still clutching Reina, completely oblivious until he sensed a presence and let out a silent gasp of shock. Before Viper June could react, Luke drove a powerful blow into his side, the impact immense, speed lines emphasizing the brutal force. Viper June's eyes rolled back in agony. "Gee," he choked, the sound of cracking armor or bone accompanying his cry. Luke's hand shot out, closing around Viper June's throat with a sickening, crushing sound. The cavalry leader was now completely at his mercy. Lifting Viper June effortlessly, Luke's voice was a low, dangerous growl. "Don't dredge up annoying memories." He was clearly furious. "I'm already in a bad mood, but you're setting me off even more." The hostage situation had triggered a dark echo from his past. His eyes blazed with terrifying purple light. "Do you want to die that badly?" he snarled, the question heavy with lethal intent. Even as he was choked, Viper June managed a strangled threat. "You're not getting away with this." Blood trickled from his nose, but his defiance remained. "The Count won't just stand by." He gasped, trying to invoke fear. Luke simply stared him down, a finger on his other hand beginning to glow with malevolent red energy, aimed at Viper June's forehead. "I thought," Luke said, his voice chillingly calm, "I had already warned you." He meant his earlier promise of no mercy. There was a sickening, wet impact, and Viper June's struggles abruptly ceased. His lifeless body slumped to the ground with a dull thud. The leader of the Scorpion Cavalry was dead. Reina stared, a whirlwind of emotions on her face, shock, relief, and perhaps a dawning awe or even fear at Luke's ruthlessness. She looked up at Luke, who now stood as her sole protector, her voice barely a whisper. "Lord Luke." Luke began to walk towards Reina and the still wounded Victor. Victor, propped up, could only manage a stunned, "How did you?" Luke didn't pause, already focused. Turning slightly, he instructed, "Take the refugees and hide for a short while." He was walking away, his attention shifting. Reina watched him go, her brow furrowed. So many questions about this enigmatic young lord who wielded such terrifying power. From Luke's perspective, a couple of surviving enemy knights were desperately trying to flee on horseback in the distance. The battle wasn't quite over. The survivors, faces etched with terror, couldn't believe it. "How did it end so easily?" one murmured. They'd heard tales of high-circle mages turning battles, but this? "Still, I've never heard of a mage using golems," another added, trembling. "That's just like..." The thought hung unfinished as Luke, wreathed in ominous purple flames, walked steadily towards them. The knight finished in a choked whisper, "The Demon King." Luke's relentless advance was a nightmare. Luke's eyes glowed with cold fury. "The moment you resolved for war and charged at me," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion, "you should have been prepared for death, right?" The two remaining knights looked back, faces pale with terror as Luke, silhouetted against the full moon, approached like an angel of death. What the monster?" one gasped. Panic overtook them. I give up," one screamed, while the other yelled, "Retreat! Report to the Count! Bring reinforcements!" They spurred their horses in a desperate flight, golems still looming. But Luke simply raised his hand. "Fire wall," he commanded. Instantly, a colossal wall of searing purple fire erupted, cutting off their escape. Horses reared, knights cried out in despair. One knight, trapped, looked back in horror at Luke, who continued his unhurried, menacing approach. "Did you think," Luke asked softly, "I'd just let you run away?" With a smooth, almost casual motion, Luke drew a short sword, purple energy coiling around its blade. He wasn't finished. He stood before his golems, the fire wall raging, the personification of inescapable doom. "You lot," he declared to the terrified, trapped knights, "will perish here." The full moon hung in the night sky, a cold, indifferent witness. The aftermath. Bodies of knights and horses littered the ground. Luke stood amidst the carnage, sword in hand, the purple flames gone. A deathly stillness settled. A close-up on Luke's face revealed a calm, detached expression, his eyes their normal blue. Perhaps cold satisfaction, or just the quiet after a storm. He turned, his gaze finding Reyna, who watched him from a distance, her people huddled behind her. Luke sheathed his weapon. "We've taken care of the enemies here," he said practically, "but we don't know when more pursuers may come. I'll escort you to the river." He gestured for Reyna to come. "Please hurry and follow," but a sharp voice cut in, "Stop right there." A hand firmly gripped his arm. Luke's expression shifted to mild surprise, perhaps annoyance, as he looked at who dared stop him. It was Victor, Reyna's attendant. Despite his injuries, his face was stern, his grip unyielding. Reyna stood behind him, troubled. "I'm grateful for your help," Victor began, his voice tight, "but please don't come any closer to Her Highness." Victor pressed on, eyes fixed on Luke, full of suspicion. "What was that strength? I've never heard of the Locken family moving golems." He paused. "And your magic, it felt dark, unsettling. Was that dark magic?" Luke listened, impassive. How could the son of a family of knights? Victor continued, his voice filled with disbelief and accusation. Reyna, hands clasped anxiously, echoed his unease. "Call upon a power like that?" she asked, her gaze searching Luke's. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly. Internally, he cursed. "I made a mistake." He knew he'd let his emotions get the better of him. Scared refugee faces in the background as he thought, "I lost myself and revealed my abilities to too many people." A flash of Reyna's tear-streaked face, so like Katerina, appeared in his mind. Unlike me, he thought, regretting it. She isn't Katerina, and yet. Her plight had shattered his composure. A faint, bitter smile touched Luke's lips. "Is it because of my foolishness in my past life, being unable to save her?" He scoffed internally, "How laughable, seaman." Chiding the demon king he once was for the same vulnerability. Trying to deflect, Luke started, "We don't have time, so I'll explain law." But Victor cut him off, agitated, refugees murmuring uneasily. "No. Even if we don't have time, we can't just let this go." Victor exclaimed, "How could you use such a blasphemous power?" Luke turned, his expression cool. "A blasphemous power," he repeated softly. "However, the reason you all are alive," he locked eyes with the attendant, "is because of that power, is it not?" Victor flinched, taken aback. "That may be true, but—" he stammered, his conviction wavering. But Victor rallied, voice ringing with righteous anger. Reyna watched, her concern deepening. "The path of black magic can't be forgiven," he declared. "Are you not ashamed as a descendant of the warrior Locken?" Appealing to Luke's noble heritage. Reyna's lips parted, a soft sound escaping. She couldn't stay silent. She stepped forward, her voice clear and firm, cutting the tension. "Please stop," she implored Victor and the fearful refugees. Her gaze fixed on Luke, her voice filled with desperate conviction. "The method matters not. It does not change the fact that he saved us," she argued passionately. Lord Luke would not taint himself with black magic. Her faith, despite everything, was unwavering. "No, Princess," Luke said quietly, his voice cutting through her defense. He looked directly at Reyna, then at Victor, his expression serious. "Given the circumstances, I don't want to lie." Reina gasped softly, "Lord Luke?" He wasn't going to deny it. A stark image flashed, Viper June's bloody, lifeless body, a brutal testament to Luke's power. Luke gestured subtly towards his two golems, still standing like silent, stone guardians. "It is just as you all have seen." He took a breath, preparing them for the full, shocking truth. "This strength." And as he spoke, a spectral, imposing image of Demon King Seaman, his former self, cloaked and powerful, materialized behind him. Luke's voice was steady as he delivered the stunning revelation. "Is the black magic of Demon King Seaman, who died 500 years ago." The refugees, already traumatized, stared with wide, terrified eyes. Luke's earlier words, "Given the circumstances, I don't want to lie," still echoed, a prelude to a truth they weren't sure they could handle. Reina's beautiful face was a mask of stunned disbelief. Luke's admission of using dark power, "It is just as you all have seen," now carried a truly terrifying weight. And then, the full impact of his confession. Luke stood, hand to his chest, the spectral image of Demon King Seaman looming behind him like a dark shadow. "This strength," he declared, "is the black magic of Demon King Seaman, who died 500 years ago." The words chilled everyone to the bone. "How can that be?" The cry ripped from one of the refugees, voicing the collective shock and horror that gripped them all. Panic spread like wildfire. "The Demon King's power?" a man gasped, his face pale. A young woman covered her mouth, eyes wide with fear. "How can anyone use the power of the long-dead Demon King?" The very idea was a nightmare made real. Victor, still wounded, confronted Luke, his voice trembling with a dreadful suspicion. "Has the Demon King been revived?" he demanded, the fear of that ancient evil returning etched on his face. Luke closed his eyes for a moment, a sigh escaping him. "Fear not," he said, his voice calm and steady, trying to quell the rising panic. "The Demon King has not been revived." He continued, the image of Seaman surrounded by golems and arcane circles emphasizing his words. "It is simply that his legacy, the crystallization of all his knowledge regarding the power to throw the world into chaos, has reappeared." He was carefully crafting a narrative, a half-truth. Luke began his tale, a story of a cursed and weak youth. A flashback showed a young, frail Luke, breathless after training. "Because of a curse, my body has been weak since my youth," he explained. "I was even slow to learn the family's swordsmanship." The flashback continued, young Luke walking towards the imposing ruins of the old Demon King's castle. "Whenever I got upset and frustrated, to clear my mind, I would enter the place where my forefather achieved great things, the Demon King's castle." Young Luke wandered the desolate stone staircases. But one day, by pure luck, Luke narrated, his younger self's hand touched a section of the wall, a soft click indicating a hidden mechanism. "I discovered a passageway the Demon King had hidden away." With a grinding sound, a stone wall slid open, revealing a dark, unknown passage. Young Luke's eyes widened in surprise, and perhaps a little fear, as he gazed into the secret. The passage descended into darkness, deep beneath the castle. That passageway led deep into the depths of the Demon King's castle, Luke's voice continued. And there, in a vast, hidden chamber, young Luke stood before a towering, ancient golem, its purple sigil dully glowing. And there was the entirety of the Demon King's legacy. He made it sound like a forgotten trove of forbidden power. Young Luke, awestruck and a little terrified, reached out as if to touch the echoes of that immense, dark power. His hand hovered over ancient, leather-bound tomes filled with arcane symbols. "The fear of opening a forbidden door was brief," he admitted. Young Luke pored over a massive grimoire, its pages filled with complex demonic script. "And as I faced these things, I had one thought." Sweat trickled down young Luke's face, his expression intense, a dawning, desperate hope in his eyes. A determined, almost manic glint appeared. "This could be the only way I could overcome my natural limits." He saw it as a desperate solution to his cursed frailty. Back in the present, Luke concluded his fabricated tale to the stunned refugees and a skeptical Victor. "After that, I slowly learned magic and controlled golems in secret. And the result is the power you see now. Luke bowed his head slightly, feigning contrition. Of course, using the Demon King's power despite being a descendant of the warrior deserves criticism. He clenched his fist. However, despite my earnestness, I had no other options. Reina listened, her expression softening with understanding as Luke looked towards her, his voice filled with conviction. I needed the strength to protect what is precious to me. He appealed to her compassion. Lord Luke. She murmured, her fear tempered. Victor, however, remained visibly conflicted, his brow furrowed. He stammered, even then I cannot pardon this. That's enough. A booming voice cut Victor off. It was Hans, Luke's loyal butler, his face stern. Hans stepped forward. As Lord Luke said, everyone is currently safe, he declared. At the very least, we are not in a position to judge right and wrong. He gestured towards Luke, his loyalty unwavering. Turning to Luke, Hans continued earnestly, Lord Luke, whether it be the strength of the Demon King or a devil, I do not know. Luke listened, surprised as Hans concluded, all I can do is be grateful you saved us. Then, to the refugees, Hans promised, we will all keep silent about what happened here today, so please do not worry. Luke closed his eyes, a wave of relief washing over him. Hans's intervention was unexpected but welcome. Truly, thank you, came the sentiment from the refugees, or perhaps Hans himself. Luke turned to Hans and Reina. Thank you for your understanding, he said, acknowledging their trust, or at least their willingness to suspend judgment. Internally, Luke sighed in relief. Luckily, it looks like I've managed to win some of them over. He glanced sideways. His gaze fell on Victor and a few others who still looked deeply unsettled. But it doesn't seem I've convinced them all, he thought, frowning slightly. I'll have to put in extra effort after this. Trust wouldn't be easily earned from everyone. Hans, ever the pragmatist, clapped his hands urgently. Now, we don't know when the Count's men will catch up, so we must be on our way. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of the Laeken Viscounty, a fortified town by a river, surrounded by greenery. To the Laeken Viscounty. Hans's voice echoed. Ship's sails billowed in the wind. Time passed. The sound effect exploded. Count Manak's opulent chamber. A messenger sprawled on the floor, trembling, a shattered wine glass beside him. Monike was on his hands and knees, disbelief and fury on his face. Not only were the princess and refugees stolen away, but the scorpions were annihilated as well? Manak's hand clenched so tight that blood dripped from his knuckles. The Manak's Pride, the strongest cavalry unit. His voice trembled with rage. He rose, his face a snarl of pure fury. That pathetic, godforsaken Laeken Viscounty. He spat, won against them? The humiliation was unbearable. The terrified messenger stammered. Considering how even the Order of Shadow fell, other nobles might be secretly supporting them. Trying to rationalize the defeat. He continued cautiously, making a move without knowing their exact military strength would be danger. Monike cut him off with a roar. Shut up. Manak's face was a mask of arrogant fury. Does him merely getting lucky twice scare you? He sneered. I cannot allow those weaklings to do as they wish. His pride wouldn't let him accept it. He made a decision, his voice cold and decisive. Send His Imperial Majesty a message. The messenger looked up, shocked. My lord, you mean? He knew this meant an official declaration of war. Count Monike settled into his throne-like chair, hand on a nearby birdcage. How dare you make a fool of Monike? He seethed. I will brand your very bones with regret. His vengeance would be absolute. Scene change, Luke's manor in the Laeken Viscounty. The sky was bright, some time had passed. Inside, a war council. Luke sat at the head of a long table with Reina, Victor, Hans, Philip, Rogers, Mute, and Dixon. The atmosphere was serious. Hans, adjusting his monocle, announced, We received a message from the imperial family. They have permitted a territory war between Monike County and Laeken Viscounty. The official declaration. Reina looked distressed. Dixon slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, that godforsaken count. Reina spoke, her voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry. This happened because of us. Philip quickly reassured her, not at all. Considering Minak's cruelty, this was inevitable. Rogers agreed, that's right. Don't worry. He even tried to assassinate Lord Luke. Victor, however, looked puzzled. There is something I do not understand. He elaborated, as justification, Count Monike listed harm to his soldiers. Reina and Dixon exchanged uneasy glances. Philip exploded, that coward. We've never even seen the scorpions before. Rogers added angrily, how could he lie so boldly? Luke, Reina, and Hans looked on. Victor continued, I don't understand how the imperial family allowed this. This is obvious nepotism. Victor exclaimed, frustrated by the injustice. Luke finally spoke, serious. This isn't the time for petty arguments. He cut through the indignation. Right now, we must focus on how to get through this. Luke turned to Rogers. What are our military forces like? Rogers reported, we're recruiting young men from the refugees. Rogers continued with a worried frown. The problem is we lack time to train them. Whether they'll be useful on the battlefield is. He left the grim assessment unfinished. Luke then addressed Mute. Sir Mute, how about the gigant? Mute, looking weary, explained, using remaining funds, we're buying and repairing scrapped gigants, but, due to time constraints, we can only dispatch the 3 we already had. Mute concluded grimly, we are absolutely lacking compared to the Count's gigants. Luke listened intently, letting out a thoughtful. Suddenly, a hand tentatively raised. It was Reina. She spoke up, hopeful. If it's gigants, we also have one. Hidden in a nearby territory. Everyone looked at her, surprised. Philip's face lit up. That's right, Mir, he exclaimed, remembering the gigant. The image of Mir, golden and powerful, appeared. We've seen Mir's performance. It's sure to be a great help. Philip then looked worried. But we don't have riders for it. What do we do? Reina added, I have to ride Sting. Victor then spoke, that's not a concern. Reina smiled. Sir Victor has prior experience controlling gigants. Victor stood, determined. Victor placed a hand over his heart. I'm just an old man who left the front lines long ago, he said humbly. But I'm confident my experience won't fall behind anyone else's. His voice firm, Victor declared, I will do my utmost to ensure this household doesn't fall. Please trust me and allow me to fight. Rogers smiled, impressed. Of course we trust the famed captain of Volga's Knights. Philip added sheepishly, oh, I thought you were just some old man, but you were impressive. Reina lightly hit Philip for his unintentional slight. Victor continued, we also have Volga's Knights. We hid their identities due to the Count, but they've trained in secret. Reina added, I'm sure they'd be a great help. Hans beamed, how reliable. Mute interjected gravely, I don't wish to drown our hopes, but the situation remains precarious. The Count has at least 80 gigants. Among them, 5 are night-grade. A significant threat. Powerful night-grade gigants on a battlefield, as Mute explained. Modern battles are greatly influenced by gigant grade and number. Warrior grade versus night grade is like a child versus an adult. 10 warrior grades equal 1 night grade. Alone, powerful gigants stood over fallen foes. Mute continued grimly, we're outnumbered, and their gigant grades are superior. However many knights we dispatch, will be at a disadvantage. Luke, listening intently, finally spoke. However, he began, and the council members turned to him, expectant. He posed a strategic question, thoughtful, Reina listening. If our enemies couldn't use gigants at all, wouldn't we have a chance of victory? Mute considered this. While true, rendering so many gigants inoperable would be. He trailed off, implying immense difficulty. Luke smiled faintly. I'm not saying we act directly on their gigants. We just need to force a situation where they can't use them. An aerial view of Lochen territory. Luke explained, our topography is varied. East and west are large cliffs, hard for many to pass. The north forest reduces mobility, so large gigants can't enter. Waves crashed onto a sandy beach, hinting at his plan. A fleet of ships, Luke continued, so their only route is the sea to the south. They'll likely transport most gigants by ship and land on the beaches. A cunning glint in Luke's eye. We will prepare a trap there. Sharp wooden obstacles and large ballistae. Luke elaborated, obstacles to prevent disembarking, and will attack their exposed men with long-distance artillery. Back in the council room, Luke addressed Rogers. Of course, we can't ignore other invasion routes. We'll consider that together. Luke stood, addressing the council confidently. It's natural to feel disadvantaged by numbers, but no need for fear. He gestured towards Philip and Rogers. With us, we have Rogers, captain of our knights. Then towards Victor, and a famed captain of Volga's knights. Luke clenched his fist. In individual capabilities, we can stand against Monike. He smiled. No, rather, we exceed him. He spread his arms wide, his voice ringing. Together, we will achieve victory. His declaration ignited hope in the room. Rogers slammed his hands on the table, energized. Now that you've said that, we can't just sit still. Philip and Rogers stood, fists clenched. Whatever comes, I follow you, my liege. Rogers declared. Philip added, leave it to us, young lord. Reyna smiled, hopeful. Victor nodded. I was at a loss, but now I see hope, Reyna said. Victor added, strangely with Lord Luke, losing doesn't even come to mind. Luke turned, a slight smile. Hans stated, we witnessed a miracle firsthand after all. Referring to Luke's earlier intervention. Luke's expression was resolute. This war too, he stated confidently, will see us as victors. Philip exclaimed, no time for this. I'll prepare for war. He rushed off. Mute followed. Then I too will tend to gigant repairs. Rogers also departed. Then I will fortify the ramparts. The council members left, energized. Luke watched Mute leave. Once the door closed and he was alone. He raised a hand, a soft creaking sound. A complex purple magic circle appeared before his hand, glowing intensely. He was casting a spell. The magic seemed to target the door, perhaps a sealing spell, as purple motes dissipated. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound. Luke stumbled back, clutching his chest, pain contorting his features. He coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. Damn it, he cursed, hand pressed to his chest. The strain was taking its toll. A flashback to him blasting Viper June. He thought, losing myself in anger then is coming back to me. I used more mana than I could handle. My condition is so unstable I can't even control the mana flow. He realized the danger. A throbbing, cracked heart, surrounded by chaotic purple energy, visualized his damaged mana core. Luke gritted his teeth, blood on his lips, hand clutching his chest. At this rate, he thought with dawning dread, the black circle might break. His very power was at risk. Deep within a hidden chamber, likely beneath his new mine, a large, jagged, glowing blue crystal was carefully placed on the floor, the sound of stone scraping stone echoing. All right, a calm, determined voice said. It was Luke. He held another, smaller piece of the glowing blue crystal, his expression focused, clearly preparing for something important. He stood in the center of a large, intricate magic circle, lit by numerous candles, more blue crystals jutting from the cavern walls. This much should be enough, he murmured, assessing his setup. He looked around the secluded cavern. Good thing there was a decent spot under the mine. His gaze was steady. I should be able to finish the ritual here without anyone noticing. Privacy was crucial. Luke reflected on his predicament, purple energy swirling around his hand. Reborn as Lock-in Air, a curse left him with an unstable mana circle. Horitha's demonic energy converted it to a black circle, boosting him to 6th circle magic, overcoming his body's limits. A flashback. Luke, confident, surrounded by purple energy and golems during the scorpion fight. However, I lost myself to emotion during that fight and recklessly used mana, pushing my circle to its limits. The image of his strained, cracking mana core reappeared. As a result, I strained my reconstructed black circle. Back in the present, he clutched his chest, blood still on his lips. And it's once again on the verge of bursting. The situation was dire. Horith, the high demon whose power formed his core, flashed in his mind. To fix this, I need something that can restore my magic power, like Horith did. Silhouettes of various powerful demons appeared. In other words, Luke thought, I needed demonkin. A flashback, a cartoonish demonkin on a throne, figures bowing. Since ancient times, black mages summoned demonkin for power, usually by selling their souls. Luke held a small, plushy-like demon doll. But all I need is to reinforce my magic. Instead of a contract to borrow strength. He imagined literally consuming the demon doll. I must absorb a demonkin entirely, steal its abilities and demonic energy to fully control its power. A far more ruthless method. His ritual table, scrolls, dagger, pouch, candle. Of course, since I can't freely use magic now, summoning a high-rank demonkin is too difficult. I must start with a low-rank one. A cold, determined look settled on Luke's face. All that's left is the sacrifice. He drew a ceremonial dagger. Normally, one would sacrifice an animal or a human. But then an ethereal, glowing white sword materialized in his other hand, the golden sword. But I have a more suitable replacement. He clenched his sword hand, drawing his own blood, which dripped onto the magic circle. A mage's blood, bearing mana and demonic energy, holds more than enough spiritual power. It's perfect for this ritual. His mixed lineage made it potent. Luke bandaged his hand with a cloth, grimacing slightly. To begin with, I'm reluctant to sacrifice an unrelated life for my goals. He paused, an ironic look on his face. Though that's a ridiculous stance for the demon king who tried to murder all humanity. Come to think of it, there were those who shared my ideology. A flashback. Robed, masked figures, the School of Darkness. The School of Darkness that followed seamen. Humans disillusioned with humanity, but they hadn't forgotten respect for life. His former human followers. Luke clutched his chest, a pained hig. Escaping him. I hadn't heard that name after reincarnating. They must have disappeared with my death. A moment for his lost followers. He looked at the glowing red lines of the magic circle. My condition is worsening. I must hurry. Time was running out. Luke raised his hand, beginning the incantation. O accursed shadow within the darkness of the abyss. He stood within the now intensely glowing red magic circle, a crimson aura enveloping the cavern. Cross vast dimensions and heed my call. I request you lend me your strength. Tendrils of blood-red energy rose from the circle. As follows according to the contract of blood. Luke's eyes were wide with anticipation. He threw his arm forward. Reveal your existence and take form. A massive pillar of swirling red and black energy erupted. The chaotic energy churned and coalesced. Dark, shadowy forms began to solidify within the maelstrom. A grotesque, clawed foot, wrapped in bandages, stepped out. 3 demonkin materialized. A hulking green brute, a Medusa-like creature, and a large, leathery-winged bat demon. Luke observed them coolly. Despite appearances, they're still low rank. 3 of them. I should be able to take them on even without magic. He sounded confident. How dare you? A disembodied, guttural voice snarled. Luke's eyes narrowed. He wasn't expecting this. Suddenly, the candles extinguished, and the blue crystals around shattered into dust. Something was wrong. Luke looked around in alarm as flames erupted from the magic circle, far more intense. There were more? He exclaimed, surprised. The gaping maw of a massive, saber-toothed feline beast, wreathed in red energy, lunged from the flames with a low growl. A monstrous roar ripped through the cavern as the colossal saber-toothed tiger demon fully materialized, dwarfing the others and Luke. Luke stared up in shock. The giant feline demon planted its massive paw. Its voice, deep and powerful. I am the demon realm's king of endless pain, Sebastian. It glared at Luke. Oh, foolish summoner, are you prepared to pay the price? Luke was sweating, disbelieving. No way. This pressure is high rank, he thought, horrified. That magic circle was for low-rank demon kin. The ritual had gone terribly wrong. He glanced at the 4 demons. How did this happen? He wondered frantically. In my condition, I can't take on a high-rank demonkin. But I can't just run. They'd wreak havoc on my fief. Luke's expression hardened. Given the situation. He looked at the Medusa, its tail coiling over the magic circle. I'll have to erase the magic circle and forcefully send them back. A risky move in his weakened state. Sebastian, the saber-toothed demon, chuckled menacingly. Ah, it seems you are stricken with fear. The massive demon loomed over Luke. Fear not, human. The other demons watched, ready. Sebastian bared its fangs. Quietly hand over your soul, and I'll grant you a quick death. Luke smirked defiantly, faint purple energy gathering. Who's stricken with fear? I was just thinking how I'd take you down. He wasn't backing down. The hulking green demonkin roared and lifted a massive boulder, preparing to crush Luke. Luke easily dodged as the boulder smashed where he just stood. The Medusa demon struck with its snake-like tail, lightning fast. Luke was surprised. Its red eyes gleamed, fangs bared, hair snakes hissing. Luke drew his regular sword, not the ethereal golden sword. He parried the Medusa's strike, sparks flying. His sword arm trembled, his blade now coated in stone. Petrification, is it? Dangerous. His sword was heavier. Massive chunks of rock rained down, thrown by the brute demon. Luke leaped and weaved through the barrage. Damn it, they're not giving me a break, he grunted, unable to reach the magic circle. He slid to a halt, rocks crashing. At this rate, forget the magic circle? I'll have to run. He thought desperately, what do I do? There has to be a way. His eyes darted around, searching for an advantage. He spotted it, water dripping from the ceiling, forming puddles. Water. He looked up. Why is it there? Was there a river above? An idea began to form. If so, then... With renewed purpose, Luke leaped onto the jagged blue crystals, using them as stepping stones. The bat-like demon shrieked and charged a fire blast in its mouth. It unleashed the fire, but Luke, mid-air, was ready. He twisted, narrowly avoiding the attack. A cunning smile played on his lips as he looked towards the ceiling. Blink! With a flash of purple energy, Luke teleported directly upwards. The bat demon screeched in surprise, "SK!" Luke, at the cavern's ceiling, slammed his fist into it. A massive explosion of rock and debris erupted downwards. A torrent of water crashed down from the breached ceiling, flooding the cavern and dousing the magic circle's flames. The green brute roared as it was engulfed. Luke, on a large crystal chunk, descended with the flood. Luke landed, coughing blood. Using magic once places quite a burden, he panted. Still, now they can't move. I'll use this chance to erase the magic. But Sebastian's massive paw slammed down right in front of him from the churning water. Luke's eye widened in shock. Sebastian rose from the water, drenched but unharmed, yellow eyes glaring. No way, he's unharmed. Luke thought, astounded. The demon snarled, "You bastard!" Sebastian roared, "I will no longer hold back. Bow and beg for forgiveness." Luke, on a floating crystal, faced the enraged high-rank demon. "This is your last chance." Sebastian bellowed. Luke, breathing heavily, thought, "My sword is broken, my black circle is at its limit, can't summon golems. My body has reached its limits." He was in a terrible state. However, Luke thought, then kicked out, shattering the blue crystal he stood on. He leaped toward Sebastian. The demon smirked. Wise choice. It opened its massive jaws. "I'll swallow you whole, painless." But Luke, falling towards the demon's maw, uttered, muscle strengthening. A faint purple aura briefly surrounded him. Luke coughed more blood from the strain. Sebastian looked bewildered. It stammered. "No, you can't be." have you still not given up? Sebastian snarled, as Luke continued to bleed. Luke, wreathed in a powerful surge of purple demonic energy despite his condition, grinned ferociously. No reason to give up. His fist clenched, glowing. Despite how I look, I've experienced all sorts of things. Sebastian recoiled slightly, uneasy. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Luke asked. The demon stammered. What do you mean? Here I go. Luke yelled, rocketing towards Sebastian's open mouth. The demon, panicked, shouted, Stop. I've changed my mind. Sebastian backpedaled, trying to make a deal. Stop now, and I'll take you as my subordinate. I'll overlook everything. Its eyes wide with desperation. Swear loyalty, and I'll lend you my strength. So, please. Luke's fist, crackling with immense purple power, was inches from Sebastian's face. Stop! The demon shrieked. Boom. A colossal explosion of purple energy erupted as Luke's fist connected, engulfing Sebastian's head. The shockwave blasted through the cavern, shattering crystals, sending smoke and debris everywhere. Luke landed, a triumphant, almost feral grin on his face, purple smoke coiling around him. I knew it, he said, voice raspy but victorious. Suddenly, his boot began to glow with a comical golden light, complete with little stars. Sebastian, the terrifying king of endless pain, was now a small, startled, cat-like creature, held by the scruff of its neck by Luke. It let out a confused and indignant meow. The mighty demon, utterly humiliated and reduced. Luke's boot, still faintly shimmering with that comical golden light from the spell that had transformed Sebastian, was the main focus. A close-up on a twitching, purple cat ear, also surrounded by those golden sparkles, showed the transformation was complete and utterly bewildering for the once mighty demon. Luke held up the now tiny, purple, cat-like Sebastian by the scruff of its simple white shirt. The demon, looking like a disheveled house cat with wide, teary yellow eyes, stammered, meow. The indignity was palpable. Sebastian, still dangling, flailed its little paws. Luke looked down with a deadpan expression. Your true form is just sad, he remarked. Sebastian, shocked, sputtered, how did you figure out my true identity? Luke smirked slightly. Your disguise was flawless, so I wasn't sure, he admitted. But for a high-rank demonkin, acting so flustered over a little water was odd. So I took a gamble. He'd noticed Sebastian's over-the-top reaction earlier. Sebastian struggled, its face a mask of outraged pride. What a disgrace, it thought, thoroughly humiliated. Then, trying for bravado, it snarled, I've fought your kind so many times I'm sick of it. Don't put on airs, human. Even like this, I can easily take care of you. Empty threats from a tiny cat. Luke just raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Yeah, he challenged. Suddenly, the spectral image of Horith, the seductive high demon, appeared behind Luke, her demonic hand resting possessively on his shoulder, her eyes glowing with malice. Luke, still smiling, said, Try me if you think you can. The combined aura was overwhelming. Sebastian let out an eek of pure terror, its eyes practically bulging. Why does a human like you have the aura of a demon lord? It shrieked, recognizing the terrifying power. Luke looked down at the terrified cat demon. It's a given, since I've consumed such a being. Sebastian was aghast. You consumed a demon lord? Just who are you? Luke leaned in intense. Have you heard the name Seaman? Sebastian muttered. Mon? Then, realization dawned. An image of the infamous demon king Seaman, robed, scythe in hand on his bone throne, filled its mind. Wait, Seaman, the worst demon king in history, still spoken of in the demon realm? Sebastian was sweating profusely, eyes wide with horror. That's him. The name alone terrified any demonkin. Luke dismissed its shock. Not like I care if you recognize me. He tossed Sebastian to the ground with a soft meow. Tendrils of dark purple energy, his black bind, snaked from his hand. Black bind. The shadowy tendrils instantly ensnared the struggling, petrified Sebastian. "You're going to die here either way," Luke stated coldly. Sebastian, terrified, stammered, "It's human, no, master." The shift in address was immediate and desperate. The tiny cat demon scrambled to Luke's leg, hugging it tightly, tears streaming. "I believe I've made a grave mistake," it wailed. "Consuming such a low-rank demonkin would hardly grant you any demonic energy." "Trying to devalue itself," Luke replied dryly, "that's something I'll figure out once I do." He wasn't falling for it. The black bind tightened. Sebastian yelped, "Eek! If you spare my life, I swear on my soul unending loyalty." It puffed its chest proudly. "Despite appearances, I am the greatest phantom thief in the demon realm." Luke looked unimpressed. "So, a petty thief?" Sebastian quickly added, "And that's not all. I'm well versed in medicine, incredibly skilled at producing it." The bind constricted, making it yelp. "I'm sure I'll be of help." Luke paused, a thoughtful glint in his eye. "Medicine?" This piqued his interest. Luke knelt. "Look here." Sebastian whimpered, "Eek, please spare me." Luke whispered into Sebastian's ear. The cat demon's eyes widened. "Is something like this possible?" Luke asked. Sebastian replied with a stunned, "Oh, of course. That's my area of expertise," Sebastian quickly confirmed, eager to please. "Itchem, then what about this?" Luke continued, whispering another task. Sebastian, fully committed to survival, declared, "Absolutely possible. Please leave it to me." "All right, great," Luke said, but then the black bind tightened again, slamming Sebastian to the ground. "Again!" the cat demon yelped. Luke extended a hand towards the teary-eyed Sebastian. He smiled, a ray of light seemingly illuminating him. "Demonkin Sebastian, I will receive you as a contracted demon." An offer, not just consumption. Sebastian, stunned then overjoyed, bowed deeply. "Thank you very much, Lord Seaman." Sebastian reached a paw to take Luke's hand. "I will serve you with all my body and—" Luke interjected, smiling slightly, "heart." Sebastian looked up as Luke took its paw. As their hands touched, a flash of purple light and swirling energy emanated from the blue crystals. Sebastian, looking down, stammered, "Lord Seaman, what is this?" Luke smiled, a bit wickedly. "A house cat ought to have a collar to match. This necklace is enchanted with a contract of insubordination." A collar with a prominent L fastened around Sebastian's neck, glowing purple. Sebastian clutched at it. Luke explained coolly, "If you attempt to rebel, it will automatically strangle you, so be careful." Sebastian threw its paws to its head in despair. "Damn it, I planned to take it easy and run," it wailed internally. "Subordinate to a mere human. The ultimate shame." Luke turned. "Also, I've abandoned Seaman. From now on, call me Lord Luke." Sebastian, defeated, whimpered, "Wait, Lord Luke." Sebastian, miserable, asked, "But what are you trying to do now?" Luke knelt by the inert magic circle. "Contract established. Now I'll do what I intended from the beginning." He looked at the 3 low-rank demonkin, dazed in the remaining water. "What you intended?" Sebastian asked. Luke stated, "1 contracted demon is enough." The black bind, a massive shadowy claw, appeared above the low-rank demons. Sebastian yelped, "What do you— Eek!" Luke warned, "If you don't want to get caught, back away." Luke grinned, eyes glinting with dark satisfaction. "Black bind, don't leave even a fingernail." His command was simple and brutal, "Eat them all up." Multiple shadowy tendrils erupted, converging on and enveloping the helpless low-rank demonkin. Luke watched with satisfaction as the black bind worked, Sebastian looking on, shaken. "Very nice." The low-rank demons were graphically torn apart and consumed. A gruesome sight. Sebastian sweated, horrified, rethinking its life choices. "I can't believe I'm contracted with such a ridiculous man. Could it be that I'm in serious trouble?" Luke, wreathed in powerful purple and black demonic energy, eyes glowing red, let out a sinister laugh. "Hee hee hee. absorbing power from the consumed demons. He unleashed a dark bullet, a concentrated blast of demonic energy, which exploded with tremendous force. The scene shifted to an outside forest. A massive tree was obliterated by the dark bullet, smoke and debris flying. Luke stood before the smoking stump, testing his replenished power. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge. Seems I can now use sixth circle magic without trouble. His mana core was stable, perhaps stronger. He continued absorbing demonic energy, shadowy forms swirling. After consuming them, I repeated summoning and consuming for several days. My black circle has been making a smooth recovery. He looked down at himself with a slight frown, sweating. Still, his clothes were torn and dirty. Because of the scuffle subduing the demon kin, my clothes are a mess. Troublesome if the others see me like this. Just then, Philip came running up. So you were here, young lord? Been looking forever. Luke thought, damn it. Busted. Philip stopped, noticing Luke's state. Gah, what happened to your clothes? Injured? Luke brushed it off. Nothing, don't worry. Did something happen? Philip's expression turned grave. Right, no time for this. Count Manak's army is approaching our territory. Luke's eyes narrowed, instantly serious. Philip clarified, approaching from both southern seas and northern forest. Urgency. Count Manak's banner, a boar's head, fluttered. Armored feet marched. Manak's forces, ships sailed, knights marched through the forest. Imposing numbers. Aerial view. Manak's fleet neared Lochen beaches, ground troops amassed near the forest. The pincer attack began. On a lead ship, Turing, a knight with long pink hair, looked through a spyglass at Lochen territory. Turing lowered the spyglass, smirking. Rather unlike the Count. Mobilizing the entire military for one viscount. An older knight with an eye patch beside Turing remarked, they say a tiger hunts a rabbit with all its strength. They escaped by luck. We must crush their desire to oppose us. The eye patch knight added caution. Also, best not to look down on them. There's a surprisingly strong man there. Likely referring to Luke. Turing stretched. Can't believe he's acting tough after losing in the arena. Yes. They said dismissively. Why did the Count give a guy like this a second chance? A sly, confident smirk crossed Turing's face. Well, I'm sure. Looking towards Lochen defenses on the beach, artillery and barricades, Turing noted, they've made preparations. On Lochen ramparts, Hans, stern and determined, raised his hand. All forces fire. Lochen soldiers manned ballistae, loosing heavy bolts. Flaming projectiles rained towards Manak's fleet. Hans shouted, don't allow them to approach our fiefdom. From a Monaco ship's bridge, a targeting scope showed incoming projectiles. Turing remarked with amusement, they sure are trying hard. Turing, hands glowing, prepare to counter. They don't even know how pointless it is. A cornered rat will bite a cat, they say. However, Turing continued, as a mysterious, robed figure with a large, ornate staff stepped forward. The robed runic knight stood at the prow, facing Lochen defenses, staff glowing. The staff's crystal flared bright blue as the runic knight channeled magic. A massive, shimmering blue energy shield erupted around Manak's fleet, deflecting Lochen artillery harmlessly. Impacts echoed. Lochen soldiers stared in disbelief. Magic! A runic knight among the Count's riders. They hadn't anticipated such powerful defenses. Turing smirked, enjoying the display. No matter how hard you fight back, Turing thought with contempt. Turing and the runic knight loomed. Turing sneered, you're nothing more than rats. The initial Lochen defense, effortlessly neutralized. The words, Rune Knight, flashed across the screen, a stark introduction to the formidable new threat that had just unveiled itself. A runic knight, a dangerous hybrid, capable of wielding both a knight's aura, depicted as a glowing red sword, and a mage's mana, shown as a staff crackling with blue energy. They could master both. On the Lochen ramparts, a young soldier stared in awe and fear. It's my first time seeing a runic knight, he murmured. A more seasoned soldier beside him looked concerned. But are they really that amazing? The veteran soldier elaborated. There was a time they were looked down on, considered half-baked at both. But if they're skilled with gigants, that changes everything. Runic Knights were especially deadly piloting the giant mechs. Manak's Runic Knight, Milan, stood on his ship's deck, staff glowing, channeling energy into a complex red magic circle linked to a gigant's systems. The veteran Loken soldier explained, they connect to a gigant's magic stone, amplifying its strength, becoming monsters rivaling high-ranked mages from a magic tower. Aboard Manak's flagship, Turing, the pink-haired commander, smirked condescendingly. It seems you tried your best to stop fleets loaded with gigants? A robotic, glowing blue hand, likely from Turing's gigant interface, made a dismissive gesture. Turing continued, but all of that means nothing to me. Milan, the Runic Knight, raised his staff high, the crystal at its tip glowing with intense blue light. A large cylindrical device on Milan's back began to hum, glowing with the same bright blue energy. He was preparing a powerful spell. Frost Wave, Milan intoned. A colossal wave of jagged, razor-sharp ice erupted from the sea, surging towards the Loken beach defenses with incredible speed and force. Milan slammed his staff onto the deck, channeling the icy attack as the frost wave crashed over the beach. Loken's wooden barricades and artillery were instantly shattered by the overwhelming power of the frost wave, debris flying everywhere. Loken soldiers on the beach screamed in terror, Run away!" as the icy tsunami engulfed their positions. The Runic Knights' attack had completely devastated their front line. Turing grinned wickedly, clearly enjoying the destruction. Landing ramps dropped from Manak's ships. Now then, the obstacles that were in our way, Turing began. Manak's gigants, clad in golden-trimmed armor, began to disembark onto the now frozen and shattered beach. Have all been cleared out, Turing finished with satisfaction. A shadowy, clawed hand reached out, a metaphor for the impending doom. Milan stood at the prow of his ship, gigants disembarking behind him. He ordered, "Take them all down." His gigants roared in affirmation, "Hurrah!" From an aerial view, Manak's gigants charged up the beach towards Loken territory, their numbers significant. Milan, now also in his distinctive purple and gold gigant, walked among his troops. "I expected a grand battle, but this seems like it'll end pretty quickly." He sounded almost disappointed. The Eyepatch Knight, in his gigant, received a communication from Turing, whose image appeared on a display. Turing mockingly said, "It'd be nice if you struggle a little more." The Eyepatch Knight remained silent, grim. The Eyepatch Knight observed Loken's defenses, sweating slightly. Something is off, he thought, uneasy. He looked towards the main Loken castle. Even with this many gigants approaching, they haven't sent out a single one. What are they planning? The lack of a gigant response was suspicious. Back on the Loken ramparts, Hans shouted, "Second artillery unit, ready." More cannons were wheeled into position. The cannons glowed as they prepared to fire. "Fire!" Hans commanded. A volley of large, barrel-like projectiles launched towards Manak's advancing gigants. Milan, in his gigant, saw the projectiles. "What, this again? Think up something new." He scoffed, activating defenses. "Shield." A blue energy shield formed, deflecting the barrels. However, as other Monacae pilots tried to deflect the barrels, they burst open on impact, releasing a thick, sticky, purple liquid that splattered all over them. One pilot exclaimed in confusion. The gigants were covered in the strange purple goo. One pilot looked at his hand, confused by the dripping substance. He examined it closer. "What's this? Wine?" Suddenly, the purple liquid on his gigant's hand began to harden rapidly. The pilot cried out in alarm, "Damn it! What is this?" His gigant's joints were being immobilized. Even Milan, the Runic Knight, was caught off guard, his gigant also covered. "What?" he muttered, surprised. Manak's pilots were in disarray. "What's going on? The gigant isn't moving. Damn it! This liquid, it's hardening. What is this?" Their advance ground to a halt. Hans, watching from the ramparts, grinned fiercely. Our opponents are confused. Now's our chance. An aerial view showed several Monake gigants stuck on the beach. Attack! Hans roared, and another volley of flaming projectiles streaked towards the trapped gigants. The flaming bolt struck. Gah! I'll run away. And my body won't move. Hans issued a ruthless command, don't miss a single one of them. Meanwhile, Sebastian, in tiny cat form, casually munched an apple, observing from a safe distance. What a mess, he commented with detached amusement. Lounging on a tree branch, still eating. I wondered why he was in such a rush, but it was for this. Referring to Luke making him create the super strong glue. A flashback, Sebastian looking tearfully at Luke, who whispered a peculiar request. Sebastian narrated, a few days ago, that bastard, Luke, captured me. And he made a peculiar request. Luke's request in a thought bubble. Could you create a strong glue that will stick no matter what? Sebastian, in flashback, experimenting, looking skeptical. Of course that's impossible, he'd thought. A request I'd never heard in centuries. There's no way it would be possible. But the flashback showed Sebastian, exhausted and cross-eyed, stirring massive cauldrons under Luke's menacing glare. Except it was. Luke clearly forced him. Back in the present, Sebastian shuddered. He really worked me to the bone. He muttered, taking another bite. I'll pay him back for this humiliation for sure. He casually tossed the apple core away. Well, anyway. He looked at the battlefield where Manak's gigants were being pummeled. This great Sebastian played his part, so of course the result is as such. Guess I'll nap until it's over, but explosions rocked the Locken lines. One Locken soldier, possibly Halls, stared in disbelief. How is that even possible? Halls was sweating, pale with shock. He shouted in dismay, I've never even heard of a drug like this. Referring to the glue, completely misunderstanding. He looked at the mostly immobilized Monake gigants. The count made a gigant unit unusable in one fell swoop. Is that a secret family weapon? Attributing the glue to Monake, not Luke. A Locken soldier observed the remaining enemy gigants. However, this isn't enough. Many have fallen, but many are left. His gaze focused on two imposing gigants still advancing, Milans, and another new, horned night-grade gigant. Especially those two. Definitely new, night-grade gigants in Manak's military. Turing on their ship chuckled. Guess everyone has their strengths. He's pretty good. Referring to Luke's tactic. However, even so, it's not enough. Milan, the runic knight, gripped his staff. He unleashed another spell. Water strike. Massive water tendrils erupted, lashing towards Locken defenses. Milan swooped forward. I'll take them down in one blow. Suddenly, a dark, ominous gigant with a glowing red visor appeared, blocking Milan. A voice from within asked, Says who? Phantom Sword. The dark gigant, Philip piloting Sting 2, unleashed a powerful sword attack, clashing with Milan's water. Milan was pushed back. Turing, watching, smirked. Oh, an interesting opponent. However, the new, horned night-grade gigant intercepted Philip. Turing thought, looks like you'll be stolen from me. A fierce gigant battle was about to begin. The horned gigant was piloted by Canyon. Canyon's gigant gripped its weapon. It clashed violently with Philip's Sting 2. Enormous impact. Both gigants slid back from the force. Philip gritted his teeth. Gee, he's keeping up with my speed? Sting 2 was fast, but this opponent was a match. Canyon, inside his horned gigant, smirked. You finally appeared. His imposing gigant stood ready. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Clearly history here. Philip was confused. What? Canyon replied, heard you were dismissed, but you don't seem rusty. The eye patch knight, observing, thought, taking you down is a chance of a lifetime. I'll win this time. Philip retorted to Canyon, said you wouldn't speak of my identity, but looks like you sold me out. Are all of Manak's men liars? Canyon gripped his weapon tighter. Don't get Too cocky. He lunged, his gigant's weapon clashing hard against Philip's sword. Milan, watching, sighed. Well, can't be helped. Sir Milan is perfect for these physical fights anyway. Referring to Canyon as Milan, or a general term. He turned to another approaching gigant, Mir, piloted by Victor. Shame, but I guess I'll make do with that. Milan faced Victor's Mir. New Locken family is poor, but disappointed my opponent is an old stack of scrap metal. Underestimating Mir and Victor. Inside Mir, Victor's hands glowed golden. Don't look down on me, he declared, resolute. He gripped Mir's controls tightly. Mir ignited with a powerful golden aura. As the last knight captain of Volga, I will face you with my life on the line. Milan paused, then let out a derisive, "E." Turing, still watching, burst out laughing. Baha! Victor, in Mir, glared. Something funny? Turing clutched their stomach, still laughing. Didn't think I'd hear such a familiar name here. Really didn't expect that. Suddenly, from Mir's cockpit, Victor spoke, his voice calm and familiar to Turing. You're as stiff as ever, Captain Victor. Victor, inside his gigant, was shocked. Mun, the runic knight, asked Victor, do you know me? Perhaps forgotten? Quite disappointing. Victor in Mir faced Milan's gigant, spectral images of a younger Victor confronting a younger Turing. Turing, speaking through Milan's gigant, or Milan was Turing/a subordinate, revealed themselves. It's me, Canyon. The knight orders failure. A deep personal layer to the conflict. Meanwhile, far to the north of the Locken Viscounty, Luke himself is on the move, darting through the dense treetops of the forest. Perched high on a branch, his sharp eyes scan the woods below, and then he spots them. Down on the forest floor, a large group of Count Manak's soldiers marches noisily, the clang of their armor and their shouts echoing through the trees. Luke breathes a small sigh of relief, thinking he's not too late. One of Manak's knights, his silver armor gleaming, swings his sword with a powerful whoosh. He crashes into a Locken soldier, and the forest erupts with the sounds of battle, steel ringing on steel. A Locken soldier grits his teeth, holding his ground. From above, Luke watches, knowing his decision to station men here was the right one. Luke's expression is grim. He knows Count Monike is a seasoned warlord, not an enemy to be underestimated. He observes Manak's forces clashing with his own, relieved that the Count seems to have sent most of his giant war machines, the Gigants, south, leaving only regular soldiers here in the north. It confirms Luke's gamble that Monike would try a two-pronged attack. The fighting is fierce below. Luke knows he's short on men, making it a tough call to split his forces, but he had another solution to that numbers problem. And just like that, a warrior with a roughly tied headband bursts onto the scene. It's one of the former bandits Luke had spared and given a new life. With a ferocious roar, he charges, his axe biting deep into an enemy knight. Another ex-bandit, a wild grin on his face, dives into the fray, his weapon a blur as they fight with surprising ferocity. Their leader, the one with the axe and headband, his voice filled with fierce loyalty, shouts that this is their chance to repay the young lord who saved them. Give it your all to crush these invaders, he yells, and his men roar back in unison, yes, brother. Their dedication to Luke clear. Watching them, a small, satisfied smile touches Luke's lips. His gamble on these former outlaws, training them up, is paying off big time. Their raw combat experience is invaluable and there's more to come. One of Manak's commanders, his helmet a bit more ornate, glares at his faltering soldiers, demanding to know what they're doing. We outnumber them. Swarm them all at once, he orders, and Manak's troops try to surround the fierce ex-bandits. The bandit leader finds himself facing multiple enemies, a flash of surprise on his face. But then Captain Rogers, a seasoned Locken knight, is suddenly there, his hand out as if to say, I've got this. Rogers becomes a whirlwind of flashing steel, cutting through Manak's soldiers with incredible speed and deadly precision, taking down several foes in moments. He moves like a storm through the enemy ranks, each strike perfectly placed, Manak's soldiers falling left and right. Standing by the bandit leader, Rogers warns him it's too dangerous to push so deep alone. Then, raising his voice, he reminds all his troops their job isn't to wipe out the enemy, but to hold the line until Lord Luke gives the signal. The bandit leader, clearly impressed and a little humbled, quickly responds, "Why, sir?" Luke, still observing, is pleased. Roger's veteran skill is perfectly complementing the raw fighting spirit of the former bandits. This is working out even better than he'd hoped. With more training, they'll be a truly formidable force. But his expression turns serious. He knows they can't afford a long, drawn-out fight where sheer numbers might eventually win. Raising 2 fingers to his lips, Luke prepares to give the signal. It's time to act. A sharp, piercing whistle cuts through the din of battle, echoing through the forest. One of Manak's knights looks around in alarm, wondering what that sound was, if more enemies are hidden. Rogers, however, looks up, instantly recognizing it. Rogers spots Luke in the treetop, the source of the whistle. It's Lord Luke's signal. A grin spreads across Rogers' face. The preparations are complete. It's time. He bellows to his men, "All forces, retreat." And just like that, the Loken soldiers and the bandits break off the fight and fall back, leaving Manak's troops confused. Manak's forest commander is furious at the sudden withdrawal, yelling at his men. "Chase them down," he screams, and his soldiers surge forward, pursuing the retreating Loken forces deeper into the woods, down a narrow pass, and across a stream. One of Manak's soldiers takes a step onto seemingly solid ground. Suddenly, the earth beneath them gives way with a tremendous crack, and it's as if a colossal limb of rock and debris crashes down, a terrifying sight for anyone looking up. Manak's commander, leading the chase, soon finds his men funneled into a narrow canyon, with Loken soldiers now appearing to block both ends. He smirks, thinking he's cornered them. "Nowhere to run," he sneers. He gestures mockingly at Rogers and his smaller force. "This land will be your grave." Rogers just stares back, his face grim and unreadable. Then, a confident smile touches Rogers' lips. "I think you're misunderstanding something," he says calmly. "We've already accomplished our goal." The enemy commander looks puzzled. "Misunderstanding? What goal?" Rogers' smile widens. "We're not the ones cornered here." Rogers throws his arm out dramatically towards the Monake forces. "You're the ones with nowhere to run," he declares, then roars to unseen allies, "Light them up." High on the canyon walls, flaming torches arc through the air, landing on trails of oil that instantly ignite. Below, hidden barrels packed with explosives are revealed. The entire canyon is one giant trap. A deafening series of explosions rips through the narrow passage, engulfing Manak's trapped soldiers in fire and shrapnel. Their commander can only stare in wide-eyed horror. Massive boulders and tons of debris rain down as the canyon walls begin to collapse. Manak's soldiers are buried under the crushing landslide, their advance brutally halted. The canyon becomes a choked passage of rock and dust, sealing any escape. Manak's commander, looking at the utter devastation, can only gasp, "What is this?" He glances around, completely bewildered. Is this just to buy time? It's a dead end anyway. He still doesn't grasp the full, terrifying scope of Luke's plan. Rogers explains calmly, his voice cutting through the dust. People of Loken are taught from a young age never to carelessly enter these Rokia mountains. "Do you know why that is?" Rogers asks. The dazed enemy commander snaps back. "Are you crazy? Spouting nonsense now that you're cornered." "It's because this land..." Rogers continues, his tone heavy with warning. A flicker of unease, a dawning dread, finally appears on the Monake commander's face. An ominous, glowing purple sigil flashes into view, the unmistakable mark of monster control. Contains a monster nest. Rogers finishes. And as if on cue, a horde of savage, blue-skinned creatures, armed with crude axes and their eyes glowing with purple energy, charges from hidden caves, guttural growls filling the air. The Monake commander lets out a shriek of pure terror. Rogers continues his grim lesson. For generations, anyone who foolishly wandered into this territory. One of the monsters, its forehead sigil pulsing with purple light, roars as it brings its axe down. Would die, never to be seen again. The forest now echoes with new sounds, the terrified screams of Manak's soldiers as the monsters tear into them. Cries for help and shrieks of agony fill the air. High above, Luke watches, a small, grimly satisfied smile on his face. All according to plan. He muses that if things in the south are resolved, this war could be over, perhaps more easily than he'd first thought. But then he pauses, a slight frown appearing. He stands, looking south towards the main battlefront, and spots a dark plume of smoke rising in the distance. Smoke! Shielding his eyes, he tries to get a better look. A forest fire? No, his brow furrows with concern. That direction. That's the western part of his territory. His eyes widen slightly with a sudden, unwelcome thought. No way, he breathes, a cold tendril of unease tightening in his chest. The smoke is coming from an unexpected direction. Did Monake have even more forces than anticipated, striking from yet another angle? This just got a lot more complicated. The battle rages, and Luke is a whirlwind of dark magic, unleashing shadowy bullets that rip through Manak's knights, one soldier screaming as the spell tears his armor apart. He lands lightly on a branch, purple energy still sparking from his hand, while below, more of Manak's soldiers crash to the ground, cut down before they even saw him coming. Luke takes a quick breath, a hint of fatigue in his eyes, thinking he's dealt with this wave of enemies, but knowing the fight is far from done. Then, a massive explosion rocks the forest from another direction, and Luke's head snaps towards the sound, his eyes widening at the distant bloom of fire and smoke. Trouble. A grimace of annoyance flashes across Luke's face as he sees the new fire. He can't believe they're attacking from that direction too, stretching his defenses even thinner. He leaps from the branch, a blur heading towards the new chaos, frustrated that he underestimated the Count's willingness to attack from yet another angle. The enemy just keeps coming. Luke grits his teeth, the strain clear on his face. This relentless northern assault is eating up precious time, and he worries he'll be late to reinforce the southern front. A wave of urgency washes over him. All he can do now is hope his forces in the south are holding strong. The scene cuts away, and we see a hand gripping a sword hilt tightly, crackling energy reflecting off the metal, the tension thick in the air. It's Victor, inside his gigant, his face etched with exhaustion, sweat pouring down as he pants heavily from the desperate fight. His golden gigant, Mir, is battered but still standing, facing off against Milan, Manak's runic knight, who looks almost untouched, his staff held ready. The difference in their conditions is stark. A smug voice, Turing's, likely speaking through Milan, cuts in. "You lasted longer than I thought, Victor," he sneers, a cruel smirk flashing in Victor's mind, "but it all ends now." Sparks fly from Mir's damaged armor as Turing scoffs, "Laughable, thinking you could fight me with that hunk of scrap." The sound of groaning metal fills the air. On the chaotic beach, with Manak's ships looming behind, Turing continues his taunts, wondering why Victor would side with a brat like Luke instead of staying quietly in Monake territory, calling Victor as hard to understand as ever. Victor's face is tight with anger as he bites back, his voice strained, "I could say the same to you, Turing." He accuses Turing, "You swore loyalty to Volga, then sold out to Monake. Have you no shame as a knight, Turing?" Still the same opportunist. Turing just laughs smugly. "Call it clever," he sneers, boasting that Count Monake, unlike the rigid Volga kingdom, actually recognizes his talent, and he's quite enjoying his new life. "Still caught up in that old incident, are you, Victor?" Turing prods, trying to make Victor's loyalty sound like a foolish burden. Milan's staff starts to hum with ominous energy as Turing declares, "Enough small talk. The fight is about to escalate." Shimmering blades of ice materialize around Milan's raised staff. "Out of respect for what you once were," Turing says, his voice dripping with mockery. The ice daggers shoot forward with a deadly rush. "I'll end this quickly, in one blow," Turing vows, utterly confident. And the scene shifts, taking us back 15 years, to the Order of Volga. Inside the imposing headquarters of the Volga Knight Order, a younger voice shouts in outrage, "I cannot accept this." It's a much younger Turing, his pink hair shorter but his temper just as fierce, demanding why someone else got promoted over him when he clearly outperformed them in duels. Young Turing argues heatedly with an official, insisting there's been a mistake that needs fixing, while the official looks weary, saying there's little he can do. What's all the commotion? A new voice cuts in. The official looks relieved at the arrival, and Turing turns, perhaps with a glimmer of hope. It's Victor, 15 years younger, already a captain with an air of authority. The official greets him as Sir Victor, and the captain asks why there's such a loud disagreement. Young Turing rushes to him. Captain, perfect timing. There's been a huge mistake with the promotions. But Captain Victor calmly states, if it's about that, it was my decision. Turing freezes, utterly shocked. What? As Turing stares in disbelief, Captain Victor continues, his gaze steady, you used magic in the promotion exam, didn't you? Turing is stunned into silence, stammering, how did you know? Captain Victor's expression is stern. Using a different power when you're supposed to be demonstrating swordsmanship is grounds for disqualification, he states, his voice firm. Turing desperately argues back, but I combined it with my swordsmanship. A unique combat style. Shouldn't I be recognized for doing what others can't? Captain Victor is unmoved. This exam was purely for swordsmanship, he says flatly. There's nothing more to discuss. He completely shuts Turing down. Young Turing's hand clenches into a fist, trembling with rage and resentment. I can't accept it, he seethes. His face twists into a defiant smirk as he glares at Captain Victor. Are you trying to hold me back? He challenges. Is it because you can't use magic yourself? Turing spits, his voice full of venom. Are you threatened by my talent, letting your jealousy rule you? Captain Victor simply turns his back. You're not worth listening to anymore, he says quietly, starting to walk away. Enraged, Turing yells, running away. If not, then answer me. Victor pauses, glancing back. I'll tell you this much. The air grows heavy as Captain Victor, his voice calm but firm, continues, what you are truly missing is... And just as he speaks, we're ripped back to the present, where Milan's ice shards slam into Victor's golden gigant, Mir, exploding against its armor with brutal force. Milan, with Turing's voice, hovers with disdain. Still trying to fight, he taunts. How foolish. The outcome is already decided. A vortex of water begins to swirl around Milan's staff, gathering like a coiled serpent, humming with powerful magic. Suddenly, menacing tendrils of water surround Victor's battered gigant. This is the power you dismissed all those years ago, Turing sneers. Do you see my talent now, Victor? Turing's enraged face flashes in Victor's mind. Just die by the very power you disdained, he screams, and the water surges violently, engulfing Victor's gigant. But even as the water crashes around him, Victor's grip tightens on his controls, grim determination on his face. You haven't changed at all, Turing, he thinks, his resolve steeling. And incredibly, the battered Mir dances through the churning water, twisting and turning, dodging the crushing blows with impossible agility for its damaged state. Turing, through Milan, can only watch in shock. You can still move like that? He stammers, then quickly dismisses it, but it's useless. Milan's staff glows again, power gathering for another devastating assault, determined not to let Victor get the upper hand. Mir leaps desperately into the air, narrowly avoiding a new barrage of ice shards, Victor pushing his machine and himself to the absolute limit to close the gap. Massive ice spikes erupt from the ground, horrifically impaling Mir through its torso and limbs. Turing's smug face reappears. Fight all you want, it's pointless, he gloats. My magic means you'll never reach me. But then, Captain Victor's words from 15 years ago echo in Victor's mind. It seems you haven't practiced your swordsmanship at all since then. Mir stands impaled, Minak's warship looming in the background, a stark image of overwhelming odds. It looks like it's over. Yet, even impaled, Victor's hand is steady on his sword's controls, Captain Victor's old lecture echoing. Didn't I tell you back then? In a fight between knights, knowing your distance to the enemy is everything. As those words resonate, Mir's sword begins to glow with a faint, golden light. The memory of Captain Victor's voice continues, "Right now, you are," leading directly into the present. With a mechanical roar, the impaled Mir lunges, shattering the ice spikes, its glowing sword aimed like a golden comet at Milan's airborne gigant in an impossible, desperate charge. And Victor's voice, blending past lesson with present fury, declares in his mind, "Right within my attack range." Victor's blade hits true, shattering Milan's staff and exploding the mana potion pack on the runic knight's back in a shower of debris. A direct hit. A final glimpse of the past, Captain Victor, calm, a hint of acknowledgement in his eyes. "The truth is, Turing, I always recognized your talent." Milan's headless, broken gigant tumbles from the sky as Captain Victor's voice from the past explains sadly, "Few have the potential to be rune knights. But relying only on magic stunts your growth. That's why I was so strict. You could have been a great knight of Volga." The memory ends with a heavy sigh. What a waste. Back in the present, Victor's heavily damaged Mir, still impaled but victorious, slowly turns its head. Victor pants, "Philip is still fighting. I have to help." But his gigant sways, barely staying upright. From above, we see Milan's gigant in ruins on the desolate beach. Then, with a final groan of metal, Victor's Mir collapses. "This is it for me," Victor thinks, his strength failing, "My body's done." His face etched with pain and regret, Victor whispers, "I'm sorry. I couldn't do more." The scene shifts to Philip, his face a mask of fierce determination, as if he heard Victor's unspoken words, "It's up to you now. The torch has been passed." Phantom sword. Philip roars, and his black gigant, Sting 2, explodes with crimson energy, unleashing a blur of slashes. Sting 2 is a crimson whirlwind, its high-speed attacks forcing Canyon's horned gigant onto the defensive, struggling against Philip's blinding assault. Kaboom! One of Philip's phantom strikes lands, ripping a chunk from Canyon's gigant in a violent explosion. He's drawn blood. Sting 2 stands ready, steam hissing from its vents after that incredible burst of speed. Philip pushed himself hard for that shot. Canyon's gigant is damaged but far from beaten. "Is that all you've got, boy?" Canyon taunts. "Where's that skill you showed in the arena? Did I overestimate you?" Canyon looms over him, his gigant a menacing shadow. "Try harder," he sneers, thoroughly unimpressed. Inside his cockpit, Philip grits his teeth, frustrated. He can't believe Canyon is so cocky after taking a couple of hits, but the pressure is definitely mounting. Philip looks stressed, sweat on his brow. Easy for Canyon to say, he thinks, but this is bad. This guy is tough. Canyon's gigant seems to pulse with an unnatural energy. Philip's eyes narrow. He's felt it for a while, but now it hits him with dawning horror. Canyon is so much stronger, like a completely different person. A wave of desperation hits Philip. Damn it, he thinks, his mind racing, what am I supposed to do now? It's like Canyon just powered up mid-battle. Philip is still trying to process Canyon's sudden leap in power. He remembers his earlier confidence, but now, facing this new strength, a cold knot of anxiety tightens in his gut. Canyon's horned gigant is now blazing with an almost divine aura of power, and Philip can only think that his opponent has become so strong. He's like a completely different person. Inside his cockpit, Canyon lets out a low, cruel chuckle, clearly thrilled with whatever has given him this incredible boost. And we see it, a quick flash of Canyon reaching into a chest overflowing with glowing blue magic crystals. He's remembering the strengthening magic crystals the Count gave him. A gigant's metal hand crushes a handful of these bright blue crystals. Normally, a gigant's power is fixed by its rank, but these crystals are about to change that. The sparkling crystal dust is fed straight into the gigant's core engine, which starts to glow with rings of blue light. By feeding magic crystals directly to the core, the gigant's core, that shield emblem on its chest, suddenly erupts with crackling blue lightning, a massive surge of energy. Now, Canyon's gigant is wreathed in an intense blue, flame-like aura, its mace held high. It's terrifyingly clear. It can now overcome its limits and amplify its strength, pushed far beyond its normal capabilities. Philip watches, his face a mask of shock and dawning despair. His aura, it's even stronger, he thinks. Canyon, looking down, cuts him off, dismissing any attempt to talk as pointless drivel. Canyon's powered-up gigant raises its massive mace, ready to end it. "I'll finish this in one blow," he roars, and Philip's red and black Sting 2 braces itself, looking almost fragile against the oncoming storm. With a ground-shattering impact, Canyon's gigant lunges, moving with terrifying speed for its size, dirt and debris flying in its wake. Kaboom! The hit is colossal, sending Philip's Sting 2 hurtling upwards, completely dwarfed by the sheer force of the blow. Philip is thrown around his cockpit, upside down, his world spinning. "Faster than I thought," he manages to think, stunned by the incredible velocity of the crystal-boosted attack. Canyon gives him no time to recover, his gigant leaping after the airborne Sting 2, mace swinging viciously. "It's pointless," he bellows as another brutal hit sends Philip's gigant crashing down again. In a desperate move, Sting 2's hand shoots out, its fingers clamping onto a thick metal chain dangling from some wreckage on the war-torn beach, a fragile lifeline. Using the chain as an anchor, Philip swings his gigant in a wide arc, narrowly dodging another crushing blow, and retaliates mid-swing, his sword glowing red as he unleashes a phantom sword strike. The crimson slash of the phantom sword streaks towards Canyon's gigant, aimed right for its head and neck, a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. Clang. The attack connects, leaving a visible gash of red energy on Canyon's heavy armor. Philip actually landed a hit, but his brief moment of triumph vanishes. He can match the phantom sword's speed? Philip realizes with horror. Even with the crystals, Canyon is unbelievably fast. Canyon roars and strikes back with overwhelming force. His mace crashes down, and Philip's Sting 2 is engulfed in a massive explosion, fire and debris filling the screen in a devastating counter. Philip grits his teeth, pain and frustration etched on his face. "This is the worst," he mutters, the situation looking completely hopeless. Slumped in his chair, Philip looks utterly defeated. The difference in their strength is just too much, he admits to himself. He thought he'd at least have the edge in speed, but even that was nothing against the crystal enhancement. His fist clenches. "Am I just worthless after all?" he wonders, despair washing over him. "If it were my uncle, then..." His thoughts trail off, thinking of Rogers. And suddenly, a memory, Captain Rogers' stern face fills his mind. "There is a fatal weakness to the phantom sword," his uncle's voice echoes from the past. The flashback continues, Rogers instructing a younger Philip. "Moving at such high speed to attack makes your movement simpler," he explained, "and easier to predict." A crucial lesson. Rogers stands over a panting Philip during a training session. "If you don't improve on this, others will soon figure out this weakness too." But then he offered a solution. Changing directions while moving will cost you speed, but... Rogers then offered a rare, reassuring smile. "Don't overthink it, Philip." The memory ends with Rogers' confident advice. "You can solve this problem perfectly fine that way." Back in the present, facing Canyon's gigant, a new understanding, a spark of hope, ignites in Philip's eyes. He knows what to do. Canyon watches Philip, a smirk on his face. "I'll give you this, you never stay down," he says almost admiringly, but still utterly confident of victory. "However..." Canyon growls, and with a sharp metallic sound he prepares to deliver the final blow. Canyon's gigant lunges forward with its mace. "Even that ends now," he declares, expecting to crush Philip for good. But this time, Philip is ready. Sting 2 sword flares with crimson phantom sword energy, and with a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in movement, he parries Canyon's devastating blow. The eyes of Sting 2 glow an intense red. He's not just fighting, he's thinking. Canyon's gigant stumbles back, surprised by the effective block. "What a petty trick," he roars in frustration. "You fool, do you think your core engine can hold out against my boosted power?" Canyon's face is a mask of rage and disbelief. "Struggle all you want," he screams, lunging again. But Philip's gigant, glowing with red energy, moves with a newfound, subtle finesse. Canyon reaches out, trying to grab Philip's agile gigant. "I've already figured you out," he shouts. But his hand closes on empty air. Philip, using those tiny trajectory changes Rogers taught him, evades the grab. Canyon is stunned. "Why couldn't I catch you?" Canyon yells, completely bewildered. Before he can react, Philip's Sting 2 unleashes a blinding flurry of red slashes, each one finding its mark, tearing through Canyon's armor. Philip pants heavily in his cockpit, the effort immense. "Uncle told me something," he murmurs, recalling the key to this sudden turnaround. Sting 2 stands before the heavily damaged and sparking horned gigant. Philip's voice echoes Roger's wisdom. "Just by altering your path, even slightly, most opponents won't be able to stop the Phantom Sword." A grim satisfaction settles on Philip's face. "Glad you're part of that majority, Canyon." Enraged and humiliated, Canyon screams, "How arrogant!" "It's not over yet." Canyon's gigant's hand desperately reaches for its dwindling supply of magic crystals. "As long as I keep using these, someone like you is." He's still trying to win with brute force. But Philip has had enough. His eyes are cold, his voice laced with contempt. "You useless bastard," he says. With a final, decisive red slash, he cuts through the air, and Canyon's attempt to grab more crystals. Philip looks down at Canyon's now disabled gigant. "How many expensive crystals are you going to waste on that piece of scrap?" he asks dismissively. "This is no point giving you another chance." From Sting 2's arm, a new weapon emerges with a sharp, metallic swing, a massive, powerful lance, or perhaps a pile bunker, gleaming menacingly. This isn't the same Sting 2. With raw fury and conviction, Philip roars. The transformed Sting 2, looking sleeker and more heavily armed, charges, its new lance aimed directly at the defeated Canyon. The lance impacts with devastating force. The camera focuses on the upgraded Sting 2, its silhouette changed, more angular, more powerful. Philip's voice, now calm but deadly, "Now." The upgraded Sting 2 stands fully revealed. Its armor is enhanced, bulkier in key places, and it wields the formidable new lance with an air of deadly purpose. The Black Knight has truly evolved. The scene cuts abruptly to Count Monake, watching the battlefield from afar, a chilling, predatory smile spreading across his face. "I will be facing you myself," he declares, his voice a dark promise of more conflict to come. Whether he means Philip, Luke, or all of Laken, it's a dire omen. Count Monake, from inside his own massive gigant, glares down with pure contempt at the mess his forces have made. Couldn't even take a tiny countryside plot. He seethes, furious that he, the Count, has to get involved. His hand tightens on the controls, blue lightning crackling around his gigant's arm. With a brutal, dismissive move, Manak's gigant grabs Canyon's defeated, sparking machine. "Useless fools," he spits, lifting the wrecked gigant like it's nothing. Then, with a horrifying shriek of tearing metal, Manak's gigant impales Canyon's machine on its own huge sword-like weapon. A shocking, ruthless act, sacrificing his own knight without a moment's hesitation. And then roaring, "Fuck OFF." The exact same words Philip used. Monake hurls Canyon's impaled, now utterly destroyed gigant straight at Philip's Sting 2. A final insult and a deadly projectile. Canyon's wrecked gigant crashes to the ground with a deafening cairn, skidding to a halt just short of Philip, throwing dust and debris everywhere. But Monake isn't done. Blue lightning crackles around Canyon's destroyed gigant. He's overloading its core. Kaboom! Canyon's gigant explodes in a massive, fiery blast. A self-destruct triggered by Monake himself, the shockwave ripping across the battlefield. Philip, watching from his cockpit, is completely horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. "He's insane," he gasps. Sting 2 now stands alone, facing Count Monake in his new, terrifyingly powerful gigant. Philip can't believe the cruelty. How could he do that to his own men? Manak's voice, cold and dripping with arrogant confidence, booms from his gigant. "From now on, boy, I'll be dealing with you myself." The real boss has finally entered the fight. Manax Gigant, a colossal, heavily armored machine with a beast-like helmet and twin massive blades, takes a thunderous step forward, dwarfing Philip's Sting 2, the ground trembling with its approach. Philip, though shaken by Manax's brutality, steels himself. He didn't expect Count Monike himself, but a grim smile touches his lips. No matter who I face, he thinks, my job is the same. You will not pass. Monike just chuckles condescendingly. That arrogant brat, he sneers, looking down on the young knight. Monike gestures towards Philip's battle-worn Sting 2. Think you can stop me in that condition? He mocks. Philip's Gigant is clearly damaged from the fight with Canyon and that massive explosion. Philip's hand hovers over his controls, red energy beginning to glow around his gigant's core. Well, I'll never know unless I try, he retorts, his determination solid. Sting 2's visor glows with an intense red light. I will stop you here, Philip declares, ready to give it everything he has. Phantom Sword. Philip shouts, unleashing his signature attack. A massive crimson energy blade erupts from Sting 2, streaking towards Manax's colossal Gigant. But Manax's Gigant moves with unbelievable speed for its size, deflecting the Phantom Sword strikes with a blur of motion, sparks flying as energy meets super-hardened armor. The attacks are parried easily. Philip's crisscrossing energy slashes envelop Manax's Gigant, but they seem to just slide off its formidable defenses, having no effect at all. Manax's beast-like helmet tilts slightly, as if he's watching Philip's futile efforts with cold amusement. Philip is stunned. What? No way. He thinks, his confidence crumbling. Did none of my attacks even land? His ultimate technique was useless. Manax's Gigant's hand, clad in thick armor, clenches into a fist. The fight is about to turn brutal. With a whoosh, Manax's Gigant lunges, its massive blade arm swinging. Philip's Sting 2 is thrown off balance, desperately trying to dodge the overwhelming assault. Monike presses his attack relentlessly, forcing Philip into a desperate retreat, each blow from the Count's Gigant carrying devastating power. Back in his cockpit, Philip is sweating, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Whoa, that was close. He pants, barely avoiding a critical hit. He's completely outmatched. One of Manax's massive blade arms glows with an ominous blue light, energy crackling around it. He's charging up a powerful attack. Whing! The energized blade slices through the air with terrifying speed. Philip's Sting 2 is caught in its path, unable to dodge. Pajuk! The blow connects with sickening force, tearing clean through Sting 2's shoulder armor. Philip cries out in pain. Monike laughs, a cruel, triumphant sound. This is the end, he declares, as blue energy arcs around Philip's crippled Gigant, signaling a critical system failure. Philip's eyes roll back, his mouth open in a silent scream as the feedback from his destroyed Gigant courses through him. Sting 2, smoking and broken, collapses to its knees with a heavy thud. It's over for Philip. The battered Gigant falls forward, crashing hard onto the ground. Manax's colossal machine stands victorious over the wreckage. Watching from the Lakan ramparts, Hans's face is a mask of horror and disbelief. I am possible. He stammers, his monocle nearly falling. Hans stares at the scene, Philip's fallen Gigant a tiny, broken shape before Manax's towering form. I can't believe Philip was defeated so easily. Panic sets in. Hans whirls around, shouting to the soldiers manning the cannons on the wall. Everyone, prepare to fire. It's a desperate, last-ditch effort. Manax's Gigant raises one of its massive blade arms, which begins to glow with an intense, crackling energy. He's targeting the walls. A devastating energy wave erupts from Manax's blade, smashing into the Lakan ramparts with a deafening explosion, sending stone and debris flying everywhere as the wall crumbles. Dust and smoke billow from the massive breach in the wall, the sound of crumbling stone echoing ominously. On the ramparts, Hans and his men are thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. Hans groans, calling out, "Is everyone all right?" amidst the chaos. A terrified soldier, scrambling on the ground, points with a trembling finger. Sir Hans, the ramparts. Hans looks up in horror. Huge cracks snake across the remaining sections of the wall. The entire defensive structure is failing. Manak's gigant roars as it tears through the weakened wall, huge chunks of stone flying like shrapnel, the defenders screaming in terror. The main gatehouse, the heart of Locken's southern defense, collapses in a cloud of dust and rubble. Hans is thrown clear, landing hard, narrowly avoiding being crushed. "No," he gasps, watching his defenses utterly annihilated. Manak's colossal gigant steps through the gaping hole in the wall, its shadow falling over the terrified Hans. "We can't let him pass." Hans thinks desperately, but he knows he's powerless. Soldiers on the collapsing wall desperately try to scramble to safety, some falling with the crumbling stonework. One soldier screams as he tumbles from the ruined rampart. The Locken defense is completely shattered. Manak's gigant stands amidst the ruins of the Locken Gate, a terrifying symbol of overwhelming destruction. The way into the fiefdom is now wide open. Manak's gigant surveys the devastation, its head turning slowly, the sound of its internal mechanisms a low hum. A close-up on the gigant's bestial, menacing helmet, it seems to almost sneer at the destruction it has caused. It contemptuously kicks aside the wreckage of Victor's golden gigant, Mir, showing no respect for a fallen enemy. Hans, battered but defiant, struggles to rise, his face a mask of fury and determination. "You will not go any further than this," he vows, even in his weakened state. Monike, from his cockpit, looks down at the old butler with utter contempt. "What do you think you can do, half-broken as you are?" he mocks. Hans clutches his injured leg, pain shooting through him. "Even so," he groans, pushing himself up, "I must." He stands defiantly, a frail silhouette against the dust and smoke, determined to make one last stand. "Stop you," he declares, his voice surprisingly strong. Manak's gigant reaches down, its massive hand easily grabbing Hans, energy crackling around its fingers. "You're really making this a hassle," Monike says, clearly annoyed. He lifts the struggling butler. So weak, yet so stubborn. Monike lifts Hans higher, preparing to crush him. Hans claws at the gigant's fingers, sparks flying from the immense pressure. "No," he gasps. "I must stop you." His resistance is futile, but his spirit is unbroken. Manak's face is a mask of cold, cruel indifference. He's about to end the old man's life. "You," Monike sneers, "senile old fool." He tightens his grip, ready to crush Hans. But suddenly Hans isn't crushed, he's sent flying, thrown aside with incredible force, tumbling through the air. He lands hard, unconscious, blood trickling from his head, a pained groan escaping him. A pair of boots lands softly near the fallen Hans. Manak's gigant towers over the unconscious Hans and the wreckage of Victor's Mir. But standing before him now, between the Count and the fallen butler, is a new figure. It's Luke Dlaken. He has finally arrived. Monike looks down, a flicker of surprise, then amusement. "I was just about to leave," Monike says, "but I've changed my mind." Monike raises one of his massive blade arms, its tip pointed directly at Luke. "I'll end you here and now," he declares, "and send your princess to join you soon." Monike sneers as his blade lunges towards Luke. Hans, regaining consciousness, watches in horror, terrified for his young master. But a surge of intense, dark purple energy erupts around Luke, the ground trembling beneath him. Manak's blade stops dead, inches from Luke, held back by an invisible force. His gigant's hand, gripping its weapon, trembles. Monike is shocked. "You dare!" Manak's face twists in rage. "To interfere with me?" Luke stands calmly amidst the swirling dark energy, looking up at the colossal gigant. Monike, furious, roars, "Do you want to die?" Luke ignores the threat, kneeling beside the injured Hans, gently cradling the old butler's head, his expression unreadable. Hans looks up at Luke, his eyes filled with pain and relief. Luke simply says, "You did well," acknowledging Hans's bravery. Luke then turns his gaze to Philip's fallen Sting II, lying broken in the distance. His voice is cold. "You boldly marched into my territory." He looks at the devastation around him, the ruined walls, the fallen soldiers. And made a mess of things as you pleased. Luke raises his hand. A bracer on his arm begins to glow with an intense blue light, the same light as his powerful magic. Behind Luke, two colossal stone golems, their eyes glowing with purple demonic sigils, begin to materialize from the very earth. I hope you're prepared, Count Monike, Luke says, his voice devoid of emotion but carrying immense, terrifying power. The real battle is about to begin. Luke stands amidst the wreckage, his eyes locked on Count Manak's colossal gigant. Philip's broken sting too lies in the background, a grim reminder of the Count's power. You boldly marched onto my territory. Luke's voice is cold, echoing his earlier words. The camera pans across the ruined Lochen walls, fallen soldiers, and shattered defenses. And made a mess of things as you pleased. Luke continues, his tone hardening. Luke's hand, with its glowing blue bracer, is outstretched, pulsing with the magical energy he uses to control his golems. Flanked by his two newly summoned, massive stone golems, Luke looks straight at Count Monike. I'm sure you're prepared for what comes next, right? He asks, a chilling calm in his voice. It's not a question, it's a promise of the Count's doom. Count Monike, from his gigant's cockpit, stares at the scene. He sees not just two, but now 4 massive golems behind Luke. A whole squad of golems? He mutters, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Never heard of anyone controlling this many. He's starting to realize Luke isn't just some backwater lord. A slow, calculating smile spreads across Manak's face. Ah, I see, he says, a dawning understanding in his tone. He's putting the pieces together. Monike looks down at Luke and his golem guard. So you're the young lord of Lochen, he states. You must have used this power to wipe out my scorpion cavalry. He remembers the reports of his elite unit's annihilation. Manak's gaze sharpens as he examines the golems, their eyes glowing with ominous purple sigils. However, this power looks a lot like the Demon King's black magic, he observes, a dangerous suspicion forming. Surely the heir to the famous Lochen warrior family wouldn't dabble in such things, would he? Luke remains silent, his face partly shadowed, giving nothing away. Monike bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. God, if this gets out, the entire Lochen family legacy is finished. He thinks he's found Luke's ultimate weakness. But Luke's reply is swift and cold. That will never happen, he states, his voice absolute. Monike, surprised by his confidence, can only manage a confused, what? Dark purple energy crackles violently around Luke, his eyes glowing with intense power. Because I have no intention of letting you leave this place alive, he declares, his killing intent filling the air, making it tremble. Monike scoffs, though a hint of unease touches his expression. Bold words, he retorts, trying to keep his cool as the energy in his own gigant flares. Manak's gigant gestures dismissively at Luke's golems. Those pathetic rock dolls of yours, he sneers, are no match for my gigant. He leaps into the air, ready to crush them. Luke raises his hand, unleashing dark magic. Black bind, he incants. Thick, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, wrapping around Manak's airborne gigant. Monike is shocked, struggling as the tendrils pull him down. Juch, what is this magic? Luke watches, a small, almost cruel smile on his lips, thinking he'd love to humiliate him completely, but his own magic is nearly gone. Luke's eyes glow an intense purple as he pushes his limits, sweat on his forehead. All I can do is hold him down, he thinks, the strain obvious. Manak's gigant, still partly bound, thrashes. I'll have to use just my golems to... Luke strategizes as his 4 stone golems lumber forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. One of the golems rears back, a complex magical circle glowing on its chest, preparing a powerful attack. Intense beams of purple energy shoot from the golem's chests, converging on Manak's ensnared gigant. Fight my way to victory. Luke roars in his mind. Kaboom! A massive explosion engulfs Manak's gigant as the golem's attacks hit, fire and smoke billowing into the sky. When the smoke clears, Manak's gigant is still standing, though one of its blade arms is now deeply embedded in the ground, clearly damaged. How pathetic! Monake growls, frustrated by the golem's unexpected power. Monake glares at Luke. Is making a lot of noise all you can do? He scoffs, clearly underestimating his opponent. Luke smirks. I'm not done yet. Monake, surprised by Luke's continued defiance, can only manage a what? Suddenly, Manak's gigant is surrounded. Not by 2, not by 4, but by at least 8 golems, appearing as if from nowhere, closing in. Monake is shocked. The golems link hands, their stone bodies forming an impenetrable circle around Manak's gigant. They press inwards, creating a massive, constricting dome of solid rock, trapping Manak's gigant completely. Monake, looking up at the stone prison forming around him, is incredulous. You must be joking, he stammers. Are you trying to lock me in because you can't beat me? He still believes his gigant is superior. These petty tricks won't work. Monake roars, and his gigant's blade arm flashes, striking the golem wall. But the golem's stone body is incredibly resilient. Manak's powerful strike only creates cracks, not breaking through. The golem absorbs the impact. Monake is stunned by the golem's durability. What's happening now? He cries out as the golem dome seals completely above him, plunging him into darkness. The golem dome begins to glow with an intense, ominous purple light from within. Something terrible is about to happen. Luke stands outside the pulsating golem dome, remembering his past self, Seaman, using similar earth magic. Good thing I prepared fourth circle explosion magic inside the golems, Luke thinks with grim satisfaction. It's a shame, since remaking them will take time, but... He looks at the glowing dome. Is this all you can do? He taunts the trapped count, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Monake, inside, is silent. With a final, blinding flash from within the golem prison, an earth-shattering kaboom rips through the area, the golem dome exploding outwards in a cataclysmic blast of fire, rock, and purple energy. When the smoke begins to clear, Manak's colossal gigant is revealed, heavily damaged, steam hissing from multiple breaches in its armor. It's still standing, but barely. If your goal was just to enrage me, Monake growls, his voice strained, then you've succeeded. Monake, in his cockpit, is bleeding from the mouth, his face a mask of pure fury, lightning crackling around him. You bastard! Don't expect an easy death. Luke looks on, a bead of sweat on his temple. Damn it! He thinks, surprised by the gigant's resilience. What is that gigant made of? Manak's damaged gigant still radiates an immense, menacing aura. Luke is incredulous. Shaking off an explosion like that is just unfair. Blue lightning crackles around the gigant's legs as Monake forces his damaged machine to move. Luke watches intently, a single bead of sweat on his face. He knows this isn't over. Manak's gigant advances, slow but unstoppable. Are you sure you can afford such bold statements? Monake taunts, his voice heavy with menace. Crushing you now that you're defenseless will be easy. You don't have any more of those shoddy golems either. He thinks Luke is out of tricks. Luke's hand goes to the hilt of his sword. You haven't forgotten that I am the heir to the Loken warrior family, he says, his voice quiet but firm. A confident, almost predatory smirk appears on Luke's face. Have you? He asks, as purple energy, the Loken family's signature swordsmanship aura, begins to swirl around him and his blade. Monake bursts into laughter. God, you'll take on a gigant with your bare hands? You're completely insane. He can't believe Luke's nerve. Luke's expression is serious, determined. You won't know. Until you try. And with that, Luke, wreathed in the Loken family's golden purple sword aura, charges directly at Manak's colossal, damaged gigant. It looks like a suicide mission. Monake scoffs. You don't stand a chance. His gigant's massive blade arm sweeps down. But Luke, incredibly, leaps onto the descending arm, using it as a ramp. Luke quickly assesses the situation. Maybe it's the explosion, but his speed has definitely dropped. I can handle this. He sees an opening. Luke draws his sword, its blade gleaming, ready to use the Locken family's ultimate technique. Silver sword. Luke roars, and a brilliant silver light erupts from his blade. He becomes a blur, darting up the gigant's arm, leaving afterimages as he unleashes a flurry of incredibly fast and precise slashes. He lands gracefully on the ground, his sword still humming with power. Behind him, Manax Gigant stands motionless for a moment. Sparks begin to fly from the joints and armor plates of Manax Gigant where Luke's silver sword struck. Damn it, it's incredibly tough, Luke thinks, panting slightly. But it wasn't useless. He looks up, assessing the damage. At this rate I can, Manax's voice cuts him off. Your pathetic struggle is pointless. Manax Gigant suddenly swings its other, undamaged arm with surprising speed, trying to swat Luke like a fly. Luke is caught off guard. Luke barely manages to bring his sword up to parry the colossal blow, the impact immense. Gee! Luke grunts, the force jarring him to his core, sweat flying from his brow. He's sent flying backwards, high into the air, by the sheer power of the gigant's strike. As he tumbles, Manax Gigant brings its damaged blade arm crashing down towards him. The ground erupts where Luke was moments before. Luke, midair, uses his sword to deflect debris, creating footholds to launch himself higher, dodging the gigant's relentless attacks. He lands on the gigant's massive shoulder, sword ready. He's managed to get in close again. Damn it if I can just... Luke thinks, looking for a weak point, as the gigant's sparking arm swings towards him again. If I can just hold out a little longer. Luke feels his energy draining. My stamina is almost gone too. He's pushing himself to his absolute limit. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He spots something. On the gigant's back, near the cockpit, a section of armor is glowing faintly, leaking energy. It's a vulnerability, likely caused by his earlier golem explosion. Manax's voice booms, full of disdain. You're good at running like a rat. No more going easy on you. The undamaged blade arm of Manax Gigant begins to glow with an intense blue light. He's preparing a finishing blow. The blade hums with concentrated power. Manax Gigant crosses its blade arms, gathering an immense amount of energy for a devastating attack. Luke sees his chance. While Monike is focused on charging his attack, Luke leaps from the gigant's shoulder, aiming for that glowing weak spot on its back. Monike unleashes his attack, a massive X-shaped energy slash that carves deep gouges into the ground where Luke was just a second ago. Monike laughs maniacally. "Ha, you didn't stand." His laughter dies as he realizes his attack missed. He looks around wildly. He's not there? A sinister smile plays on Luke's lips as he clings to the back of Manax Gigant, right over the glowing weak point. Honestly, I hate to admit it, he says, almost to himself. Luke stands on the very spot of the gigant's vulnerability, his sword glowing with golden-purple energy. But this is the ridiculously strong swordsmanship that demolished the golems with Circle 9 magic I poured my heart into. He's talking about Hero Locken's golden sword, the power that defeated him as seaman. Monike feels his gigant shudder. You bastard, when did you? He roars as sparks fly from the damaged area. What's going on? When did the frame get this damaged? He finally realizes how much the golem explosion hurt his machine. Luke raises his sword, channeling all his remaining strength and the Locken swordsmanship. I still need more training, he admits, but if I can just cut through that area with this technique. Monike, panicking, tries to make his gigant move, to shake Luke off. Damn it, this stupid hunk of metal, he screams, desperately working the controls. Move. Move, damn you. Luke's eyes are focused, his grip tight on his sword. Please. Please work, he silently prays, pouring everything into this one strike. Monike is frantic, sweat pouring down his face. Move. Move, damn it, he bellows, but his damaged gigant is too slow. Luke plunges his sword deep into the glowing weak spot on the gigant's back. A brilliant flash of golden light erupts from the point of impact, engulfing Manax Gigant. Monike screams in agony and disbelief. Geech ah! Then, a final desperate thought. Fate is on my side after all. The light fades. Manak's gigant stands motionless, its blade arm raised mid-attack. He looks around. He's not there? Did Luke fall? A voice from above, calm and steady. Where are you looking? Luke is standing on the very tip of Manak's raised blade arm, looking down at the Count, completely unharmed. Luke looks weary but triumphant. I'm dead tired now, he admits. The battle has taken everything he has. This battle has dragged on for far too long. Inside his wrecked gigant, Count Monake is in stunned disbelief. Sparks fly from the controls as the arm Luke struck malfunctions. Impossible! Monake chokes out. I, Lord of Lama? The flaming, fur-draped gigant stumbles, its systems failing. Below, Luke stands ready, sword in hand, though clearly exhausted. Manak's voice, filled with wounded pride, echoes, cannot possibly have lost to some rookie. The view inside Manak's cockpit shows critical errors flashing everywhere. Alarms blare. The thrusters, something's wrong. Monake yells, frantically trying to regain control. This can't be happening. God damn it. His gigant is falling apart, and Luke is still down there. In a desperate move, Monake ejects from his now exploding gigant, landing on the ground and immediately starting to run. I can't let it end like this, he shouts, fleeing. Luke watches him go, surprise quickly turning to grim determination. Damn it. Luke curses, breathing heavily. He clenches his jaw. I have to stop him. He knows letting Monake escape would be a disaster. But as Luke tries to move, his body trembles violently, and he stumbles, nearly falling. But I can't move. He realizes with dawning horror. Did I use up all my stamina in that last attack? He pushed himself way too far. Monake is getting further away, a fleeing figure in the smoky haze. I almost had him. Luke thinks, frustration eating at him. I can't let him go. Luke struggles to push himself up, his body screaming in protest, his bandaged arm a stark reminder of his still recovering state. If I just let him go, it'll only lead to more danger. The stakes are too high. Suddenly, a strong arm supports him. It's Captain Rogers. My apologies for being late, Rogers says, his voice steady. Luke looks up, surprised and relieved. Please rebuke me for my incompetence, Rogers adds, ever the dutiful knight. Rogers. Luke gasps, leaning heavily on the captain. We have to stop Monake, he urges, his voice strained. Rogers gives a reassuring, confident smile. Don't worry, he says simply. Before Monake can get far, a powerful kick connects with his side, sending him sprawling with a cry of pain. Monake crashes to the ground hard. God damn it, he groans. Who dares? Rogers stands over the fallen Count, his expression stern. Where are you rushing off to? He asks, his voice calm but authoritative. Monake trembles, trapped. More figures emerge from the dust and smoke, not knights, but commoners, armed with makeshift weapons like clubs and farming tools. It's a group of Volga refugees, their faces grim and determined, led by a man with a heavy club. They surround the downed Count Monake. One of them speaks, his voice heavy with past suffering. Did you miss us so much? You even crossed the sea to find us? Monake, enraged and humiliated, glares up at them. You bastards! Do you know who I am? He bellows. One refugee replies coolly, never seen you before, lot. How rude. Another voice, gentle but firm, cuts in from behind them. Of course you don't remember. Monake freezes, a look of dawning horror on his face. That voice? He stammers. The voice continues. These people weren't even treated as humans in your territory, their lives always in danger. The people of Volga barely managed to survive. Princess Reina steps forward, her expression sorrowful but resolute, flanked by the determined commoners. You've never faced these people directly, not even once, she tells Monake. Monake stares at Reina, utterly defeated. Princess Reina, he gasps. Reina looks at him, her voice carrying the weight of her people's suffering. You should be asking them for forgiveness, not me, she says, gesturing to the refugees. Reina's gaze hardens. And coming all this way just to ask for forgiveness now is far too shameless. She will not let him escape. Monike begins to panic, sweat pouring down his face, his body trembling. "Tits," he stammers, then pleads, "Reina, you're a saintess, aren't you? Please show mercy." He's desperate. One of the commoners steps forward, his expression hard. "Even if she were God herself, you wouldn't be forgiven for what you've done." Monike recoils, screaming, "Why, you bastards? Don't come any closer. You low-born commoners dare?" Monike shrieks, his noble pride lashing out in terror. "Who do you think I am? Go away, I tell you. Ag." His screams are cut short as the refugees, their patience gone, finally deliver their justice. Luke, watching from a short distance, supported by Rogers, lets out a dry, humorless laugh. Ha. What a fitting end for a disgusting pig like him. Justice, in its own way, has been served. Luke turns to Rogers, his voice weary. "Did the others manage to wrap things up?" he asks, concerned about the other battlefronts. Rogers smiles, a genuine, relieved smile. "Yes," he confirms. "We've won." Rogers elaborates, "Thanks to the Volga Kingdom's knights, even the invasion routes we worried about were secured with few casualties." In the background, a captured Monike soldier is being restrained. Rogers assures Luke, "You can relax now and leave the rest to us." Luke, still leaning on Rogers, looks exhausted but relieved. "What about Philip and Sir Victor?" he asks, his concern for his knights clear. Rogers explains, "The Gigants took heavy damage, but luckily, both of them survived." We see a distant shot of Philip and Victor being helped from their wrecked Gigants on the beach. "While you were fighting Count Monike, they were evacuated." Rogers continues, "The soldiers at the fort are being rescued by mercenaries." We see commoners and soldiers helping the wounded. Luke nods, "I see. So, you don't need to worry, you can return," Rogers begins, but Luke, now sitting on some rubble, cuts him off. "No, I'll stay here." Luke looks out at the aftermath, his expression resolute. "I can't leave my men behind and rest alone." His duty as their lord is unwavering. Luke sits, Rogers beside him, as Reina and other Volga citizens tend to the wounded under a clear sky. A weary peace settles over the battlefield. Rogers looks at Luke with newfound respect. He doesn't just save everyone from despair. He takes care of others even when he can barely move. Reina approaches Luke, a gentle smile on her face, also looking at him with wonder. This man truly might be. As Reina offers Luke a cloth to wipe his face, her thought completes, the second coming of the warrior Loken himself. The comparison to the legendary hero speaks volumes. The scene shifts far away, to a grand, imposing Gothic city under a dusky sky. A caption reads, "Imperial Capital Nemesis, Baroque Empire's Capital." Inside a lavish throne room, a messenger kneels before Emperor Rudolph, who turns, exclaiming, "What?" clearly shocked by the news. Emperor Rudolph, a stern older man with a crown and long gray beard, grips his scepter tightly. "Count Monike lost?" he repeats in disbelief, the air around him crackling with displeasure. The messenger, a young man with long brown hair named Voltaire, remains kneeling. "My apologies, but yes. That is the case, Your Majesty." The emperor paces. "Don't tell me the aristocratic faction interfered," he demands. Voltaire replies, "I don't believe so. We saw no movements from any southern noble families." The emperor's face twists in disbelief and anger. "Then, you're telling me that a failing frontier fief, with no outside help, won against a vastly superior force?" A dark, ominous aura, burning with purple-red intensity, erupts around Emperor Rudolph. "Are you telling me to believe that?" he roars, his power immense and terrifying. Voltaire trembles under the emperor's oppressive aura. "This aura gives me goosebumps, no matter how many times I feel it," he thinks, clearly intimidated. Voltaire forces himself to continue. "According to the report, before the territorial battle, The refugees of the fallen Volga kingdom migrated to the Lakan Viscounty. A Lakan banner is shown. The emperor looks intrigued. I suspect some of them were elite knights of the Volga kingdom. The emperor strokes his beard thoughtfully. The Volga kingdom's knights, you say? A flashback shows disciplined Volga knights. The emperor muses, they were once said to rival the empire's best. I thought that reputation died after the revolution. Did they secretly rebuild their forces? If that's true, I can't just ignore them, the emperor concludes, his expression grim. The Volga knights could be a problem. Voltaire continues, however, there is an even more alarming rumor. The emperor looks down from his dais. And that is, the one who took down Count Monache is said to be none other than the young lord of Lakan. The emperor is visibly shocked, his eyes widening, mouth agape. What? The same boy said to be practically dying from illness? The emperor exclaims. Voltaire, sweating, replies, I didn't believe it myself, so I confirmed it multiple times. A hazy image of Luke, with his sword and a magic shield, appears. Voltaire reports, according to my spy, he not only used aura-based swordsmanship but is also proficient in magic. Another image, Luke, a lone swordsman, facing Manak's colossal gigant. Also, they say he faced Count Manak's gigant with his sword alone. Voltaire suggests, it's possible the story of his illness was fabricated to hide the Viscounty's true strength. The emperor listens, considering this. But then, a dark, knowing glint appears in the emperor's eyes. That's not possible. An image flashes in the emperor's mind. A human heart bound in chains, surrounded by demonic sigils, a powerful curse. I'm sure. A text overlay declares, the curse on the Lakan family is still active. The emperor looks deeply troubled, a bead of sweat on his brow. It can't be. A shadowy, skeletal figure in a hood looms in the emperor's thoughts. Did that man betray me? He thinks, his expression one of dawning fury. The emperor grits his teeth. However, even if the curse were broken, facing a gigant with a sword is suicide. Even if their family swordsmanship is remarkable, I thought it was just a legend from 500 years ago. He's struggling with the impossible. Voltaire continues his assessment. It's only a matter of time before they become a major power in the south. They might even join the aristocratic faction and threaten the throne. A vision of a young, heroic Luke, wielding a glowing sword like Hero Lakan. The emperor thinks, if Lakan was hiding their strength, they could try to reclaim their ancestors' glory. The emperor reflects, I allowed the Count's war to nip that in the bud, but I didn't expect them to recruit Volga knights. He then asks Voltaire, is there any way to stop Lakan's revival? Voltaire hesitates. Voltaire finally suggests, gesturing towards an imperial banner, how about enlisting them? The emperor looks surprised. You mean put them in our military? Voltaire confirms, yes. Voltaire explains, by imperial law, nobles aged 18 must serve 2 years. He'd normally be drafted next year, but we could move it up under the guise of granting him a new title. A clever, manipulative plan. The emperor strokes his chin. I see. By holding the young lord, the Viscounty wouldn't make any moves. Voltaire affirms, correct. Also, a sinister glint appears in Voltaire's eyes, a cruel smile on his lips. Anything could happen on the battlefield. Anything at all. The implication is clear. Luke could conveniently disappear. The emperor is silent, then lets out a deep, rumbling laugh. Heh. Ha ha. He approves of the cunning plan. He slams his scepter on the floor. Voltaire, the emperor says, his voice resonating with authority, you've understood my will perfectly. Voltaire bows low. It's an honor. The emperor smiles, a cold, calculating expression. Send a message to the Lakan Viscounty, he commands, and congratulate them on their victory. But beneath the congratulations lies a far more sinister intent. The stage is set for a new, more dangerous game.